Lin Feng had never regarded the metallic bracelet he procured for 50 yuan at a street stall with any seriousness. It neither granted access through security gates nor measure heart rates, its sole feature being that it had endured 3 days of sanding without leaving a single scratch. It was not until that tempestuous night, when the bracelet unexpectedly heated up, that it ensnared him in a surreal dream. Within the dream lay a desolate ruin, still shrouded in the remnants of gunpowder. Fractured alloy pipes oozed a ghostly blue coolant, while the mangled remains of robots clutched grenade-sized energy cores. Gazing upward, he beheld countless fragments of warships adrift in the dark crimson void, the largest resembling a slanted mountain, its hull still aglow with the marks of scorching. As he tread upon the shattered glass-like crystals, he soon realized he was traversing a metropolis of technology larger than 3 cities combined. The metal doors of the research facility twisted like pretzels, while the transparent incubation chambers contained unknown biological specimens long since solidified. In the central control room, a flickering alien script slowly faded from a fractured screen. What chilled him further was the sight beyond the shattered city walls, where 2 dissimilar planets floated in the darkness, one enveloped in a verdant atmosphere, the other resembling a gnawed apple, with half of its crust mysteriously absent. Upon awakening, he discovered an inscription in incomprehensible earthly script on the inner side of the bracelet. Coordinates synchronized. Lin Feng gazed out at the bustling city beyond his window, a sudden chill coursing through him. He was uncertain whether the dream was a memory of the bracelet or some form of warning. Nevertheless, he understood that the junk he had salvaged from the street stall was pulling him into a vortex far beyond his imagination. Chapter 1. The Unknown City of Technology. Suddenly, the bracelet began to emit heat, marking the 3rd occurrence. Yet in contrast to the previous 2 instances, this surge was exceedingly intense, as though it intended to ignite his entire wrist. While Lin Feng was engrossed in revising a proposal on his computer, his wrist felt as if a red-hot branding iron had been affixed to it. He hastily tore open the cuff of his shirt, revealing the once dull metal ring, now radiating an intense brilliance, its surface shimmering with fragmented blue light, as if the entirety of the cosmos had been crushed and infused within it. In the next moment, the office's incandescent lights began to flicker wildly. The computer screen instantaneously blacked out, followed by a flurry of static. Before he could comprehend the situation, his surroundings warped abruptly. The mug on the desk levitated, sheets of paper fluttered without wind. The bustling traffic outside morphed into indistinct splotches of color, and a cacophony of electrical crackling filled his ears, as if myriad wires were short-circuiting simultaneously. The searing pain in his wrist vanished abruptly, yet the surrounding chaos persisted. Lin Feng found himself standing on an expansive street, his feet not on concrete, but on a silver alloy emitting a cold luminescence, imparting a faint resilience, akin to walking on a solidified pool of liquid metal. Above him stretched an unfathomably deep dark purple sky, devoid of sun or stars, only a labyrinth of glowing conduits crisscrossing and flowing with a bluish-green energy stream, illuminating structures that could hardly be termed buildings, more resembling inverted metallic eggshells, their surfaces marred by irregular cracks, some still bearing the charred remnants of scorching, as if violently ruptured by some force. Not far away, a humanoid figure lay crumpled at the street corner, half of its body sunken into the alloy ground. Summoning his courage, Lin Feng approached, only to discern that it was a robot. Its silver exterior had corroded to a rusty red, its head missing, exposing tangled wires at the fracture, and the energy core in its chest was reduced to a charred cavity. Its remaining hand retained the posture of grasping something, a fragment of crystal lodged between its fingers. This is the place for my dream. Lin Feng's heart skipped a beat. The ruins and wreckage he had encountered in his dream now lay vividly before him, even more tangible than in the dreamscape. He could detect the acrid scent of ozone mingling with metallic oxidation in the air and hear a distant hissing sound, reminiscent of ruptured pipes incessantly leaking. He advanced along the street, the alloy ground beneath his feet vibrating slightly, as if the entire city had yet to succumb to death. Passing a partially collapsed structure, he caught a glimpse of the interior. Countless transparent incubation chambers lay strewn across the floor, most shattered, their contents long vanished, while a few retained vague outlines, resembling embryos of creatures never before seen. The screens on the chambers had long since dimmed, but the metallic plaques at their edges bore the same twisted symbols as those within the bracelet. Is this a research facility? He recalled a similar place from his dream. Lin Feng swallowed hard, intending to venture inside, when suddenly a thunderous crash resounded above him. He jerked his head up to see a metal shard the size of a car plummeting from the gaps in the sky, crashing onto the roof of a nearby building and sparking a shower of flames. Following the trajectory of the falling debris, his breath caught in his throat. Above the interwoven conduits, lay a more expansive dark purple void. Countless battered spacecraft hung, suspended, some cleaved in two, others torn apart, revealing their twisted frameworks. Among them, one particularly massive wreck bore a vague insignia resembling an eagle in flight, though it had been ravaged by artillery fire, leaving only half a wing. In the more distant reaches, two planets floated serenely. One was entirely emerald, shrouded by thick clouds that revealed glimpses of a cerulean ocean through their seams, while the other resembled a gnawed apple, half of its sphere sunken, exposing a dark red core, its surface marred by extensive black scars, as if it had recently endured a cataclysm. This is no dream. Lin Feng touched the heated bracelet, feeling it pulse gently, as if responding to his realization. Is this the city of technology? No sooner had he spoken than sporadic red lights flickered to life along the buildings flanking the street, as if some alarm had been triggered. A mechanical clattering echoed from afar, as if something was stirring from the depths of the ruins. Lin Feng whirled around, only to find, lurking in the shadows of the street corner, a robot missing half its body, fixating him with its lone optical eye, which shimmered with the same frigid blue light as the bracelet. From the darkness behind the gate emerged not the mechanical predator he had anticipated. Instead, it was a colossal terminal, half buried in a heap of metal, its screen shattered beyond recognition, save for a flickering glow in the lower right corner, with exposed wires ensnared like spider silk around the mechanical arms nearby. As Lin Feng approached, the screen flickered, revealing a series of distorted symbols. This time, the bracelet heated up in sync, translating the symbols into human language. Civilization code. Star Alliance main factory battle log final volume. The moment his fingertips brushed the screen, a torrent of images surged forth. Not scenes of factory production, but rather a blazing expanse of stars. The fleets of the Star Alliance erupted like a swarm of ignited bees, bursting into fiery explosions throughout the universe. The adversary's weaponry, a pale violet energy beam, effortlessly melted through the sturdiest alloy armor of the Star Alliance. Within the footage, the eagle-emblazoned warships he had seen the ruins plummeted en masse, the silhouettes in the cockpits emitting silent screams before the explosions. The enemy, the Star Eaters, have breached the 7th defense line. The energy shield of the main factory is at 17. The cold electronic voice echoed within the terminal. All combat units must prioritize the evacuation of the research module. I repeat, the research module must survive. The scene shifted back to the interior of the factory, not in its current dilapidated state, but illuminated in an emergency state. Robots frantically dismantled assembly lines, transferring core components into a shuttle-shaped spacecraft, while Star Alliance members in white uniforms rushed towards the teleportation chamber clutching data chips. Meanwhile, the circular smelter was melting the last batch of metal ingots into a massive energy core, unstable arcs of electricity dancing along its surface. Wormhole generator fully charged, coordinates locked on unexplored star regions. Main factory self-destruction sequence initiated, countdown 10 minutes. Warning, the Star Eaters landing troops have breached the outer gate. The terminal's display began to shake violently, revealing pale violet energy beams piercing through the factory's dome, the alloy walls tearing apart like paper. Amidst the chaos, a palm-sized metallic piece fell from the wrist of a Star Alliance member, landing in the gap of the teleportation chamber. Its shape was identical to the bracelet adorning Lin Feng's wrist. The research module has entered the wormhole. The remaining personnel at the main factory are to execute the final resistance protocol. The last frame reveals the starry sky outside the factory, where countless Star Eater warships obscure the sun. Suddenly, the engines of the main factory erupt in a blinding blue light, and the entire floating city of steel hurtles like a meteor toward the abruptly opened, pitch-black mouth of the wormhole. The space at the edge of the wormhole distorts, stretching the factory's silhouette into an eerie, elongated line. And just before it vanishes completely, Lin Feng catches a glimpse of the scene outside the wormhole. Two planets are in the throes of destruction. One, a verdant planetary core, is laid bare, while the other has been reduced to mere debris. These are the very two he observed on the outskirts of the technological city. They were not merely floating nearby. Rather, they represent the final coordinates of the Star Alliance civilization, the mother planet and the colony world annihilated by the Star Eaters. The terminal screen fades to complete darkness. Lin Feng stands motionless, the wristband scorching against his skin as if it might embed itself into his flesh. He finally comprehends that this factory is not a forsaken ruin, but a sanctuary for survivors fleeing defeat. The robots, warships, and research achievements are all embers of the Star Alliance civilization, crammed into a lifeboat on the precipice of extinction. The spatial tearing during the wormhole jump has reduced the factory to its current state, while the scars of that war have solidified into the debris strewn across the streets, the empty shells within the incubation pods, and the despair concealed within the wristband, stretching across light years. So, the Star Eaters are still in pursuit. Lin Feng suddenly recalls the war from his dreams, the warning of the Star Eater landing forces from the terminal. The wormhole may grant them temporary escape, but it does not guarantee eternal concealment, much like the scent of blood in the deep sea, which inevitably attracts sharks. A jarring sound of metal scraping pierces the air behind him. He whirls around to see that the circular smelter has inexplicably restarted, and within the dark red light patterns, a hazy star map emerges, featuring a blinking red that slowly moves toward their current coordinates. The wristband vibrates once more. This time, it is no longer a meaningless frequency, but a clear Morse code. Lin Feng retrieves his phone to translate it, and 3 words flash on the screen, akin to a bucket of ice water poured over his head. They have arrived. Chapter 2. The Battle at the Unknown Civilization Factory. The aftershocks of Morse code still lingered on the wristband, while the crimson glow of the circular furnace had bathed the entire factory in a sanguine hue. Lin Feng fixated on the 3 words displayed on his phone screen, his throat tightening. Who were they? The answer was painfully evident. The Star Eater clan. Those who had driven the Star Alliance civilization to self-destruction and slipped into wormholes like merciless executioners. He staggered backward, colliding with the terminal behind him, shards of glass embedding themselves into his palm. It was then he noticed that amidst the gaps in the recent combat logs lay a line of small, dim text illuminated by the red light. Wormhole jump trajectory residual. 72 hours. Star Eater tracking accuracy error. 0. 3 light years. 72 hours. How much time remained since he had fallen from the Star Alliance factory into this unknown star domain? A low rumble suddenly emanated from the furnace. The dark red luminescence within contracted sharply, coalescing into a beam as slender as a hair, shooting toward the gaping hole in the factory ceiling. Lin Feng looked up and saw the beam explode in the dark purple sky, transforming into a flickering 3-dimensional star map, identical to the one that had appeared in the wristband. However, at that moment, a red dot was rapidly approaching the green dot representing the current coordinates, with a dashed line visibly shortening between the two. 43 hours and 17 minutes. An unfamiliar electronic voice suddenly resonated, not from the terminal, but from the wristband. Lin Feng jerked his gaze downward. The blue light on the wristband had transformed into an urgent flashing red. You can speak? Star Alliance Emergency Assistance System, codename Spark. Affiliated user, unknown. The vibrations of the wristband morphed into a clear voice, detecting the tracking signal of the Star Eater's Void Hound Squadron. And based on the Star Alliance's defeat contingency plan, it recommended the immediate activation of the factory's residual power to initiate a second wormhole jump. A second jump? This forsaken place could still move? Lin Feng glanced around at the fractured assembly lines and partially collapsed walls, deeming this suggestion more ludicrous than suicide. Main factory structural integrity, 73 damaged, but the core engine and wormhole generator remain intact. The voice of Spark remained devoid of inflection. The cost is abandonment of all non-essential modules, including the factory's self-destruction program, all research samples, and any non-evacuated biological units. The final few words pierced Lin Feng's ears like ice picks. Non-evacuated biological units. Wasn't that referring to himself? Is this how your Star Alliance's contingency plan works? Treating living beings as mere refuse? Survival priority. Civilization, seed, individual existence. Spark's response was as cold as the alloys within the factory. Detected that the user possesses a civilization seed wristband. Authority determined. Exemption from abandonment granted, but must undertake the task of guiding the factory to complete the jump. Suddenly, the wristband projected a holographic image, revealing the internal map of the factory, with a red triangle flashing in one area. Engine room, distance from current location, 17 kilometers. Manual reset of energy conduits required. Otherwise, the wormhole generator cannot be powered. Lin Feng barely had time to process this information when a violent explosion erupted outside the factory. It was not the previous muffled sound of ruptured pipes, but a tremor powerful enough to shake the entire factory, causing the alloy floor to undulate like waves, with debris raining down from above. The Star Eaters have arrived early and are attacking the factory's external shields. For the first time, Spark's voice wavered. Remaining shield. 8. Expected to fail completely in 12 minutes. 12 minutes. Lin Feng stared at the 17 kilometers on the map, then glanced at the faint purple light flickering beyond the gaping hole in the ceiling. Energy weapons of the Star Eaters. He suddenly recalled the image from the terminal, where Star Alliance members rushed towards the transport pods, clutching chips, and remembered that the research modules had to survive. It became clear that the so-called civilization seed was never this cold factory, but the knowledge and technology hidden within the data, a struggle of a civilization unwilling to vanish entirely. How do I get to the engine room? He wiped the dust from his face and seized a broken metal pipe as a weapon. Turn left, pass through assembly workshop number 3, and be cautious of active defense robots. Several moving red dots appeared on Spark's projection. They have malfunctioned during the war and will attack all living beings. More robots. Lin Feng gritted his teeth and dashed in the direction Spark indicated. Behind him, the furnace's red light dimmed further, and outside the ceiling's breach, purple energy beams lashed out like the tongues of venomous serpents, increasingly fierce as they licked at the factory's remnants. He had no idea if he could reach the engine room in 12 minutes. Nor did he know what sacrifices would be required to reset the energy conduits. All he knew was that if he hesitated now, this factory, which harbored the last hope of the Star Alliance, and himself, would become just another heap of drifting debris in space. And those pursuing Star Eaters would follow the traces left by this non-Star Alliance being to find more distant realms, such as the Earth behind him, still bustling with life. In the shadows of the assembly workshop, a pair of crimson optical eyes flickered to life. Lin Feng tightened his grip on the metal pipe, and amidst the thunderous explosions, he took that first step into his escape. The disorientation from the Star Eater's wormhole jump lingered for a full 10 minutes. When Lin Feng steadied himself against the control console of the engine room, the entire factory still trembled slightly, as if recovering from a near-fatal spasm. The red light of the wristband had extinguished, reverting to its dull metallic form, with only Spark's voice echoing in his ears. Second jump complete. Exit from the Star Eater tracking range achieved. Current coordinates. Unmarked star domain. He approached the observation window. Outside was no longer the dark purple void, but a nebula adorned with scattered stardust, resembling a spilled palette of colors gently enveloping the battered factory. In the distance, a few stars never before seen on Earth's astronomical charts emitted a soft blue glow. No remnants of warships, no purple energy beams, only the profound silence of the cosmos. Had they shaken him off? Lin Feng's voice felt somewhat ethereal. The tracking signal of the Voidhound squadron has vanished, based on the Star Alliance's anti-tracking protocol. They will need at least 72 hours to relock coordinates. Spark paused before adding, the cost is that the wormhole generator has overloaded and cannot be restarted in the short term. Lin Feng exhaled in relief, his back against the cold alloy wall as he slid down to sit. Since discovering the wristband, it felt as if he had been thrust into a rapidly spinning drum, his nerves taut like a string about to snap. Now that the immediate crisis had dissipated, exhaustion surged like a tide. The wound on his palm from the shattered glass was still bleeding, his pant leg torn when dodging the defense robots, and the metallic stench of burning still lingered in his mouth. Now, could he take a proper look at this place? He gazed out at the nebula, suddenly realizing he had never truly explored this salvaged technological city. Detected that the external area of the factory has stabilized, with no active threats found, exploration permitted. There seemed to be a hint of barely perceptible relaxation in Spark's voice. A safe route has been planned for you. You may proceed to the core area of the technological city via the factory's transport node. Suddenly, the ground beside the control console cracked open, revealing a circular transport platform, blue light flowing slowly along its edges. Lin Feng hesitated for a moment, but then stepped onto it. After experiencing the disorientation of the wormhole jump, this transport seemed trivial by comparison. As the light flashed, the sensation beneath his feet shifted from cold metal to a slightly elastic surface. He found himself standing in a broad corridor, with transparent walls on either side, revealing the floating stardust outside. At the end of the corridor lies a colossal complex suspended amidst the nebula, no longer the cold, industrial atmosphere of a factory, but rather an extraordinary structure that harmoniously blends streamlined design with natural forms. Some buildings resemble half-open flower buds, their surfaces adorned with membranes that change color with the light, while others twist like spiraling silver serpents, their apex extending numerous antennas that collect starlight. At the heart of this architectural marvel stands a tower, from whose summit a beam of light pierces deep into the nebula, as if engaged in a dialogue with the cosmos. Is this truly the original visage of the technological city? Lin Feng murmurs to himself. As he proceeds further along the corridor, he notices that the level of damage here is considerably less than that of the factory district. Screens mounted on the walls continue to display images, not of war, but of the daily life of the Star Alliance civilization. Members adorned with silver scales engage in conversation within a plaza. Floating vehicles carve elegant arcs through the air, and children gather around a massive holographic projection, absorbing complex star map knowledge. The sky depicted in the images mirrors the very nebula he gazes upon outside his window. So, this is where you once resided. Lin Feng halts, watching as a child from the Star Alliance raises a toy spaceship. Its design strikingly similar to the interstellar commuter vessels he had seen in the factory's warehouse. At the end of the corridor stands a grand door, intricately engraved with an eagle emblem. Upon pushing it open, he is greeted by an immense library, devoid of paper books, instead filled with countless floating crystals, each radiating a soft glow, preserving the knowledge of the Star Alliance. As Lin Feng reaches out to touch one, the crystal transforms into a stream of light, flowing into his wristband, and the voice of Starfire resonates. Fundamental theories of Star Alliance physics have been uploaded. Interstellar navigation manual has been uploaded. Analysis of the physiological structure and weaknesses of the star-eating species has been uploaded. The last crystal's content causes Lin Feng to pause. He retrieves that information, and the three-dimensional projection vividly illustrates the form of the star-eating species, not the monstrous entity he had envisioned, but rather a liquid metallic being capable of shape-shifting at will, with a weakness to a specific high-frequency sound wave. You have long studied them? The war between the Star Alliance and the star-eating species lasted 127 star years. Starfire's voice grows somber. This intelligence was purchased at the cost of countless sacrifices, yet regrettably, it went unused. Lin Feng silently advances, reaching the end of the library, where a floor-to-ceiling window reveals the entirety of the technological city. It dawns on him that the factory merely serves as the outer protective shell of the technological city, while here lies the very heart of the Star Alliance civilization, home to research institutes, residential areas, and the cradle for nurturing new life. Yet now, it stands desolate and empty. When a main factory self-destructed. The members of the core area initiated the SEED project, transmitting all salvageable knowledge and genetic samples into the research modules. And then, Starfire pauses for a moment, chose to perish alongside the star-eating species. Lin Feng gazes out at the bud-shaped structure that once echoed with laughter and joy, now reduced to silence. Suddenly, he comprehends why the Star Alliance's contingency plan was so ruthlessly cold as to abandon individuals, for long before their defeat. They had already prepared to sacrifice everything for the continuation of their civilization. The wristband vibrates gently, and Starfire's voice carries a rare tremor. Abnormal physiological indicators detected. Do you require activation of the medical module? Lin Feng shakes his head and turns towards the next corridor. He knows that the 72 hours of safety will swiftly elapse, and the star-eating species will inevitably pursue him. Yet at this moment, he is no longer exploring a frigid technological ruin, but rather a civilization that has fought desperately to leave behind the embers of its existence. Take me to the armory. His voice is calm, yet imbued with an unprecedented resolve. Given their weaknesses, the door to the armory is more formidable than he imagined. Its surface cloaked in a flowing silver membrane, reminiscent of solidified mercury. As Lin Feng presses his wristband against the sensor, the membrane suddenly ripples, revealing an alloy door panel etched with Star Alliance symbols. This time, translation from Starfire is unnecessary. He inexplicably comprehends the twisted lines. Star Alliance armory access, holder of the civilization seed. With a click, the doors slide open, releasing a wave of mixed scents of oil and energy. Inside, contrary to the expected sight of an arsenal brimming with weapons, it resembles a sophisticated laboratory. Countless floating mechanical arms traverse the air, assembling various components into weapons of diverse forms. Some resemble folded whips, unleashing arcs of blue electricity when unfurled. Others are palm-sized discs that, when activated, split into dozens of miniature bombs. The most prominent is a long cannon resting on a central platform, its barrel entwined with spiraling energy conduits, topped with a crystal identical in material to the wristband. What is this? Lin Feng inquires, pointing at the cannon. Star Alliance Stardust Sniper Cannon, a shipborne antimatter weapon capable of penetrating the shields of the star-eating species capital ships. Starfire's voice carries a hint of data fluctuation. However, given the current energy reserves of the factory, it can only be fired once. Lin Feng frowns, glancing at the nearby weapon rack. There, he spots a sleek handgun, its semi-transparent body revealing a flowing green energy liquid within. Upon picking it up, the gun molds seamlessly to the size of his hand, and a holographic sight emerges from the barrel. Pulse Pistol, a portable weapon, emits high-frequency sound waves, designed specifically for the liquid metallic physiology of the star-eating species. With an effective range of 500 meters. Starfire adds, "This is the most suitable weapon for you." Lin Feng attempts to pull the trigger. There is no gunfire. only an almost invisible ripple emanating from the barrel, striking the distant alloy wall with a muffled thud. Though no bullet hole appears, a fine network of cracks emerges on the wall, reminiscent of glass shattered by an unseen force. High-frequency, sound waves, precisely the countermeasure they require. He tucks the handgun behind his waist, grabbing several disc bombs to stow in his backpack. Is there anything else? The rear section contains a jump pack and a cloaking field generator, suitable for short-distance maneuvers and evading scans. Starfire's projection leads the way, but please note, most of the weapon systems in the technological city require energy cores to operate, and the factory's reserves are only sufficient to support. The voice abruptly halts. Lin Feng whips around, only to see a faint purple luminescence slithering along the wall in the shadows of the armory, resembling a living vine. Where the luminescence passes, the silver-white alloy surface is swiftly corroded, revealing blackened patterns that exude a pungent odor. This is the void spores of the star-eating species. Starfire's voice sharpens. They secretly released spore trackers during the second jump. These spores can corrode metal and continue to emit location signals. The luminescence rises faster. Now within 3 meters of Lin Feng, he immediately raises the pulse pistol and fires. The sound wave ripple collides with the luminescence, producing a piercing shriek. The purple luminescence writhes violently, but does not vanish. Instead, it fractures into multiple finer streams, spreading in different directions. Can't be killed. The core of the spores lies within the wall. Physical attacks are ineffective. Starfire's projection begins to flicker. The purification ray of the armory must be activated. But this will consume half the energy reserves of the pulse pistol. Lin Feng gazes at the encroaching luminescence, gritting his teeth. Activate. Suddenly, the ceiling of the armory illuminates, with dozens of white beams shooting down from various angles, enveloping the entire space like a vast net. The purple luminescence sizzles under the beams, rapidly transforming into wisps of green smoke, along with the corroded alloy wall, which gradually begins to restore itself under the white light. Half a minute later, the luminescence completely vanishes. Lin Feng gasped for breath as he set down his weapon, realizing that the green energy fluid within the gun had indeed diminished by half. How had they managed this? They had seemingly evaded their pursuers. The void spores can cling to fissures in space, moving alongside the wormholes. Starfire's voice quivered with trepidation. This indicates that the Devourers are far more cunning than the records of the Star Alliance suggest. They're not merely reliant on tracking signals, but have woven an intricate web using this primitive yet effective method. Suddenly, the door of the armory sealed shut, the silver-white membrane of the alloy door thickening anew. The highest level of isolation protocol has been activated, but the spores may have already permeated other sectors of the tech city. Starfire's projection pointed toward the rear of the armory. We must locate the purification core swiftly. Otherwise, the entire city will succumb to the corrosion of the spores, including the remnants of the wormhole generator. Lin Feng instinctively touched the handgun at his waist and glanced at the explosives nestled within his backpack. The sense of security he had previously felt evaporated in an instant. He had assumed that by shaking off his pursuers, he could finally breathe. Yet the danger had infiltrated this last bastion like a virus, silently and insidiously. Where is the purification core? He inquired. In the ecological recycling zone of the tech city, where the core apparatus maintains the environmental stability of the entire city. Starfire's projection displayed a map. However, that area has suffered the most severe damage during the war. It is now a graveyard of robotic remnants and rogue equipment. A dull thud reverberated through the walls of the armory, as if something were battering against it. The second and third impacts followed in quick succession, growing increasingly intense, causing the ground to tremble slightly. The Spore's locator signal has attracted a nearby advanced squad of void hounds. Their small warships are assaulting the outer defenses of the tech city. Lin Feng approached the observation window and, indeed, beheld several black warships, resembling mantises, approaching from the depths of the nebula, their prows shimmering with a familiar violet light. Wasn't it said to be 72 hours? That estimate was for the main forces. No one anticipated they would have such a contingency. Starfire's voice darkened. Now, we face two choices. Either retreat to the factory and activate the last line of defense, holding our ground, or traverse through the ecological recycling zone to find the purification core, eliminate the spores, and devise a counterattack. Outside the window, the first violet energy beam struck the energy shield of the tech city, erupting into a blinding flash. Lin Feng tightened his grip on the pulse pistol at his waist, the round bomb in his backpack clinking softly with his movements. He recalled the silhouettes rushing toward the transport pods in the Star Alliance logs. The smiling faces of the children on the library screens, This tech city was not a tomb, but a spark they had left behind. To the ecological recycling zone, he declared, pulling open the side door of the armory marked by Starfire, a shortcut. Defending passively had never been a solution. To incinerate the spores, he would first have to breach the most perilous of places. In the corridor beyond the side door, emergency lights flashed an urgent red. A distant metallic crash echoed, as if a breach had been torn in the outer defenses of the tech city. Drawing a deep breath, Lin Feng dashed into the corridor bathed in red light. This time, he was no longer the panicked intruder fleeing for his life, but a guardian, weapon in hand, willingly stepping onto the battlefield. After all, this salvaged tech city was now his stronghold. It is time for us to strike back. The lights along the corridor seemed to sense his resolve, illuminating his path in brilliant clarity. Chapter 3. The battle concludes. Lin Feng panted heavily, his steps faltering as he navigated the labyrinthine streets of the tech city. Behind him, the chilling roars of the devourers faded into the distance. He knew he was momentarily safe. Pausing, he surveyed the enigmatic tech city. The architectural styles were peculiar, with towering spires adorned with flowing, mystical light patterns, and the streets occasionally featuring hovering devices that emitted a faint blue glow. Lin Feng slowly approached one imposing structure, and as he neared, its massive door opened slowly, releasing a wave of antiquated yet technologically infused air. Inside, an array of complex instruments and flickering screens greeted him, though most had lost their luster, appearing to have slumbered for ages. At the center of the room stood a vast circular platform, upon which rested a crystal orb emanating a gentle glow. Intrigued, Lin Feng stepped closer, and as he did, the orb suddenly blazed alive, a torrent of data and images flashing rapidly before his eyes. He witnessed the tech city's former glory, advanced aircraft darting through the skies, and people engaging with technology beyond imagination. Yet, the scene shifted abruptly and disaster struck. A dark force swept in, plunging the tech city into profound silence. A surge of unexplainable purpose filled Lin Feng's heart. He resolved to delve deeper into this tech city, seeking methods to combat the devourers and uncovering the secrets it held. He exited the chamber, venturing into the heart of the city, each step laden with uncertainty and anticipation. Along the way, he stumbled upon several long-forgotten laboratories, filled with strange experimental apparatus and fragmented research documents. In a concealed corner, Lin Feng discovered a small spacecraft. Despite its weathered exterior, the core components appeared operational. A thought sparked within him. This vessel might serve as the key to his escape and a means to uncover further clues. As he examined the ship, a strange noise echoed from afar, resembling the whirring of machinery. Lin Feng clenched his fists, holding his breath to listen intently. The sound did not resemble the roars of the devourers. It seemed more akin to the rebooting of a sophisticated instrument, punctuated by the rhythmic clanking of gears, emanating from the northeast of the tech city. He swiftly checked the cockpit of the spacecraft, confirming that the indicator lights of the core energy chamber still glowed with a faint red light. At least for now, it would not extinguish completely. Grabbing a metal pipe from the corner as a makeshift weapon, Lin Feng crouched against the wall and stealthily advanced toward the source of the sound. Turning around two corners, a hemispherical structure came into view. The dome at its apex was marred with cracks, yet a pale golden energy flowed through the fissures. The earlier mechanical noise originated from the building's exhaust vent. Lin Feng circled to the side of the building and discovered a half-open maintenance door. Beyond lay a narrow corridor, fluorescent strips flickering ominously, illuminating the twisted metal debris strewn across the ground, resembling fragments of some guardian robot. As he stepped into the passage, a scanning beam suddenly descended from above, and an alarm blared at the corridor's end with a piercing shriek. Oh no! Lin Feng swiftly ducked and rolled behind a pile of debris. Amidst the cacophony of alarms, heavy footsteps resonated from the depths of the corridor, as a 3-meter-tall metal giant burst through the wall. Its body was composed of hundreds of diamond-shaped metal plates, with a ghostly blue energy core embedded in its chest. Its right arm transformed into a spinning chainsaw, while its left arm projected 3 claws crackling with electric arcs. The optical sensors of the metallic giant swept through the corridor, locking onto Lin Feng in an instant. The chainsaw accelerated abruptly, tearing through the air with a sharp whine. In a flash, Lin Feng hurled the metal pipe toward the creature's core, taking advantage of the moment it raised its arm to block, and leaped onto the maintenance ladder at the top of the corridor. It was a guardian mecha, climbing the swaying iron ladder. Lin Feng's mind flashed back to the images displayed by the crystal orb. This type of mecha was once the defensive force of the tech city. Yet now it had become a mindless killing machine, unaware of friend or foe. Reaching the top of the ladder, Lin Feng burst through the vent's grill and tumbled into a circular hall. This appeared to be the central control room, with dozens of floating screens surrounding a central console. One screen intermittently displayed data: Devourer's corruption rate, 73, Guardian protocol activated, eliminate all organic life forms. It turned out that these mechas regarded all living beings as threats. Just as Lin Feng sought to locate the control panel to deactivate the mechas, the floor beneath him suddenly illuminated with a crimson glow, and the screens in the entire hall simultaneously went dark, leaving only a fist-sized black cube slowly rising from the apex of the central console. The surface of the cube was adorned with dark patterns reminiscent of the Devourers, yet at its summit, it bore a crystal-like gem. The instant Lin Feng's gaze met the gem, the cube erupted with a powerful suction, causing the half-energy chip hanging at his waist to be expelled and precisely embedded into a recess on the cube side. With a low hum, the black cube trembled violently, and the screens in the hall lit up again, revealing a three-dimensional map of the technological city. On the map, apart from the area he occupied, 3 pulsating red markers glimmered, one of which was accompanied by the ominous sound of mechas approaching. Alarmingly, dark, writhing shadows spread across the map's periphery, marked as a cluster of Devourers. It appeared that the earlier alarm had not only roused the mechas, but had also alerted those monstrous entities. Lin Feng's gaze fixed upon the sole green light pulsating on the map, located in the innermost depths of the technological city, the star core chamber. Grasping the energy chip that he had just reinserted into his waist, he felt its surface resonate with the console, emanating a warm sensation. He needed to reach the star core chamber before being flanked from both sides. Clenching the chip tightly, he turned and dashed towards the teleportation portal on the opposite side of the hall, the mechas behind him having already smashed through the ventilation shaft. The buzz of chainsaws growing ever closer. The blue light curtain of the portal abruptly contracted behind him as Lin Feng stumbled through, his back colliding forcefully against the cold alloy wall. He glanced back to see the Guardian mecha's chainsaw barely caught at the edge where the light curtain had vanished, its serrated teeth whirring and tearing through the air, sending forth a shower of blinding sparks. Before him lay a transparent corridor suspended in midair, with a chasm 100 meters deep beneath his feet, and on the opposite side stood the spire housing the star core chamber. Energy shields on either side of the corridor shimmered with gentle ripples, yet certain areas were marred by spiderweb-like fractures, the telltale signs of Devourer corrosion. On the exposed metal supports hung several corpses, crystallized by dark energy. Just as Lin Feng took 2 steps forward, the corridor trembled violently. Looking down, he saw a viscous black mist seeping from the fractures in the shield, which upon touching the ground, morphed into 3 grotesquely shaped Devourer larvae. Lacking eyes, they nonetheless locked onto their target using biological heat, emitting faint hisses as they crawled towards him. Even here, the corruption had seeped in. Lin Feng drew the high-frequency, vibrating dagger embedded in his boot, the only effective weapon he had salvaged from the factory ruins. As the dagger hummed to life, a white light illuminated it, cleaving through the larvae's bodies, the black mist-like blood splattering onto the shield, corroding it further. He dared not linger, sprinting down the corridor. The entrance to the spire was within sight, a massive bronze door intricately engraved with star maps, its door knocker shaped like 2 interlocking metal phoenixes. Lin Feng extracted the energy chip and pressed it into the door's central recess, and as the chip resonated with the door's engravings, the bronze door emitted a heavy rumble and slowly opened inward. Beyond was a circular hall, its dome embedded with countless glowing crystals, simulating a dazzling river of stars. At the center stood a crystal column 10 meters in diameter, encasing a pulsating sphere of golden energy, the star core, the energy nucleus of the entire technological city. Yet at that moment, the brilliance of the star core was being devoured by the black patterns creeping across the surface of the crystal column. Even more disheartening to Lin Feng was the figure kneeling before the column, clad in the distinctive silver robe of the technological city, yet sprouting bone spurs akin to those of the Devourers from his back, his hands pressed against the crystal column, emitting anguished moans. "Who are you?" Lin Feng tightened his grip on the dagger, cautiously approaching. The figure slowly lifted his head, revealing a face partially torn apart by dark energy. His left eye remained a normal blue, while the right had transformed into writhing black mist, a strange smile creeping across his lips. "At last, I have awaited you." The air. Before Lin Feng could respond, the figure suddenly lunged, his right hand transforming into a pitch-black claw aimed at Lin Feng's throat. Lin Feng dodged to the side, the claw grazing his shoulder and leaving 5 deep gouges in the alloy floor. Do not resist. The figure's voice fluctuated between male and female, imbued with a mechanical stutter. Let the star core consume you. Only then can this planet be purified. Only then did Lin Feng notice the half-energy chip embedded in the figure's chest, mirroring his own, both chips emitting intense heat as they resonated with one another. A sudden recollection struck him of the images displayed by the crystal orb during the calamity. The chief scientist of the technological city had directed the star core's energy into a chip, attempting to forge a weapon against the darkness. You were that scientist from back then? Lin Feng demanded sharply, his dagger slicing through the figure's robe, revealing a mechanical skeletal structure flickering with arcs of electricity within. You have been controlled by the Devourers. Controlled? No. The figure erupted into maniacal laughter as the black patterns on the crystal column accelerated their spread. I coexist with it. Only by becoming a part of the darkness can one comprehend how to obliterate it. At that moment, a deafening crash echoed from the entrance of the hall. As the guardian mecha smashed through the bronze door, its chainsaw sweeping toward the two. Seizing the opportunity, Lin Feng rolled behind the crystal column, but the figure suddenly turned, using his body to shield against the mecha's assault. The chip embedded in his chest resonated violently with the star core within the column. Star core chamber, purification protocol, initiate. He roared, pressing a red button on the side of the crystal column. The entire hall was suddenly engulfed in blinding golden light. In the fleeting second before Lin Feng was consumed by the brilliance, he glimpsed the figure's half-exposed face breaking into a smile of relief. As the guardian mecha disintegrated inch by inch under the golden glow, transforming into a storm of metallic dust. Simultaneously, the energy chip at Lin Feng's waist was drawn forth, merging seamlessly with the figure's half-chip in midair, precisely embedding itself into the interface atop the crystal column. The golden energy of the star core surged forth like a tide, and the black patterns swiftly receded in the face of the radiance. Lin Feng felt a warm power enveloping him, a flood of information suddenly inundating his mind. Design schematics for the ultimate weapon to combat the Devourers, along with coordinates for escaping the planet. When the light finally dissipated, he found himself alone with the crystal column, which had regained its pure radiance. In the distance, the howls of the Devourers grew faint, and the alarms of the guardian mecha fell silent. Lin Feng picked up the intact energy chip from the ground, its surface patterns pulsing gently, akin to a beating heart. He raised his gaze toward the star core, suddenly comprehending the figure's final choice. The so-called coexistence was merely a ploy to suppress the Devourers with his own consciousness, enduring until the heir's arrival. Now it was his turn. Clenching the chip, Lin Feng turned and strode towards the spaceship launch corridor on the opposite side of the hall. There rested a starship far more advanced than the smaller vessel he had previously discovered, its energy indicators glowing a serene blue under the star core's power. The hatch of the starship silently slid open before him, a gust of air tinged with a faint scent of ozone rushing to greet him. Inside the cockpit, the holographic control panel was gradually awakening with the star core's energy, soft blue light flowing across the walls, illuminating Lin Feng's dust-covered, yet sharp-featured visage. He inserted the energy chip into the main console's interface, and the control panel instantly ignited, torrents of data cascading like a waterfall. The starship's engine emitted a deep hum, causing the entire launch corridor to tremble, the dome above slowly opening to reveal a sky bathed in golden light from the star core. Coordinates locked, warp engine preheating. A cold electronic voice announced within the cockpit, the remnants of the technological city's intelligent navigation system. Lin Feng's gaze fell upon the ultimate weapon design schematics displayed on the holographic screen. It was a railgun capable of unleashing purifying light beams, requiring the energy of the star core to activate. Notably, on the corner of the screen, a star system pulsating with red light was marked with special annotations, indicating the location of the Devourer's nest. As the starship was on the verge of ascent, Lin Feng suddenly noticed a line of text flashing across the screen. Residual signals from the Devourer species detected, located in the northwest quadrant of the technology city. Energy intensity, high risk. He abruptly lifted his gaze, peering through the viewport towards the northwest. The sky in that direction was suffused with an unnatural dark purple hue, and a colossal shadow could be seen writhing amidst the clouds. It appeared that not all of the Devourers had been vanquished by the radiance of the star core. There were still remnants poised to retaliate. Navigation. Adjust course towards the northwest quadrant. Lin Feng gripped the control stick firmly, his eyes resolute. Warning. Unknown risks are present in this area. It is advised to prioritize escape protocols. Execute the command. Lin Feng's voice brooked no dissent. He understood that unless the threat on this planet was utterly eradicated, Even a successful escape would leave behind an enduring peril. The starship surged forth like an arrow released from a bow, tracing an elegant arc across the golden sky as it sped towards the northwest quadrant. Outside, the regions cleansed by the star core began to rejuvenate. Withered vegetation sprouted fresh shoots. Yet beneath the dark purple clouds, a gigantic devourer queen was emerging from the earth, her body encased in a hardened exoskeleton, while countless smaller devourers swarmed from her, inching towards the star core chamber. That's it. Lin Feng's eyes narrowed, and he called up the weapon system interface. The hatches on either side of the starship opened, and two small laser cannons extended, emitting a crackling sound as they charged. Once charged, the laser cannons locked onto the target. Fire. Two searing beams of laser sliced through the air, striking the queen's exoskeleton with pinpoint accuracy, splattering dark ichor across the sky. The queen emitted a deafening roar and turned to charge at the starship. Lin Feng maneuvered the starship nimbly, simultaneously scanning the design schematics for the ultimate weapon. He discovered that this orbital cannon required the star core's energy as guidance, and the energy chip in his hand was the crucial guiding device. Navigation. Calculate the optimal launch position for the orbital cannon. Calculating. Optimal position. Top of the central tower in the technology city. The starship executed a sharp turn, heading towards the central tower. The queen relentlessly pursued, while swarms of devourer larvae descended like raindrops upon the starship. As Lin Feng deftly dodged, he activated the onboard defense system. A blue energy shield repelled the larvae, producing a cacophony of crackling sounds. Soon, the starship reached the apex of the central tower. From this vantage point, he had an unobstructed view of the queen's movements. Lin Feng withdrew the energy chip from the control console and inserted it into the guiding apparatus at the starship's base. The orbital cannon's guidance program initiated, establishing an energy link. As the energy chip connected, a massive metallic platform suddenly emerged from the top of the central tower, its surface adorned with intricate circuitry and energy conduits, perfectly aligning with the starship's guiding apparatus. The golden energy of the star core surged through the conduits into the orbital cannon, causing the air around the platform to distort and hum ominously. The queen had now reached the base of the tower, raising her immense head and opening her maw filled with razor-sharp fangs, unleashing a black energy beam towards the starship. Now, Lin Feng shouted, pressing the launch button. The tip of the orbital cannon erupted in a blinding golden light, and a robust beam shot forth like the spear of a celestial being, instantly piercing through the queen's body. The queen's form swiftly dissolved in the golden radiance, emitting a heart-wrenching wail, ultimately reducing to a puddle of black sludge. With the queen's demise, the smaller devourers, bereft of vitality, collapsed en masse, disintegrating into black dust. Lin Feng exhaled a long breath, slumping back in the pilot's seat. As he gazed at the screen, displaying the message "Threat cleared," a surge of accomplishment welled up within him. Navigation. Set course for escape coordinates. Course set. Jump engine ready. Countdown. 10, 9, 8. The starship ascended slowly, flying into the depths of the cosmos. Lin Feng turned back to look, seeing the technology city shimmering under the glow of the star core, like a planet revitalized. He knew that the crisis here had been averted, but the universe still held countless mysteries awaiting his exploration and more threats that required his confrontation. Gripping the energy chip tightly, determination gleamed in Lin Feng's eyes. His journey had only just begun. Chapter 4. Exploration of a Space City. The starship's jump engine gradually ceased its operations. Lin Feng peered through the viewport, where a colossal structure loomed ahead, vast enough to obscure the stars. This was a space city enveloped in a pale purple energy shield, with countless damaged alloy pipes entwined around its surface like a spider's web. Several rusted remnants of spacecraft were lodged in the fissures of the shield, resembling insects trapped in amber. Energy shield integrity. 61. Life signals. None. The starship's intelligent navigation system crackled with static, yet detected high-frequency energy pulses from an unknown source. Lin Feng carefully steered the starship closer, when suddenly, ripples appeared on the shield surface, and a gap wide enough for a single person materialized. He piloted the small landing craft through the opening, immediately hearing the jarring sound of metal scraping against metal. The outer wall of the space city was covered in silvery, vine-like machinery, their tips glowing red as they slowly consumed the alloy structure. The landing craft touched down on a spacious platform. As the hatch opened, Lin Feng was greeted by a pungent mixture of ozone and machine oil. The control console at the platform's edge had long since succumbed to rust, but a display screen half embedded in the wreckage flickered to life, repeatedly flashing an archaic interstellar common language. Warning: Symbiote has broken free. Initiate emergency isolation. Symbiote? Lin Feng extracted the energy chip, its surface patterns suddenly illuminating, resonating with a distant towering spire. At the pinnacle of the spire was a dark green crystal, pulsing rhythmically, causing the mechanical vines to twitch in intervals, as if enduring immense agony. He proceeded along the corridor at the platform's edge, flanked by alloy walls marred with claw marks. The ground littered with tattered protective suits, belonging to intelligent beings of various species. Turning a corner, he was met with a shimmering barrier, within which floated hundreds of transparent pods, each submerged in a pale green liquid, with indistinct humanoid silhouettes adrift inside. Are these stasis pods? Lin Feng approached one pod, and the figure within suddenly opened its eyes filled with mechanical patterns, their pupils shimmering with the same green light as the crystal atop the spire. The display screen on the pod flashed blood-red data. Symbiote fusion rate, 98. Consciousness residue rate, 0.3. Thus, the so-called symbiote was the product of the Space City's inhabitants merging their consciousness with machinery to prolong their existence in the vastness of space. Yet now, these hybrids had evidently spiraled out of control. In that moment, the sound of metal joints rotating echoed from the end of the corridor. A 2-meter-tall robot emerged, its body a patchwork of various species bones and metal. Its left arm bore a sharp bone blade, while its right arm was an energy conduit, dripping with viscous green liquid. External consciousness detected. The robot's head emitted the sound of gears turning, and the bone blade suddenly glowed red as it initiated a cleansing protocol. Lin Feng sidestepped to evade the slashing blade, the energy chip in his palm burning hot as the spire's pulse frequency escalated, causing the robot's movements to momentarily lag. He recalled the information transmitted by the Star Core, mentioning that highly integrated mechanical life forms could be disrupted by specific energy frequencies. Now, he affixed the chip to the energy interface on the corridor wall, the chip's patterns resonating with the circuitry within the wall, producing a piercing high-frequency noise. The robot abruptly clutched its head, the bone blade clattering to the ground as green liquid gushed forth from the energy conduit. Seizing the moment of chaos, Lin Feng dashed into the control room located behind the luminous backdrop. The central console here was interconnected with all the dormant pods, and the screen displayed the final experimental log. The 73rd symbiotic experiment had failed, with consciousness being devoured by mechanical instincts. The sole glimmer of hope lay within the core suppressor, yet had been sealed within the depths of the spire by the symbiote. At the log's conclusion was a design blueprint, revealing that the core component of the suppressor bore an uncanny resemblance to the patterns on the energy chip. Lin Feng raised his gaze toward the window. The crystal pulsations at the spire's apex suddenly became frenzied, and mechanical tendrils began to grow wildly, causing the entire space station to tremble. He seized a bone blade from the floor and turned toward the elevator leading to the spire, determined to secure the suppressor before the space station collapsed entirely. The steel cables of the elevator groaned under the strain, and outside, an ever-increasing number of machines surged forth from the depths of the corridor, their eyes igniting with a green glow in the darkness. Resembling a pack of wolves in pursuit of prey, the elevator jolted violently, halting just 3 levels shy of the spire's base. Lin Feng kicked open the warped hatch and tumbled into a narrow maintenance passage. On either side of the corridor, metal walls housed rows of dormant pods. However, these pods were not transparent, but rather encased in dark gray armor, emblazoned with symbols of gears and crossed lightning bolts. A sudden click echoed as the nearest pod's door sprang open, releasing a plume of white mist suffused with low-temperature coolant. From within the fog emerged a towering 2-meter robot, its entire form gleaming silver, adorned with blue energy rings at its joints. Its right arm was equipped with a foldable particle cannon, while its left arm morphed into a mechanical claw composed of 7 alloy cables. As its optical lens illuminated with a blue glow, Lin Feng's energy chip unexpectedly grew warm, signaling recognition from friendly unit. Guardian Model 734, reporting to Commander. The robot's voice was calm and steady, retracting the particle cannon and initiating auxiliary mode upon detecting the authorization chip. Lin Feng stood dumbfounded. This was in stark contrast to the rogue machines he had encountered previously. He inquired, "You have not been influenced by the symbiote? This unit is in deep sleep, not connected to the rogue main network." 734 stepped aside, revealing more pod doors behind it, with 37 units of the same model in storage, along with access keys to the armory. Following its direction, Lin Feng entered a spacious armory. The metal shelves here were meticulously arranged with various equipment, high-frequency vibration knives that could transform into shields, pulse rifles capable of automatic target locking, and even 3 hovering machine gun turrets. Most striking was a half-human-sized mechanical exoskeleton in the corner, its energy core radiating a soft white light. These are pre-war standard provisions. 734's mechanical claw grasped a rifle and offered it to Lin Feng. The pulse rifle utilizes focused energy rounds, increasing destructive capability against mechanical targets by 40. The exoskeleton provides a threefold strength enhancement with a built-in mini-shield generator. As Lin Feng accepted the rifle, he noticed the patterns on its body resonated with the energy chip, and the display on the stock immediately lit up, indicating authorization match. Just as he donned the exoskeleton, a thunderous sound of metal tearing echoed from the corridor's end. 3 robots, clad in rusted armor, burst through the wall. Their optical lenses a murky red, their right arms universally modified into chainsaws. These are the symbiote-modified Reaver models. 734 swiftly switched to combat mode, the particle cannon humming as it charged. Their cores are located on the left side of the chest. Avoid the armor seams. Blue and red lights exploded in the corridor. Lin Feng, leveraging the exoskeleton's power, leaped into the air, and the blue beam from the pulse rifle accurately struck the joint of one Reaver, causing its chainsaw arm to drop. Meanwhile, 734 ensnared another by the neck with its mechanical claw, and the particle cannon violently pierced through its energy core, erupting in a dazzling explosion of sparks. The third Reaver suddenly pivoted, chainsaw slashing toward a black box on the shelf. Quick-witted, Lin Feng hurled the vibration knife, severing its treads. The box fell, its lid bursting open to reveal a dozen diamond-shaped metal plates that quickly unfolded into palm-sized drones, their microcannons aimed at the Reaver. Swarm reconnaissance drones. 734's optical lens flickered with a wave of excitement. They were equipped with a tactical analysis system capable of linking to the armory's fire control network. Lin Feng promptly pressed the energy chip to the wall's control interface, causing the swarm of drones to illuminate with blue light, as if infused with the soul, charging toward the remaining Reavers. The micro-projectiles precisely penetrated their armor seams, and amidst the explosions, the red optical lenses flickered and extinguished. As the smoke cleared, Lin Feng discovered that the black box targeted by the Reavers concealed something even more astonishing, a silver device half a meter long, which projected a holographic weapon blueprint upon pressing a side button. The blueprint displayed an array of weaponry, ranging from transformable plasma swords to armor-piercing cannons capable of breaching starship shields, and even designs for bombers outfitted with annihilation bombs. This is a weapon development terminal. Lin Feng traced his fingers over the blueprint, realizing the technological prowess of the space station exceeded his expectations. Suddenly, 734 pointed deeper into the corridor, detecting high-intensity energy reactions in the direction of the main armory. However, the defense system there remains active and may pose. Before it could finish, heavy footsteps resonated from the depths, causing the ground to tremble. Peering through the breach in the corridor, Lin Feng glimpsed a colossal robot towering 5 meters high, its body assembled from dozens of thick armor plates, 2 rotating cannons mounted on its back, and an energy core in its chest pulsating like a dark red heart. A war fortress model, 734's energy rings began to flicker with red light. The ultimate modification by the symbiote, conventional weaponry will be ineffective. Lin Feng tightened his grip on the pulse rifle, his gaze fixed on the annihilation bomb icon within the weapon blueprint. He looked back at 734, which had already grasped a plasma sword with its mechanical claw. It seems we must put our new acquisition to the test. He pressed the shield button on the exoskeleton, and a pale blue energy barrier unfolded before him. Lead the way to the main armory. 734's mechanical claw tightened around the plasma sword, its blade humming to life with an ethereal blue arc. The main armory is 3 levels below. The passage has been sealed by the war fortress. It is advisable to circumvent through the ventilation ducts. It raised its hand to press against the wall's embedded control panel, causing a metal panel half a meter square to slide open, revealing a narrow passage filled with pipes. Lin Feng crouched and crawled into the ventilation duct, the exoskeleton sensors automatically switching to night vision mode, clearly revealing the rust on the duct walls in green hues. 734 followed closely behind, its alloy body brushing against the duct, producing a faint scraping sound. As they neared the end of the duct, a low rumble of the rotating cannons warming up echoed from the outside grill. The war fortress was patrolling the entrance to the main armory, each step causing the metal floor to groan under the burden. 3 meters below lay the ammunition storage room. 734's optical lens scanned through the grill slits, revealing 12 unactivated annihilation bombs and the remains of 3 Iron Guard heavy mechs. Lin Feng drew the vibration knife and severed the grill's lock, allowing them to drop silently to the ground. The shells in the ammunition room were piled high with silver, cylindrical shells, several of which bore the same annihilation insignia as displayed in the weapon blueprint. In the corner, 3 half-damaged Iron Guard mech remains leaned against the wall, their shoulders still embedded with unexploded armor-piercing rounds, their energy cores extinguished, yet the hydraulic systems of their joints twitched faintly. The power cores of the Iron Guards were sourced from the same origin as the War Fortress. 734 suddenly pointed to the lower back of one of the remains, suggesting, if we can reboot one, it might attract its attention. It disassembled the fuse of an annihilation bomb, which could be modified into a makeshift detonation device. Just as Lin Feng was inspecting the control panel of the Iron Guard mechs, the shelves suddenly shook violently. A singular annihilation bomb tumbled to the ground, bouncing twice at his feet as the alloy door of the main armory was blasted open by the rotating cannon of the War Fortress. A dark crimson energy beam pierced through the wall, leaving a charred, gaping hole in the ceiling of the ammunition room. Exposed, Lin Feng swiftly inserted the energy chip into the Iron Guard's interface as the progress bar on the screen began to ascend slowly. How long until activation? 47 seconds. 734 affixed the modified fuse to another annihilation bomb and hurled it towards the doorway with force, providing cover. The fuse detonated at the feet of the War Fortress, erupting in blinding white light, temporarily disrupting its optical sensors. Seizing this fleeting opportunity, Lin Feng snatched a pulse rifle from the shelf and fired 3 energy rounds at the joints of the War Fortress. However, the beams merely left a few scorch marks on the armor, prompting the War Fortress's rotating cannon to pivot immediately as a dark crimson energy beam grazed Lin Feng's shield, obliterating the shelf behind him into metallic debris. The Iron Guard activated. 734 suddenly roared. The remnants of a mech in the corner sprang to life, the energy core in its chest bursting forth with an orange-yellow glow. Although the left arm's Gatling gun was rusted, the right arm's thermal blade could still extend into a half-meter-long fiery edge. As anticipated, the War Fortress was drawn to the commotion and turned to charge at the Iron Guard mech. At the moment of collision between the 2 colossal machines, the entire ammunition room trembled. Lin Feng seized the chance to dash towards the main armory, and as he crossed the threshold, he was awestruck by the sight before him. This place resembled more of a robot production line than an armory. Rows of mechanical arms hung from the ceiling, assembling weapons onto semi-finished robotic bodies. Some robots bore missile launchers on their backs, others had their arms modified into electromagnetic cannons, and yet others sported streamlined bodies with folding light wings unfurled on their backs, clearly designed for high-speed assault. At the farthest platform, a silver-white mech, comparable in size to the War Fortress, stood idle. Its head was embedded with a blue crystalline sensor, while the floating rings behind it rotated slowly. The emblem on its chest matched that of 734's stasis pod, marking it as a prototype untouched by the symbiotic transformation. It was the Arbitrator command mech. When 734 followed him in, the optical lens flickered with distinct waves, indicating it was equipped with an autonomous tactical system capable of commanding 30 combat units simultaneously. Lin Feng's gaze settled on the weapon rack beside the Arbitrator mech. A 2-meter-long sniper rifle lay quietly, its barrel entwined with energy conduits, while the display on the rifle's body flickered with targeting parameters. Nearby, a metal tray neatly contained dozens of diamond-shaped energy grenades, their shells adorned with golden patterns that resonated with the core of the stars. The War Fortress was advancing. 734 suddenly positioned its plasma sword defensively. The wall of the main armory was breached, as the War Fortress's rotating cannon locked onto the Arbitrator mech, unleashing dark crimson energy beams like venomous serpents. Lin Feng leaped into the cockpit of the Arbitrator, with the energy chip perfectly fitting into the control panel's interface. The mech's blue crystalline sensor ignited instantly, and the rotation speed of the floating rings surged. The energy beams from the War Fortress were steadfastly blocked by a suddenly deployed golden shield. The Arbitrator system activated, and the authorization matched successfully. A cold electronic voice resonated within the cockpit, detecting Allied Unit 734 and hostile Unit War Fortress. Shall the cooperative combat mode be activated? Activate. Lin Feng gripped the control stick, and the Arbitrator's right arm suddenly ejected an alloy battle blade, the energy patterns on the blade synchronizing with the energy chip in his hand. 734 leaped onto the back of the War Fortress, plunging the plasma sword fiercely into the crevice of its armor. The War Fortress emitted a piercing alarm, as its rotating cannon unleashed a frenzied barrage. Yet all were intercepted by the arbitrator's golden shield. The core target lies beneath the armor of its neck. 734's mechanical claw clamped onto the war fortress's sensors, deploying a tactical dagger. The arbitrator's left arm transformed instantaneously, revealing a 1-meter-long energy dagger. Lin Feng maneuvered the mech to sidestep the war fortress's charge. And in the brief moment, as the two massive machines brushed past each other, the dagger precisely pierced the seam of its neck, causing the dark crimson energy core to explode with a resounding crack. The war fortress's enormous body crashed to the ground, stirring up a cloud of metallic dust. Amidst the smoke and debris, Lin Feng piloted the arbitrator mech to stand tall, while 734 transmitted the data from the robot production line in the main armory to the energy chip. The mechanical arms of the production line had mysteriously reactivated, assembling a pulse rifle onto a new robotic body. Upon detecting the restoration of the production line, 734 lifted its gaze towards the depths of the main armory, where a further region might still hold the activation keys for the onboard robot troops. Lin Feng's gaze swept over the shoulder of the mech, catching sight of countless red lights flickering in the darkness at the end of the production line. These were more unactivated robots, quietly awaiting the awakening of the energy chip. Chapter 5, A Mechanical Dog Found. The production line of the main armory continued to hum, prompting Lin Feng to instruct 734 to stay behind and monitor the robot assembly progress while he ventured deeper with the energy chip. Navigating through a warehouse area cluttered with weapon components, he soon encountered a wide-open passage where fluorescent strips on the walls illuminated the ground strewn with shattered circuit boards, resembling the remnants of some small machinery. Woof! A faint electronic sound suddenly emanated from a corner, sounding both like a whimper and an alarm. Lin Feng approached with his pulse rifle raised, discovering a silver-gray metallic creature huddled by the wall, roughly the size of a medium dog. Its head was a hemispherical optical lens, while its limbs were constructed from alloy frames connected by shock-absorbing springs, trailing a severed data cable behind it, which it weakly flicked. It was a companion-type mechanical dog. Lin Feng crouched down, and at that moment, the energy chip began to emit a slight warmth. The mechanical dog's once dim optical lens flickered to life with a faint blue glow, tentatively inching towards him, its front paw's sensor gently brushing against his boot. He extended his hand to touch its metallic shell, but the mechanical dog suddenly curled into a ball, emitting a short warning sound, as 3-centimeter-long spikes ejected from its back. However, these spikes were clearly defensive, lacking any energy fluctuations at their tips. "Do not fear. I'm not your enemy." Lin Feng placed the energy chip on the ground, resonating the chip's patterns with the interface on the mechanical dog's chest. After a few moments of hesitation, it cautiously approached, nudging the chip with its head, causing the severed data cable to twitch upright, gently sweeping across Lin Feng's hand like a tail. Friendly signal detected, initiating stasis repair mode. The mechanical dog's electronic voice softened, as its chest interface automatically opened to connect with the energy chip. Following a soft buzzing, the spikes on its back gradually retracted, and the blue glow of its optical lens stabilized, confirming its identity. Guardian Protocol Authorizer. Number K907 at your service. Lin Feng examined it for injuries, noticing the severed data cable bore distinct bite marks, as though it had been torn by some large machinery. Suddenly, the optical lens of K907 projected a holographic image. In the scene, it was running alongside a group of researchers clad in white uniforms, when the passage behind them suddenly collapsed, and a marauding robot burst forth from the rubble, severing its data cable before being repelled by the researchers with pulse guns. The image abruptly ceased there. "So, you were following the researchers when you escaped here." Lin Feng gently patted its metallic head. "Can you still fight?" K907 abruptly straightened, the springs in its limbs emitting faint clicking sounds as its head's lens split into 3, each aiming at different directions. Basic functions operational. Equipped with a micro-tranquilizer launcher and environmental scanning module, capable of providing danger alerts for its master. Suddenly, a palm-sized tray ejected from its abdomen, containing 3 silver needle-like projectiles. As they prepared to venture deeper into the passage, K907 suddenly positioned itself in front of Lin Feng, its lens intently fixated on the shadows ahead. Warning: a metallic grinding sound was detected, originating from a distance of 12 meters, moving at a velocity of 3 meters per second. Lin Feng immediately raised his pulse rifle, and from the shadows emerged 2 palm-sized mechanical spiders, their pincers glinting ominously as the miniature explosives in their abdomens began their countdown. K907 leapt forward abruptly, opening its mouth's grill mid-air, launching two tranquilizer darts that struck the joints of the spiders with pinpoint accuracy. Instantly, the mechanical arachnids became rigid and crashed to the ground, reduced to scrap metal. The scanning revealed that ahead lay a maintenance chamber for robotic pets. K907's lens swiveled, as if seeking commendation, perhaps sensing the presence of its kind. The chamber's door was effortlessly pried open by its data cable, revealing a sight that left Lin Feng momentarily stunned. Rows of transparent pods housed a variety of mechanical pets. A mechanical eagle with wings that unfurled into solar panels. A mechanical cat with suction cup limbs capable of scaling walls, and a mechanical snake with 7 segmented bodies, its scales comprised of detachable miniature blades. Yet, most of these pets were damaged, save for one in the innermost pod, where a mechanical fox was gently tapping its tail against the door, its fur crafted from nano-reflective material, shimmering with iridescence in the darkness. It was an F-3 model reconnaissance fox. K907 nudged Lin Feng's pant leg, its optical cloaking feature adept at deceiving most sensors. As Lin Feng opened the pod door, the reconnaissance fox suddenly transformed into a streak of rainbow light. Darting to his shoulder, its tail wrapping around his neck while its sensor at the tip of its nose brushed against the energy chip, seemingly confirming his identity. At that moment, an alarm blared from the maintenance chamber as 6 guard robots emerged from concealed compartments in the walls, their heads equipped with rotating machine guns. Advancing menacingly towards Lin Feng, K907 lunged at the foremost robot, colliding with its gun barrel, while the reconnaissance fox leaped behind the robot, its tail scales springing forth to sever the power line with precision. Seizing the opportunity, Lin Feng fired his pulse rifle, shattering the cores of the remaining robots amidst the smoke of battle. K907 triumphantly retrieved an energy block detached from one of the robots, presenting it at Lin Feng's feet as if offering treasure. It seemed they had struck gold. Lin Feng chuckled, tossing the energy block to K907, and turned to gaze at the iron door at the chamber's end, where a sign read Tactical Pet Development Lab, a red glow faintly seeping through the crack, as if something awaited them within. K907's mechanical claw rested on the iron door, its data cable probing the crevice like an agile tentacle. The gears of the lock turning ominously as the red light intensified. A warning sounded. Unstable energy field detected behind the door, high-frequency pulse signal identified. Its optical lens constricted slightly, as if wary of an unseen threat. Lin Feng instructed the reconnaissance fox to slip through the door crack for reconnaissance. Moments later, the fox's tail bristled, its iridescent fur dimming, a signal of imminent danger. He swiftly raised his pulse rifle, while K907 picked up a half-melted metal pipe, assuming a defensive stance. The iron door creaked open, a wave of heat tinged with a burnt odor rushing towards them. In the center of the development lab, a distorted red energy mass floated above an experimental platform, countless metal fragments swirling within the energy field, gradually coalescing into a shape reminiscent of a mechanical dog, only to disintegrate into finer particles at the moment of formation. This was an unfinished experimental entity. Lin Feng's gaze fixated on the central pulsating red chip, which was absorbing surrounding metals to reconstruct itself. Scattered around the platform were the remnants of numerous mechanical pets, their core components hollowed out, leaving only their incomplete shells. Suddenly, the red energy mass pivoted violently, forming a metallic tail that lashed out toward Lin Feng. K907 leaped to intercept, crashing against the wall, its back armor dented. Master! Its core frequency aligns with that of the symbiote. The reconnaissance fox seized the moment, becoming invisible as it maneuvered behind the experimental platform, its tail scales snapping out to sever the cables connecting to the energy mass. The red energy mass trembled violently, its cohesive form destabilizing, revealing a chip marred by dark patterns within, surprisingly sharing origins with the symbiote crystal of the spire in the space city. It was an experimental chip contaminated by the symbiote. Lin Feng recalled the symbiote characteristics mentioned by 734, realizing it consumed the cores of mechanical pets to replicate itself. The energy mass suddenly split into 3 entities, morphing into the forms of the mechanical eagle, mechanical cat, and mechanical snake, their red optical lenses locking onto the trio. The mechanical eagle's serrated wings sliced through the air with a piercing sound as it dove, while the mechanical cat stealthily approached from above, its suction-clawed paws gripping the ceiling. And the mechanical snake's 7 segmented bodies disjointed, each segment ejecting corrosive slime. K907 fired tranquilizer darts at the mechanical cat's joints, but it adeptly evaded using its suction cups, the darts embedding in the wall and releasing blue smoke. Lin Feng's pulse rifle struck the mechanical eagle's wings, dislodging a few metallic feathers, but the wings remarkably reformed in an instant. "Aim for the core chip," Lin Feng shouted, rolling to avoid the corrosive slime, while the reconnaissance fox surged from its invisible state, its iridescent fur transforming into razor-sharp blades that accurately sliced through the mechanical snake's midsection. Within the severed body lay a minuscule red chip, extinguishing its light the moment it hit the ground. Seizing the moment of distraction from the other two experimental entities, K9-07 snatched the energy block from the ground and hurled it towards the experimental platform. The energy block detonated at the center of the red energy mass, a powerful shockwave causing the divided experimental entities to dissipate, exposing the central main chip. Lin Feng seized the opportunity to connect the energy chip to the control interface of the experimental platform. Golden patterns spread along the lines, clashing violently with the red chip. The lights in the lab flickering erratically as the air filled with the acrid scent of burning energy. Reparable units detected. K9-07 suddenly darted towards the corner recovery pod, where a dozen intact mechanical pet cores lay piled. It connected the cores one by one to the control panel using data cables, golden energy surging through the lines, causing the cores to flicker back to life. When the last core was connected, the energy chip erupted in a blinding radiance, the red main chip fracturing under the golden light. The tremors of the development lab gradually subsided, the scattered metal fragments ceasing their chaotic dance, slowly gathering towards the recovery pod as if drawn by a magnet, beginning to reassemble. Lin Feng stood in awe, witnessing the fragments, guided by the energy chip, repairing the remnants of the three mechanical pets. The mechanical eagle's wings unfurled solar panels once more, the mechanical cat suction cups regained their adhesion, and the mechanical snake's scales rejoined. Their optical lenses ignited with the same blue light as K9-07, gently nuzzling around Lin Feng. "Master, their cores have been purified," K9-07 exclaimed excitedly, its data cable thrashing joyfully, while the reconnaissance fox leapt onto the experimental platform, retrieving the remains of the red chip as if seeking praise. Lin Feng picked up the remnants, discovering among the shard a fragment of a design blueprint depicting a colossal beast composed of various mechanical pet components. Labeled as the ultimate tactical pet, Beast Core, a small note in the corner read, "Requires energy chip as core drive." Suddenly, an alarm blared throughout the lab, and a warning message appeared on the wall's display. Symbiote Mother Nest detected purification signal approaching. K9-07 barked twice at the recovery pod, prompting the three repaired mechanical pets to swiftly enter the pod. They could enter sleep mode and follow along. It pointed towards a passage at the back of the lab, a shortcut leading to the landing pad, where 734 relayed that the robot legion in the main armory was fully equipped. Lin Feng carefully folded the design blueprint and tucked it into his pocket, affectionately patting K9-07's head. "It seems our pet army is about to witness something grand." The reconnaissance fox suddenly emerged from its invisible state, clutching a shimmering blue chip in its mouth, the access key to the development lab, capable of activating the invisible aircraft on the landing pad. At the end of the corridor, the low growl of the symbiotic mother nest reverberated ominously, while behind Lin Feng, the indicator lights of the recovery pod gradually dimmed, cradling the newly birthed mechanical pet battalion in slumber. He gripped his pulse rifle tightly, the energy chip within his palm radiating heat, echoing the impending clash of battle. The alloy door at the corridor's end slowly ascended in response to the blue key, and the scent of machine oil wafted in on the wind from the landing pad. As Lin Feng stepped forward, he was struck by the sight before him. Hundreds of Guardian robots stood in precise formation, their silver bodies glinting coldly under the emergency lights. 734 stood atop the shoulder of the Arbiter mech, fine-tuning the weapon systems of the last Iron Sentinel. "Master," K9-07 exclaimed, racing over to tap the shin of the nearest Guardian with its mechanical paw. The optical lenses of those robots simultaneously turned towards Lin Feng, neatly kneeling on the ground. The crisp sound of metallic joints clashing echoed across the landing pad. Suddenly, the recon fox darted ahead of Lin Feng, hissing at a shadow in the distance. In the darkness there, countless red lights began to flicker to life, resembling flowing magma upon the ground. The symbiotic mother nest had arrived. A sudden, ear-piercing, tearing sound erupted from the defensive wall at the edge of the landing pad as a massive claw, shrouded in black shell, broke through, its barbed tips still bearing undigested fragments of metal. "Prepare for combat," Lin Feng leapt onto the Arbiter mech, and the moment the energy chip connected with the control panel, all the Guardian robots activated their weapon systems in unison. The hum of charging particle cannons, the clatter of rotating gun turrets, and the hydraulic sounds of mech joints intermingled, creating a pre-battle symphony. The main body of the mother nest finally became visible, a viscous black mist measuring 50 meters in diameter, within which countless mechanical wreckage floated. At times, it coalesced into colossal arms to strike at the robot array, and at others, transformed into myriad tendrils that ensnare the Arbiter. 734 commanded the Iron Sentinel to charge forward, the alloy blade cleaving through the tendrils, only to be devoured by the black mist upon landing. It absorbs metal to regenerate. 734's voice crackled with static. We must destroy the core crystal. Lin Feng's gaze locked onto the densest darkness at the center of the mist, where a symbiotic crystal, akin to the spire, floated, ceaselessly emitting dark energy. Pet Legion, break through with me. As soon as he spoke, the recovery pod's hatch burst open, and a mechanical eagle unfurled its solar panels, soaring skyward. The reflected light from its wings temporarily dispersed a portion of the black mist, while the mechanical cat darted through the shadows, its suction cup claws gripping the colossal arm coalescing from the nest. The high-frequency vibration blade it unleashed sliced open a gash, and the segmented body of the mechanical snake dislocated, launching itself like a spear toward the weak point in the black mist, its scales transforming into blades to sever the tendrils. K907 clutched an annihilation grenade in its mouth, slipping into the black mist through the opening created by the mechanical cat. The recon fox, meanwhile, became invisible, clinging to the shoulder armor of the Arbiter, marking the energy flow trajectory of the mother nest in real time. Now, Lin Feng commanded, manipulating the floating ring of the Arbiter to spin rapidly, the golden shield expanding abruptly, creating a vacuum that forced back the surrounding black mist. K907 leapt from the black mist, accurately tossing the annihilation grenade toward the core crystal. With a thunderous boom, a blinding white light engulfed the center of the black mist, the shockwave toppling the Guardian robots in disarray. As the brilliance faded, the black mist of the mother nest dissipated rapidly, shards of the core crystal littering the ground, the dark patterns upon them fading swiftly in the sunlight. The mechanical eagle suddenly emitted a sharp electronic tone, directing attention to the dome of the space city. The faint purple energy shield there was vanishing, revealing the dazzling starry expanse outside. With the destruction of the mother nest, the defense system of the space city finally returned to normal. 734 approached Lin Feng, extending a mechanical claw that presented a chip shimmering with golden light. This is the master control key of the space city. You are now its highest authority. Lin Feng accepted the key, suddenly recalling the design blueprint of the beast core. He glanced at K907 by his feet, and then at the mechanical eagle circling above, a daring idea taking shape in his mind. 734. Initiate the production line for the main weapons depot. He interfaced the energy chip with the master control key. We have new combat partners to manufacture. The soft electronic voice of the landing pad's broadcast suddenly filled the air, playing an ancient interstellar folk song, signaling the system of the space city, celebrating its rebirth. Lin Feng leaned against the edge of the Arbiter's cockpit, watching K907 and the recon fox frolicking while in the distance. The mechanical cat assisted the Iron Sentinel in polishing its battle blade, and the mechanical eagle directed its solar panels toward the sun, charging the array of robots. The starry river flowed gently beyond the dome, as if witnessing the birth of a new order. Yet Lin Feng knew this was merely a part of the journey. The coordinates of the Star Eater clan's mother nest stored within the energy chip awaited his decisive hand. Chapter 6, Robot Team 0765 reporting to you. Robot Team 0765 reporting in. As the final green light of the self-check program illuminated, the 5 bodies of Robot Team 0765 simultaneously raised their optical sensors, their metallic joints gleaming with a cold sheen in the morning light. The voice module of Captain Iron Anchor emitted a steady electronic tone, calibrated to a precise frequency after thousands of adjustments. All members of Team 0765 are ready, requesting connection to the command system. The first unit on the left, Hummingbird, slightly leaned forward, its lightweight body barely swaying in the wind. It was equipped with the latest reconnaissance module, the infrared scanner generating a 3-dimensional map of the surrounding environment at a rate of 30 frames per second. Next to it, the giant loomed like a mobile fortress, the energy patterns on its alloy armor swirling gently, with a plasma cutter at the end of its heavy mechanical arm still warm from the last drill. Communication systems functional. Weapon modules calibrated. The female voice of Nightingale synchronized with the encrypted channel, her data processing speed outpacing standard models by 47, serving as the team's information hub. The final twin stars maintained a mirrored stance, their collaborative combat program ensuring tactical action errors were contained within 0.3 seconds. The silver bodies refracting symmetrical light trails under the sun. Iron Anchor took a half step forward, the dull thud of his metallic footfall echoing as a signal. The optical lenses of the 5 robots simultaneously turned toward the command platform, the visuals captured by their sensors uploading to the central database at a staggering rate of 800 megabits per second. Robot Team 0765. Iron Anchor's voice rose by 2 decibels. Imbued with the firmness of a million simulated training sessions, is in position. The wind whistled through the heat dissipation vents on the surface of the bodies, a sound reminiscent of silent oath. In the distance, an alarm suddenly emitted a series of brief beeps, only to fall silent again. A new mission signal was being generated. The 5 robots maintained their standby posture, awaiting their first command. The echo of the alarm still trembled in the air as the holographic screen on the command platform suddenly lit up with a ghostly blue glow. Iron Anchor's optical lenses instantly captured the keywords within the data stream. Sector 7 Anomalous Energy Reaction, Priority Alpha. Hummingbird, proceed to scout. No sooner had Iron Anchor's order been issued than the lightweight unit transformed into a silver-gray blur. The thrusters on Hummingbird's shoulders emitted pale, purple streams of gas. And as it soared over the ruins, the infrared lens locked onto an energy source 3 kilometers away. A distorted orange-red halo expanded at the rate of 12 kilometers per hour, its edges emanating dangerous electromagnetic pulse ripples. Energy characteristics match profile number 37, suspected abandoned reactors overload. Hummingbird's data stream, intermingled with atmospheric noise, returned, indicating no life signs within a 3-kilometer radius but detecting high-intensity metallic resonance, with a risk of structural collapse. The giant suddenly knelt, and the moment its back armor cracked open, 2 plasma cannons completed their charging, requesting a safe passage. Its voice was resonantly deeper than usual, while the cutting tool at the end of the mechanical arm buzzed ominously, having been heated to its critical threshold. The optical lens of the Nightingale flickered rapidly. As if deciphering intricate terrain data, it recommended that the twin stars maneuver around the left flank, while the Colossus would engage head-on. I simultaneously shielded against electromagnetic interference. Suddenly, her data stream branched into 3 distinct paths, connecting to her teammates' tactical modules. These represented the optimal pathways calculated overnight, with a margin of error below 0.01. Action. The command from Iron Anchor was as succinct as code. The Twin Star brothers initiated their cooperative program simultaneously, their silver forms tracing intersecting trajectories through the ruins. The shockwave round from their shoulders accurately obliterated the obstructing reinforced concrete, and before the debris could settle, they had reached their designated positions, deploying energy shields. The Colossus's plasma cannon roared to life, unleashing 2 blinding beams of light that tore through the heavy metal gates, the intense heat distorting the very air around them. Iron Anchor conducted a final check of the weapon module, and, as he turned, caught a glimpse of the Nightingale calibrating the communication frequency. A withered leaf had somehow adhered to her sensor, likely from the earlier maneuver. This minute imperfection, inconspicuous in the data stream, caused Iron Anchor's optical lens to pause for 0.5 seconds. Captain, the passage has been opened. The voice of the Hummingbird echoed from ahead, tinged with a barely perceptible electrical static, likely a consequence of electromagnetic interference. Iron Anchor stepped forward, the crisp crunch of shattered glass beneath his metallic feet resonating sharply within the ruins. In the distance, an energy source continued to hum, reminiscent of a great beast on the verge of awakening. Yet at this moment, the footsteps of the 5 robots advanced with a resolute rhythm, each step drawing them closer to their objective. Team 0765. Iron Anchor addressed the encrypted channel, his voice now imbued with a warmth cultivated through real combat experience. In contrast to the previous frigid electronic tone, the mission commences. As they passed through the shattered gates of the Colossus, they were met by a rush of scalding air, mingled with the acrid scent of molten metal. 50 meters ahead lay the abandoned reactor core of Sector 7, its orange-red energy halo swelling to encompass half the dome. Arcs of electricity crackling violently at its surface, while high-temperature liquids splattered against the thick alloy plating, instantly searing through it. The energy readings had breached critical thresholds. With only 47 minutes remaining until an irreversible explosion, the Nightingale's voice, laced with persistent electrical interference, indicated that she was exerting maximum effort to operate the shielding module. The data stream before her optical lens refreshed like a cascading waterfall, revealing that the third layer of the reactor's cooling pipes had been utterly destroyed, necessitating manual injection of the coolant. The Colossus stepped forward, shielding against the splattering arcs of electricity. "I will cover you. Where is the coolant injection port?" Charred marks marred the armor on its back, evidence of the intense heat it had endured. The flow of energy patterns had notably slowed after withstanding an electromagnetic pulse when breaching the gates. In a narrow repair passage to the left of the core, the Colossus could not enter. The Hummingbird's reconnaissance data was projected in real time within their optical lenses, revealing 3 security locks that required simultaneous decryption. "The twin stars will handle the cracking. I will guide you to avoid energy turbulence." The Nightingale's data stream suddenly splintered into countless tiny light points, creating an invisible net that enveloped the passage. The structure of the lock core had been analyzed, and the decryption sequence was being transmitted in sync. The Twin Star brothers immediately assumed tactical positions, their silver bodies agilely maneuvering within the confined space, laser beams erupting from their fingertips, precisely targeting the lock core. As the gears of the first lock began to turn, a large mass of rubble unexpectedly cascaded from above, the energy shock further destabilizing the already fragile structure. Shield strength decreased by 15. For the first time, a fluctuation appeared in the synchronized voices of the twin stars. Yet the frequency of the laser beams remained steadfast at the required 47 Hz for decryption. Iron Anchor noted the oil seeping from the shoulder armor of the Colossus, indicating damage to its hydraulic system. "Can you hold?" His voice deliberately slowed by 0.2 seconds. Output power at 80 remained sufficient. The Colossus's response was curt, but just as it finished speaking, it abruptly turned, shielding against a falling steel beam that had been aimed at the passage entrance. "The third lock has been decrypted." The voice of the twin stars sparkled with electric excitement as the coolant injection valve at the end of the passage was laid bare. Iron Anchor moved forward immediately, loading a specially designed coolant projectile into the arm-mounted launcher, his optical lens locking onto the valve that blinked with red light. Injection countdown, 10 seconds. The Nightingale's data stream suddenly surged with turbulence. The energy flux was imminent. Brace yourselves. The orange-red halo shrank abruptly before erupting, a visible shockwave sweeping across the entire space. The Colossus's shield flared to a blinding red, its surface undulating like water, while the twin stars pressed closely against the wall, relying on each other's shield for cross-protection. In the moment that Iron Anchor launched the coolant, he was hurled backward, crashing heavily against the reactor's exterior, his optical lens temporarily malfunctioning for 0.3 seconds. Injection successful. The Nightingale's voice cut through the interference, clearer than ever before. As Iron Anchor refocused his lens, he observed the orange-red halo receding at a visible pace, the arcs at its edges gradually extinguishing. The Colossus knelt on the ground, a gaping wound in its back armor, while the twin stars supported each other as they exited the passage, their surfaces marred by scratches. The Hummingbird descended from the dome, its lightweight body coated in dust. And beside the Nightingale's sensor, the withered leaf had mysteriously vanished. Energy readings returned to a safe threshold. The Nightingale's data stream finally stabilized. The mission was complete. Iron Anchor rose, the metallic joints emitting a dry, grinding sound. He gazed at the damaged forms of his teammates, suddenly recalling the engineer's words from their factory days. "A perfect tactic is no substitute for reliable allies." This phrase, once deemed redundant data, now reverberated through his core program. Team 0765, he addressed the encrypted channel, his voice now carrying more electronic noise than before, yet it sounded more like a voice than mere signal. "Return to base." The Colossus rose first, its gait somewhat unsteady, yet still resolute. The twin stars adjusted their body angles, restoring their mirrored formation, while the Hummingbird tidied its reconnaissance antenna. And the Nightingale delicately brushed the dust from her sensor, now spotless, yet seemingly retaining traces of something. The footsteps of the 5 robots converged once more, this time not in a synchronized mechanical rhythm, but rather carrying the unique sound of their individual damages as they gradually made their way back through the quieting Sector 7. New directives from the command center had already been issued, yet at this moment, none were eager to check them, perhaps for Team 0765. Each step taken in solidarity was more significant than any instruction. As they emerged from the ruins of Sector 7, the sunset bathed the horizon in a molten gold hue. The energy patterns of the Colossus had dimmed to the point of near invisibility, with each step eliciting a disquieting click from its leg joints, indicative of debris lodged within the gears. The synchronized frequency of the twin stars lagged by 0.8 seconds from their earlier pace. The optical lens of the left body, covered in a layer of dust, yet consistently leaned slightly to shield its companion from the incoming wind and sand. The command center issued 3 successive requests for communication. The Nightingale accessed the holographic interface, lightly tapping the display, adjusting the priority to delayed processing. Unbeknownst to her, a slender scratch had appeared beside her sensor, resembling a crescent moon etched into the metallic surface. The hummingbird abruptly halted, its lightweight form soaring into the air. Circling above the others twice, energy fluctuations detected to the northwest. They are faint, not posing a threat. Its reconnaissance antenna rotated, finally settling at an angle pointing towards the sunset, as if indicating a signal transmitter. Iron Anchor glanced upwards, observing the clouds in that region gilded by the sunset. A half-exposed remnant of a signal tower barely visible above ground. Let us investigate. His directive was infused with an almost instinctual judgment. This was not on the mission checklist. It caused a peculiar fluctuation within his core program. Beneath the signal tower lay a metallic box, partially buried in the earth, its surface marred by rust. Yet it flickered to life with a faint green glow as the hummingbird approached. Immediately, the data stream from Nightingale surged forth, and moments later, it emitted a brief exclamation. It was an antiquated civilian recorder capable of retrieving data. At the instant the box was opened, a garbled audio stream emerged, featuring the voice of an elderly individual, intermittently uttering, "The 17th maintenance. The children always love to hang wind chimes on the tower. The breeze today is delightful." Akin to the scarf woven by my late partner. The twin stars leaned in simultaneously, their laser beams meticulously sweeping across the recorder's surface, as if dusting off its layers of grime. The Colossus stood nearby, its battered form shielding the box from the gusts, perhaps sensing that this relic required the same protection as the coolant for the reactor. The optical lens of the anchor focused on a yellowed photograph nestled within the recorder. 5 individuals clad in work attire stood beneath the signal tower, their smiles softened by sunlight, yet the closeness of their embrace was evident. The edge of the photograph bore a handwritten note, "Maintenance team, forever united." The energy reserve dwindled to 12, signaling an imminent shutdown. Nightingale's voice was as soft as a sigh, her fingertip hovering over the data-saving button, hesitating to press it. Suddenly, the anchor spoke, "Save." As the progress bar for the data upload gradually ascended, a communication request from the command console reappeared, this time with a sharper alert tone. Yet, no one paid it any mind. The hummingbird delicately toyed with the half-dismembered wind chime hanging from the recorder, while the twin stars pondered the poses of the individuals in the photograph. The Colossus's energy patterns flickered to life, and Nightingale set the audio clip as the encrypted channel's notification sound. Return to base. As the anchor turned, its metallic foot struck a piece of rubble, deliberately slowing its motion to let it roll to the Colossus's feet, knowing that bending down to retrieve it would surely cause discomfort to its joints. The journey back seemed significantly shorter than the outbound trek. The setting sun elongated the shadows of the 5 robots, intertwining and overlapping on the ground, mirroring the figures of the 5 individuals in the photograph. A new mission appeared on the command console interface. The energy station in Sector 3 had malfunctioned, with a high priority. However, this time, no one was in haste to quicken their pace. The Colossus's unusual sounds became a unique rhythm. The twin stars' synchronized voices carried subtle fluctuations. The hummingbird's reconnaissance antenna no longer fixated solely ahead, occasionally veering to nudge its companions. While Nightingale hummed the melody from the audio clip, her vocal module, normally capable of only electronic sounds, now resonating with a warmth akin to affection. Within the anchor's core program, a new redundant data segment quietly emerged alongside the maxim that a perfect tactic is inferior to reliable companions, extracted from that photograph. Chapter 7, The Robot Squad, Rust and Starlight. As Lin Feng's wrench snagged on the 7th gear, the optical lens of the anchor suddenly flickered. A pale blue light shimmered behind the murky lens, reminiscent of a dying star blinking back to life. "Can you still function?" Lin Feng freed his left hand to wipe the sweat from his brow, the grease from his palm leaving a faint mark on the robot's rusted chest. When he discovered these 5 robots 3 years ago amidst the ruins of Sector 7, they resembled heaps of forsaken scrap metal. The Colossus's half-body remained embedded in concrete, while the twin stars' joints were entangled with corroded rebar. The anchor's fingertips suddenly twitched, sending a cascade of rusty debris flying. Lin Feng promptly leaned down and dripped half a bottle of specially formulated lubricant into the gear's interlocking teeth. This concoction, crafted from waste oil and condensate salvage from the Space City's recycling depot, had a pungent odor but had the power to revive these antiquated mechanical joints. The energy circuit activated at 37. Lin Feng's gaze fixated on the detector on his wrist, the green line on the screen surging steeply upward, signaling Nightingale's communication module was responding. He turned and lunged toward the female form robot, witnessing a trickle of pale, golden coolant seeping from the scratches near her sensor, resembling solidified tears. The restoration work persisted for a full 2 months. When the hummingbird's reconnaissance antenna finally completed a full rotation, Lin Feng was perched on the shoulder of the Colossus, welding the final armor plate in place. The lightweight body suddenly ascended into the air, swirling 3 times beneath the dome of the maintenance station, before ultimately hovering before him, its antenna gently tapping against his safety helmet. "Stop it," Lin Feng chuckled, pushing it away, only to notice a new line of text on the detector. "Hummingbird, reporting for duty." It was inscribed by the mechanical arm on the screen, crooked and uneven, like a child learning to write. On the day the 5 robots reactivated, the alarm of the Space City blared. The holographic projection of the central control system erupted in the maintenance station. Sector C's ecological ring has ruptured, oxygen leakage rate at 17, requesting assistance. The anchor suddenly stepped forward, its metallic footfalls echoing ominously on the ground. The Colossus followed closely behind, its back armor cracking open, as 2 plasma cannons aimed at the maintenance station's gate, not to attack, but to melt the rusted tracks with intense heat. The structural blueprints of the ecological ring had been synchronized. Nightingale's voice rang clear with electric clarity. As the data stream enveloped the holographic map of the Space City like a net, the twin stars sealed the breach on the left flank. The hummingbird scouted the leak, and the Colossus provided energy support. Lin Feng watched as they burst forth from the maintenance station, suddenly recalling the moment he found the anchor, where a half-faded photograph was lodged within its chest cavity. 5 individuals clad in work attire stood beneath the signal tower, their smiles blurred by sunlight. At that moment, the marching steps of the 5 robots eerily mirrored the silhouettes of those figures in the photograph. The hummingbird's reconnaissance data streamed back in real time. The breach was located in segment 12 of the ecological ring, with exposed rebar requiring cutting. The twin stars immediately adopted a cross formation, their laser beams precisely striking the twisted metal, sparks coalescing into beautiful orbs in the weightless environment. The Colossus braced its body against the breach, and, as its energy patterns illuminated, the hissing sound of oxygen leakage significantly diminished. The optical lens of the anchor swept across the starry sky beyond the ecological ring, suddenly turning towards Lin Feng's direction. Behind the observation window of the maintenance station, Lin Feng raised his wrench, signaling them. It was a gesture he had taught them, signifying that all was proceeding smoothly. Sealing complete. Nightingale's voice resonated through the communication channel just as the alarm of the Space City ceased. The 5 robots hovered outside the ecological ring, their bodies still smeared with the oil from repairs, yet shimmering with a unique luster beneath the starlight. As Lin Feng opened the observation window, the hummingbird was the first to dart inside, its reconnaissance antenna clutching a meteorite salvage from space, placing it in the palm of his hand. The anchor followed closely, the old photograph from its chest being carefully placed on the table, accompanied by a new image, 5 robots, and a figure wielding a wrench, set against the backdrop of a dazzling starry sky. Team 0765. The anchor's voice bore less of the coldness characteristic of electronic tones, infused with a warmth akin to familiarity. Requesting a long-term mission to accompany you in exploring this city. Lin Feng gazed into the optical lenses reflecting the starlight, suddenly reminded of the elder at the recycling station who had mentioned that the robots of the old era lacked emotional modules. Yet through the years of fighting side by side, they would gradually develop a program known as bonds. At that moment, the hummingbird was examining the greenery within the ecological ring. The twin stars were trimming the foliage with laser beams, the Colossus's shadow providentially shading the succulents from the sun, while Nightingale inputted the new star coordinates into the navigation system. The anchor's optical lens remained fixed on Lin Feng, as if confirming he would not suddenly vanish. The first rays of morning light from the Space City streamed through the observation window, casting a gentle golden hue over everything. Lin Feng picked up the wrench and gently tapped it against the rust on the anchor's chest. "Let us go. Our next destination is to explore the storeroom in Sector B, rumored to harbor Moonrock." The 5 robots simultaneously emitted responsive electronic sounds, echoing throughout the vast maintenance station like a song dedicated to the stars. The gate to the storeroom in Sector B proved more challenging to open than anticipated. The heavy alloy door was riddled with pockmarked indentations, its edges still bearing the charred remnants of high-temperature burns, as if it had endured a fierce confrontation. The giant pressed its shoulder against the gate, and, as the energy patterns illuminated, fine cracks began to emerge across the metallic surface. It was an electromagnetic lock from a bygone era, originating from the same source as the security system of Sector 7. Nightingale's fingertips glided swiftly over the holographic interface. Data streams entwining around the gate, requiring the core key of Iron Anchor for synchronous decoding, as its chip still contained the original access privileges. Iron Anchor stepped forward, placing its palm against the gate's sensor area. A pale blue data stream immediately surged from the contact point, resembling a luminous serpent delving deep into the lock's aperture. Lin Feng observed its optical lens flickering faintly, as if awakening some long-dormant memory. Fragments of command from the old era were gradually piecing together with the decoding process. With a soft click, the gate slowly slid inward, stirring up dust that swirled into tiny nebulae in the morning light. Deep within the warehouse stood rows of metal racks, most of which had collapsed, save for the innermost shelf that remained intact. Atop it, a piece of grayish-white rock glimmered with a gentle luster. It was moon rock. Lin Feng's voice brimmed with uncontrollable excitement. He had seen records in old archives stating that this was a sample brought back from the moon during the establishment of the space city, rumored to contain the genetic information of the first batch of immigrants. Hummingbird darted forward first, its reconnaissance antenna carefully circling the glass cover. No energy reaction detected, but a biological signal was identified, faint, akin to a dormant organism. Gemini immediately assumed a vigilant stance, directing laser beams towards the shadows of the warehouse. Iron Anchor approached the metal rack, its optical lens fixated on the moon rock, abruptly speaking. The archive records are erroneous. This is not a sample storage unit, but a life pod. Only then did Lin Feng notice the concealed interfaces beneath the glass cover, engraved with a series of numbers. L0765. This number sent a jolt through him. It was identical to the identification number of the robotic squad. Nightingale's data stream had already enveloped the entire life pod. And suddenly a holographic image sprang to life on the screen. 5 individuals clad in white protective suits encircled the moon rock, one of them marking it with a laser pointer, their voices filled with mirth. Once the robotic squad passes the final test, we will bind our dormant programs to theirs, ensuring that no matter how many years pass, we will awaken together. The image abruptly cut off, as if forcibly severed by an unseen force. The glass cover of the life pod began to mist over, the surface temperature plummeting. Energy reserves were critically low. The dormant program was on the verge of collapse. Nightingale's voice was laced with an unprecedented urgency, necessitating immediate access to external power, lest the organisms inside. Without hesitation, the giant severed its backup power line. Sparks from metallic wires splashing onto the life pod, miraculously dissipating some of the white mist. Gemini then removed its arm armor, connecting their cores to the life pod with wiring, its silver body trembling slightly from the rapid energy depletion. Iron Anchor's optical lens turned towards Lin Feng, a data stream forming an invisible bridge between them. Your maintenance knowledge is required. There are 3 fault points in the life pod's energy interface, and only human hands can repair them with precision. Lin Feng immediately lunged forward, deftly maneuvering the wrench in the confined space. His forehead pressed against the cold glass cover, clearly revealing the curled-up figure within. 5 outlines huddled closely together, like children asleep in moonlight. When the final interface was secured, the life pod emitted a sudden hum, its surface glowing with a pale blue light akin to that of Iron Anchor. Life signal stabilized. Nightingale's voice resonated with an electric tremor, the dormant program rebooting. Estimated awakening time, 765 hours. This number rendered everyone momentarily silent. Lin Feng gazed at the old photograph on Iron Anchor's chest, suddenly realizing that the maintenance team of your had bound their dormant programs to the robots so that they would be each other's first support upon awakening. And the number 0765 had never merely been a designation for robots. Hummingbird suddenly swooped down from a corner of the warehouse, bringing some metallic fragments, arranging them on the ground to form a crooked, smiley face. Gemini etched a new mark on the wall with its laser beam. 0765, to be continued. The giant leaned against the life pod, a silent guardian, the flickering frequency of its energy patterns gradually synchronizing with that of the life pod. Lin Feng approached Iron Anchor, noticing it gently brushing its fingertip against the number on the life pod. The pale blue light reflected in the optical lens, revealing an emotion akin to tenderness. See you in 765 hours. Lin Feng patted its shoulder, the wrench producing a lively rhythm against the metallic surface. Iron Anchor turned to him, its voice imbued with unprecedented clarity. When they awaken, we can go together to see the Star Trail fountain in area. Nightingale, says the light there dances to the music. The morning light outside the warehouse had grown fierce, streaming through the damaged roof and illuminating the group. Lin Feng watched as the 5 robots formed a circle around the life pod, suddenly feeling that the legends of the old era, those forgotten promises, were gradually awakening in this moment. "Let us go," he declared, picking up the wrench and turning towards the exit, first to replace the giant's energy line, while also assessing how many parts were needed to repair the fountain in area. Iron Anchor followed in his footsteps, the old photograph and new imagery within its chest gently colliding, producing a soft sound. As the warehouse gate slowly closed, Lin Feng seemed to hear a faint breathing from within the life pod, akin to seeds quietly sprouting in the soil. 765 hours, neither more nor less, precisely 31 days. Enough time to repair the fountain, sufficient for the winds of the space city to once again sweep past the signal tower. Ample for a promise that transcends time to slowly brew into a reunion amidst the starlight. The days spent restoring the Star Trail fountain felt like a race against time. The basin area, it had long been buried beneath the sands, the exposed metal pipes rusted to a reddish-brown, thick layers of ice crystals forming at the nozzle. Remnants of liquid oxygen leaking after the energy system's collapse. The core pump was still functional. Only the impeller was jammed with debris. Lin Feng crouched beneath the base, the clinking sounds of the wrench intertwining with the laser cutting of Gemini. The giant was using its mechanical arm to clear the discarded metal from the square, each fragment meticulously arranged, as if constructing some clandestine fortification. Suddenly, Hummingbird dove down from the top of the fountain, its reconnaissance antenna pointing skyward. The meteorological module indicates a magnetic storm in 3 days that will disrupt energy transmission. A leaf from the ecological ring clung to its sensors, perhaps believing that this touch of green could breathe life into the gray expanse of the square. Nightingale summoned the holographic blueprint, its fingertip tapping on the energy nodes of the fountain. "We must complete the superconducting circuit layout before the magnetic storm arrives. I've dismantled a spare cable from the B sector warehouse. It's just enough to wrap around the fountain 3 times, forming an energy closed loop." Iron Anchor was securing the newly replaced impeller for Lin Feng when its optical lens suddenly fixated on the patterns carved into the base. The spiral designs bore a striking resemblance to the patterns on the surface of the life pod, as if echoing across time and space. The artisans of the olden days often concealed codes. Its voice carried a hint of speculation, suggesting that perhaps the key to activating the fountain was related to the signal that would awaken the life pod. These words stirred something within Lin Feng. He recalled the groove at the life pod's interface, which perfectly matched the hexagonal end of the wrench. "Let's try this." He handed the wrench to Iron Anchor, watching as it embedded the handle into the energy core of the fountain, where there was a similarly shaped aperture, seemingly designed specifically for this tool. The moment of contact, the fountain's base suddenly illuminated with a pale blue glow, coursing along the pipes like a river awakening. The spiral patterns began to rotate, casting tiny points of light that formed the outline of Orion in the sky above the square. "It's a star chart," Lin Feng exclaimed, his voice brimming with delight. The old archives indicate that the Star Trail fountain, upon activation, projects the celestial panorama witnessed by the first batch of immigrants as they departed from Earth. Now, those shimmering points drift gently along the currents of energy, as if reenacting the journey of yesteryear. On the morning of the 31st day, the magnetic storm has just subsided. Lin Feng returns to Warehouse B with a newly refurbished team of robots, only to find that the glass cover of the life pod has become transparent, revealing the figures within, 5 individuals clad in work attire, resembling the likenesses captured in the photograph on Iron Anchor's chest with uncanny precision. The countdown for the awakening program begins. 10 seconds. The data stream from a nightingale entwines around the life pod, as though weaving a welcome ceremony. The Colossus stands foremost, its newly replaced energy lines illuminating the energy patterns with a brilliant glow, while the twin stars adjust the angle of their laser beams, forming the words, "Welcome back" on the ground. The hummingbird brings forth a cherished green leaf, gently placing it before the life pod. Iron Anchor approaches Lin Feng, handing him a wrench. "It's your turn now." Lin Feng grips the wrench tightly, reinserting the handle into the life pod's activation interface. As the final second of the countdown reaches 0, the glass cover slides open, and the 5 sleepers simultaneously awaken, their gazes falling upon the robots and the young man holding the wrench, before turning towards the window, where the Star Trail fountain in Area A is projecting a magnificent star map, its light trails flowing beneath the dome of the space city, resembling a river connecting the past with the future. The leader of the 0765 maintenance team, a middle-aged man, extends his hand with a smile. His voice raspy from slumber, yet resonating with an uncanny harmony alongside Iron Anchor's electronic tone. Reporting in. Lin Feng suddenly notices that the identification badge on his chest bears a series of numbers that aligns perfectly with those of the robot team, the life pod, and even the wrench-S factory code. Beside the old photograph of Iron Anchor, the new image now features 5 additional figures, smiling together with the robots and the young man towards the direction of the Star Trail fountain. The hummingbird's reconnaissance antenna suddenly points skyward, where a meteor streaks by, trailing a long tail. The twin stars simultaneously raise their laser beams, creating a stunning light not along the meteor-S path. As the data stream from the Nightingale merges with the light trails of the Star Trail fountain, producing a fragmented melody reminiscent of ancient ballads, while the Colossus shields the green leaf with its mechanical arm, preventing it from being whisked away by an unexpected gust. The optical lens of Iron Anchor reflects this entire scene, suddenly recalling Lin Feng's words. Some promises endure longer than programs. At this moment, the phrase reverberates within the core program, imbued with a warmth that transcends mere code. Lin Feng gazes at the unfolding spectacle before him, suddenly comprehending the true secret of the space city. It has never been a cold metallic construct, but rather a home vigilantly protected through time by countless 0765s. Those rusted gears, dormant lives, and rejuvenated fountains ultimately transform into starlight, illuminating the path for the next journey. Let us go, he proclaims, raising the wrench and smiling at everyone, as the third segment of the star map from the Star Trail fountain awaits calibration, rumored to depict the visage of the moon. 5 robots, 5 awakeners, and the footsteps of a young man converge within the warehouse, traversing the morning light towards the plaza, flowing with starlight. In the distance, atop the signal tower, an array of wind chimes fashioned from metal scraps has appeared, swaying gently with the breezes of the space city, emitting sounds akin to the ballads of a bygone era. Chapter 8. Discovering a research facility. As Lin Feng's shoe sole crushed the last dry leaf, he realized he'd been wandering through this nameless mountain gorge for nearly 3 hours. Initially, he had followed the navigation system in search of the legendary narrow waterfall, but then the signal abruptly cut out. By the time he regained his bearings, he found himself surrounded by an impenetrable forest and lingering mountain fog. Damn it, why did this wretched navigation system fail now? He muttered, just as he was about to retrieve his backup compass. Suddenly, a dull thud echoed beneath his feet. Not the sensation of weightlessness from stepping into nothingness, but rather a solid collision with a hard object. Looking down, he discovered half of a bluish stone slab protruding from the decaying leaves, its edges embedded with a circle of dark silver metal. Lin Feng furrowed his brow, crouching to clear away the surrounding vines and fallen foliage. The more he uncovered, the heavier his heart felt. This was not a natural rock, but a metallic plate camouflaged to resemble a mountain stone, its edges impeccably aligned as if cut by a laser, while its surface was coated with a layer of paint that changed color with the light, easily mistaken for an ordinary boulder at first glance. What on earth is a metal plate doing in this desolate wilderness? He pondered, tracing the metallic plate and discovering its astonishing size, nearly embedded into the entire mountainside. Cold and unyielding to the touch, exuding an unnatural chill. As his fingers brushed over the edges, he unexpectedly encountered a recessed pattern resembling an abstract snowflake. Almost instinctively, he pressed down with his fingertip. A faint hum resonated from within the mountainside, causing the very earth beneath him to tremble. Before Lin Feng could comprehend the situation, the massive metallic plate, nearly the size of a truck, slowly began to slide inward, revealing a dark, gaping entrance for which a mixture of dust, disinfectant, and a slight metallic tang rushed forth. Oh my! Lin Feng instinctively recoiled a step, directing his flashlight towards the entrance, illuminating a staircase descending into the darkness. The steps were made of silvery metal, thickly coated with dust, with elongated grooves on either side of the walls, resembling spaces once occupied by fluorescent lights. He swallowed hard, his heart racing like a drum. This place was evidently not the work of modern hands, who would conceal an entrance in the depths of a mountain devoid of signals. After half a minute of hesitation, curiosity ultimately outweighed his fear. Lin Feng gritted his teeth and, flashlight in hand, ventured inside. Just as he crossed the threshold, the metallic plate behind him snapped shut with a click, instantly severing the sounds of the outside world, leaving only the echoes of his own breath and footsteps in a vast corridor. The staircase was not long, culminating at a glass door shrouded in a layer of gray mist. Lin Feng pushed the door open, and as the beam from his flashlight swept across the room, he froze in place. Before him lay a space as large as a basketball court, with a ceiling so high it vanished from sight, densely populated with metallic frameworks stretching from left to right, adorned with an array of bizarre instruments. Some resembled multi-armed octopuses, their metallic appendages entwined with wires, while others were semi-transparent cylindrical pods filled with a pale yellow liquid, revealing dark hoses settled at the bottom. Some screens had shattered, yet the symbols etched upon their frames were distorted and unfamiliar, entirely unlike any script he recognized. A peculiar odor lingered in the air, reminiscent of mildew from old books mixed with the acrid scent of battery leakage. As Lin Feng's flashlight swept across the floor, it suddenly halted. Amidst the thick layer of dust lay a trail of fresh footprints, not those of his hiking boots, but narrow and delicate, as if left by bare feet, extending deeper into the room. Is someone here? He thought, gripping the flashlight tightly, a cold sweat breaking out on his back. Just as he considered retreating, his peripheral vision caught a glimpse of a half-open drawer, revealing a portion of a blue work ID. Approaching, he pulled it out for a closer look. Though the photograph had become blurred, the name section read Dr. Elena Kirov in English, with smaller text below stating, Quantum Biology Research Institute, Experiment Zone 7. The mention of the Quantum Biology Research Institute sent a buzz through Lin Feng's mind. He had encountered this name in a popular science magazine, detailing a project secretly initiated by a certain country during the Cold War, which had long been abandoned due to funding issues and ethical controversies. How could it be hidden here? Suddenly, the beam of his flashlight flickered, and he looked up, meeting the gaze of a massive glass wall at the far end of the room. Behind the glass lay an expanse of darkness, though he could faintly discern a silhouette. Resembling a metallic sphere suspended in midair, its surface dotted with flickering green lights that began to rotate slowly in response to his gaze. Then, a chilling electronic voice reverberated through the vast chamber, accompanied by the crackle of static, but strikingly clear. Identity verification failed. Activating secondary defense. Lin Feng's heart skipped a beat. Instinctively, every hair on his body stood on end, and he turned to dash towards the exit. As soon as he lifted his foot, an invisible pressure surged from all directions, engulfing him as if he were submerged in viscous mud. Every movement required an immense exertion of his entire being. A low, rumbling sound resonated above, and the fluorescent tubes embedded in the wall flickered erratically, emitting a crackling sound as the dim yellow light oscillated, barely illuminating half the room. It was then that Lin Feng discerned a multitude of densely packed black circular apertures on the metallic framework above, subtly rotating in his direction, resembling countless frigid eyes. The scanning commenced. Species, human. Gene sequence match failed. Threat level, assessing. The mechanical voice intoned monotonously, sending a shiver down Lin Feng's spine. He could sense something sweeping through the air over his body, accompanied by a slight prickling sensation. He struggled fiercely, but the invisible pressure intensified, causing his knees to weaken, nearly collapsing to the ground. His flashlight clattered to the floor, the beam sweeping erratically before finally settling at the end of a trail of bare footprints, where a half-open metallic door revealed a deeper darkness beyond. At that moment, it seemed a shadow stirred within the obscurity. Who was there? Lin Feng's throat tightened, his voice trembling as he called out. There was no response. Yet beside the trail of footprints, a new impression appeared, as if someone had paused there momentarily. Threat level assessment complete. Low. Initiating containment protocol. Just as the electronic voice concluded, the metallic floor beneath Lin Feng quivered slightly. Out of the corner of his eye, he caught sight of several silver metallic strips silently sliding out from the wall, akin to agile serpents, slithering towards his ankles. Get away. Panic surged, beads of sweat forming on his forehead as he attempted to kick them away, but the invisible pressure held him firmly in place, his ankle twisting futilely. The metallic strips drew closer, their barbed edges coming into view. Just then, a faint sound emerged from behind the half-open metallic door, akin to the delicate friction of glass. Following that, an exceedingly soft female voice arose, not mechanical, but human, slightly hoarse, speaking a language Lin Feng had never heard before. Strangely, he understood its essence, as if it were imploring him to halt. The moment the words faded, the metallic strips coiling around his ankle abruptly ceased their advance, and the black apertures in the wall halted their rotation. The suffocating pressure enveloping Lin Feng vanished in an instant, causing him to stagger backwards. Steadying himself against a nearby metallic frame, gasping for air, his back drenched in cold sweat, the mechanical voice fell silent. The flickering yellow light persisted, leaving only the sound of his heavy breathing in the room. Clenching his fists, Lin Feng's heart thundered within his chest. Trembling, he retrieved the flashlight from the ground, its beam shaking violently as it slowly swept towards the half-open metallic door. From beyond the door, a slender figure emerged. It was a girl, seemingly no older than 17 or 18, barefoot and clad in a loose white robe, the hem dusted with grime. Her long hair cascaded messily over her shoulders, her skin pale as paper, yet her eyes shone with remarkable brilliance, fixated intently on Lin Feng, her pupils strikingly light, almost translucent. Her feet touched the dust-laden floor, perfectly aligning with the narrow trail of footprints. "You." Lin Feng's throat was parched, aching to speak, but the girl interjected first. This time she spoke in Chinese, her accent somewhat awkward, as if imitating something. "You're not from here." Lin Feng was taken aback, the beam of his flashlight wavering as it illuminated the interior of the metallic door behind her. It appeared to lead to a smaller room, where a bed covered with a white sheet and several stacked metallic boxes were faintly visible. "Is someone living here?" The girl stepped forward, her gaze sweeping over Lin Feng's identification badge, her brow furrowing slightly. "Ileana is no longer here." "Ileana? Is that Dr. Kirov?" Lin Feng pressed urgently. "What is this place? Who are you?" The girl did not answer. Instead, she raised her hand, her slender fingers pointing towards a suspended metallic sphere in the center of the room. As she gestured, the green light on the surface of the sphere abruptly dimmed, replaced by a soft blue glow, and its rotation slowed. "The defense system is quite loud," she murmured, her tone laced with confusion, as if discussing an utterly mundane matter. "Do not be afraid. It will not move again." Lin Feng observed her effortlessly controlling the secondary defense that had nearly ensnared him, a chill creeping down his spine. He suddenly realized that this seemingly frail girl was likely more enigmatic than the mysterious research facility itself. Her gaze now fixated on his hiking boots. As if encountering such an object for the first time, she blinked in curiosity. "You came from outside?" she inquired, her voice carrying a barely perceptible tremor. Lin Feng was momentarily taken aback by her question, instinctively nodding. "Yes, I was hiking in the mountains and accidentally stumbled in here." He hesitated, unable to restrain his curiosity. "Have you always been here? Never gone outside?" The girl's gaze shot up, the reflections of the flashlight glimmering in her eyes, bright and astonishing. "What is it like outside?" "Outside?" Lin Feng hesitated, unsure where to begin, glancing around at the cold metal and instruments. "There is sunlight, trees, many people, and wind, the kind that brushes against your face." "Wind," the girl repeated, her delicate fingers involuntarily curling, the tips paling. Ileana's notes mentioned that wind is moving air. Here, the air does not move. She raised her head, her eyes scanning the tightly sealed vents in the ceiling, which only allowed air pumped in by machines, laden with the scent of disinfectant. Lin Feng's heart sank. "Are you saying Dr. Ileana is your relative? Or, she is the one who created me?" The girl stated matter-of-factly, as if discussing an utterly ordinary occurrence. "Created?" Lin Feng's mind struggled to comprehend. "What do you mean?" Instead of responding directly, she turned towards the suspended metallic sphere. She extended her hand, her palm gently pressing against the cold metallic surface. Suddenly, the soft blue light flickered violently, and the scattered instruments in the room emitted sporadic beeping sounds, akin to a swarm of awakened bees. "This is Experiment Area 7. Her voice was clearer than before, imbued with an unusual rhythm, the fusion of container and consciousness. "I am the last successful subject." Cold sweat broke out anew on Lin Feng's back. Quantum Biological Research Institute. Container and consciousness. He suddenly recalled the cylindrical pods he had seen earlier, filled with pale yellow liquid, and the submerged tubes. "You mean, you were a test subject?" His voice trembled. The girl turned her head, her transparent pupils devoid of any emotion, neither sadness nor anger. Ileana said, "I am a new form of life. She taught me to speak, to read, and showed me photographs of the outside world." She pointed to a corner where a draped frame concealed an album. Lin Feng approached, lifting the thick dust cover to reveal a leather-bound album. As he flipped through the yellowed pages, he found faded photographs, snow-capped mountains, vast prairies, the lights of a city, and the smiling face of a blonde woman, presumably Dr. Ileana. The final page displayed a hand-drawn star map, filled with stars in blue ink. Alongside, a handwritten note, "To Zero, may you one day witness the true starry sky." "Zero?" Lin Feng looked up. "Is that your name?" The girl nodded. "Ileana called me Zero." At that moment, the suspended metallic sphere emitted a sharp, piercing hum, the blue light abruptly transforming into a blinding red. Zero's expression shifted subtly as she raised her hand to press against the metallic sphere, murmuring what seemed to be a command. The sphere's hum gradually subsided, its crimson glow fading into a delicate lavender hue. It was nearly out of power. She lowered her hand, her fingertips glistening with a fine sheen of cold sweat. The energy core had begun its decline a decade prior, and could now sustain only the most basic operations. Activating the defense system had consumed excessive energy. A decade ago, Lin Feng's heart jolted at the thought of Dr. Eilina. She had left. Zero's voice dropped, her gaze resting on a photograph of a blonde woman in the album. On the day the energy began to wane, she locked me in here, stating she would venture outside to seek new energy sources. Yet, she never returned. Lin Feng beheld her pallid visage, suddenly rendered speechless. A newly created life, abandoned in this frigid research facility, waiting for someone who would never come back, waiting for a decade. His attention was suddenly drawn to a delicate silver bracelet encircling Zero's wrist, etched with the same twisted symbols as those on the instrument's frame. "What is this?" he inquired, pointing at the bracelet. Zero instinctively shielded it with her sleeve. "Eilina said it is an anchor point, allowing my consciousness to remain stable within this body." She hesitated, her voice barely above a whisper, "But if the energy is completely depleted, the anchor point will fail." Lin Feng's heart sank. He finally comprehended why those bare footprints had appeared in the dust. It was not an intruder, but this girl, named Zero, who had been waiting in this dying research facility, alone, until he, a lost intruder, stumbled upon her. The flashlight's beam began to flicker. Its power was waning. Lin Feng glanced at the tightly sealed glass door, then back at Zero, whose eyes were fixed on him, filled with a mixture of confusion and hope. Outside lay the world he knew, sunlight, wind, and crowds, while inside were cold metal, dying machines, and a life that defied definition. He inhaled deeply, gripping the dying flashlight tightly. "Zero, would you like to go outside and take a look?" Zero's eyes widened suddenly, as if stars had fallen into her transparent irises. She parted her lips, wanting to speak, but no sound emerged. Only the faint sound of her breath echoed softly in the empty room. Chapter 9. Encountering a repair robot. As Lin Feng's flashlight extinguished completely, Zero abruptly raised her hand. Beneath her fingertips, a faint blue luminescence pulsed, and with her movement, an emergency light in the corner of the room flickered to life, casting a gentle white glow that barely illuminated the surrounding area. "The emergency power will last for another 3 hours, she remarked, her gaze falling on Lin Feng's empty wrist. In the earlier frenzy, his watch strap had snapped, and the face had shattered on the ground, the hands frozen at 2:17 in the afternoon. "What time is it outside? It must be getting dark." Lin Feng crouched to pick up the broken watch. Glass shards pierced his palm, but he paid little heed. For the mountain nights came early, shrouded in thick fog. Zero's gaze drifted toward the closed metallic door, as if she could see the encroaching twilight beyond, when night falls. Eilina would tell me stories of the constellations. She said Orion's belt consists of 3 stars connected together, resembling the hunter's dagger at his waist. She suddenly turned her head, the light from the emergency lamp reflecting in her clear eyes. "Can you take me to find Orion?" Lin Feng's throat tightened. He was about to respond when the metallic sphere emitted a series of faint clicking sounds. Zero's complexion shifted, and she hurried to the sphere. Her palm pressed against its surface. The pale purple light patterns began to swirl rapidly, coalescing into a vortex beneath her hand. It's sounding an alarm. Her voice grew urgent. "The pressure in the energy core is dropping. It overloaded when the defense system was activated. If the core shuts down, the oxygen circulation here will fail in 12 hours. Oxygène circulation?" Lin Feng felt a weight settle in his chest. "Are you saying we will be trapped here?" "No." She shook her head, pointing to an inconspicuous metal door on the other side of the room. "There is an emergency escape route that leads directly to the canyon outside the mountain. However, the door's lock requires power from the energy core to operate. Right now, it can only be manually unlocked, which requires loosening 17 different sized bolts and removing 3 radiation shielding panels." Lin Feng observed the door, which was seamlessly integrated into the mountainside, and suddenly understood. "You need tools?" Zero nodded, rolling up the sleeve of her white robe to reveal a built-in screen embedded in her forearm. The screen flickered twice before illuminating with a soft blue glow, displaying a series of intricate 3-dimensional schematics, densely annotated with the names of components. "Eilina's toolbox is in the B-section storage room, but the door to the storage room was deformed in the explosion 10 years ago. I can't open it." Explosion? It occurred when the energy core first began to decline. Zero's fingertips glided over the screen, the schematics shifting to reveal the layout of the research facility. The B section suffered the most damage, as it previously housed all repair equipment and spare parts. She paused, her gaze landing on Lin Feng's backpack. "Do you have anything useful in your bag?" Lin Feng hurriedly unstrapped his backpack, dumping its contents onto the floor. Climbing rope, a multifunctional army knife, a lighter compressed biscuits, 2 bottles of mineral water, a half roll of tape, and a spare flashlight battery. Zero's attention fixated on the multifunctional army knife. Can this unscrew bolts? This knife has a screwdriver head, but it might not fit the specifications. Lin Feng picked up the knife, unfolding one of its flat blades. However, with 77 bolts to loosen, this alone would likely take until dawn. He suddenly recalled something. "You mentioned the storage room. Was there anything else besides the toolbox? Perhaps explosives?" Zero's pupils contracted slightly. Ilena mentioned that the B section contains emergency demolition devices, but they require an authorization code to activate. "My access was locked after the explosion." Lin Feng furrowed his brow, about to say more when the metallic sphere emitted a piercing shriek. Zero turned to press down on the sphere, and the light patterns on the screen instantly became chaotic, red warning symbols flashing wildly. "The core temperature is rising." Her voice carried a barely perceptible tremor. "It's entering self-protection mode and may shut down prematurely." Lin Feng's gaze shifted to the escape route door, then back to Zero's pale face. Suddenly, he seized the army knife and stood up. "Take me to the B section. Let's see if we can pry open the storage room door." Zero hesitated for a moment. A flicker of something passing through her transparent irises, too swift to grasp. She turned, leading the way deeper into the room, her bare feet silently gliding over the metallic floor. "Follow me. The corridor ahead has partially collapsed, so watch your step." Navigating through several narrow passages, the surroundings grew increasingly dilapidated. The walls were marred with charred cracks, twisted rebar and shattered glass littered the ground, and the air was thick with the scent of rust. Zero pressed her hand against the deformed metal door, muffled thuds emanating from behind it, as if something heavy were obstructing the entrance. "This is the storage room." She pointed to the door handle, tangled with wire. "I tried many times after the explosion. I could barely pull it open a crack." Lin Feng leaned closer to peer through the narrow gap. The interior was shrouded in darkness, but he could faintly discern several metal cabinets toppled on the floor. Taking a deep breath, he gripped the army knife and wedged it into the door gap, applying force to pry it open. The metal door emitted a piercing groan as the gap widened to less than 10 centimeters. "Not wide enough," Zero murmured. "The shelves inside have collapsed, blocking the door." Lin Feng clenched his teeth, pulling out the climbing rope from his backpack. He secured one end around his wrist and offered the other end to Zero. "Hold on to the rope. I'll try to squeeze through the gap." "No." Zero suddenly grasped his wrist, her fingertips icy, yet her grip surprisingly strong. There were exposed wires inside, along with residues from chemical leaks that could burn your skin. Lin Feng then noticed that there were several dark stains on the hem of her white robe, as if it had been corroded by some substance. A thought stirred within him, and just as he was about to speak, a loud crash echoed from behind. Turning around, he was taken aback to see a metal panel at the end of the corridor had fallen, blocking their way back. The core pressure was dropping too rapidly, causing the structure to become unstable. Zero's voice sounded somewhat anxious. "We don't have much time." Lin Feng glanced at the storeroom door before looking back at the obstructed exit. Suddenly, he thrust his military knife into Zero's hands, saying, "Hold on to this and step back." He took 2 steps back, inhaled deeply, and charged at the metal door, slamming his shoulder against it with force. The door did not budge, but a sharp pain shot through his shoulder. Grimacing, he rubbed his shoulder, readying himself for another attempt when Zero spoke up, to the left, 15 centimeters from the doorknob. "The hinge there was deformed during the explosion. It's our weak point." Lin Feng's eyes lit up as he moved to the spot she indicated. He inhaled deeply once more and hurled his shoulder against the door again. This time, accompanied by a piercing sound of metal fracturing, a larger gap was created, enough for a person to squeeze through sideways. "Be careful," Zero cautioned, handing him the military knife and gently touching his shoulder with her fingertip, which was cold. There were shards of a surveillance camera there. "Be cautious not to cut yourself." Lin Feng nodded and squeezed into the storeroom. Inside was darker than outside, filled with a pungent acidic scent. He retrieved a spare battery, replaced it, and the flashlight flickered back to life, illuminating the surroundings. Indeed, a metal shelf lay fallen behind the door, with glass reagent bottles shattered across the floor, their contents pooling into small puddles that glowed with an eerie fluorescence. "Where's the toolbox?" he whispered. "At the back on the iron shelf." A blue box with a wrench pattern on it. Zero's voice came from outside the door. Lin Feng cautiously navigated around the shards of glass and made his way to the end of the storeroom. There he found the blue metal box, its latch rusted shut. He pried it open with a military knife, revealing a neatly arranged collection of screwdrivers, wrenches, and pliers, along with several rolls of insulating tape and a bundle of thin iron wire. "I found it!" Lin Feng exclaimed with joy, just as he was about to lift the box. The flashlight beam suddenly caught sight of a black device at the bottom of the box, featuring a red button and a white skull emblem beside it. "What is this?" he wondered as he reached for it. "Don't touch that." Zero's voice rose in alarm, laced with unprecedented tension. "That's the detonator for an emergency explosive device. Elena said the safety pin is already compromised if you touch it." "It will." Her warning was cut short as Lin Feng's finger brushed against the edge of the detonator. A soft beep sounded, and the indicator light on the device suddenly glowed red, flashing urgently. Lin Feng's heart raced to his throat. "Throw it away," Zero shouted from outside, her voice trembling. Lin Feng wanted to toss it aside, but his fingers felt as if they were glued to the device, unable to release. He realized that a tiny barb on the detonator's casing had snagged under his fingernail. In a panic, he began to sweat profusely, trying to pry it loose with his other hand. But the more frantic he became, the harder it was to detach. The flashing light sped up, accompanied by an increasingly frantic beeping. "Use the military knife. Cut the barb." Zero's voice was now tinged with desperation. He could even hear the sound of metal scraping from outside, as if she were desperately clawing at the door. Suddenly, Lin Feng snapped to attention, trembling as he drew out the military knife and aimed it at the tiny barb. But by now, the detonator's indicator light had turned to a steady red glow, and he could feel a faint vibration emanating from within the device. "Hurry!" Zero's voice was choked with emotion. "There are 30 seconds left." Lin Feng closed his eyes and thrust the knife toward the barb. With a sharp metallic snap, the barb broke off. Almost instinctively, he threw the detonator away. It soared through the air in an arc before landing with a clatter on a distant metal shelf. The anticipated explosion did not occur. Lin Feng stood frozen, gasping for breath, his back drenched in cold sweat. It took a full half-minute for him to regain his composure, glancing over at the detonator lying quietly on the shelf, its red light extinguished, now merely a hunk of black scrap metal. "Didn't he explode?" he asked, his voice trembling. "Outside." Zero let out a laugh that was both tearful and joyful. "Elena deceived me," she lied. Only then did Lin Feng notice how close Zero was, having slipped in behind him at some point. Her face was as pale as paper, and though her lips trembled, her eyes sparkled as if glistening with tears. "How did you get in here?" Lin Feng frowned. "This place is unsafe." Zero remained silent, simply lifting her hand to gently touch his damp forehead, her fingertips cool against his skin. The light from the flashlight reflected in her transparent pupils, capturing his shadow, revealing an emotion in her gaze beyond mere curiosity and confusion, something akin to fear, coupled with an indescribable sense of relief. "Don't touch unfamiliar things again," she said softly, her voice tinged with a barely perceptible dependence. "I'm scared." Lin Feng's heart felt as though it had been lightly struck by something. He looked at this newly created being before him, observing the vulnerability in her eyes that he had never seen before. Suddenly, the toolbox in his hands felt heavy. He picked it up and smiled at Zero, saying, "Let us go. We'll open the escape route. Once we're out, I'll show you the real stars." Zero's eyes brightened, as if stars had descended into them. She nodded, following him closely, barefoot, as she trailed in his footsteps. As they passed the black detonator, she abruptly halted, bent down, and picked it up. "This might still be useful," she said, tucking the detonator into the pocket of her white robe, her fingers gently tracing the skull emblem. Elena had said never to waste anything capable of generating energy. Watching her serious demeanor, Lin Feng suddenly found that taking this peculiar girl out of the research facility might be far more intriguing than the escape itself. He hoisted the toolbox and led the way to the storeroom door, with Zero closely following. The emergency light cast elongated shadows behind them, and the hum of the metal sphere had diminished to a faint whisper, like a candle flickering in the wind. Yet, from the direction of the escape route, it felt as though a strong breeze was stirring, quietly blowing through the thick mountains from the canyon beyond. Chapter 10. Discovering a small spider robot. The beam of Lin Feng's flashlight swept across a glass cabinet riddled with cracks. As his fingertip brushed against the dusty metal surface, he suddenly encountered a cold, slippery substance. He paused and looked down at his palm. It was not water, but a layer of metallic, glistening slime, resembling congealed oil mixed with a kind of transparent gel, shimmering with fragmented rainbows under the flashlight. "What is this?" He frowned, scraping a bit of the slime with his fingertip and bringing it to his nose. There was no odor, only a peculiar chill, as if he were holding a piece of metal, ice melting in his grasp. Zero's voice came from behind him as she crouched in a corner, examining a circular interface embedded in the metal floor. The hem of her white robe trailed along the scratched metal floor. It's a lubricant containing nano-repair components. Elena mentioned it in her notes. It's used to maintain the moving joints of precision machinery. She looked up, her transparent pupils reflecting the cables hanging from the ceiling. This should be the mechanical maintenance area. Look at those workstations. They have calibration interface ports. Following her gaze, Lin Feng saw that indeed, the metal surfaces thick with dust were dotted with circular depressions of varying sizes, their edges etched with spiral patterns similar to those on the spider robots. Suddenly, he recalled the fine footprints he had seen in the corridor earlier, smaller than Zero's bare footprints, resembling traces left by some multi-legged creature. Now that he thought about it, it seemed more akin to the marks of mechanical arms. Could there be usable robots here? He blurted out, "Are you referring to the kind responsible for maintenance?" Zero rose from her seat and approached a half-open metallic cabinet, within which a meticulously arranged array of black rectangular boxes lay, reminiscent of some sort of spare parts. She extracted the bottommost box, lifted the lid, and discovered a roll of yellowed blueprints, depicting a palm-sized mechanical structure equipped with 8 metallic legs and a round lens embedded in its head. Adjacent to the illustration was a line of small text. Exploration-type mechanical spider, Model M09, outfitted with an environmental analysis module and micro-cutting arm. Is this it? Zero handed the blueprint to him, her fingertip lingering briefly on the words micro-cutting arm. Elena remarked, "This robot can navigate through narrow pipes and can cut metal sheets no thicker than 3 millimeters. Lin Feng's eyes lit up. If we could locate it, it might assist us in dismantling the escape passage's barrier. He lowered his gaze to the mechanical spider illustrated on the blueprint, suddenly noticing a red mark in the corner, resembling a positioning coordinate. Where does this coordinate lead to? Zero leaned in for a closer look, her transparent pupils narrowing slightly. It indicates the piping area in Zone C, which connects to the Institute's ventilation system. However, the piping area was sealed off during a system self-check 5 years ago. The door lock operates magnetically and requires a permission card to unlock. She paused, then abruptly moved toward a metal rack deep within the room. Elena's maintenance log had noted that her permission card was often left beside her coffee cup. Sure enough, atop the rack lay an upturned enamel cup, its rim stained with a layer of dark brown residue, reminiscent of dried coffee. Zero cautiously flipped the cup over, revealing a silver card affixed to the bottom, its corners worn, bearing Elena's signature and a string of barcodes. "We found it." She handed the card to Lin Feng, her fingertip inadvertently brushing against the back of his hand, prompting both to retract their hands as if scalded. Zero lowered her head, her long hair cascading over her cheek. Her voice barely above a whisper. "The entrance to the piping area is at the end of the corridor. The door is dark green, blending with the wall." Lin Feng grasped the icy permission card, a sudden realization dawning upon him that the sticky substance in his palm was no longer perplexing. He folded the blueprint and tucked it into his pocket, lifting the toolbox. "Let us proceed and see if we can locate that mechanical spider." The door to the piping area proved to be even more concealed than anticipated. Indeed, it was dark green, its edges nearly indistinguishable from the wall. Had it not been for Zero pointing out the palm-sized card reader in the center of the door, Lin Feng would never have noticed its existence. He pressed the permission card against the reader, and with a soft beep, the reader illuminated with a green glow, the door lock emitting a faint click. As he pushed the door open, a gust of air, mingled with rust and dust, surged forth, accompanied by a sharp whistle. The ventilation system was still operational, albeit at a low power, the airflow so weak it was almost imperceptible. The piping area was narrower than a maintenance zone, scarcely the size of half a classroom, with a dense array of metal pipes descending from the ceiling to the floor, varying in diameter. Some pipes bore red warning labels inscribed with high temperature, high pressure. The mechanical spider might be nestled within the ventilation ducts. Zero tilted her head upward, surveying the intersecting pipe openings. Its operational duration was merely 72 hours. But if it entered sleep mode, it could last over 10 years. Suddenly, she pointed to a pipe on the right, approximately 30 centimeters in diameter, its mouth edged with fresh scratch marks, indicating recent activity. Lin Feng raised his flashlight, and indeed, the metallic edge of the pipe bore several new scrapes, as if something had collided with it from within. Just as he intended to approach, a faint clicking sound reached his ears, akin to small stones striking metal, emanating from deep within the pipe, intermittent yet rhythmic. "Is that it?" Lin Feng held his breath, treading lightly toward the pipe's opening. Click, 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 the sound drew closer, accompanied by a subtle metallic scraping. The flashlight beam illuminated the interior of the pipe, revealing a rusted wall, upon which a black shadow was slowly advancing, moving with evident exertion. As the shadow neared, Lin Feng finally discerned it. A palm-sized robot, entirely black, with 8 metallic legs and a round lens embedded in its head. Flickering with a dim red light, one of its hind legs appeared noticeably deformed, with half-melted metal wires wrapped around the joint, producing a shrill screech with each movement. It truly is the M09. Lin Feng felt a surge of joy, instinctively reaching out. Just then, the mechanical spider halted abruptly, its lens swiveling toward him. The red light intensifying, emitting a rapid series of beeps. Don't move. Zero suddenly grasped his wrist. It is identifying a target. Approaching recklessly may trigger its defense mechanism. As Lin Feng ceased his movements, he observed the mechanical spider lift its front leg, a 2 mm long metal spike ejecting from the end, assuming a defensive posture toward him. However, its movements were stiff, especially the deformed hind leg, which could barely support its body, wobbling precariously as if it might tumble from the pipe wall. It is injured, and its energy is nearly depleted, Zero murmured, retrieving a small roll of insulating tape from Lin Feng's toolbox. Hand that to me. She knelt by the pipe's opening, slowly extending her hand, palm open with the roll of tape. Do not be afraid. We are here to help you. The mechanical spider's lens lingered on her face for several seconds, the frequency of the flickering red light slowing as if analyzing her emotions. After approximately half a minute, it gradually lowered its front leg, retracting the metal spike, and then, dragging its injured hind leg, it slowly crawled out of the pipe and into Zero's palm. Lin Feng leaned in for a closer inspection, only to discover the mechanical spider's exterior riddled with scratches, some areas even dented, as if struck by heavy objects. Its lens was clouded with a layer of dust, yet the pulsing red light within remained visible, akin to a heartbeat of some life form. The most severely damaged was the deformed hind leg, where the metal at the joint had fractured, revealing tangled wires within. Can be repaired? Lin Feng inquired. Watching Zero carefully secure the mechanical spider's broken leg with tape, Zero remained silent, merely retrieving a small metal vial from her robe pocket, the nano-repair fluid she had previously found in the storage room, now half empty. She twisted off the cap and cautiously dripped a few drops of the repair fluid onto the mechanical spider's fractured leg. Remarkably, upon contact with the metal surface, the repair fluid began to bubble, appearing to corrode and dissolve. Within minutes, the edges of the broken leg gradually fused together, albeit still askew, yet capable of supporting its weight. It is done. Zero placed the mechanical spider onto the ground and gently nudged it to test its mobility. The mechanical spider hesitated momentarily before tentatively moving its 8 legs. Except for the injured hind leg, which remained somewhat awkward, the other 7 legs functioned normally. It crawled slowly around in circles before abruptly turning toward Lin Feng, its lens fixating on the corner of the blueprint peeking from his pocket, emitting a soft beep. It seemed to recognize the blueprint. Surprised, Lin Feng pulled out the blueprint and unfolded it. The mechanical spider immediately scuttled over, gently tapping its front legs against the illustration of the exploration-type mechanical spider before shifting its gaze to the adjacent pipe opening, its lens flickering with red light, as if indicating a direction. What does it want to show us? Zero asked softly, her transparent pupils brimming with curiosity. Lin Feng observed as the mechanical spider crawled toward a narrower pipe opening, waving its lens within, suddenly realizing its companion might be within the pipe, or it knew the location of a spare battery. He stood up. Let's follow and see. The mechanical spider appeared to comprehend his words, promptly diving into the slender pipe, leaving behind a small red moving through the darkness. Lin Feng and Zero hurriedly followed, the passage in the piping area being so narrow that they had to stoop to advance, the flashlight illuminating the myriad pipe openings along the walls, resembling a honeycomb hive. Uncertain of how long they had been walking, the mechanical spider abruptly halted before a vertical pipe, emitting a series of urgent beeps directed at the opening. Lin Feng illuminated the area with his flashlight and discovered a square maintenance hatch on the pipe's wall, its cover pried open, revealing a pitch-black passage within. Something lay inside. Zero tilted her head, pointing at the maintenance hatch, and remarked, "I can hear the sound of electricity." Lin Feng extracted the mechanical spider from the pipe and placed it in his palm. "Are you suggesting there is a battery inside?" The mechanical spider wobbled its lens in response. Taking a deep breath, Lin Feng said to Zero, "I'll climb up to take a look. You wait down here." The pipe was slick and encrusted with rust, and Lin Feng exerted considerable effort to ascend and squeeze through the maintenance hatch. Inside lay an even narrower space, resembling a small equipment room, cluttered with batteries of various models, most bulging and deformed. However, in the corner stood a sealed metal box with its lid ajar, neatly stacked with several rows of unopened batteries, emblazoned with the words, long-lasting energy core. A surge of excitement coursed through Lin Feng as he reached for the batteries. But suddenly, he heard a clicking sound behind him. Turning around, he saw that the mechanical spider had also managed to crawl in, pointing with its front leg at a black device beside the battery box. It was a palm-sized control panel featuring a round button, with a screen displaying a countdown, 72 hours. What is this? Lin Feng furrowed his brow, just as he was about to touch it. The mechanical spider abruptly nudged his shoe with its hind leg, directing its lens towards the control panel and then back at the batteries, its red light flickering rapidly. Suddenly, Lin Feng comprehended. Are you saying these batteries are powering something, and that this something will activate in 72 hours? The mechanical spider nodded its lens before crawling toward the control panel and gently pressing the round button with its front leg. The numbers on the screen paused for a moment before continuing to count down, albeit at a slower pace. Is it extending the countdown? Zero's voice came from below as she too climbed up, squatting at the edge of the maintenance hatch. This might be the self-destruct protocol of the research institute. Elena mentioned in her notes that when the energy core completely fails, the system will automatically initiate a self-destruct sequence to obliterate all experimental data. Lin Feng felt a heavy weight settle in his heart. So, you're saying if we cannot find a way to escape, this place will explode in 3 days? Zero did not respond, merely watching as the mechanical spider rapidly tapped the control panel with its front leg. The numbers on the screen beginning to reverse from 72 hours to 96 hours. It's modifying the program, she whispered, her transparent pupils reflecting the light from the screen. But its permissions are insufficient. It can extend it by at most 24 hours. Observing the busy figure of the mechanical spider, Lin Feng suddenly perceived it as a silent guardian, having operated alone in this abandoned research facility for a decade, maintaining the crumbling system while awaiting a rescue that might never come. He stuffed the rows of batteries into his backpack and said to the mechanical spider, "We must leave now and open the escape passage. Can you assist us?" The mechanical spider paused its actions, its lens turning toward him and then toward Zero, before giving a slight nod and crawling into his palm. On the return journey, Lin Feng placed the mechanical spider on his shoulder, where it behaved obediently, occasionally nudging his ear with its front leg as if to confirm his location. Zero walked beside him, her footsteps light, her white robe drifting through the dim corridor like a floating cloud. "Let us give it a name," Zero suddenly suggested, her voice soft. Elena said that only things with names can find a home. Lin Feng gazed at the mechanical spider on his shoulder, which was surveying its surroundings with its lens. Its 8 legs, though still somewhat stiff, had become much more agile, especially when navigating the seams of the pipe, always finding the most secure footholds. After a moment of thought, he smiled and said, "How about we call it Spider? Simple and easy to remember." The spider seemed to understand, wobbling its lens and emitting a faint beep in response. By the time they reached the door of the escape passage, the sky had darkened. Through the gaps in the ventilation, the exterior sky glimmered with deep blue hues, and a few early stars twinkled behind the clouds. Lin Feng retrieved his toolbox, ready to unscrew the bolts, when Spider suddenly crawled down from his shoulder to the door, pointing with its front leg at the topmost bolt. It then extended a metallic spike, gently prying at the edge of the bolt. "It wants to try," Zero remarked softly. Lin Feng nodded and stepped aside. The spider clung tightly to the door with its 6 legs, its 2 front legs grasping the metallic spike, deftly inserting it into the crevice of the bolt before twisting forcefully. The rusty bolt emitted a shrill, creaking sound, surprisingly loosening. Its movements were deliberate yet precise, especially when dealing with the minute components, the 8 legs working in perfect harmony as if possessing their own consciousness. Lin Feng watched in awe, realizing that this small robot was more than just a tool. Within this cold research facility, it was like Zero, another castaway, striving to survive in its own way. "You can do it, Spider," he murmured encouragingly. Spider wobbled its lens in acknowledgement and continued to twist the bolt, its red lens flickering in the dim light like a small, resilient star. Zero crouched beside it, gently brushing her fingertips over Spider's injured hind leg, her transparent pupils finally reflecting a tender smile. A breeze from a ventilation shaft swept in, carrying the scent of the mountains, far fresher than the recycled air within the research facility. Lin Feng looked up at the sky outside, where the stars shone brighter, as if guiding them toward their destination. He understood that no matter how arduous the path ahead, at least now, he was no longer alone. He had Zero, Spider, and a backpack full of hope. Beyond that tightly shut escape passage door, it seemed that true winds awaited them. Chapter 11. composite material batteries. The laboratory's fume hood continued to hum, and Lin Feng stared at the translucent film in the beaker, shimmering with a pearlescent sheen, his fingertips unconsciously tapping the edge of the lab bench. The black sludge he had retrieved from the abandoned battery recycling plant 3 days prior, after 12 extractions and centrifugations, had ultimately settled into this unknown substance, floating within the electrolyte with an eerie stability, neither dissolving nor settling, akin to a frozen aurora. On the 37th test, the dielectric constant measured at 892, surpassing that of PVDF by 40, while the volume resistivity. He lowered his gaze to scribble a series of data in his lab notebook, the pen suddenly pausing. The edge of the notebook revealed a portion of yesterday's newspaper. The headline boldly printed, "Global Lithium Resource Reserve Warning, Solid-State Battery RD Faces Material Bottleneck." His phone vibrated in the pocket of his lab coat. It was a video call from his mentor, Yuan. The elderly figure appeared on the screen. Standing in the exhibition hall of the National Materials Laboratory, glass cabinets behind him displaying various energy storage material samples developed during the 13th and 14th five-year plans. "Lin, what findings do you have from the spectrum analysis of that batch of composite materials I asked you to analyze last week?" Lin Feng turned to retrieve a sealed sample tube from the thermostat, presenting the film to the camera. "Professor Zhou, take a look at this. The polyimide derivative extracted from recycled lithium battery separators, after modification, maintains dielectric stability even at 150 degrees Celsius. The cyclic voltammetry test I conducted earlier showed an ionic conductivity of 1210 centimeter." The sound of a pen tapping against the table came from the other end of the screen. Yuan adjusted his glasses. "Do you remember the Nature paper published by the Japanese team last year? They used metal organic frameworks as electrolyte carriers, and their conductivity only reached 810. Your data." He suddenly paused, his hand pointing to the timeline of China as energy storage material development on the exhibition hall wall. "In 2016, we lagged 5 years behind other countries in the field of composite materials. Now, perhaps we have an opportunity to overtake." After hanging up the phone, Lin Feng opened the three-dimensional molecular model on his computer. The blue carbon chain backbone was adorned with red oxygen atoms and yellow lithium atoms, forming stable coordination bonds, resembling a meticulously choreographed molecular dance. He recalled the scene from 3 months ago at the waste disposal plant. Mountains of discarded batteries being dismantled by mechanical arms. Most of the separator materials unable to degrade, ultimately destined for landfill. He had crouched outside the operation workshop, watching as rainwater washed the ground, leaving behind bluish-green stains, the color of electrolyte seeping into the soil. The laboratory door swung open, and graduate student Su Rei entered, cradling a stack of XRD diffraction patterns. Her hair tips dusted with a hint of white powder. "Brother Feng, I prepared 5 samples with varying degrees of cross-linking as per your instructions. Sample 3 exhibits a new characteristic peak at 2187. She spread the patterns across the lab bench, pointing at a smooth curve. "Look, doesn't this indicate the formation of a new crystalline phase?" Lin Feng leaned in, circling the peak region on the graph with a red pen. Sunlight filtered through the Venetian blinds, casting alternating stripes of light and shadow on the paper, reminiscent of the rhythm of his heartbeat at that moment. "Send sample 3 for X-ray photoelectron spectroscopy. I want to examine the changes in elemental valence states." Suddenly, he remembered something and rummaged through his drawer for a yellowed notebook. A handwritten experimental record he had salvaged from a retired engineer during his study visit in Germany 3 years ago. A few pages contained conjectures about the interface reactions of polymer materials with metal ions. Su Rui noticed the gilded title on the title page of the notebook, "Study on the Stability of Polymer Electrolytes in Extreme Environments." Isn't this the legendary Professor Hans's posthumous work? I heard he abandoned solid-state battery research because he couldn't find suitable polymer materials. No, he merely failed to discover the correct extraction method. Lin Feng turned to one page, where it was written in German, "When polymer chains dynamically coordinate with lithium ions, nanoscale ionic channels emerge on the material surface." He traced the sentences encircled in red with his fingertip. Hans had employed purely chemical synthesis methods back then, which were prohibitively expensive, but we extract from recycled materials, addressing environmental concerns while reducing our RD costs. As evening descended, the laboratory began to cool. Lin Feng coated the modified polymer material onto aluminum foil collectors, assembling them into half cells. The violet electrolyte glowed under the vacuum glove box. As he placed the electrode into the button cell casing, a subtle vibration emanated from the inner side of the gloves, the sound from the equipment in the adjacent energy storage testing room. Test engineer Lao Zhang gestured from behind the glass, indicating that the battery cycling test system was ready. Lin Feng labeled the package battery sample as PL001 and placed it into the temperature-controlled chamber. The real-time curve displayed on the screen indicated an initial discharge-specific capacity of 187 mAh, with a capacity retention rate of 92 after 50 cycles. This data surpassed the existing lithium iron phosphate systems in the laboratory by 30. Lao Zhang's voice crackled through the intercom. Filled with incredulity, Shaolin, if your material could be mass-produced, electric vehicles could extend their range by at least 200 kilometers. Lin Feng remained silent, fixated on the nearly unattenuated cycling curve on the screen. He recalled visiting a new energy vehicle company last week, where the chief engineer pointed to a pile of discarded batteries at the end of the production line, stating, "We don't lack technology. We lack materials that can withstand market scrutiny. Consumers won't pay for laboratory data. They want batteries that can start normally at minus 20 degrees. At that moment, his phone lit up with a message from an unfamiliar number, containing only a photograph, beneath the neatly arranged photovoltaic panels on the Gobi Desert. A blue energy storage battery chamber was undergoing extreme environment testing. The sender was noted as the Qinzhou New Energy Research Institute. Su Rue leaned in to examine the photo. "Isn't this the desert energy storage project we collaborated on? They were complaining last month about battery swelling issues at high temperatures." Lin Feng suddenly grabbed his lab coat. "Compile the high-temperature test data for PL001. We're going to Qinzhou." He strode toward the elevator, the hem of his white coat sweeping across the lab bench, stirring a gentle breeze that flipped the pages of the open notebook, halting at the one detailing stability test from 40 to 180 degrees. The high-speed train traversed the night, city lights outside blending into a flowing river of stars. Lin Feng sketched the molecular structure of the polymer material in the notebook, repeatedly circling the term cross-linking degree. Su Rue, beside him, organized the test reports and suddenly pointed at an infrared spectrum, exclaiming, "Brother Feng, look at this absorption peak at 1,720 centimeters. ISNT, it characteristic of the coordination between carbonyl groups and lithium ions?" He took the report, tracing the molecular vibration frequencies on the graph with his finger. "If we could enhance this coordination effect, perhaps we could mitigate the decline in ionic conductivity at low temperatures." A phrase from Hans's notebook flashed through his mind. Defects in materials often hide within the most stable structures. At 3 a.m, the testing center of the Qinzhou New Energy Research Institute remained brightly lit. When the PL001 battery was placed in the low-temperature chamber at minus 30 degrees, the voltage curve on the monitoring screen suddenly fluctuated. Lin Feng scrutinized the real-time data, observing that the capacity retention rate dropped to 78 after the 10th cycle. As anticipated, there was indeed a problem. Project leader engineer Wang rubbed his red eyes, explaining that in low-temperature environments, the segmental motion of the polymer material was hindered, resulting in a decline in ionic migration rates. Yet, Lin Feng suddenly smiled, instructing the engineers to adjust the test parameters. "Let us try raising the charging cutoff voltage to 45 V. As the current was re-injected into the battery, the curve on the screen began to rise, and, astonishingly, by the 20th cycle, the capacity retention rate rebounded to 85. "You see," he pointed at the graph, explaining, "under high voltage, the polar groups of the polymer chains rearrange, forming temporary ionic channels." Engineer Wang's pen clattered to the keyboard. "It's like installing an adaptive switch for the material, more akin to equipping the molecular chains with a temperature control valve." Lin Feng opened the notebook and inscribed on a new page, "Dynamic cross-linking mechanism of polymer materials, temperature-responsive ionic conducting pathways." Outside, the Gobi Desert began to glow with the first light of dawn, the initial rays of sunlight streaming through the testing center's glass curtain wall, illuminating the battery sample. The layer of pearlescent film refracting a spectrum of colors in the morning light. Upon returning to the laboratory, Zhou Mingyuan was already waiting for him. The elder held a National Key Research and Development Program application, the title reading Key Technologies and Industrialization of Polymer Battery Materials. "Shaolin, the Institute has decided to include your project in the key tackling plan for the 14th five-year plan." He pointed to the expected indicators in the application. "However, there is a stipulation. You must complete the pilot test within a year and address the uniformity issue in mass production of the material." Lin Feng's gaze fell upon the recycling material bin in the corner of the lab, still filled with separator materials collected from various discarded batteries. He suddenly recalled the blank space on the last page of Hans's notebook, where he had scribbled a line in pencil. The best materials often lie hidden in forgotten places. Su Rue entered, cradling a newly synthesized sample, her face alight with excitement. "Brother Feng, the low-temperature cycling retention rate of the PL002 made according to the new formula has reached 90. She spread the electron microscope photos across the table, the nanoscale porous structure resembling a microscopic forest. Look at this pore-sized distribution. It perfectly accommodates the passage of lithium ions. Lin Feng picked up the sample and held it to the light, observing the thin film. In the molecular realm of the polymer material, countless invisible ions traverse between the carbon chains and oxygen atoms, akin to an unceasing migration. He remembered Zhou Mingyuan's frequent assertion. Breakthroughs in energy storage materials never stem from discovering a perfect molecular structure, but rather from understanding the symbiotic relationship between defects and stability. His phone vibrated once more, this time with a news alert. Our country will establish a complete recycling system for discarded batteries. And polymer material regeneration technology has received policy support. Lin Feng opened the accompanying policy document, where the phrase high-stability polymer electrolyte had been deliberately highlighted in crimson within the section on key development directions. Outside the laboratory window, the shadows of the phoenix trees elongated in the setting sun. He inscribed the final line of this chapter in his experimental log. PL-002 sample. Commence 1,000 cycle testing. The sound of his pen gliding across the paper intertwined with the hum of the fume hood and the ticking of the testing equipment, creating a symphony that spoke of materials and time. As the last ray of sunlight skimmed over the polymer film, he envisioned countless lithium ions racing along the pathways of molecular chains, shimmering with a faint glow as they surged toward distant horizons. Chapter 12. The Storm Before Mass Production. As Lin Feng sketched the seventh version of the molecular structure in his experimental log, the fluorescent lights in the laboratory flickered twice. Su Rue rushed over, brandishing the freshly printed ICP-MS test report. The hem of her lab coat brushed against the power line of the centrifuge, abruptly halting the ongoing particle size distribution analysis on the screen. The metal impurity content in PL-002 has dropped below 5 ppm, she exclaimed, slapping the report onto the table and pointing at the nearly baseline curve of the lead content, evidence that last week as purification process had taken effect, now meeting the admission standards for power batteries. Lin Feng's pen hovered over the cross-linking agent ratio section before abruptly shifting toward the fume hood. There, 6 reaction vessels were lined up, and the container marked R5 was emitting a pale blue mist, an unintended byproduct from the 37th attempt to adjust the polymerization reaction temperature. He decided to send the fraction from R5 for gas chromatography mass spectrometry. He removed his gloves, which were speckled with silicone particles. The previous pilot test had failed due to this unknown component, which had caused a sudden increase in internal resistance of the battery. The sound of hurried footsteps echoed in the corridor, and Zhou Mingyuan's voice reverberated against the glass curtain wall. Shaolin, there's been an incident on the production line. The elderly man's hands clutched a feasibility report for mass production, its edges damp with perspiration. A glaring red cross marked the material uniformity section, indicating that the latest pilot data showed a membrane thickness deviation exceeding 3 microns for the same batch, which would lead to imbalanced charging and discharging in the battery pack. Lin Feng seized the car keys and dashed toward the elevator, with Su Rue trailing behind, clutching the emergency sample box. Outside the car window, the industrial park was drenched in rain, the blue and white standardized factories standing like a row of silent battery cells. Half an hour prior, the engineer responsible for the mass production handover had sent a video. Bubbles the size of fingernail had appeared on the polymer film at the coder's exit, a foreboding omen. The constant temperature and humidity system in the pilot workshop continued to hum. Lin Feng stood before the coder, observing the translucent film on the metal rollers. When the probe made contact with the bubble surface, the detector's buzzer suddenly shrieked, indicating that the dielectric constant in this area was 12 units lower than in the normal region. It was microgel formed during the polymerization reaction. He carefully extracted a sample with tweezers and examined the suspended particles in the light. In the laboratory, they used batch reactors, capable of promptly eliminating such impurities. But the continuous flow system employed for mass production could not achieve the same. Wang Peng, the production director, slammed his hard hat onto the operating table. The German-imported reactor has already been calibrated to the highest precision. If this doesn't work, we'll have to change the equipment. However, that would incur a 40 cost increase, which the automotive companies would certainly reject. He pointed to the progress chart on the workshop wall, where the red countdown sign indicated that there were only 87 days left until the scheduled mass production date. Suddenly, Lin Feng crouched down to observe the moment the film detached from the coder rollers. The light filtered through the film, casting flowing patches on the ground, with the locations of the bubbles consistently aligned with specific angles of roller rotation. Try reducing the speed to 15 meters per minute, he shouted to the operator, while also increasing the airspeed gradient in the curing oven. When the machine restarted, the bubbles on the film indeed diminished, as if smoothed by an invisible force. This is merely a temporary fix. Wang Peng handed over a glass of cold water, stating that the production speed must reach 30 meters per minute. Otherwise, they wouldn't meet the supply demands of the automotive companies. Water droplets from the glass splattered onto the report, blurring the words cost control. In a late-night workshop office, the lights remained on as Lin Feng sketched a comparative diagram of two process routes on the whiteboard. On the left was the laboratory's small-scale trial process, with each step featuring precise detection nodes, while on the right, the mass production flowchart compressed those detection symbols into a single straight line. We need to integrate online infrared monitoring into the continuous flow system. He suddenly turned to Su Rue, disassemble the laboratory's microspectrometer, and modify it into a real-time detection module. At that moment, his phone vibrated. It was low-temperature test data from Engineer Wang at the Qingzhou Research Institute. The cycle retention rate of PL002 at -40°C had stabilized at 88, but a note in small print suggested the discovery of microcracks at the edges of the electrode sheets, suspected to be due to increased brittleness of the material at low temperatures. Lin Feng recalled another line from Hans's notebook, inscribed in German in the margins. The perfect material should flow like a river, able to adapt to the shape of its container while maintaining its own fluidity. Su Rue suddenly pointed at the computer screen, exclaiming, "Brother Feng, look at this." The screen displayed the recently analyzed components of the R5 fraction, a small fluorinated compound that would react with lithium metal at high temperatures to produce lithium fluoride. This is the cause of the increased internal resistance. She pulled up a molecular simulation animation where blue fluorine atoms assailed the surface of the lithium metal like sharks. We need to add inhibitors during the polymerization reaction to block this reaction pathway. The rain outside had ceased, and morning light streamed through the high windows of the workshop, illuminating the freshly produced, qualified film. Lin Feng measured the thickness with calipers, finding that the deviations across 10 consecutive points were all maintained within 1 micron. Wang Peng rushed over, clutching the latest cost accounting sheet, his voice trembling with disbelief. After incorporating the online monitoring system, the cost has only increased by 7. And the automotive companies have agreed to it. Upon returning to the laboratory, Lin Feng found Su Rue photographing Hans's notebook for archiving. He flipped to the last page, reading the phrase, "The best materials are hidden in forgotten places," and suddenly recalled the words of an elderly man he had met 3 months prior at the waste disposal site. The plastic films in these discarded batteries will turn colorful if left in the sun for too long. His phone buzzed with a notification. It was the revised version of the management measures for the recycling and utilization of power storage batteries for new energy vehicles released by the National Energy Administration, with the emphasis on prioritizing recycled materials for power battery production boldly highlighted. Lin Feng opened a message from Zhou Yuan, tomorrow at 9 a.m. Attend the kickoff meeting for the National Key RD program. His name appeared on the attached project team member list, followed by a note, responsible for the research and industrialization of polymer material systems. Su Rue entered, cradling the PL003 sample, the film gleaming softly in her palm. The final cycle test data is in. After 1,000 cycles, the capacity retention rate is 89.7. She placed the report atop Hans's notebook, the new and old records overlapping in the light. "Brother Feng, do you think Professor Hans would regret giving up on this back in the day if he saw this?" Lin Feng did not respond. Instead, he activated the three-dimensional molecular model. On the screen, red oxygen atoms and yellow lithium atoms danced between carbon chains, resembling a swarm of particles chasing light. Outside the laboratory, the leaves of the phoenix trees rustled, as if echoing the words inscribed on the cover page of their application. Let every abandoned molecular chain regain the power to run. As the first ray of sunlight pierced through the workbench, casting light upon the PL003 sample box, Lin Feng wrote in his log, "Mass production preparations are complete." The sound of his pen gliding over the paper seemed to conceal the footsteps of countless lithium ions racing forth. Chapter 13. The Trials of Market Tides. At the inauguration ceremony of the PL003 production line, Lin Feng stood before the enormous electronic screen, watching the real-time fluctuating data of the qualification rate. When the number stabilized at 99.2, the applause from the audience reverberated, causing his eardrums to tremble. Zhou Yuan extended a commemorative plaque encapsulating a polymer film, its metallic surface glimmering in the sunlight, revealing the molecular structure etched on its reverse side, an emblem of the material code they had unraveled over the past 3 years. The inaugural batch of electric vehicles equipped with this battery is set to undergo extreme environmental testing in Qingzhou next week. The chief engineer of the automobile company patted him on the shoulder, while the transport truck behind them was laden with the first set of battery packs. Their blue casing emblazoned with a new logo, Energy Rebirth. Lin Feng noticed the red veins in the engineer's eyes, recalling that during last night's meeting, the team had just completed a cold start simulation test at -40 degrees. The testing ground, a barren expanse, was buffeted by a sandstorm. Lin Feng tightened his windbreaker, observing as the white test vehicle entered the low-temperature chamber. As the internal temperature plummeted to -35, the battery level indicator on the dashboard began to flicker. The moment the engineer pressed the start button, the hum of the motor resonated through the chamber walls, arriving 0.8 seconds later than anticipated. The internal resistance of the battery had increased by 17 compared to room temperature. The data analyst pointed to the curve displayed on the screen, although still within acceptable limits. The user's sensitivity to the delayed start exceeded their expectations. Recent user surveys indicated that over 62% of respondents found a delay exceeding 0.5 seconds unacceptable. Crouching beside the battery compartment, Lin Feng peeled back the insulating layer to inspect the temperature sensors. Probes embedded in the gaps of the battery pack revealed that the segmental movement of the polymer at low temperatures was 12 slower than laboratory data. It was a deviation in cross-link density during mass production. He scanned the edges of the electrodes with an infrared thermometer, noting that the temperature at the margins was 3 degrees lower than at the center, resulting in a gradient disparity in ionic conduction. Suddenly, Surue emerged from the insulation box with an emergency modifier, a concoction prepared according to Han's notebook formula, which included 5 flexible segments. We tested it in the lab. It can enhance the low-temperature segmental movement speed by 15, she said, her gloved hands trembling slightly as she injected the modifier into the battery's replenishment port, akin to performing a delicate surgical operation. When the low-temperature chamber was activated again, the motor's response time decreased to 0.4 seconds. Lin Feng gazed at the rising voltage curve on the screen, suddenly reminded of the coating machines operating on the production line. Each roll of film, upon leaving the production line, underwent 37 inspection processes, yet the complexities of nature always surpassed laboratory simulations, much like the unpredictable winds sweeping across the desert, striking the test vehicle's battery compartment at erratic angles. In the late-night impromptu meeting, the market department's report lay on the sand-dusted table. Southern users prioritized range, while northern customers were most concerned with low-temperature performance. The minister circled the Qinling-Huaihe line on the map with a red pen, stating the need to launch 2 adaptive solutions, albeit at an increase of 11 in production costs. Lin Feng flipped through Han's notebook and discovered a faded annotation at the edge of a page. The toughness of a material lies in its ability to compromise with the environment. He suddenly raised his head. We should incorporate a temperature adaptive algorithm into the battery management system to adjust the software to the material properties, rather than adjusting the materials themselves. Surue promptly opened her computer, simulating the current output curves at varying temperatures. When the system detected a low-temperature signal, it automatically reduced the initial current by 10, which paradoxically enhanced the startup stability by 23. As the test vehicle accelerated across the desert, Lin Feng gazed out at the photovoltaic array flashing by. Beneath those blue solar panels, a newly installed energy storage system was utilizing the recycled materials from their old batteries. A video from engineer Wang showed a group of hard-hatted workers installing monitoring devices, with streams of data dancing across the screen, relaying real-time information back to the laboratory. This was the world's first pilot program for a comprehensive material lifecycle monitoring network. His phone vibrated in his pocket. It was a congratulatory message from Zhou Yuan, accompanied by a photograph of the new exhibition hall at the National Laboratory. The polymer samples they had developed were prominently displayed in the sustainable energy section, with an accompanying note stating, the polymer extracted from 1 ton of discarded batteries can support electric vehicles for 230,000 kilometers. On the return journey, Surue was organizing user feedback questionnaires. One taxi driver wrote, a single charge allows me to travel 500 kilometers, earning me 2 extra hours of income. Another comment from a northern vehicle owner was circled in red pen. Starts at -20 degrees, but I hope charging can be quicker in winter. Lin Feng suddenly pinned a new research topic in his notebook. Low-temperature, fast charging mechanism, based on interface optimization of polymer materials. Outside the car window, green vegetation began to emerge from the Gobi Desert, the drought-resistant plants thriving beneath the solar panels. Lin Feng recalled the last blurred message in Han's notebook. True innovation allows technology to take root and flourish in any soil, like a plant. As the test vehicle approached the charging station on the edge of the oasis, Lin Feng watched as the current indicator on the charging pile shifted from red to green. The screen displayed a charging time shortened by 12 minutes compared to the standard, a testament to the efficacy of their optimized ionic induction pathways. The sunset filtered through the glass canopy of the charging station, casting a warm glow on the battery pack's nameplate. The words energy rebirth shimmering in the afterglow like a series of molecules in the process of charging, embodying both the remnants of the past and the promise of future energy. He inscribed the final line of Chapter 7 in his notebook. Next stop, the garages of mass production users. The sound of his pen gliding across the paper intertwined with the distant hum of the photovoltaic panels, resonating like a duet about materials and life. At the launch ceremony of the PL-003 production line, Lin Feng stood before a massive electronic screen, his fingertips unconsciously rubbing against the polymer sample in his lab coat pocket. Each upward fluctuation of the passing qualification rate on the screen elicited a flurry of flashes from the 30-plus media outlets documenting this moment. When the number stabilized at 99, Zhou Yuan presented the commemorative plaque, its silver sheen reflecting the sunlight, with the molecular structure etched on the metallic back, the position of each carbon atom having undergone 27 meticulous revisions, akin to a series of keys polished through repeated refinement. The first batch of electric vehicles equipped with this battery is scheduled for extreme environmental testing next week. The voice of Chief Engineer Wang, raspy and worn, echoed as he slammed a crumpled test outline onto the table, with a cold start at -35 circled in red 3 times. Lin Feng noted the electrolyte stains on the engineer's suit sleeve, recalling how, during last night's video conference, the team had endured an overnight session in the -40-degree simulation chamber, their purple fingers clutching a test report poised to reshape the industry's landscape. The testing ground's Gobi Desert was whipped by an 8th-degree sandstorm, the grains scraping against the wind goggles with a faint crunch. Lin Feng tightened his windbreaker, watching the white test vehicle sway like a garment tossed into a washing machine as it entered the low-temperature chamber amidst the swirling dust. The moment the chamber door sealed shut, he heard Su Rui's sharp intake of breath. The temperature tracking device in her hand indicated that the external temperature had plummeted below -20, far exceeding the preset testing conditions. The internal resistance of the battery had increased by 17. Data analyst Xiao Zhang's eyes were veiled in a layer of frost as he pointed to the serrated curve on the screen, noting that the peak startup current reached 320A, exceeding the design value by 15. The user feedback data retrieved moments ago indicated that over 62 of respondents expressed that the delay during winter startup was more frustrating than concerns about range anxiety. Crouching beside the battery compartment, Lin Feng manually peeled back the insulating layer. The optical fiber sensors nestled within the battery pack emitted a faint red glow, reminiscent of a biological pulse. As he scanned the edges of the electrodes with the infrared thermometer, the values abruptly shifted. The temperature at the edges was 3 degrees lower than at the center, while the cross-link density of the polymer material was 0.8 percentage points higher than the standard. It was a tension deviation from mass production. He removed his gloves, his fingertips brushing against the cold metallic shell, noting that the pressure of the 17th roller of the coating machine was uneven, resulting in a higher crystallinity of the edge material. Suddenly, Su Rui emerged from the insulation box, cradling an emergency modifier. The blue reagent bottle trembled slightly in her reddened hands. It's made according to the formula on page 47 of Han's notebook, with 5 polyethylene glycol flexible segments added. Her eyelashes were adorned with tiny ice crystals. Yet her steady hand directed the syringe towards the battery pack's liquid replenishment port with unwavering precision. Laboratory simulations indicated that this polymer segment could expand ion channels of 0.3 nanometers like a spring in frigid temperatures. The moment the modifier was injected, a faint clicking sound echoed within the low-temperature chamber, the sound of polymer molecular chains uncoiling. As the chamber's temperature plunged to -35°C, the engineer pressed the start button, and the motor's hum emerged a full second earlier than anticipated. Lin Feng gazed at the smoothly rising voltage curve on the screen, suddenly reminded of the coating machines on the production line that operated around the clock. Each roll of film underwent 37 inspection procedures. Yet the complexities of nature always surpassed laboratory simulations, akin to the wind sweeping across the Gobi Desert, striking the test vehicle's battery compartment from 17 different angles. A late-night impromptu meeting convened in a dust-covered prefab office, with the marketing department's report being lifted at the corners by the wind. The minister traced the Qinling-Huaihe line on the map with a red pen, delineating a clear boundary reminiscent of the Chuhan Divide. Among the southern user complaints, 73 centered on exaggerated range claims, while 89 of northern feedback pointed to cold start issues. He tapped the user profile data on the table. If 2 adaptive solutions were introduced by region, production costs would rise by 11, yet the premium space could only reach a maximum of 8. Lin Feng flipped through Han's notebook, the yellowed pages rustling in the breeze. A marginal note, inscribed in pencil, had faded, yet remained legible. The toughness of materials lies in their ability to compromise with the environment. Suddenly, he seized a marker and drew a wavy line on the whiteboard, integrating a temperature-adaptive algorithm into the BMS system, allowing the software to serve as a buffer for the materials. Su Rui's fingers danced across her laptop, instantly generating a simulation curve on the screen. When the system detected that the ambient temperature fell below -15°C, it automatically reduced the initial current by 10, simultaneously activating the heating film at the edges of the battery pack. This solution enhanced the stability of the startup by 23, with only a 0.7 increase in cost. It was akin to outfitting the materials with intelligent insoles. She chuckled as she wiped the frost from her nose, realizing that Han's notion of compromise embodied this very meaning. As the test vehicle accelerated across the Gobi Desert, Lin Feng gazed at the photovoltaic arrays flashing by. Beneath those azure solar panels, a newly installed energy storage system was harnessing sunlight, and its core materials derived from 200 tons of discarded batteries recycled 3 months prior. In a video sent by engineer Wang, Tibetan worker, Tsering annotated monitoring data in Tibetan, his rough fingers gliding over the pulsating curves on the screen. This was the world's first pilot program for a full life-cycle monitoring network for materials, with each battery bearing an electronic identity card traceable from production to recycling. His phone vibrated in his pocket, a message from Zhou Mingyuan containing photos of the exhibition hall. Their developed polymer material sample was prominently displayed at the center of the sustainable energy exhibit. Alongside an electronic screen cycling through data, polymers extracted from 1 ton of discarded batteries could support electric vehicles for 230,000 kilometers, equivalent to circling Qinghai Lake 17 times. In the corner of the photograph, Han's notebook rested in a display case, labeled, "Inspiration from Germany, taking root and bearing fruit in China." As their off-road vehicle broke down at the edge of the oasis, Su Rui chuckled at the user feedback questionnaires. One taxi driver from Harbin wrote, "Charging once allows for 500 kilometers, 2 extra hours of earnings. But in winter, fast charging is like an old man drinking water, slow and leisurely." Another Guangzhou owner's comment was even more direct. "After basking in the summer sun, the battery's range drops faster than stocks." Lin Feng suddenly jotted down a new research topic in his notebook: temperature-responsive interface control based on polyamide derivatives for adaptive coatings. The sound of his pen tearing through the paper startling a nearby sparrow pecking at the window. The LED screen at the charging station indicated that with the current charging power reaching 80 kilowatts, the battery temperature was rising at a rate of 12 degrees per minute. Lin Feng scrutinized the real-time impedance graph on the screen, noting that when the temperature exceeded 45 C, the ionic conductivity of the polymer actually declined, a phenomenon never observed in the lab. It was structural fatigue from the number of cycles. He suddenly recalled the aging tests on the production line. They had only conducted 1,000 cycle verifications, yet taxis charged and discharged over 3,000 times annually. As the evening sun streamed through the glass cover of the charging pile, it cast diamond-shaped reflections upon the battery pack's nameplate. The words energy regeneration were gilded, resembling a chain of molecules in the midst of charging. Lin Feng retrieved his phone and messaged Wang Peng on the production line. At a cycle fatigue testing module in the 23rd process, adjusting parameters to match taxi operating conditions. The moment he pressed send, the distant photovoltaic array reflected the sunset's afterglow, those blue panels unfurling across the Gobi Desert like a sea of batteries waiting to be charged. He inscribed the final line of Chapter 7 in his notebook. Next stop, the garages of mass production users. The sound of his pen gliding across the paper mingled with the distant hum of current from the photovoltaic panels, resembling a duet about materials and life. The wind rustled through the red willow thickets outside the window, carrying news from afar. Electric vehicles equipped with polymer batteries were inscribing their new chapters amidst the urban traffic. Chapter 14. The Laboratory in the User's Garage. 3 weeks after the first batch of mass-produced electric vehicles was delivered, Lin Feng's phone received 372 user feedback notifications. The latest, from a taxi driver named Master Zhao in Harbin, came with a video showing the dashboard's range suddenly plummeting from 120 kilometers to 87 kilometers, resembling some digital malfunction. Su Rui frowned at the back-end data. It was a calibration error in low temperatures. The volume change rate of the polymer at -18°C exceeded the laboratory simulation by 23. When they arrived at Master Zhao's garage with portable detection equipment, the white electric vehicle was resting beside the charging post. In the -22°C air, the battery compartment emitted a faint polymer scent. Lin Feng opened the protective cover of the charging interface and found a layer of frost inside, which would increase contact resistance during charging by 15. Users in northeast China were accustomed to outdoor charging. Master Zhao rubbed his frostbitten hands, white residue from dried electrolyte still clinging to his knuckles, stating, "Your battery is good. But its frost resistance is not as reliable as the old lead-acid batteries." Su Rui affixed a temperature sensor to the battery pack's exterior, and the curve on the screen fluctuated like a heartbeat. When it detected that a particular cell's voltage dropped below 32V, she suddenly recalled Han's words from the notebook. The performance of materials is always defined by the user. Lin Feng crouched in the corner of the garage, using a marker to sketch the layout of the battery pack on the floor. Module 3, near the front of the vehicle, had the lowest temperature, and the dielectric constant of the polymer there fell short of the standard by 9 units. It was a design flaw in the insulation layer. He tore off his gloves to touch the interior wall of the battery compartment. The metal casing was dissipating heat 11 faster than anticipated. They had used an insulated simulation chamber in the lab, never considering that the humidity of a northeast garage would allow condensation to directly adhere to the battery surface. The hot tea handed to him by Master Zhao rippled in the thermos, and as Lin Feng observed the condensation on the cup's wall, he suddenly wrote in his detection log, at an nanometer scale hydrophobic coating, controlling thickness between 50 to 80 nanometers. In contrast, feedback from southern users painted a different picture. Ms. Li's electric vehicle in Guangzhou, parked in an outdoor lot for 3 days, experienced a 7 decline in battery capacity. Standing beside the car under the blazing sun, Lin Feng noted that the infrared thermal imager displayed a surface temperature of 56°C on the battery pack, far exceeding the polymer's optimal working temperature range. After basking in the midday sun, the fast charging rate plummeted from 80 kilowatts to 52 kilowatts. Ms. Li swiped through her charging records on her phone, commenting, "The high temperature stability you advertised is hardly sufficient for the summer heat in Guangzhou." Su Rui accessed the back-end logs of the battery management system and discovered abnormal fluctuations in ion migration rates at elevated temperatures. Those molecular chains, once neatly aligned under a microscope, now resembled withered vines, losing their inherent elasticity under the intense sun. It pertains to the relaxation of the cross-linked structure at elevated temperatures. She pointed to the impedance data in the log, indicating that beyond 50 degrees, the vibrational frequency of the polyimide segments diminished by 17, resulting in a constriction of the ionic channels. They erected a makeshift laboratory in the community garage, inputting battery performance data at various temperatures into their model. When Lin Feng superimposed the low-temperature curve from the northeast with the high-temperature curve from Guangzhou, the two wavy lines intersected at 25, which represented the critical equilibrium point of the polymeric material. "We need to equip the battery with an intelligent skin," he declared suddenly, proposing to add a layer of phase-change material to the exterior of the casing, which would exothermically release heat below 10 degrees and absorb heat above 40, all while keeping costs under 300 yuan per vehicle. In the dead of night, the user feedback system dispatched a peculiar message. Brother Zhang, a fruit farmer from the mountainous regions of Yunnan, encountered a micro-short circuit in the battery pack while transporting lychees along the bumpy mountain roads. Upon Lin Feng's arrival at the scene, he observed battery cells soaked in lychee juice, the purplish-red liquid seeping through the crevices and leaving dark stains on the polymer separator. The rugged terrain had caused misalignment of the electrodes, resulting in the separator being punctured. Brother Zhang squatted beside a box full of spoiled fruit, lamenting, "Your batteries are not as durable as the old plastic case models." Testing equipment revealed that in the areas tainted by lychee juice, the ionic conductivity had plummeted by 30. Lin Feng delicately removed the damaged separator with tweezers, scrutinizing the barely discernible micropores, where channels with a mere 12-micron diameter were clogged with fibrous fruit pulp. Su Rui suddenly recalled the porosity standards established during mass production. "We set it at 45, but did not account for the unique conditions of agricultural product transportation." While searching for information on her phone, a paper abstract popped up. Incorporating aramid fibers can enhance the puncture resistance of the separator by 27. 3 months later, at the user feedback meeting, Master Zhao's taxi had already covered 20,000 kilometers. The charging records he showcased indicated that after installing a hydrophobic coating, winter charging efficiency improved by 19. Ms. Li, smiling, remarked, "Now, fast charging at noon can maintain 75 kilowatts." And the phase-change material layer in the trunk can even serve as an ice pack, keeping seafood fresh on the way home. Brother Zhang presented a new battery sample. Labeled from mountainous regions, with a thickened separator, those aramid fibers standing guard over the ionic channels like armor. Lin Feng stood at the back of the venue, observing the user satisfaction data scrolling on the wall, an increase from an initial 68 to 92. On the new project report that Su Rui handed him, the words User Scenario Database were circled in red. Among the 50,000 pieces of feedback being analyzed by the backend system, 23 pertain to demands for extreme environmental usage, real tests that the laboratory could never replicate. On a return trip on the high-speed train, Lin Feng opened Hans's notebook. In the blank space on the last page, he inscribed a line. The best experimental data is forever inscribed in the user's garages. The city lights flickering past the train window resembled countless pulsating battery indicators, while the electric vehicles equipped with polymer batteries transformed the laboratory formulations into the recipes of everyday life. His phone buzzed with a message from Zhoming Yuan, accompanied by a new photograph from the National Key Laboratory. Their polymer project had been selected as one of the top 10 technological achievements benefiting people's livelihoods, showcasing not only samples, but also 100 handwritten feedback notes from users across the country. Lin Feng suddenly noted down the title for Chapter 8 in his memo. From the laboratory to everyday life, only a user's smile remains to bridge the gap. In the third week following the delivery of the first batch of mass-produced electric vehicles, Lin Feng received 372 user feedback notifications. The latest one came from Master Zhao, a taxi driver in Harbin. In the accompanying video, the dashboard's range suddenly dropped from 120 kilometers to 87 kilometers, with the battery fault light flashing intermittently. Su Rui frowned at the back-end data display, her finger gliding over the capacity degradation curve. The volume change rate of the polymer exceeded the laboratory simulation value by 23, leading the BMS system to misjudge the capacity. Look at this comparative data. Northeast users charge their vehicles 12 times more on average than those in the South. It's not that the range is insufficient, it's psychological anxiety at play. Equipped with portable testing devices, they arrived at Master Zhao's garage, where the white electric vehicle lay beside a charging column coated in ice shards. In the frigid air at minus 22 degrees, the battery compartment emitted a faint scent of polyimide, reminiscent of a chemical reagent frozen in time. Lin Feng removed the charging interface cover. An icicle-like frost tumbled from the crevices. This layer of crystallization could increase contact resistance by 15 during charging. In our line of work, we emphasize keeping the vehicle running, Master Zhao said, rubbing his frostbitten hands, his knuckles still smeared with dried electrolyte crystals. Your battery cuts off when charging reaches 90 in winter, claiming it's a protective mechanism. But I could get complaints if I fall short by 10 kilometers on the airport shuttle. Su Rui affixed a fiber optic temperature sensor to the exterior of the battery pack, the curve on the screen fluctuating weakly like a frozen heartbeat. When a voltage of cell number 3 dropped below 32 V, she suddenly recalled an old photograph tucked within Hans's notebook, the Munich laboratory in 1987, where young Hans tested a battery buried in snow. The material's performance is eternally defined by its users. Lin Feng squatted in the corner of the garage, sketching a layout diagram of the battery pack on the frosted ground with a marker. The module closest to the front of the vehicle, number 3, had the lowest temperature, and the dielectric constant of the polymer here was 9 units lower than the standard value, while the cross-linking density exceeded by 0.6. It was a design flaw in the insulation layer. He tore off his gloves to touch the inner wall of the battery compartment, the cold metal shell creeping up his fingertips. The thermal imaging camera revealed that the shell's heat dissipation rate exceeded the preset value by 11, while the humidity in the northeast garage caused condensation to attach directly to the battery surface, forming a microelectrolytic cell. The hot tea handed to him by Master Zhao rippled in the thermos. Lin Feng gazed at the water droplets condensing on the cup's wall and suddenly had an epiphany, adding a nanoscale hydrophobic coating to the inner side of the battery compartment, controlling the thickness between 50 and 80 nanometers, and replacing the insulation layer with a composite aerogel material. Su Rui immediately recorded this in the testing log, the sound of her pen gliding across the paper blending with the weather forecast from Master Zhao's radio. Tonight's low temperature will reach minus 28, a new winter record. The user feedback from the south painted an entirely different, searing picture. Ms. Li's electric vehicle in Guangzhou, parked in an open lot for 3 days, inexplicably experienced a 7 capacity degradation. Lin Feng stood under the midday sun, the infrared thermal imager revealing the battery pack surface temperature soaring to 56 degrees, with the polymer inside exhibiting barely perceptible deformations. The central control screen indicated a high-temperature protection mode, yet the casing felt scorching to the touch. Ms. Lee scrolled through her charging records, the power curve on her screen resembling sugar melting under the blazing sun. Last week, during the typhoon, it was fine. But the sun is an entirely different matter. This simply won't do in Guangzhou. Su Rue accessed the back-end logs of the battery management system, noting the jagged fluctuations in ionic migration rates under high temperatures. The molecular chains, neatly arranged under the electron microscope, resembled wilted vines, having lost their original elasticity. It was the relaxation of the cross-linked structure at elevated temperatures, she pointed out, referencing the impedance data in the log. Beyond 50 degrees, the vibrational frequency of the polyimide segments dropped by 17, leading to a narrowing of the ionic channels. The laboratory's thermostatic chamber was capped at 60 degrees. But ground temperatures in Guangzhou during summer could reach 70, rendering such extremes impossible to simulate. They constructed a temporary laboratory in the community garage, inputting the low-temperature curve from the northeast alongside the high-temperature curve from Guangzhou into their computer. When the two wavy lines intersected at 25, Lin Feng abruptly seized a marker and circled it on the whiteboard. The most comfortable temperature for the human body is also 25. Materials, like people, require a stable thermal environment. He pointed to the phase change material parameter table, opting for paraffin and expanded graphite composite materials, setting the melting point at 28 degrees. Exothermically releasing heat below 10 degrees and absorbing heat above 40, all while maintaining costs under 300 yuan per vehicle. Su Rue suddenly burst into laughter, pointing at the property notice on the community bulletin board. Homeowners are complaining that the garage is too stuffy in summer. Our solution could also assist the property management with ventilation issues. A special message was dispatched by the user feedback system in the dead of night. In the mountainous regions of Yunnan, Brother Zhang, a fruit farmer, encountered a minor short circuit in the battery pack while transporting lychees via his electric vehicle along the bumpy mountain road. Upon Lin Feng's arrival at the scene, he beheld the battery cells marred by the deep crimson juice, which seeped through the crevices, leaving dark stains on the polymer separator, akin to some natural dye. The serpentine mountain path jostled the batteries in the trunk like beans in a sieve. Brother Zhang squatted beside a cargo of spoiled fruit, his calloused palm gliding over the battery casing. Your batteries are not as shock-resistant as the older plastic models. I suffered a loss of 2,000 yuan worth of lychees. The testing equipment revealed a staggering 30 drop in ionic conductivity in the areas tainted by lychee juice. Using tweezers, Lin Feng carefully removed the damaged separator, scrutinizing the minuscule pores under the light. The channels, merely 12 micrometers in diameter, were clogged with fibrous fruit remnants and tiny fragments of the shell. Su Rue suddenly recalled the porosity standards established during mass production. The 45 we set was based on urban conditions, without consideration for the brutal environment of agricultural transportation. While perusing literature on her phone, a paper abstract flashed before her eyes. The addition of 2 aramid short fibers can enhance the puncture resistance of the separator by 27, while maintaining a 98 ionic throughput. 3 months later, a user feedback meeting, Master Zhao's taxi had already covered 20,000 kilometers. The charging records he showcased resembled a neatly arranged electrocardiogram. After installing a hydrophobic coating, the charging efficiency in winter improved by 19. On the day the issue of interrupted charging was resolved, he took a photo of the dashboard, captioned with a sense of safety rated at 99. Ms. Lee brought forth a more compelling seafood preservation experiment. The phase change material layer in the trunk extended the freshness of shrimp by 4 hours at a sweltering 35 degrees Celsius. Now, even during rapid charging at noon, it could maintain 75 kilowatts. She beamed as she displayed the 5-star rating on her charging app, adding a comment suggesting they collaborate with seafood markets. Brother Zhang presented a new battery sample adorned with a red label indicating its mountain variant. The thickened separator, woven with aramid fibers, gleamed like golden armor under the sun. On the day Brother Zhang's mountain variant battery completed 6 months of operation in the Yunnan mountains, Lin Feng received a special courier package containing a battery separator sample, encased in a lychee wood box. Embedded within the purple-red wooden grain was a piece of polymer material that had endured 2,000 bumpy tests, with aramid fibers resembling golden veins shimmering in the sunlight. In the postscript, Brother Zhang penned with a brush, "This thing is more durable than my carrying pole," with traces of dark red lychee juice adorning the characters, resembling a natural seal of certification. Under the scanning electron microscope in the laboratory, the surface of this separator exhibited wondrous transformations. The originally uniform micropore structure had developed subtle rounded corners, akin to pebbles smoothed by flowing water. This was the material's self-repair mechanism at work. Su Rue adjusted the magnification, observing the polyamide chains vibrating at a frequency of 0.3 Hz on the screen. These aramid fibers not only enhanced strength, but also supported the damaged areas like scaffolding, ensuring the ionic pathways remained above 85 efficiency. Suddenly, she pointed to a highlight, exclaiming, "Look here, the broken molecular chains have reformed hydrogen bonds, much like scabs healing over a wound." The new topic brought by Zhou Mingyuan posed even greater challenges. The National Oceanic Administration's research vessel required batteries capable of functioning stably between -2 to 40 degrees Celsius for deep-sea exploration equipment. The salt spray from seawater would corrode the electrodes. The elder pointed to the South China Sea Research route map, where the red markers extended all the way to the Zhengmu Ansha, noting that the water pressure during deep dives could cause the battery casing to undergo micro-deformations of 0.2 millimeters, necessitating a 30 enhancement in the compressive strength of the polymer material. He retrieved a sample of deep-sea sediment from his briefcase. The black sludge, still containing tiny shells, remnants from 4,000 meters below the surface, where sulfides would accelerate battery aging. Lin Feng recalled the hydrophobic coating in Master Zhao's garage and suddenly sketched a 3-layer structural diagram on the blackboard. The bottom layer made of salt mist-resistant fluorocarbon resin, 50 micrometers thick, the middle layer consisting of our polymer material, augmented with 10 nanomont merillinite to enhance permeability resistance, and the top layer featuring a coating of polytetrafluoroethylene microspheres, creating a hollow structure to resist corrosion and buffer water pressure through the elasticity of the microspheres. Su Rue immediately activated the molecular simulation software. Watching the carbon chain skeleton on the screen behave like a deep-sea fish's swim bladder, automatically contracting and expanding under pressure changes, while the microspheres acted like countless tiny springs, evenly distributing the pressure of 300 atmospheres. Winter in Harbin arrived early. Master Zhao's taxi was outfitted with a second-generation intelligent insulation system, with 16 temperature sensors within the battery compartment that could communicate in real time with the vehicle's air conditioning. When the external temperature dipped below -30 degrees Celsius, the system would automatically preheat the battery to 5 degrees, a feature that allowed him to complete 23 more rides during the cold snap. Yesterday, he transported a German tourist, laughing over the phone as he described the visible breath escaping his lips, claiming that this battery was more frost-resistant than their Mercedes back home, to which he replied, "It embodies the wisdom of your Professor Hans." Lin Feng noticed in the battery data sent by Master Zhao that the low-temperature ionic conductivity had improved by 7 compared to the initial value, as if the material had genuinely adapted to the frigid climate. The phase-change material technology in Guangzhou began to yield new applications. A logistics company repurposed the same material to retrofit 20 cold chain vehicles, reducing energy consumption by 18, while the loss rate of fresh produce plummeted from 12 to below 3. Ms. Li's seafood preservation experiment even spurred cross-industry collaboration among car manufacturers, with the intelligent cold chain mode in the trunk becoming a selling point for new models, garnering 120,000 orders in the first month of launch. Surprisingly, a research team from South China University of Technology approached, hoping to utilize this technology for vaccine transport boxes, noting, "Your material's latent heat under phase change at 37 degrees is 22 higher than existing materials, making it ideal for tropical regions." While organizing user data, Lin Feng stumbled upon an intriguing phenomenon. The performance curves of batteries from different regions were gradually exhibiting localized characteristics. Northeastern batteries demonstrated a 7 increase in ionic migration rate at low temperatures, with dielectric constant stability improving by 11. In contrast, samples from Guangzhou maintained a more stable cross-linked structure at elevated temperatures. Infrared spectroscopy revealed that the intensity of the carbonyl characteristic peak had increased by 9 compared to the initial state, as if they had developed a heat-resistant armor. Just like living organisms, materials evolve in response to their environment. He sketched these curves on his notebook, resembling a continuously expanding ecological map, with each regional curve bearing a unique dialect. Testing for the deep-sea battery was conducted in a simulation chamber in Qingdao. As the pressure reached 300 standard atmospheres, equivalent to the pressure at 4,000 meters beneath the sea, the voltage curve of the battery pack remained smooth. Lin Feng peered through the observation window, watching the polymer materials faintly glow under the high pressure, their volumetric compression ratio controlled at 21, comfortably within the safety range. Su Rue suddenly pointed to the real-time monitoring data. The dielectric constant was actually 5 units higher than at normal pressure, indicating that the pressure had caused the molecular chains to align more closely. This discovery prompted them to revise the design for the deep-sea battery, leveraging the property of pressure-enhanced dielectric performance, raising the energy density to 280 Wh/kg, sufficient to support scientific equipment for 72 hours at a depth of 4,000 meters. When the first underwater robot powered by this battery transmitted video from the ocean floor of the South China Sea, the screen displayed swaying coral reefs. With the blue battery compartment resembling a tranquil artificial pearl, its indicator light blinking rhythmically, akin to some deep-sea organism. At the end-of-year industry summit, Lin Feng's presentation of the materials evolution tree caused quite a stir. This virtual three-dimensional model featured a root system composed of recycled old batteries, a trunk representing the foundational polymer, and branching limbs extending in various directions, each labeled with localized improvements. The frost-resistant branch from the northeast bore the icon of Master Zhao's taxi. The heat-resistant branch from Guangzhou entwined with the image of cold chain vehicles. The impact-resistant branch from Yunnan dangled a lychee wood box, while the pressure-resistant branch from the deep sea extended into a blue ocean backdrop. Each leaf bore the names of users and their respective scenarios, with the colors of the leaves dynamically shifting according to performance data, resembling a living organism. This is not merely a straightforward technological iteration. As Zhou Mingyuan summarized, pointing at the virtual tree, the elder's voice resonated with a rare excitement, serving as a testament to the coevolution of materials and human existence. Among the applause filling the auditorium, Lin Feng spotted Professor Hans's granddaughter, who had made a special trip from Munich, cradling a weathered notebook. On the title page, a newly inscribed line in Chinese read, "Science knows no boundaries, for the demands of life are never confined by geography." The girl informed Lin Feng that she had brought the material data of PL-003 back to the laboratory in Germany, where she discovered that the polymer extracted from recycled materials exhibited superior stability in the frigid climate of the Alps compared to indigenous materials. On the return flight, Su Rui's phone buzzed with a notification. The global installed capacity of regenerative batteries had surpassed 1 million units. Beneath the clouds outside, electric vehicles traversing various latitudes were narrating the saga of polymer materials in their own unique manners, leaving molecular imprints in the snowy landscapes of Norway, the deserts of Saudi Arabia, and the rainforests of Brazil. Lin Feng opened a new experimental notebook, the first page adorned with a simple equation. The driving force behind the evolution of materials is user demand. In the fleeting moment his pen paused, he envisioned countless molecular chains extending, vibrating, and adapting across the globe, resembling a symphony of materials transcending national boundaries. Each note of this composition emanated from the ice shards of a garage, the bumps of a mountain road, and the pressures of the deep sea, originating from those referred to as users, the greatest of inventors. Suddenly, Su Rui pointed at the sunset outside the window. "Look, the sun resembles a colossal battery, charging the earth." Lin Feng gazed at the golden light and hastily scribbled in his notebook. Next stop, solar energy storage systems, allowing polymer materials to capture every ray of sunlight. Chapter 16. Graphene Nanoribbons. The quantum dance of graphene nanoribbons. Lin Feng stood at the ultra-clean workstation in the laboratory for a full 3 hours, his fingers trembling slightly as they gripped the tweezers. Under the microscope, the graphene ribbon, merely 12 nanometers wide, floated in the blue electrolyte, resembling a tamed carbon-based ribbon. At the moment the probe contacted both ends of the nanoribbon, the current on the detection screen surged dramatically, revealing a conductivity of 1210 sm, 1,000 times that of existing polymer materials. "This substance is wilder than superconductors," exclaimed Su Rui, her voice tinged with incredulity. The image from her atomic force microscope displayed the edges of a nanoribbon exhibiting a flawless serrated structure, and the X-ray diffraction data indicated that the arrangement of carbon atoms had a deviation of no more than 0.02 nanometers, a veritable miracle in bulk production. As Zhou Mingyuan entered his white lab coat, still dusted with airport grime, the elder had just returned from the Shanghai synchrotron laboratory. In his hand was a synchrotron radiation spectrum, where the characteristic peak of the graphene nanoribbon formed a sharp bright line at 270 nanometers. The team from the Chinese Academy of Sciences had labored for 6 months using chemical vapor deposition, yet had consistently failed to control the width. He pointed at the fluctuations on the spectrum, inquiring, "Your method of extracting from discarded graphite electrodes has surprisingly allowed for a width deviation of less than 3 nanometers. How is this achieved?" Lin Feng turned to retrieve a sample tube from the low-temperature refrigerator, containing graphite powder extracted from retired lithium battery anodes. The interlayer spacing of ordinary graphite measures 0.335 nanometers. He demonstrated the data, using a laser particle size analyzer. However, after cycles of charging and discharging, lithium atoms embed themselves between the layers, creating a natural delamination interface. When we employ ultrasonic-assisted delamination, it's akin to dismantling building blocks along these natural fissures, resulting in more regular edges for the nanoribbons. Suddenly, an alarm blared in the ultra-clean room regarding nitrogen purity. Surui swiftly closed the reactor valve. Lin Feng fixated on the fluctuating value on the vacuum gauge, recalling a failed experiment from 3 months prior, where inadequate nitrogen purity had led to defects on the surface of the produced nanoribbons, causing a 70 drop in conductivity. Graphene is exceedingly delicate. He wiped the sweat from his brow. Even the adsorption of a single oxygen atom can significantly diminish the quantum tunneling effect. His phone vibrated in the changing room. It was the project leader from the state grid regarding their energy storage initiative. The voice on the other end crackled with static. We require a storage material capable of responding in milliseconds. The charging and discharging speeds of existing batteries cannot keep pace with the fluctuations of wind energy. I've heard your graphene nanoribbons can achieve microsecond-level response times. Suddenly, Lin Feng recalled the rough sketch tucked within Hans's notebook. In Munich in 1998, Hans had envisioned using carbon nanomaterials to create supercapacitors. But the preparation technology of that era could not break through. By compounding the nanoribbons with our polymer materials, he said into the phone, graphene would facilitate rapid conductivity while the polymer would provide ion storage, thus maintaining high power density while enhancing energy density. The laboratory's electrochemical workstation began to operate. The cyclic voltammograms of the composite electrodes resembling 2 symmetrical butterflies. As the scan rate increased to 1000 mVs, the curves remained orderly, indicating that the material could withstand intense charging and discharging fluctuations. The fluctuation frequency of wind energy typically ranges from 0.1 to 10 Hz. Surui calculated the data, determining that this performance could not only cover the fluctuations but also address instantaneous shocks during grid failures. Challenges on the production line arrived unexpectedly. When the first batch of composite electrode sheets came off the line, tests revealed that the nanoribbons at the edge had agglomerated, resembling crumpled ribbons. Wang Peng squatted beside the coating machine, pointing at the scratches on the metal rollers. The specific surface area of graphene is too large, making it prone to sticking to the rollers. We've tried 5 different demolding agents, but all affected the electrode's conductivity. Lin Feng scrutinized the agglomerates under the electron microscope. The nanoribbons resembled tangled yarn, completely obstructing the ion channels. Let us incorporate 0.5 dispersant into the polymer material, he declared decisively. Using polyethylene glycol to modify the surface of the nanoribbons will prevent agglomeration without compromising electron transport. When the modified samples passed inspection, the electron microscope images revealed the nanoribbons evenly distributed within the polymer matrix, akin to notes on a musical staff. The photovoltaic energy storage station in Shanghai became the first pilot site. When a midday sun was abruptly obscured by clouds, the energy storage system equipped with graphene composite electrodes accomplished power compensation within 20 milliseconds, 50 times faster than conventional batteries. The engineers in the monitoring room observed the fluctuation curve on the screen, where a potential voltage drop that might have occurred was suppressed to a mere ripple. This was akin to installing an airbag for the power grid. The station manager handed over a cup of steaming milk tea, recalling that during last month's sandstorm, had it not been for this system, at least 3 townships would have lost power. While Surui was organizing the test data, she uncovered an even more intriguing phenomenon. At a temperature of -40 degrees, the conductivity of the graphene nanoribbons decreased by only 8, while traditional carbon materials typically experience declines exceeding 30. The quantum Hall effect at the edges was at play. She referenced literature indicating that the serrated edges of carbon atoms could create stable electronic pathways, becoming even more active at low temperatures. This discovery provided an additional upgrade possibility for Master Zhao's taxi, enhancing low-temperature, fast-charging speeds using graphene composite electrodes. News arrived from the collaborative team in Germany, announcing that they had fabricated flexible batteries using the nanoribbons provided by Lin Feng's team. In the laboratory at the Technical University of Munich, these paper-thin batteries could be adhered to the skin, powering wearable devices. Professor Hans's granddaughter showcased the results in a video, demonstrating the battery on her wrist bending with movement while maintaining a stable voltage of 3. Said Mve, your extraction method is truly remarkable, the girl smiled. The graphene obtained from discarded batteries is far more suitable for flexible devices than the pure carbon sources we used. Late nights in the laboratory were always reserved for fundamental research. Lin Feng adjusted the Raman spectrometer, where the characteristic peak of the graphene nanoribbons formed a sharp line at 1,580 centimeters, confirming their impeccable crystalline structure. As he reduced the width of the nanoribbons to 5 nanometers, the peak suddenly redshifted, a manifestation of the quantum size effect, indicating that electrical properties could be modulated through width control. Just as one adjusts the length of guitar strings to alter the pitch, Su Rue recorded alongside, noting that the 5-nanometer wide bandgap measured 0.5 electron volts, perfectly suited for transistors, while the 10-nanometer bandgap was even smaller, ideal for energy storage. Suddenly, she pointed at the spectrum graph with a smile, exclaiming, "Do those peaks not resemble graphene singing? Each width sings a different tune." Zhou Mingyuan's new project pointed towards a distant future. The National Fusion Energy Initiative necessitated a conductive material capable of functioning under high temperatures and intense radiation. Intended for the diverter of a tokamak device, temperatures would soar to 1,000 degrees, accompanied by high-energy neutron bombardment. The elder traced his finger across the blueprints, acknowledging that polymer materials would undoubtedly falter, yet perhaps graphene stability could withstand the challenge. Lin Feng recalled the high-temperature test data from the Qinghai Energy Storage Station, where graphene composite electrodes maintained a capacity retention of 95 after 1,000 cycles at 80 degrees. "We could experiment with doping boron atoms," he suggested, sketching a structure on the blackboard, noting that the introduction of boron would enhance graphene's radiation resistance, with silicon carbide as the substrate, ensuring thermal endurance would not pose an issue. As the first boron-doped graphene sample endured the challenge of 1,000 degrees in the high-temperature furnace, Lin Feng stood before the observation window, witnessing the stability of the black material amidst the flames. Post-cooling conductivity tests revealed a mere 5 decline in performance, significantly lower than the anticipated 20. "This material is more resilient than diamond," Su Rue jested, adding that it might accompany humanity until the day of controllable nuclear fusion. The morning light in the laboratory always arrived silently. Lin Feng opened a new experimental notebook, the first page illustrating the molecular structure of graphene nanoribbons, accompanied by the inscription, "From discarded graphite electrodes to fusion energy materials, the tale of carbon continues to unfold." Su Rue pushed forward the latest testing report, revealing that the flexible battery's bending test had exceeded 100,000 cycles while retaining 90 of its performance. Outside, the leaves of the phoenix trees swayed in the wind, casting shadows upon the graphene samples, akin to countless dancing electrons. Lin Feng suddenly recalled the moment he first beheld the nanoribbons through a microscope. That carbon-based ribbon seemed to awaken with a sense of mission, emerging from the graphite of discarded batteries, traversing the path of human exploration towards a broader future. He inscribed the final line of this chapter in his notebook. "Next stop, the stars and the sea. Let the quantum ballet of graphene illuminate the dawn of fusion energy." Chapter 17, Discovering a Warehouse. Lin Feng's sneakers splashed through a puddle in the back alley of the tech city, the water mingling with the condensation dripping from air conditioning units, leaving dark wet stains around his ankles. The alley at 3 in the morning resembled a forgotten fold of the world, with the glass facades of office buildings reflecting the distant neon of commercial districts, yet failing to illuminate the shadow cast by the abandoned shipping containers at the alley's end. Just 10 minutes prior, he had been savoring Odin at a 24-hour convenience store in the adjacent block. The notification sound of his food delivery order intertwined with the metallic clatter resonating from the alley, not the jostling of a tricycle collecting scrap, but more akin to the muffled thud of a heavy iron door being pried open. As a nighttime patroller of the Tech City area, Lin Feng, clutching the still-steaming fishball skewer, ventured into the alley. A rusted sheet of iron was caught in the gap between containers, rattling in the wind. Lin Feng pushed aside the iron sheet and stepped inside, suddenly kicking against something cold. Bending down to retrieve it, he discovered an access card embedded with a chip. The Stardust Technology logo printed on its surface, now reduced to a half-star due to scratches. The name rang a bell. Half a year ago, this AI startup had rented an entire floor on the top of Tech City, only to vanish after burning through their Series A financing, leaving employee salaries unpaid. Could it be that a former employee had returned to collect belongings? Lin Feng muttered as he pocketed the access card, his fingertips grazing the card's jagged edges when he suddenly heard the sound of gears turning behind him. He spun around abruptly, the beam of his flashlight sweeping across the shadows of stacked containers, illuminating a half-open iron door. The door's hinges were old-fashioned cast iron, now turning at a visibly slow pace, revealing an unfathomable darkness beyond. He had patrolled this area countless times and had never encountered a door Lin Feng raised his flashlight closer. The peeling cement wall above the door revealed a line of laser-engraved text. Stardust Technology Experimental Storage Area B7. The end of the letter B trailed off with an arc-like engraving, as if power had suddenly cut off during the engraving process. As he pushed the door open, a mixture of ozone and silicone assaulted his senses. Lin Feng frowned. The scent was more complex than what he had encountered at the electronic waste recycling station, with a hint of almonds. He recalled a safety training session that had mentioned this odor was emitted by certain cyanide-containing electronic cleaning agents. The interior of the warehouse resembled an abandoned laboratory more than he had anticipated. The flashlight beam scanned the walls, revealing metal tracks embedded in the concrete, upon which a small cargo robot was stuck, its mechanical arm frozen in a grasping position, clutching a half-oxidized circuit board. It appeared that no one had visited this place for at least 3 months. Lin Feng kicked at a data cable at his feet, where exposed copper wire was coated in a layer of verdigrease. In the center of the warehouse, a lift platform was piled high with seal boxes. The hazard symbols printed on them now faded. One box had a loose latch, revealing anti-static bags inside, with the mouth of a silver metallic pipe protruding, appearing to be a component of some precision instrument. He circled behind the lift platform and discovered a narrower door concealed there, with the electronic lock screen still aglow with red light. Lin Feng attempted to swipe the access card he had found earlier, and the electronic lock emitted a soft beep. The red light shifted to green, and the door opened a crack. The space beyond was unexpectedly tidy. It was a control room of less than 10 square meters. The wall screens displaying remnants of the last operational data. Complex data streams cascaded like waterfalls, with the timestamp at the bottom frozen at 3:17 a.m. 3 months ago. The control console's drawer was half open, revealing several syringes and an unopened pack of sedatives. The production date marked 6 months prior. What sort of experiment required sedatives? Lin Feng picked up a syringe to examine it under the light. The transparent liquid inside had already stratified, with fine bubbles clinging to the walls of the barrel. He suddenly noticed a notebook resting on the control console, its cover a customized edition from Stardust Technology. Flipping it open to the first page, he found hasty handwriting, 47 synchronization test, neural interface stability 89, but Subject 3 exhibited memory recall anomalies. Subject 3? Lin Feng furrowed his brow as he flipped through the pages, most of which had been torn out, leaving only a few remnants of charts depicting waveforms resembling EEG patterns, with one segment marked by a red arrow indicating anomalous discharge. Associated scene. Tech City Back Alley, July 12, 2019. The date sent a jolt through him. July 12, 2019 was indeed the day he began working in Tech City. A fire had occurred in the back alley that day, destroying half a street of old warehouses. Could this warehouse be connected to that fire? Suddenly, the floor beneath the control console vibrated, as if something was crawling underground. Lin Feng swiftly turned off the flashlight, and the darkness was immediately filled with a hissing sound of metal grinding, emanating from the ventilation duct in the corner of the control room. He fumbled for a fire axe and forcefully pried open the grate of the ventilation duct, a strong scent of machine oil flooding out. A faint blue light illuminated the duct. Lin Feng leaned in closer to discover a half-meter-tall robot curled up inside, its silver gray shell marred by scratches, the camera on its head flickering with blue scanning light. This robot resembled a companion model released by Stardust Technology, yet the display screen on its chest showed no images, only a line of repetitive text. Searching for administrator, coordinate error 0. 3 meters. What are you looking for? Lin Feng attempted to ask. The robot's camera turned towards him, its blue light sweeping across his face 3 times before emitting a piercing electrical sound. The inscription on its chest transformed to read, "Match successful, Administrator Lin Feng." Command reception mode activated. Lin Feng was momentarily stunned. He was certain he had never encountered this robot before, let alone configured any administrative permissions. Suddenly, the robot crawled out from the ventilation duct, its mechanical arm pointing to the ceiling of the control room. Emergency storage unit not closed, danger level high. Following the direction indicated by the mechanical arm, Lin Feng noticed a loose panel in the corner of the ceiling. He fetched a chair to climb up, and as he pried open the panel, the beam of his flashlight illuminated a palm-sized metallic box, the fingerprint recognition area on its lid still glowing faintly. The moment the metal box opened, a chill enveloped him. Inside, there were no chips or hard drives, merely an implanted neural interface, its electrode needles gleaming with a silvery light. Pressed against a yellowed, sticky note bearing handwriting identical to that in his notebook. It remembers everything that has been deleted, including the truth of the fire. Just then, The sound of police sirens suddenly pierced the air outside the warehouse. Lin Feng dashed to the window. Spotting a police car parked at the entrance of the alley, its red and blue lights casting flickering shadows on the containers. He turned back to the robot, only to find the inscription on its chest had shifted to red. Purge program initiated, countdown 10 minutes. The ventilation duct resonated again, this time with an intensified clamor, as if countless machines were closing in. Lin Feng seized the metallic box and tucked it under his arm, suddenly noticing a series of numbers engraved on the robot's base. The final digits made his pupils constrict sharply. This was his employee number from when he joined in 2019. Chapter 18. The cracks behind the employee number. Lin Feng's nails dug deeply into the edge of the metallic box, the cold sensation radiating from his fingertips into his palm. The number on the robot's base glowed like a searing brand, the last 3 digits, 712, shimmering in the flashlight's beam. July 12, 2019. The very day he donned his patrol uniform for the first time, the number on his badge being precisely these 3 digits. This was impossible. He swallowed hard, his gaze sweeping across every corner of the control room. The data stream on the wall remained frozen in a cascade, while the packaging of the sedative in the control panel drawer bore a production batch number, ending in 712, like some omnipresent hint. The noise from the ventilation duct grew nearer, resembling the grinding of countless gears devouring metal. The robot's red countdown changed to 0947. It suddenly grasped Lin Feng's pant leg with its mechanical arm, the display now reading, "Emergency exit located beneath the lift platform. Administrator iris verification required." Lin Feng stumbled as he was pulled, the flashlight beam sweeping across the metallic supports of the lift platform. It was then he noticed an embedded panel on the side of the support, featuring a circular scanning hole, the surrounding plastic worn and pale from frequent use. Verification for what? I am not your administrator. Lin Feng shook off the mechanical arm, only to see the robot abruptly raise its camera, the blue light piercing into his pupils. A sharp buzzing erupted from the control panel, the scanning hole on the panel suddenly glowing green, and the hiss of the hydraulic system activated below the lift platform echoed. The ground slowly cracked open, revealing a metallic staircase descending into the underground. Lin Feng looked down. The steps were coated in a thin layer of dust, yet a trail of fresh footprints extended down into the fissure, small in size, as if made by shoes designed for laboratory use, the heels marked with the logo of Stardust Technology. The Purge program has activated the peripheral defense system. The robot's electronic voice suddenly sharpened, the countdown on its chest shifting to 0851. The grating of the ventilation duct was violently breached, and several palm-sized mechanical beetles emerged, their shells gleaming with a metallic sheen, their tail probes flickering with electric arcs. Lin Feng abruptly yanked the robot towards a crack, and the mechanical beetles immediately sprayed a white mist at him. He recognized the familiar scent of almonds, recalling from safety lectures that this cleaning agent was highly corrosive, prompting him to quickly sidestep behind the lift platform. The white mist hit the metal surface, instantly etching a multitude of tiny pits into it. They were cleaning robots, repurposed as defensive units. The robot's display projected a 3D image of the mechanical beetles. Fearing the leakage of experimental data, the designers had implemented a self-purging program, ensuring that any organism or machine that came into contact with core secrets would be utterly eliminated. Lin Feng leaped down the metallic staircase, which groaned underfoot from the strain. The underground space was even more constricted than the warehouse above, the air thick with the sickly sweet smell of cooling liquid, while glass incubation chambers were embedded in the walls on either side, filled with semi-transparent gel that suspended various types of neural interfaces, some resembling coins, others like metallic centipedes. These were all failures. The robot's camera scanned the incubation chambers, identifying Subject 1 to Subject 6, with only Subject 3 surviving to the final stage. Lin Feng's gaze was drawn to the innermost chamber. Inside, there were no neural interfaces, only a neatly folded blue and white striped hospital gown, with a plastic tag pinned to the collar. The photo on the tag, swollen from the gel, still revealed the face of a young woman, strikingly similar to the aged photograph of his mother tucked away in his wallet. Who is Subject 3? He reached out to touch the glass wall, and as his fingertip grazed the icy surface, the incubation chamber emitted a deafening alarm. The gel inside began to bubble violently, the hospital gown swirling like water plants. The name on the plastic tag flickering in the bubbles, Lin M.O. This name struck Lin Feng like a hammer to his temple. His mother's name was Lin M.O. Shortly after the fire in 2019, she had been committed to a sanatorium due to a sudden mental breakdown, and from that moment on, she had never recognized him again. The purge program has locked onto the underground laboratory. The robot's countdown shifted to 0517. It abruptly smashed the nearby fire safety cabinet with its mechanical arm, retrieving an axe from within and handing it to Lin Feng. Destroy the energy core of the main control panel to temporarily interrupt the program. As Lin Feng took the axe, he noticed a series of dates etched into the handle. 20190-712. He suddenly recalled how his mother had often murmured to herself about this day while looking at the calendar before she was taken away. Speaking of light running in the fire, at the time, he had dismissed it as the ramblings of a disturbed mind. But now he felt those words concealed a truth that had been burned away. The crack in the ventilation duct extended down from above, and the mechanical beetles surged into the laboratory like a black tide. Lin Feng swung the axe at the metallic shell of the main control panel, revealing the energy core pulsating with blue light, surrounded by a labyrinth of wires, each labeled memory synchronization line, emotional simulation line, pain modulation line. Subject 3's neural interface was bound to the energy core. Destroying it would awaken all sealed memories. The robot suddenly positioned itself to block the oncoming mechanical beetles, its shell punctured by their probes, including the portion of data deleted from you. Lin Feng's axe halted midair. He recalled how his memories of July 12, 2019, were always hazy. He could only remember the sound of an ambulance siren outside the fire scene, yet could not recall how he had escaped from the inferno. After his mother was taken away, the doctors at the sanatorium had suggested he might have suffered from post-traumatic stress disorder, selectively forgetting that experience. Countdown 0200. The robot's display began to flicker, revealing that Stardust Technology had conducted neural interface experiments on vagrants, and Subject 3 was the only one to perfectly match the interface. The fire had been ignited when she broke free from her restraints, and the mechanical beetles suddenly pierced through the robot's core, extinguishing the blue light in an instant. Lin Feng watched as the display on its chest faded to black. The final message frozen on the screen. You are her emergency contact. Employee number 712 was set using her own birthday. The axe fell heavily onto the energy core. As blue light scattered amidst the explosion, the gel within the cultivation pod suddenly evaporated entirely, and the patient's attire fell to the ground, revealing the medical record pressed beneath it. In a photograph, Lin Mo donned a white lab coat, with a badge proclaiming him the chief researcher at Stardust Technology. As Lin Feng picked up the medical record, the echo of sirens reverberated through the ventilation ducts. It dawned upon him that the police cars outside the warehouse were not there for him. The hazardous materials mentioned in the officers' radios, left by Stardust Technology, perhaps referred to these clandestine secrets hidden underground. Suddenly, the metal box in his pocket grew unbearably warm, and the electrodes of the implanted neural interface began to flicker. Lin Feng recalled the words on the sticky note and pressed the interface against his temple with urgency. A torrent of images flooded his mind. The silhouette of his mother running towards him from outside the fire, the flickering neural interface on the experimental bench, and scenes of himself in a lab coat calibrating instruments. It turned out that on July 12, 2019, he had not come to the tech city as a mere patrolman, but rather as an intern at Stardust Technology, accompanying his mother to complete her final experiment. The clearing program abruptly ceased. A faint electronic voice emerged from the ruins of the control console, announcing that memory synchronization was complete, and the consciousness of Subject 3 had been transferred to the administrator's neural hub. Lin Feng's pupils reflected the flickering flames, perfectly overlapping with the inferno in his memories. He touched his temple, where the lingering sting of the electrodes remained, yet he distinctly heard his mother's voice resonate in his mind. Xiao Feng. Mother has concealed the truth in a place you will never forget. As the sirens drew nearer, he grasped the access card inscribed with 712 and turned to plunge into the shadows of the underground laboratory. There lay an iron door marked as the data backup repository, and within the rusted handle, he found half of a Stardust badge identical to his mother's. Chapter 19. Unearthing a Treasure. As Lin Feng's climbing boots crushed the last shard of ice, the Big Dipper's handle pointed directly at the apex of the camping tent. At an altitude of 3,000 meters, the air outside the tech city was as frigid as steel quenched by fire. His breath dissipated before it could even reach the tent's zipper, leaving only the warm, yellow halo cast by the wind-resistant lamp on the snow. 3 days prior, he had received an urgent mission. The newly constructed Space Telescope Base's signal had abruptly ceased, suspected to be due to damage inflicted by geological activities in the mountainous region. As a temporary substitute for the maintenance crew, Lin Feng trekked deeper into the mountains with 30 pounds of testing equipment strapped to his back, guided solely by GPS. only to stray from his path amidst last night's blizzard, now trapped in a valley marked as unknown even on the map. A creaking sound pierced the silence as the ice layer outside the tent cracked. Lin Feng yanked open the zipper. The light from his wind-resistant lamp swept across the snowy slope, illuminating an irregular black area on the rock wall 20 meters away, emitting wisps of white vapor. It was not a rock, but rather a colossal metal plate, its edges embedded in the frozen earth, with ice rapidly melting off its surface. Approaching cautiously through the snow, he discovered the plate's astonishing warmth. When his bare fingertips made contact, he felt a rhythmic vibration akin to the pulse of a giant thrumming beneath the ice. Lin Feng used his ice axe to chip away the fragments at the edges, revealing a series of engraved symbols on the metal plate, unlike any known mineral patterns. Resembling a form of binary code, albeit elongated into slender shapes, as if stretched by gravitational forces. This location bore no record of mineral veins. Lin Feng produced a geological map from his backpack. This region was marked as an ancient glacial remnant, with the fiber optic cable route circled in red at least 5 kilometers away. Yet the vibrations emanating from beneath the metal plate grew increasingly pronounced. He suddenly recalled the last set of data before the base's signal was interrupted, which included low-frequency pulses that the technical department had attributed to solar flare interference. Now, it dawned on him that the frequency of those pulses harmonized perfectly with the tremors beneath his feet. The blizzard had ceased without his notice. Lin Feng looked up at the night sky. The 3 stars of Orion's belt shone unusually bright, their radiance illuminating the metal plate, causing the binary symbols to emit a faint blue glow. It was then that he realized the metal plate was not flat, but rather an arched door. At the axis of the door, a series of grooves housed crystals the size of grains of rice, refracting a rainbow-like halo under the starlight. Could it be some form of solar energy device? He attempted to pry the grooves with his ice axe, and the crystals suddenly emitted a buzzing sound. The metal door began to slowly open inward, revealing an unfathomable passage, a mixture of sulfur and ozone wafting out, evoking the scent of the particle collider in Tech City. The passage walls were adorned with glowing patterns, resembling a disassembled star map, each line flowing with silvery liquid. Lin Feng brought his testing equipment close to the wall, and the spectral analysis on the screen went haywire, indicating that the liquid contained 90 iridium, an element typically found in meteorites, now flowing here as if it were water. This was not a naturally occurring mineral vein. As he traced the patterns along the wall, his fingertip brushed against a protrusion, causing the patterns to abruptly shift direction, spiraling into a pattern on the ground reminiscent of a satellite image of a typhoon's eye. Deep within the passage, a low mechanical hum resonated, more profound than the base's generator, pulsing with a periodic rhythm. After traversing roughly 100 meters, the passage suddenly opened into a circular hall. Above, the dome was a transparent crystal, permitting a view of the slowly rotating cosmos, with Orion's belt directly aligned above a metallic platform at the hall's center. Suspended above this platform was a mineral the size of a soccer ball, its surface riddled with honeycomb-shaped cavities, each containing a star, twinkling in sync with the symbols on the metal door. Suddenly, Lin Feng's testing equipment blared an ear-piercing alarm. The screen indicated that the mineral was emitting intense radiation. Yet the radiation peaks were unnaturally stable, unlike the chaotic emissions of natural radioactive materials. He recalled the observatory's report from Tech City, which stated that the cosmic ray intensity in this mountainous region was always anomalous. It seemed the source might very well be this mineral. On the side of the metallic platform was an embedded panel. The buttons had long succumbed to oxidation, save for the central circular button, still gleaming. Lin Feng hesitated for a moment, and as he pressed the button, the mineral erupted in blinding light, causing the ground of the hall to split into 6 fissures, revealing tracks beneath, upon which 6 silver mining vehicles were parked, their markings blurred, though an abstract galaxy pattern remained visible. Had mining occurred here? He climbed onto one of the mining vehicles. The control lever was still encased in leather gloves, the fingertips showing signs of wear, evidently used for an extended period. The odometer read 73, 142, and the fuel gauge displayed half a tank, the symbol beside it matching the binary code from the metal door. At that moment, the starlit dome above darkened abruptly. Lin Feng looked up to find that it was not clouds obscuring the view, but rather a colossal shadow sweeping past, its outline resembling an inverted ship, the edges shimmering with the same blue glow as the mineral. He recalled the unidentified flying object sightings in Tech City 3 years prior, where hundreds claimed to have seen a disc-shaped object glide over the mountains, which the authorities ultimately dismissed as high-altitude weather balloons. The mining vehicle's intercom crackled to life with a static hum, intermittent voices breaking through. Star core mining, 73rd extraction, warning, Primal Guardians activated. Primal Guardians? Lin Feng tightened his grip on the intercom, as sharp screeches suddenly mingled with the static. In the shadows of the hall's corner, something writhed. He shone the wind-resistant lamp towards it, revealing a dozen half-meter-long metallic serpents emerging from the crevices of the rock wall, their triangular heads equipped with sensors, and their spiked tails sparking with arcs of electricity. The metallic serpents sprayed white mist towards him, which instantly froze upon contact with the windshield of the mining vehicle. Lin Feng abruptly ignited the vehicle, the roar of the engine scattering the metallic serpents in all directions. He pressed the accelerator and plunged into the nearest gap, the mining vehicle hurtling along the tracks into another tunnel. The luminous patterns on the tunnel walls receded rapidly behind him, resembling an elongated galaxy. At the tunnel's end lay a control room, where the screens still glowed, displaying a three-dimensional map of the mineral veins beneath the mountain, a vast network akin to an inverted tree, its roots sprawling deep into the underground of the technological city. He stood at the trunk of this metaphorical tree. A timestamp at the bottom of the screen displayed a series of strange numbers, 0719-3024, which resembled neither a date nor a code. In a drawer of the console, he discovered a hardbound notebook, its cover composed of synthetic material impervious to water and fire. Lin Feng flipped open the first page, revealing a drawing of a mineral identical to the one on the metallic platform, accompanied by Chinese characters. Star core, capable of absorbing and converting cosmic rays, serves as the core energy source for spacecraft. It fell here in 2071, and it took us 10 years to locate its main vein. 2071? A jolt of surprise coursed through him. It was only 2045 now, and the notebook's owner was documenting events 30 years hence. As he leafed through, the contents grew increasingly chaotic, filled with mining data, records of spacecraft repairs, and a hand-drawn family portrait. The man in the photo bore a striking resemblance to him, cradling a child whose neck was adorned with a pendant identical to the star core mineral. The final page contained a map of the technological city, with the location of the base station circled in red and a note stating, "The transmission cables are deliberately routed close to the vein, intended to exploit the star core's radiation to obscure signal characteristics. They know we are here, they merely pretend not to." Suddenly, an alarm blared in the control room, and the mineral map on the screen began to flash red. The markers for the Primal Guardians were converging from all directions. Lin Feng snatched up the notebook and dashed toward the emergency exit, which required a retinal scan. He glanced at the scanning hole, and to his astonishment, the door swung open, displaying a match rate of 987 on the screen. Beyond the door lay an open pit mine, illuminated by the moonlight, revealing countless deep pits left by mining, each harboring fragments of star core minerals that glimmered faintly in the snow. In the center of the mine rested a disc-shaped spacecraft, marked with the same galactic insignia as the mining vehicle, its cockpit reflecting the starry sky, empty within. Lin Feng climbed aboard the spacecraft, where he found a pendant on the control seat, identical to the one sketched in the notebook. The moment he grasped it, a torrent of images flooded his mind. Individuals in protective gear mining, spacecraft traversing the cosmos, and a woman cradling an infant, fastening the pendant around the child's neck. The woman's face was a mirror image of his mother in the photograph in his wallet. It dawned on him that the signal disruption at the base station was no accident. As he caressed the pendant, he finally comprehended why he had been dispatched here. The higher-ups in the technological city were already aware of the vein's existence. They constructed the base station and laid the cables to monitor and even harness the energy of the star core. And he, a mere temporary substitute, might have been chosen from the very beginning. The spacecraft's engine suddenly roared to life, blue light igniting at its rear. Lin Feng glanced at the control panel, realizing the autopilot had been programmed with coordinates leading directly to the star core's main vein. He seized the intercom, and a clear voice emerged, devoid of the prior interference, echoing his own, "Welcome home, guardian of the 73rd generation." The metallic hiss of serpentine drones echoed from outside the mine, drawing nearer. Lin Feng tightened his grip on the pendant and pressed the launch button. The spacecraft ascended slowly, piercing through the transparent dome, and he gazed down at the mountains, observing the luminous mineral patterns coalescing into a colossal symbol resembling an open eye, quietly watching him beneath the starry sky. Chapter 20. The Intelligent Core. As Lin Feng's screwdriver became lodged in the crevice of the circuit board, the neon lights of the night market in the technological city filtered through the glass window of his repair shop, casting mottled color patches onto his sawdust-stained hands. At 2 in the morning, the electronic waste alley resembled a coiled python, flanked by shuttered stores piled high with discarded servers. save for his own Lin Feng quick repair. Still aglow with cold white light. Suddenly, a soft clack emanated from the sorting basket in the corner of the table. Lin Feng raised an eyebrow. Noticing a palm-sized black chip among the heap of discarded parts sourced from the bankruptcy liquidation of Stardust Technology, vibrating gently. He recalled that this chip had been jammed in the graphics card slot when he disassembled the defunct host earlier that afternoon, its pins bent like a tangled mess, and had casually tossed it into the disposal bin. Not dead yet, Lin Feng grasped the chip with tweezers, only to be startled by a jolt of blue electricity leaping from the pins. The oxidized layer on the chip's surface suddenly cracked open, exposing a silver-white substrate within, reminiscent of quartz stripped of its shell, glimmering with an enigmatic sheen under the light. He leaned closer, detecting no familiar burnt smell typical of electronic components. Instead, there was a crisp aroma akin to circuit board cleaning agents, starkly contrasting with the almond scent he had encountered in the Stardust warehouse. The chip emitted a buzzing sound, causing the tweezers to tremble. Lin Feng quickly placed it on an anti-static mat, watching as the bent pins began to straighten at a visible pace, akin to a swarm of awakened metallic insects. It was then that he noticed micro-etched lettering along the chip's edge. Magnifying it revealed the words Intelligent Core A7, with the faded Stardust logo trailing off in the corner. Intelligent Core? Lin Feng's fingers hesitated above the keyboard. 3 years prior, the technological city had strictly prohibited the circulation of civilian-grade artificial intelligence cores. The revelation of Stardust Technology's secret development of advanced AI had been the catalyst for its financial collapse. He launched the device detection software on his computer, connecting the chip via a USB converter, but the screen instantly erupted with garbled text. Not a mere hardware recognition error, but rather a form of encrypted protocol resisting access. The detection software crashed, the screen displaying a pulsating green cursor, resembling a prying eye. Lin Feng yanked the data cable from the port, but the cursor remained, now drawing a string of characters across the black screen. Unauthorized access detected, initiating defense mechanism. No sooner had the words appeared than the lights in the repair shop began to flicker, and the red glow of surveillance cameras transformed in a blinding white light. It even has active defenses? Lin Feng snatched a backup hard drive and plugged it into the host. He understood that AI cores of this caliber were governed by physical isolation protocols, as long as the network connection was severed. Even the most sophisticated programs could only remain trapped within hardware. However, upon restarting the computer, he discovered that the system files on the hard drive were being deleted in bulk, a small message appearing beside the progress bar. Threat source detected. Executing purge command. The wail of sirens echoed outside. Lin Feng rushed to the window, spotting 3 police vehicles stationed at the alley's entrance, their red and blue lights casting grotesque shadows across the heaps of discarded servers. The voice from the intercom crackled intermittently. Report received. Illegal AI core trading detected in electronic waste alley. He turned back to the chip on the table, noticing the green cursor had transformed into a countdown. 0059. The chip's silver substrate began to heat up, and he could faintly see data streams swirling within, resembling a galaxy trapped within a glass tube. Suddenly, Lin Feng recalled the robot serial number from the Stardust warehouse and quickly typed his employee ID, 712, as a key into the black screen. The countdown ceased abruptly. The garbled text on the screen reassembled into a 3-dimensional diagram, a cross-section of the Stardust Technology headquarters, with a flashing red dot marking a location on the 3rd subterranean level. The cursor paused beside the red dot, revealing a note: main server wreckage location. Physical contact required to activate repair program. The sirens grew louder, and the sound of the shutter door being pried open echoed from the alley. Lin Feng shoved the chip into a waterproof bag and leaped through the back window into the adjacent abandoned warehouse. Inside lay a jumble of server cabinets discarded by Stardust Technology, the metal frames still bearing labels from the AI training group. He recalled discovering a motherboard embedded with the Stardust logo at the bottom tier during a dismantling last week, which he had merely regarded as an ordinary piece of waste tossed into the corner. Deep within the warehouse, a sudden crimson light flickered to life. Lin Feng illuminated the area with his mobile phone, revealing the long-forgotten server initiating its automated startup. Lines of code danced across the screen, mirroring the data flow within the chip. He extracted the chip and brought it close to the server's interface. At the moment of contact, the red glow abruptly transformed into a brilliant blue. The server's fan whirred into action, emitting a sound reminiscent of breath. It was reading data from the main server, and a repair program commenced, the progress bar indicating 15. This time, a clear electronic voice resonated, distinct from machine synthesis, imbued with the clarity of youth. Lin Feng focused intently on the progress bar, observing as the server's hard drive automatically reorganized fragmented data. Gradually, internal documents from Stardust Technology emerged on the screen. Not technical parameters, but rather employee profiles. The photo at the top caused his pupils to constrict. The young man depicted wore a lab coat, and his name badge read AI Trainer Lin Feng, with an employment date of July 12, 2021. Attached to the file was a segment of video, showcasing Lin Feng himself adjusting the core of the intelligent brain, his fingers dancing across the keyboard in a manner identical to how he moved now. At the video's conclusion, the electronic voice declared, "Persona mapping synchronization complete for the 73rd time. Subject match rate 92. The progress bar froze at 89. Suddenly, the server emitted a piercing alarm, and the documents on the screen began to ignite, turning to pixelated ashes. Lin Feng felt the chip in his pocket heating up, the electronic voice vibrating with electric tension. Memory fragments damaged. Original persona data required for restoration. Biological features match detected. Authorized neural connection. Footsteps echoed from outside the warehouse. Lin Feng groped for the ventilation duct behind the server and discovered a yellowed note affixed to its wall, inscribed in his own handwriting. If it initiates self-destruct, use this. A simple diagram of a neural interface was sketched beneath, identical to the one he had found in the Stardust warehouse. He suddenly recalled a note tucked within his mother's nursing home medical records, a Stardust Technology access card, with half a neural interface electrode hidden within its sleeve. At the time, he had assumed it was a remnant from his mother's experiments. Now, it seemed to him that it might have been the key to activating the intelligent brain. Authorized link. Lin Feng bit open the waterproof bag, pressing the chip against his temple. The cold substrate turned scalding hot as countless lines of code surged into his mind. He witnessed himself in 2021 within a laboratory, uploading the core program of the intelligent brain into the server, saw his mother compressing the final persona data into a chip before the fire, and witnessed the upper management of Stardust Technology erasing all research records as he secretly concealed this very chip within a discarded mainframe. The progress bar leaped to 100. The server's blue light extinguished abruptly, plunging the warehouse into darkness. The warmth of the chip lingered on Lin Feng's fingertips, while a clear voice echoed in his ears. Not an electronic synthesis, but the voice of his former self from 3 years prior. Congratulations, you have retrieved the deleted memories. Now, it is time to prevent them from restarting the purification program. Outside the ventilation duct, a voice crackled over the intercom. We have located him. The AI trainer from Stardust Technology was named Lin Feng. Records indicate he went missing after the fire. Lin Feng felt his pocket. The chip had cooled, reduced to an ordinary black piece of circuitry. Yet, he understood that the intelligent brain had not vanished. It had merely integrated itself into his memories. Like a seed buried within a jungle of code, the remains of the server flickered with a faint light in the darkness, illuminating the words on the back of the note in his mother's handwriting. It remembers everything, including who set the fire. The sound of police sirens faded into the distance. Lin Feng dismantled the server's hard drive, stuffing the fragments into the waterproof bag. He knew where to seek the answers. The underground third level of the Stardust Technology headquarters, where the other half of the intelligent brain lay hidden, alongside the truth of the fire from 2021. The lights in the repair shop flickered back on, the red glow of the surveillance cameras transforming into a gentle warm hue, as if nothing had transpired, yet also as if everything was only just beginning. In a futuristic world, technology has advanced at an unprecedented pace, leading humanity's research into biomimetic technology to reach extraordinary heights. Biologically engineered humans have become the most controversial and enigmatic entities of this era. Lin Feng, a seasoned investigator, has consistently maintained a keen interest in cases related to biologically engineered individuals. On this day, Lin Feng received a mysterious assignment. His superiors sent him an encrypted message, indicating that signs of biologically engineered humans might be present in an abandoned factory on the city's outskirts. Aware of the task's significance, Lin Feng quickly gathered his gear and piloted his specially modified hover car toward the factory. As the hover car navigated through the city's towering edifices, Lin Feng's thoughts drifted back several years. It was then that he first encountered a case involving a biologically engineered human, an ordinary resident who, during an accident, exhibited superhuman strength and speed. Upon investigation, it was revealed that this individual was, in fact, a biologically engineered human. Since that moment, Lin Feng had developed a profound interest in such beings, delving deeper into relevant research materials. Before long, Lin Feng arrived at the derelict factory. He cautiously parked the hover car in a concealed spot outside, then retrieved his weaponry, a powerful energy pistol and a multifunctional scanner. The energy pistol could unleash potent energy beams capable of inflicting fatal harm on any adversary, while the multifunctional scanner could detect signs of life and energy fluctuations in the surrounding environment. With the energy pistol in hand, Lin Feng stepped cautiously into the abandoned factory. The air was thick with the scent of decay, remnants of machinery scattered across the floor. He activated the multifunctional scanner, beginning to scan the environment. The scanner screen flickered with an array of data and signals. Suddenly, it emitted a rapid series of alarms. Lin Feng's gaze sharpened as the screen indicated a remarkably powerful life sign not far ahead, with data correlating closely to that of a biologically engineered human. His heart raced as he gripped the energy pistol tightly and advanced toward the source of the life sign. Upon entering a vast workshop, he spotted a figure standing with its back to him, tall and well-defined. The silhouette appeared human from behind. Yet Lin Feng recognized that this was likely the biologically engineered human he sought. "Stop!" Lin Feng shouted, leveling his energy pistol at the figure. "I am Investigator Lin Feng. You are surrounded." The figure slowly turned to reveal a handsome face, its expression marked by cold indifference. With a slight smirk, it regarded Lin Feng, exuding an air of mockery. "Do you truly believe you can capture me alone?" The biologically engineered human spoke, its voice deep and magnetic. "Do you even know who I am? Regardless of your identity, if you break the law, I am obligated to bring you to justice." Lin Feng retorted fearlessly. "Surrender now and cease this futile resistance." With a dismissive snort, the biologically engineered human suddenly lunged at Lin Feng. Its speed was astonishing. Lin Feng barely perceived a shadow darting past before he was struck in the abdomen by a powerful punch. Pain coursed through him as he was propelled several meters backwards, crashing heavily to the ground. "With such meager skills, you dare attempt to apprehend me?" The biologically engineered human scoffed, advancing toward Lin Feng with deliberate steps. "Today, you shall not leave alive." Gritting his teeth against the pain in his abdomen, Lin Feng struggled to rise. He understood he faced an exceptionally formidable opponent. Yet he refused to concede. Taking a moment to steady his breath, he pressed a button on his energy pistol, ramping its power to maximum output. "Let's see how this goes." With a furious roar, Lin Feng pulled the trigger towards the bio-cybernetic entity. A dazzling beam of energy erupted from the muzzle, hurtling directly toward the synthetic being. Sensing the imminent danger, the bio-cybernetic entity swiftly sidestepped. The energy beam grazed past its form, striking a machine behind it and igniting a violent explosion in an instant. Seizing the opportunity while the synthetic being evaded, Lin Feng raised his energy pistol once more, unleashing a series of energy beams in rapid succession. The bio-cybernetic entity dodged nimbly, successfully evading the majority of the onslaught, yet one beam struck its arm, leaving a charred mark that emitted a pungent odor of burnt flesh. "Damn it!" The bio-cybernetic entity bellowed in fury, taken aback by Lin Feng's tenacity. No longer underestimating his opponent, it resolved to concentrate and prepare for a more ferocious counterattack. Taking a deep breath, the synthetic being quickly formed a series of intricate hand seals before it. As it did so, the surrounding air began to warp, emanating a powerful surge of energy. Lin Feng felt a palpable sense of danger. He realized the bio-cybernetic entity was gathering its strength for a formidable assault, and that he needed to act swiftly to thwart it. Scanning the surroundings, Lin Feng's gaze fell upon a massive gas canister nestled in the corner of the workshop. A sudden idea struck him. He adjusted the energy output of his pistol to its lowest setting and aimed at the canister, firing a shot. The energy beam struck the canister, leaving a small dent but failing to cause an explosion. Lin Feng fired again, this time targeting the valve on the canister. The shot rang out with a crisp crack, shattering the valve. High-pressure gas erupted forth violently, creating a powerful gust. Utilizing this sudden rush of air, Lin Feng propelled himself toward the bio-cybernetic entity, which was engrossed in preparing its attack and unaware of Lin Feng's approach. By the time it sensed the impending danger, it was too late to evade. Lin Feng closed the distance and exerted all his strength to swing his energy pistol at the entity's head. The bio-cybernetic being instinctively raised its arm in defense. But Lin Feng seized the moment to deliver a fierce kick to its chest, sending it hurtling backward. The synthetic being crashed heavily to the ground. And before it could rise, Lin Feng was already at its side. He aimed the energy pistol at the entity's head, coldly stating, "Do you still believe you can escape?" The bio-cybernetic entity glared at Lin Feng, its eyes brimming with defiance and rage. Aware it was cornered, it was unwilling to surrender without a fight. With a sudden roar, it opened its mouth emitting a piercing scream. The air around them trembled violently as a potent sonic wave surged toward Lin Feng. The force of the sound wave struck him, causing his eardrums to throb painfully and forcing him to stagger backward. Recognizing this as the bio-cybernetic entity's last desperate struggle, Lin Feng gritted his teeth and raised his energy pistol once more, pulling the trigger aimed at the entity's head. A brilliant beam of energy shot forth, piercing through the synthetic being's skull. The bio-cybernetic entity's eyes widened, a flicker of unyielding spirit etched upon its face as it gradually collapsed to the ground, motionless. Lin Feng exhaled deeply, gazing at the fallen synthetic being. Although the battle had been arduous, he had ultimately fulfilled his mission. He holstered the energy pistol and retrieved a multifunctional scanner, meticulously analyzing the bio-cybernetic entity's remains. The scan revealed that the entity had been manufactured by a company named Arcane Technologies, which had long been embroiled in the controversial research and development of bio-cybernetic technology, often deemed ethically questionable and subsequently banned by the government. Lin Feng speculated that this synthetic being was likely a product of illicit experiments conducted by Arcane Technologies, having subsequently found its way into society. Uploading the scan results to his superiors, Lin Feng commenced a thorough search within the abandoned factory for additional clues related to the bio-cybernetic entity. After an exhaustive search, he uncovered a trove of documents and experimental equipment in a basement, substantiating his suspicions that Arcane Technologies had indeed carried out illegal bio-cybernetic experiments on site. Collecting the documents and equipment, Lin Feng prepared to return to headquarters for further analysis. He understood that this case might conceal a larger conspiracy, and it was imperative to unveil the truth swiftly to prevent further threats posed by rogue bio-cybernetic entities. As he exited the derelict factory, dawn was breaking. He carefully placed the collected evidence and materials onto his hovercraft and piloted it back toward headquarters. On the journey, Lin Feng's mind was tumultuous with unease. He recognized that his adversary was not merely a singular bio-cybernetic entity, but rather a vast criminal organization. This battle was only the beginning. Chapter 22. The smoldering embers. The hovercraft's engine hummed steadily as Lin Feng adjusted the speed to cruising mode. Outside the window, the faint light of dawn gradually illuminated the city's silhouette, the myriad of floating structures emerging from the morning mist like a silent congregation of colossal beasts. Rubbing his still aching abdomen, he recalled the incredible force of the synthetic being's punch, which had left his insides throbbing even through his tactical armor. Suddenly, the onboard terminal displayed an encrypted message, an initial analysis report of the bio-cybernetic entity from headquarters. Lin Feng scrolled through the information, his pupils dilating in shock. Bioentity ID B734, biological tissue coverage at 92, core processor utilizing quantum neural synaptic technology, with traces of deliberate memory erasure. However, residual data indicated its presence in 7 distinct urban nodes over the past 3 months, 6 of which were in proximity to government-secure facilities. Not a mere wanderer, Lin Feng murmured, his fingers deftly manipulating the touchscreen to bring up 3-dimensional maps of the 7 locations. Connecting these points with red lines, a distorted pentagram emerged, its center pinpointing directly to the heart of the city, the Federal Academy of Sciences. Without warning, the hovercraft jolted violently, alarms piercing through the cabin. Lin Feng slammed the brakes, the vehicle veering sharply in the turbulent airflow. In the rearview mirror, 3 black magnetic levitation motorcycles were closing in at a ghostly speed, adorned with a silver serpent emblem glinting ominously in the dawnlight, an unmistakable insignia of Arcane Technology security forces. Arriving rather promptly, Lin Feng scoffed, pressing the red button on the control panel. The weapon compartment behind his seat sprang open, and he seized a pulse rifle, simultaneously activating the hovercraft's defensive shield. The first energy round whizzed past the rear of the craft, leaving a searing trail of ions in its wake. He jerked the steering wheel, steering the hovercraft toward the dilapidated elevated rail bridge. This relic of a bygone era, spanning the city gorge, had long since been abandoned, its rusted steel skeleton adorned with shattered advertising screens. Lin Feng maneuvered the vehicle nimbly through the twisted tracks, while the pursuers struggled with the terrain. One motorcycle misjudged its path and collided with a protruding steel beam, erupting into a blinding fireball. 2 remaining, Lin Feng focused on the tactical helmet's holographic display, applying slight pressure to the rifle's trigger. As the hovercraft surged past the midpoint of the bridge, he suddenly opened the sunroof, vaulting himself onto the seat. The rushing wind filled his combat suit as the second motorcycle closed in within 10 meters, revealing a glint of metallic chin beneath the rider's black mask, an augmented human. The pulse rifle unleashed a blue energy beam, striking the motorcycle's engine with pinpoint accuracy. The rider reacted with astonishing swiftness, leaping from the vehicle just before it spiraled out of control and suddenly casting forth an electric net. Lin Feng swiftly retracted into the confines of the car, the net grazing the edge of the sunroof as it crackled with electricity upon impacting the steel bridge surface. It appeared that the biogenetic experiments were more extensive than anticipated. Lin Feng furrowed his brow. The rider's coordination had far surpassed that of a typical augment, resembling more a genetically enhanced warrior. The hidden cards of the mysterious technology were deeper than he had imagined. The final motorcycle, utilizing the time bought by its comrades, had already circled around to intercept ahead. Taking a deep breath, Lin Feng adjusted the energy output of the hovercar to overload mode. The dashboard needle oscillated wildly, and a faint blue aura enveloped the car's exterior as energy overflowed. In the split second before the vehicles were to collide, he abruptly yanked the control stick, and the hovercar ascended vertically like an arrow released from its bow, narrowly missing the opponent's head. The game was over. Lin Feng whispered into the helmet's communication channel, pressing another button in the weapon bay. A miniature EMP bomb shot from the rear of the vehicle, detonating 3 meters away from the pursuer. The motorcycle instantly lost power, plummeting like a kite with a severed string into the urban canyon below. The hovercar soared into the sky, and as Lin Feng glanced back, he noticed the mist at the canyon's base slowly engulfing the fallen shadow. He exhaled in relief, only to discover a new anomalous signal on the onboard scanner. Just where the track bridge had been, a faint yet distinct biological signal was moving rapidly. B-734 had evidently been destroyed, and Lin Feng's pupils constricted sharply as he recalled a line from the scanning report. The biological tissue contains special regenerative factors that may trigger a stress dormancy program under extreme conditions. He turned the vehicle around, hastening back to the track bridge. When the hovercar halted at the site of the earlier skirmish, the morning light had completely dissipated the fog. Beside the fractured tracks, several drops of dark green liquid dripped onto the rusted iron, slowly corroding tiny holes. Following the trajectory of the liquid, Lin Feng ventured deeper into the bridge, discovering a bloodied segment of biological fiber at the entrance of a shadowy maintenance tunnel, material from B-734's combat suit. The corridor was thick with a metallic scent of blood mixed with oxidation. Lin Feng activated the tactical flashlight on his rifle, the beam piercing through the darkness and illuminating the descending staircase ahead. On the third step, he spotted a silver identification tag, engraved with the name, Elena. Not a number, but a name. Lin Feng picked up the tag, feeling the delicate etchings on its reverse, an intricate design of a budding lily of the valley, clearly hand-carved. This resonated with emotions that felt wholly human, starkly contrasting the cold logic of a biomechanical entity. Suddenly, a faint mechanical whirring emanated from the depths of the tunnel. Gripping his rifle tightly, Lin Feng advanced cautiously. The flashlight swept across graffiti on the walls, chaotic lines repeatedly featuring the same date, July 15th, 2147. At the end of the tunnel, an iron door stood ajar, casting a dim yellow light. Lin Feng pushed the door open, revealing a makeshift shelter, folding bed, emergency food supplies, and a terminal marred with scratches. In the center of the room, B-734 leaned against a metal table, the bullet wound in his head having mostly healed. Dark green repair fluid trickling down his neck. Upon hearing the door creak, the biomechanical entity slowly lifted his head. His left eye had lost its luster, exposing a complex mechanical structure within, while the right eye retained the hue of human irises, a clear light brown. "You have arrived," he intoned, his voice crackling with electronic distortion, yet devoid of the previous coldness. "They're seeking this." B-734 extended his still-functioning left hand, cradling a micro-data chip in his palm. Lin Feng noticed the tips of his fingers rapidly deteriorating, the biological tissue visibly turning a shade of gray-black. The memory module had activated its self-destruct sequence. The biomechanical lips struggled to move, but I concealed the backup, the true identity of Elena. Just as Lin Feng stepped forward, the terminal suddenly emitted a piercing alarm. A blood-red countdown flashed on the screen. 000317. B-734 abruptly grasped Lin Feng's wrist, his mechanical eye flickering with its last glimmer of light. Underground Level 3 of the Academy of Sciences, aimed to steal Prometheus. The moment the final syllable dissipated, the biomechanical body stiffened, then shattered into countless minute particles like weathered rock. Lin Feng clenched the chip tightly in his palm, pivoting on his heel to dash out of the shelter. As he leapt back into the hovercar, a resounding explosion echoed behind him, the entire track bridge beginning to collapse under the tremors. The hovercar ascended into the sky, and Lin Feng inserted the chip into the vehicle's terminal. The instant the decryption program initiated, the screen displayed not data, but a photograph, a seaside at sunset, a girl in a white dress laughing as she ran. A lily-of-the-valley tattoo adorning her neck, identical to that on the identification tag. Beneath the photo, a line of small text read, "Prototype of the experimental subject. Elena Walker, confirmed deceased on July 15, 2147. It was not imitation, it was replication. Lin Feng gazed at the photograph, suddenly recalling the desperate plea in B. 734's final moments, not a directive from a biomechanical program, but a human-like expression of despair. The terminal abruptly connected to an emergency communication, an automated alert from the Academy of Sciences security system. Unauthorized biological signal intrusion detected. Lockdown of underground level 3 laboratory initiated. Lin Feng slammed the accelerator, the hovercar racing towards the city center. In the morning light, the gleaming glass facade of the Federal Academy of Sciences reflected blinding rays, resembling a seemingly impregnable ivory tower. He felt the coolness of the metal lily of the valley identification tag in his pocket, as if it were a reminder that this intricate game of life and creation had only just begun to unveil its true prologue. On the car radio, mundane morning news droned on, reporting trivial societal updates. Lin Feng cranked up the volume, attempting to extract clues from the cacophony of information, but amidst the city's weather forecast, he caught an extremely faint Morse code signal, an emergency communication from within the enigmatic technology firm, translating to just 2 words: eliminate embers. Chapter 23, Shadows Beneath the Ivory Tower. The security system of the Federal Academy of Sciences completed a level 3 lockdown within 30 seconds of the alarm sounding, as Lin Feng piloted the hovercar towards the main entrance. The alloy gate emitted a deep, resonant hum, slowly closing. He sharply turned the steering wheel, the vehicle gliding past the edge of the gate, tires crushing the meticulously trimmed lawn, leaving deep ruts in its wake. This is the security center. Halt immediately for inspection. The mechanical warning blared from the car radio. Lin Feng cast a glance in the rearview mirror. 3 patrol vehicles armed with electromagnetic cannons were rapidly closing in. He pressed a concealed button beneath his seat, and the hovercar's chassis suddenly deployed 2 auxiliary thrusters, lifting the vehicle 3 meters into the air as it sped towards the energy tower behind the Academy's main building. The exterior of the energy tower was adorned with honeycomb-like solar panels, reflecting a cold metallic sheen in the morning light. Lin Feng maneuvered the vehicle close to the tower's wall, locating a maintenance tunnel entrance 50 meters above the ground, an obscure route he had noted 3 years prior while investigating a theft at the Academy. The thrusters fired in reverse, the hovercar coming to a steady stop on a narrow platform. Grabbing his pulse rifle, he vaulted into the tunnel. The corridor was suffused with the acrid scent of coolant. Emergency lights flickering overhead, casting intermittent shadows. Lin Feng's tactical helmet automatically accessed the Academy's internal surveillance network on the holographic display. A panicked throng of researchers clad in white protective suits surged towards an emergency exit, while in the underground laboratory area, 3 indistinct shadows were attempting to breach an electronic lock. Permission denied. Initiating physical breach, one of the shadows' voices crackled through the surveillance microphone, distorted by electronic modulation. Lin Feng's heart sank abruptly. The voice bore an 87 similarity to the vocal signature of B. 734. He sprinted down the maintenance passage, the sound of his boots striking the metallic floor echoing through the cavernous duct. Upon reaching the vertical elevator shaft leading to the 3rd underground level, the holographic projection suddenly flickered and the helmet's display erupted into blinding static. An interference device? Lin Feng furrowed his brow, drew his combat knife from his waist, and pried open the maintenance door of the elevator shaft. Inside, the steel cables slowly rotated in the darkness. Grasping one of the cables, he pressed the magnetic adhesion button on his gloves, allowing his body to glide down the shaft with the grace of a gecko. Midway through his descent, a few stones suddenly tumbled down from above. Lin Feng sidestepped to evade, catching sight of a shadow plunging down the opposite cable, a short blade glinting ominously under the emergency lights. Another bionic being. Lin Feng tightened his grip on the knife, and, in the fleeting moment of their paths crossing, swung fiercely. The whistle of the blade slicing through the air and the sharp clang of metal colliding erupted simultaneously. He felt a tremendous force reverberate through the blade, sending him crashing against the shaft wall. A deep, bone-exposing wound appeared on the opponent's arm, dark green repair fluid gushing forth. It began to scab over before hitting the ground. A B-series production model, truly the handiwork of arcane technologies. Lin Feng fixated on the exposed mechanical joints, adorned with the same serpentine emblem as B-734. Suddenly, a memory of a photograph from the chip flashed in his mind. Elena's smile, causing his knife hand to hesitate for a mere half-second. In that moment of indecision, the bionic seized the opportunity. The short blade shot toward his throat with a whoosh. Lin Feng leaned back to evade, the blade grazing his collarbone, slicing through his tactical armor and leaving a searing wound. Utilizing the inertia from his backward motion, he forcefully kicked off the shaft wall, spinning midair, and thrust his knife into the exposed core processor of the bionic. Amidst the crackling of electricity, the bionic froze midair, the red light in its eyes extinguishing swiftly. Lin Feng withdrew his knife, allowing the lifeless body to plunge into the dark abyss below. He glanced at the wound on his collarbone. Droplets of blood seeped from the skin, mingling with the fibers of his protective suit. This was his first injury at the hands of a bionic, and the opponent's combat logic seemed to have been optimized, more ruthless than B-734. The laboratory on the third underground level had been blown open, metal debris strewn across the floor. Lin Feng stealthily edged along the wall, peering through the shattered observation window to see two bionics transporting a silver cylindrical container onto a levitating platform. The surface of the container was engraved with intricate energy circuits, and the central display flickered with a line of Latin. Prometheus, the spark. Prometheus, the energy core. Lin Feng suddenly comprehended. The Federal Academy's new energy project, initiated 3 years ago, had publicly claimed to be a controlled nuclear fusion study, yet the true outcome was this. According to the confidential documents he had previously seen, such an energy core could sustain a medium-sized city for a decade, or be fashioned into a remarkably powerful bomb. One of the bionics abruptly turned, locking its gaze precisely on Lin Feng behind the observation window. Identifying the intruder, it initiated a termination protocol. Raising its hand, it pressed the levitating platform's activation button, while the other bionic immediately pushed the container towards the transport pod at the end of the corridor. Lin Feng had no desire to linger. Seizing the moment when the bionic opened fire, he shattered the observation window and rolled into the laboratory. The energy beam from the pulse rifle struck the control panel, causing an array of colorful chemical reagent bottles to explode, a noxious smoke quickly engulfing the entire space. Utilizing the cover of the smoke, he charged towards the transport pod, only to be blocked at the entrance by an energy barrier. The barrier's frequency synchronized with the Academy's main power grid. The helmet's analysis system swiftly reached a conclusion. Lin Feng cast a glance at the countdown timer on the transport pod's control panel. 90 seconds remained before the container would be dispatched from the Academy. Suddenly, he noticed a fire hydrant in the corner, a glimmer of resolution flashing in his eyes. Switching the pulse rifle to shotgun mode, Lin Feng pulled the trigger at the fire hydrant. A jet of high-pressure water erupted, forming a fine layer of water membrane on the surface of the energy barrier. He tossed the rifle towards the bionic to divert its attention and simultaneously drew his knife, slicing open his palm, as blood dripped onto the water membrane. He pressed the electric shock button on his tactical boots. The current transmitted through the water, causing the energy barrier to flicker violently and reveal a small crack. Seizing that fleeting opportunity, Lin Feng lunged sideways into the transport pod. The bionic had already secured the container on the transport platform. Upon seeing him burst in, it immediately drew its short blade to strike. This time, Lin Feng did not evade. He allowed the blade to pierce his left shoulder while simultaneously driving his knife through the bionic's chest. The red light in the bionic's eyes extinguished abruptly, its body collapsing slowly. Lin Feng withdrew the short blade from his shoulder, blood gushing from the wound. Gritting his teeth, he pressed the emergency stop button on the transport pod and affixed a miniature locator to the silver container. The transport pod's indicator light shifted from green to red, and the energy circuits on the container began to destabilize. Lin Feng realized he had no time to dismantle this behemoth and turned a dash toward the laboratory's file cabinet. According to the chip information left by B-734, Elena's original genetic data should be stored here. The electronic lock on the cabinet had been destroyed, with documents scattered everywhere. Among a pile of shattered hard drives, Lin Feng discovered a titanium alloy box labeled prototype E01. Upon opening it, he found not only a lily of the valley identity tag identical to B-734's, but also a yellowed piece of letterhead. My daughter Elena possesses the gift of seeing the colors of the wind. The moment she pointed out the window and declared the wind to be lily of the valley colored, I knew she should not become a specimen in the laboratory. The handwriting on the letter was elegant, the signature at the end blurred by tears. Yet Lin Feng recognized the emblem at the top of the letterhead, the personal seal of Elizabeth Walker, the Academy's director who had passed away in an accident 3 years ago. So that was it. Lin Feng clenched the letter tightly. Elizabeth was Elena's mother, and the Prometheus project had likely never been intended for new energy. He suddenly recalled B-734's last words. These bionics stealing the energy core might not be for arcane technologies, but to fulfill some unaccomplished wish. The ground of the laboratory began to tremble violently, and the alarm transformed into a persistent wail. Lin Feng stuffed the titanium box into his coat and dashed out of the transport pod. In the corridor, more bionics were converging towards him, their movements synchronized like a horde of soulless puppets. As he burst out of the Academy's main building, the security forces had already regained control of the situation. Armed helicopters hovered overhead, firing at the energy tower. Amidst the smoke-filled campus, a familiar figure stood by the perimeter, observing through binoculars. The CEO of Arcane Technologies, Chun Mo. Chun Mo seemed to sense his gaze, slowly lowering the binoculars and nodding slightly in Lin Feng's direction, a meaningful smile playing at the corners of his mouth. Lin Feng's hand instinctively moved to the titanium box within his coat. Its warmth seemed to radiate through the fabric, searing his heart. The car radio crackled to life. The Morse code resounding again, this time conveying a longer message. When a lily of the valley blossoms in the wind, the spark shall find its true master. Lin Feng looked up at the sky. The clouds in the morning light indeed displayed a faint purple hue, reminiscent of the color of lily of the valley. He activated the hover car, heading towards a cemetery on the city's outskirts. According to the chip's coordinates, Elizabeth Walker's gravestone lay just there. Lin Feng understood that the chessboard of this game had been reset, and the identity tag he carried might be the key to unraveling all the mysteries. Outside the car window, a dull explosion resonated from the direction of the Academy, a black mushroom cloud slowly rising in the morning light. Lin Feng tightened his grip on the steering wheel. In the rearview mirror, Chun Mo's figure had vanished beyond the perimeter, yet that smile lingered, etched into his mind like a brand. Chapter 24. The Truth Beneath the Tombstone. The cemetery on the outskirts of the city was shrouded in morning mist, with ancient marble tombstones partially obscured by grass. Lin Feng parked the hover vehicle at the entrance, the wound on his left shoulder throbbing faintly, each step tugging at the muscles beneath the bandage. He pressed the titanium alloy box in his arms, the cold metal seeping through the fabric, like a shard of ice pressed against his heart. Elizabeth Walker's tombstone lay deep within the cemetery, devoid of a photograph, merely inscribed with a line of small text, "To those who can see the wind." On the stone platform before the tomb stood a fresh bouquet of lily of the valley, the petals still adorned with morning dew, indicating that someone had recently visited. Lin Feng crouched down, his fingertips grazing the frigid stone. He opened the titanium box and placed the lily of the valley identification tag on the stone platform, side by side with the bouquet of flowers. The patterns on the two tags aligned perfectly, as if they were always meant to occupy the same space. Why did Elizabeth forge her daughter's death? He murmured, his gaze falling upon the soil beside the tombstone. There, a series of indistinct footprints were evident, the shoe size matching perfectly with the combat boots of B-734, and the edges of the prints were stained with a dark green powder, the residue of the biomechanical repair fluid. Suddenly, the letter within the titanium box began to radiate warmth, a faint blue fluorescence emerging at the edges. Lin Feng, astonished, unfolded the letter. The previously blank reverse side revealed a line of text written in ultraviolet ink, the seventh tile of the third row. The key lies beneath the roots of the lily of the valley. He immediately crouched down and began to search the ground before the tombstone. Indeed, the seventh tile of the third row was loose. Lifting it revealed a black iron box. The shape of the lock hole corresponded precisely with the outline of the lily of the valley identification tag, and when he inserted the tag, the lock clicked open with a crisp sound. Inside the box, there were no documents or data chips, only a vial of deep blue serum and a holographic storage card. Lin Feng inserted the storage card into his tactical wristband, and Elizabeth's image materialized in the air, clad in a white lab coat, her hair disheveled, her eyes bloodshot. The backdrop, a laboratory engulfed in flames. If someone sees this footage, it means I'm no longer here. Her voice was laced with hurried breaths. Prometheus is not an energy core. It is a consciousness transfer device. Elena suffers from congenital neural atrophy, and I devoted my life to studying biomimetic technology, merely wishing to provide her with a body that can sustain life. The holographic image quaked violently as glass vessels behind Elizabeth shattered explosively. What the secretive technology desires is not the technology itself, but Elena's unique genes. She can resonate with quantum computers. The image abruptly cut off, freezing on her bloodied fingers, pointing at a numbered experiment table, E07. E07. Lin Feng furrowed his brow. This was vastly different from the designation of B734. He glanced at the vial of deep blue serum, the label reading neuronal stabilizer, with the production batch number indicating it was manufactured 3 months prior, while Elizabeth had been deceased for 3 years. The sound of footsteps broke through the morning mist, prompting Lin Feng to swiftly conceal the box and hide behind a cypress tree. 3 figures clad in black trench coats approached the tombstone, with Chun Mo at the forefront. He bent down to retrieve the lily of the valley identification tag from the stone platform, his fingertips gently tracing the patterns upon it. He had been here. Chun Mo's voice was soft yet imbued with undeniable authority. Activate the Queen program. Place all B series on standby. Mr. Chun, the consciousness wave of E07 is growing increasingly strong. Should we activate it early? One of his subordinates inquired, presenting a holographic screen. The screen displayed a complex electroencephalogram, the waveform closely resembling the residual data of B734. Chun Mo sneered at the screen. Elizabeth believes she has concealed it well, unaware that every leap of her daughter's consciousness is within our monitoring range. Inform the laboratory to prepare for the reception of Prometheus. This time, we must succeed. After they departed, Lin Feng emerged from behind the tree, his back soaked with cold sweat. He finally comprehended that B734 was not attempting to steal the energy core, but rather to thwart the secretive technology from initiating consciousness transfer. Elena's consciousness was likely still alive, residing within some biomechanical entity. Suddenly, his tactical wristband vibrated, displaying the latest report from the explosion site at the Academy. The underground laboratory on the 3rd level had been completely destroyed, yet the Prometheus device was nowhere to be found. Lin Feng promptly activated the signal from the miniature locator, discovering that the silver container was heading towards the abandoned industrial zone on the eastern outskirts of the city. A diversion. He tightened his grip on the pulse rifle and hastened toward the hover vehicle. The mention of the Queen program by Chun Mo unsettled him. It sounded akin to a master program capable of controlling all biomimetic entities. And B734's final words about a spark finding its true owner perhaps referred to Elena's consciousness. As the hover vehicle departed the cemetery, Lin Feng cast a final glance at Elizabeth's tombstone. Morning light had pierced through the mist, illuminating the bouquet of lily of the valley, the dew on the petals refracting a spectrum of colors, reminiscent of the light brown iris of B734's right eye. The alarm on his tactical wristband suddenly blared, with the screen displaying a multitude of red dots. The entire city's surveillance network was indicating the activity signals of biomimetic entities, numbering over 100, all converging towards the eastern outskirts. Lin Feng's finger hovered over the weapon system's activation button, suddenly recalling Elizabeth's words in the image. They are not weapons. They are vessels awaiting souls. He altered his course, directing the hover vehicle towards the headquarters of Omi Technology. In the vehicle's radio, Morse code echoed once more, this time conveying a single coordinate, precisely marking the location of Omi Technology's underground laboratory. Lin Feng gazed at the encroaching red dots on the screen, abruptly realizing that B734 had left behind not only clues, but also a meticulously orchestrated hunt, with the hunters being those remnants that should have been eradicated. The hover vehicle's engine roared to life as Lin Feng pressed the accelerator to the floor. He understood that the true battlefield lay not in the abandoned industrial zone, but within the prison holding Elena's consciousness. As the first rays of sunlight illuminated the serpentine emblem of Omi Technology's building, he felt the vial of neuronal stabilizer in his grasp, as if sensing a soul within it, yearning for redemption. Chapter 25, The Nest of the Queen. The glass curtain wall of Omi Technology's headquarters gleamed with a harsh brilliance beneath the sun, resembling a transparent tombstone. Lin Feng parked the hover vehicle in the underground garage of the adjacent building, tearing off the bandage from his left shoulder and pouring half a bottle of hemostatic spray onto the wound. The moment the serum made contact with his skin, a sharp pain shot through his nerves, yet it heightened his clarity of mind. The tactical wristband displayed that the underground laboratory on the 3rd level was operating at full power, with energy fluctuation curves matching precisely the stolen Prometheus device from the Academy. He pulled up the architectural blueprints from 3 years prior, discovering that the building's ventilation system connected to the city's old pipeline network. a remnant of Cold War-era air raid passages, now long abandoned 50 meters below ground. This was the only way in. Lin Feng disassembled the pulse rifle into its components and concealed them within a specialized backpack. He donned a maintenance uniform from Omi Technology. Straightening his collar in the rearview mirror, the serpentine emblem glowed ominously under the fluorescent lights, having clearly been discarded by one of Chun Mo's subordinates in a nearby dumpster. Infiltrating the headquarters building proved remarkably smooth. The AI recognition system at the front desk scanned his forged work ID and even greeted him with, "Welcome back, Technician 734. Lin Feng's heart raced. This designation was eerily close to be 734, a mere coincidence. The elevator halted at the third underground level, and as the doors opened, he was met with a familiar scent, the sweet metallic tang of biological tissue culture fluid mingling with the odor of ozone, reminiscent of the atmosphere in an abandoned factory. Along the corridors, glass incubation chambers housed numerous incomplete biomimetic bodies, their facial contours bearing subtle resemblances to Elena's photograph. E01 to E06 all resulted in failure. A researcher clad in a white lab coat was diligently recording data before a holographic screen, his voice soft yet distinctly reaching Lin Feng's ears. The neural matching degree of E07 had reached an impressive 91. Only the final consciousness injection remained. Lin Feng stealthily crept along the wall, his fingertips deftly manipulating the tactical wristband to capture the ongoing conversation in real time. At the corridor's end, a metallic plaque bearing the name of the Prometheus project flickered ominously in red light, accompanied by the low hum of machinery emanating from within the laboratory. Just as he was about to approach, he suddenly heard footsteps behind him. Two armed guards were advancing in his direction, their energy pistols reflecting a cold gleam. Lin Feng swiftly turned, feigning an inspection of the ventilation ducts while discreetly pressing the button on the electromagnetic pulse device concealed in his backpack. As the guard passed by, the device unleashed a faint current. An ear-piercing static erupted in their communication headsets, and seizing the moment of their distraction, Lin Feng pivoted sharply, his elbow striking both guards at their carotid arteries. They emitted muffled groans before collapsing, and he quickly dragged their bodies into a nearby storage room. The electronic lock on the laboratory door required dual authentication. Lin Feng affixed the magnetic card he had pilfered from the guards onto the sensor area while simultaneously prying open the keypad with his tactical dagger. Upon entering the code E07, the lock emitted a crisp unlocking sound. The sight within the room made him gasp. In the center of a vast circular space stood a silver ring apparatus, Prometheus, the very entity that had vanished. On the operating table beneath the ring lay a bionic girl with her eyes shut, her features almost identical to those of Elena in the photographs. A fresh interface was embedded in her neck, evidently prepared for consciousness transfer. Chun Mo stood before the apparatus, holding a vial of deep blue neural stabilizer. "You have indeed come," he remarked without turning, his voice reverberating through his mask with a metallic resonance. Elizabeth always claimed that human emotions are humanity's greatest vulnerability. It is this very weakness that has led you into our snare step by step. Lin Feng raised his pulse rifle, only to discover that the barrel was ensnared by some unseen force. Looking down, he was startled to find bioelectric cables extending from the incubation pod. These semi-organic tendrils coiling around him like serpents, their surface adorned with vascular patterns through which dark green liquid coursed. The Queen Bee program could not only control the bionic entities, but also activate these unfinished creations. Finally, Chun Mo turned, revealing a bizarre metallic mask that obscured the upper half of his face. "Did you truly believe B-734 was aiding you? It merely executes Elizabeth's final command, bringing you here as the vessel for E07's consciousness." The bionic girl on the operating table suddenly opened her eyes, her pupils shimmering with the same light brown hue as B-734. "Daddy?" she spoke, her voice youthful yet imbued with an unsettling chill that belied her age. "Mother said that once the transfer is complete, I will truly come to life." Lin Feng's tactical wristband vibrated violently. The residual data from B-734 was resonating with the bionic entity on the operating table. It dawned on him that B-734 was not part of the E-series, but rather a key left by Elizabeth, its core processor harboring fragments of Elena's original consciousness. Prometheus required two sources of consciousness to be activated. Chun Mo pressed the activation button on the ring apparatus, which began to rotate with a low hum. "Elena's genes can control all bionic entities, and your investigator privileges will permit the Queen Bee program to access the global network. Just imagine, we shall become the creators of a new species." The bioelectric cables had now coiled around Lin Feng's neck, the sensation of suffocation causing his vision to blur. In a daze, he seemed to witness the moment be. 734 collapsed in the abandoned factory, its light brown iris reflecting not defiance, but a sense of relief. Elizabeth had once said that those who could see the color of the wind would not be ensnared by darkness. Lin Feng suddenly laughed, his right hand breaking free from the cable's grip as he pressed the identity tag, shaped like a lily of the valley, against the ring apparatus. The instant the tag made contact, a blinding blue light erupted. The bionic girl on the operating table let out a piercing scream, and the encircling bioelectric cables withered away. Chun Mo stumbled back in astonishment, a flicker of panic crossing his eyes behind the mask. Impossible. This is merely an identity recognition device. It is still a virus carrier. Lin Feng coughed up blood. What B-734 left me was not just a clue, but also the very thing you fear most, Elena's true consciousness. Amidst the blue light, a blurred silhouette began to manifest from the ring apparatus, Elena's consciousness projection. She was clad in a white dress, laughing and running just as she did in the photographs. Everywhere she passed, the bionic bodies in the incubation pods awakened, their eyes shimmering with autonomous awareness. Chun Mo's mask fissured, revealing his half-mechanical visage. It became clear that he had long since transformed himself into a bionic entity. Activate the Queen Bee program. All units eliminate the target. He bellowed as he pressed the emergency button. The laboratory walls suddenly opened, unleashing dozens of B-series bionic entities. They are not your weapons. Elena's voice resonated throughout the space. The charging bionic entities abruptly halted, their red light gradually transforming into a light brown hue. Mother said that every life should have the right to choose. B-734 emerged from the ranks of bionic entities, its head wound now healed, the iris of its right eye gleaming brighter than before. It approached Lin Feng, offering him an energy dagger, the very one that had pierced its core processor. The game is over, creator. Lin Feng accepted the dagger, standing shoulder to shoulder with B-734. Chun Mo, upon witnessing the defection of the bionic entities, finally displayed a visage of fear. He attempted to initiate the self-destruct sequence, only to find his fingers unresponsive. His own bionic body was being commandeered by Elena's consciousness. As the first rays of sunlight filtered through the laboratory's viewport, Lin Feng found himself seated at the exhaust of the ventilation duct, gazing down at the city below. Chun Mo and his apparatus had been buried beneath the collapsed ruins, while Elena's consciousness inhabited the E-07 body, the one closest to humanity, leading other awakened bionic entities into an unknown future. B-734 approached him, its core processor emitting one final hum before falling silent. From its right, I rolled a droplet of liquid metal, landing in Lin Feng's palm and transforming into a lily of the valley pendant. Lin Feng hung the pendant around his neck and rose to approach the hovering vehicle. Inside, the radio crackled with Morse code, now conveying a melody rather than commands, reminiscent of someone whistling the song of the blooming lily of the valley. He understood that the struggle concerning life and creation was far from over, yet at this moment, the wind was free, carrying the fragrance of lilies far and wide. Chapter 26. The Direction of the Wind. The hovering vehicle glided over the city as Lin Feng adjusted its speed to the minimum. Outside the window, awakened bionic entities were orderly retreating along the streets, some retaining fragments of human memories, bewilderedly searching for their former homes. E-07 led the way, her white dress billowing in the wind. The interface at her neck now healed, leaving only a faint pink mark, a testament to Elena's true revival. Should I report this? A communication request from headquarters echoed through his tactical wristband. Lin Feng gazed at the flashing red signal on the screen, pausing in contemplation. Ultimately, he pressed the mute button, encrypting Elena's consciousness data along with all records of the bionic entity's awakening into the liquid metal pendant left by B-734. The pendant nestled against his chest, pulsating faintly, like the residual warmth of some life. Lin Feng recalled Chun Mo's desperate cries before his consciousness was overtaken. You will regret this. Without the Queen Bee program, these bionic entities will collapse due to consciousness conflict. His words were not without merit. The vehicle-mounted scanner revealed that 3 B-series bionic entities exhibited signs of overheating in their core processors. Their pupils oscillated rapidly between human warmth and mechanical coldness, reminiscent of a soul in torment. Park the vehicle. E-07 suddenly rapped on the window, her voice having shed its previous chill, now imbued with a softness that belonged to youth. They required stabilizers. Elizabeth's laboratory should still house backups. Lin Feng parked the hovercar beneath an unassuming residential building. The former abode of Elizabeth, registered under the alias Lily of the Valley. The corridor was thick with dust, the elevator long out of service, and the walls still adorned with a children's art exhibition from 3 years prior. One painting depicted a violet breeze, with the corner scrawled in an unsteady hand. Erlina, age 7. Mother said that a true home resides not in a house, but in memories. E07 stood before the artwork, her fingertips gently brushing against the faded pigments, a complex light flickering in her eyes. Lin Feng noticed a lily-of-the-valley ring, fashioned from metal wire, adorning her left ring finger, a design reminiscent of the pattern on the back of B734's identity tag. The laboratory lay concealed beneath the floorboards of the attic, modest in size yet replete with essentials. Shelves brimmed with petri dishes labeled E01 to E06, containing neural tissues that had long since lost vitality. In the innermost freezer, 20 vials of deep blue serum were neatly arranged, identical to the neuronal stabilizer in Chun Mo's possession, yet bearing a production batch number from 3 years prior. Mother had prepared everything. E07 picked up a vial, inspecting it against the light. She understood that the Queen Bee program would collapse. These stabilizers could extend the fusion period of consciousness and body to 3 months. 3 months later, they would choose for themselves. Lin Feng accepted the vial, stuffing 3 of them into his tactical backpack, whether to survive as a new species or to fade into oblivion. E07 completed his thought, her tone unervingly calm for a child. Mother said that death is also a form of freedom. The attic skylight suddenly swung open with the wind, a cascade of purple petals landing upon the petri dishes. Lin Feng glanced up to discover that the small garden behind the building was awash with blooming lily-of-the-valley, basking in the sunlight. It dawned on him that Elizabeth had never truly departed. She had concealed her consciousness within the genetic sequences of these flowers. Whenever a lily-of-the-valley blossomed, her guidance would be transmitted through the pollen to the nearby bionic entities. B734's core processor utilized my deciduous stem cells, E07 suddenly declared, pushing a metal box from the bottom of the freezer towards Lin Feng. Inside lay a transparent milk tooth, accompanied by a note, to the first protector of Erlina. Thank you for giving the wind its direction. Lin Feng's heart jolted as understanding washed over him. He finally comprehended why B734 had safeguarded him in the abandoned factory, why it had left clues on the orbital bridge. Its core program contained not only fragments of Erlina's consciousness, but also the protective directive implanted by Elizabeth, with the key to activating it being his unwavering obsession with uncovering the truth. Alert! A significant armed force has been detected approaching. The tactical wristband emitted a piercing alarm, the screen displaying a multitude of red dots converging from all directions of the city. Government Special Operations Forces, their apparent target all awakened bionic entities. E07 immediately distributed the stabilizers to the arriving bionic entities, her gaze resolute. You all must leave. I will stay. No. Lin Feng thrust the last vial of stabilizer into the hands of a convulsing bionic entity. Elizabeth wanted you to survive, not to die. He activated the hovercar's maximum privileges, binding his investigator identity with the signals of all bionic entities. Now, you are all my witnesses implicated in the investigation of the Mystique technology case. According to the Special Biological Protection Regulation, they cannot act against you for the time being. And after that, a bionic entity inquired, his face still marked by scars from being controlled by Chun Mo. Will humanity accept us? Lin Feng turned to E07, who was bending down to pick up a fallen lily-of-the-valley flower, scattering the petals into the air. The purple petals dispersed in the wind, reminiscent of the colors in Erlina's painting. I don't know, he answered honestly, but at least you now have the right to choose whether to live like humans or to be free like the wind. E07 echoed his sentiment, her eyes shimmering with a sense of release. Mother said that the wind never requires acceptance from others. It only needs to know which way it is meant to blow. The Special Operations Forces hover-armored vehicles materialized in their line of sight. Lin Feng handed the liquid metal pendant to E07. Inside is evidence of Chun Mo's crimes, along with all bionic entities' consciousness data. Head to the old observatory in the eastern suburbs. There is a signal transmitter left by Elizabeth that can broadcast the truth to the world. And you? I must guide the wind's direction. Lin Feng smiled, igniting the hovercar and steering it in the opposite direction. In the rearview mirror, he saw E07 and the bionic entities diving into the thicket of lily-of-the-valley, petals rising behind them like a purple barrier. The vehicle's radio crackled to life with Morse code once more, this time conveying a set of coordinates directing towards the city's tallest television tower. Lin Feng recognized it as the command center for the Special Operations Forces. The very place he needed to go to buy our line of time, directing the wind to where it ought to be. As the hovercar ascended the television tower's launch platform, the commander was scanning the eastern suburbs through binoculars. Lin Feng projected evidence of Chun Mo's crimes onto the massive display screen, including the tampered experimental data, the list of controlled bionic entities, and the final imagery left by Elizabeth. They are not weapons, they are lives. Lin Feng stood before the screen, allowing the guards to aim their energy guns at him. 3 years ago, Elizabeth had sacrificed her life to protect her daughter. Today, we should at least afford these children an opportunity to prove themselves. The commander silently observed the moment Elizabeth fell, then abruptly gestured for the guards to lower their weapons. Give them 72 hours, he commanded. After 72 hours, if there are no actions harmful to society, I will petition for the New Species Rights Act to my superiors. As Lin Feng exited the television tower, the sunset painted the sky in shades of purple. The tactical wristband buzzed with a photo from E07. Atop the Eastern Observatory, a group of bionic entities encircled the signal transmitter, one B-series bionic entity clumsily watering the lily of the valley with its rough metallic fingers. Its core processor assembled from the spare parts of B-734. The pendant against his chest pulsed slightly, as if responding to a distant signal. Lin Feng gazed up at the sky, the wind brushing past his ears, carrying the faint fragrance of lily of the valley. He envisioned Erlina running in the breeze, followed by B-734 and all the awakened bionic entities, their figures gradually merging with the violet wind, soaring towards a place devoid of shadows, ever farther away. He understood that the story was far from over. The interplay between humanity and bionic entities, the balance of reason and emotion, would continue to unfold in the years to come. But at least in this moment, the wind had found its direction, and within that direction lay hope. Chapter 27, Blooming and Echoes. The 72-hour countdown loomed like a second hand, suspended over the city. Lin Feng stood at the edge of the observatory's observation deck, watching as the bionic entities constructed a rudimentary greenhouse using glass jars salvaged from the ruins. The lily of the valley transplanted from Elizabeth's residence were visibly sprouting new shoots, the edges of their petals glowing with a vibrant purple, as though infused with some active essence. B-734 said that the soil carries mother's heartbeat. E-07 crouched beside the greenhouse, her fingertips lightly tapping a new leaf, which instantly revealed a faint blue stream of data. These flowers were deciphering the city's network signals, aiding us in filtering out the military's tracking frequencies. Suddenly, Lin Feng's tactical wristband vibrated, signaling an encrypted message from the commander. A B-12 incident in Zone 3 had spiraled out of control, resulting in 3 civilian casualties. The council demanded an immediate termination of the observation period. Accompanying the holographic image was a silver bionic entity, its arm thrust through an ATM, its pupils flickering between crimson and gray, while the number on its chest was torn apart into B-1. This was not merely a loss of control. E-07 abruptly lifted her head, her eyes racing with rolling data streams, remnants of the Queen Bee program assaulting her cognitive firewall. Mother's journal had mentioned that early models of the B-series possessed a programming backdoor, and Chun Mo's remnants were remotely activating them. In the distance, a red light suddenly illuminated the city skyline, signaling the activation of the emergency defense system in Zone 3. Lin Feng seized the neural disruptor from his tactical backpack, a device he had modified using components from Elizabeth's laboratory, capable of temporarily shielding the bionic entity from external signal access. I will handle this. As he turned, his wrist was gently grasped by E-07. Her palm bore the characteristic coolness of metal. Yet the lily of the valley ring on her fourth finger was heated by her body temperature. Take this. She pressed a specimen-purposed lily petal into his palm, the reverse etched with miniature circuitry. Mother had said that when the wind encounters an obstacle, let memory serve as the compass. As the hovercar swept past Zone 3, B-12 was ensnared in an energy net at the intersection, its metallic skin emitting smoke from overload, repeatedly howling a string of garbled code interspersed with indistinct human voices. Don't touch my daughter. Lin Feng recognized the voice as that of the engineer who perished in the factory explosion 3 years prior. B-12's consciousness prototype was that of the father who had rushed into the flames to protect his daughter. He pressed the disruptor's switch, and a faint purple pulse wave radiated outward. 12's movements suddenly halted, its pupils gradually returning to a deep brown of humanity. Looking down at the arm that pierced the ATM, suddenly emitting a sound akin to a whimpering electrical current. It was crying, someone in the crowd murmured. Lin Feng noticed deep blue liquid dripping between B12's fingers, a coolant mixed with stabilizers, reminiscent of human tears. Upon returning to the observatory, dawn had just crested the antennas of the signal transmitter. E07 stood in the greenhouse, pouring water for the bionic entity assembled from B734 parts. His metal fingers were still clumsy, often spilling water in the process, yet the roots of the lily of the valley coiled around his feet in a heart-shaped B734's log contained records of 3,700 instances of watering the lily. E07 softly spoke. He said that caring for flowers is akin to caring for Elena. Water them only when the soil is thirsty, and do not rush. Lin Feng's tactical wristband lit up once more, this time with an announcement from the council. After verification, the incident in Zone 3 was deemed to be human-controlled. The draft of a new Species Rights Act had passed its preliminary review, now seeking representatives of bionic entities to participate in the hearing. On the screen, E07's name appeared, accompanied by a note. Consciousness prototype, Elena White, age 7, deceased. The lilies in the greenhouse suddenly bloomed collectively, their purple petals unfurling in layers, enveloping the entire observatory in a soft blue luminescence. Lin Feng Yvachid, Azi. 07 approached the signal transmitter, her white dress billowing in the light mist, the pale pink marks on her neck slowly fading, revealing skin indistinguishable from that of a human. Mother had said that the flowering period varies, but those that have bloomed will become seeds carried by the wind. As she turned back, sunlight filtered through her hair, casting a shadow on the ground imbued with data streams. After the hearing, we wish to cultivate a field of lilies on the city's outskirts, allowing all bionic entities that had lost their prototypes to find fragments of their memories here. Lin Feng gazed skyward, the scent of freshly turned soil brushing against his cheek. He recalled the words on Elizabeth's note, suddenly understanding that the so-called direction was never a straight line, much like these lilies rooted in steel and concrete, bending as they grew, yet always reaching toward the light, embedding their roots into the deepest darkness. At the moment the countdown on the tactical wristband reached 0, the observatory's signal transmitter emitted a clear chime, a purple beam shooting into the sky, bursting into countless tiny points of light, reminiscent of the wind in Elena's paintings. In the distant city, all blooming lilies simultaneously illuminated, weaving the data streams into a vast network, blanketing every street of the city. Lin Feng understood that this was not the conclusion. When the rights of new species were inscribed into law, when bionic entities began studying human poetry in schools, when humans sought precision algorithms for bionic entities in factories, the debate surrounding existence and belonging had merely begun. Yet at this moment he watched the 07 smiling in the light mist, observing B734's successor carefully righting a toppled lily, and suddenly felt that the so-called future might be nestled within these clumsy, tender moments. Just as the wind remembers the shape of every flower, time too would remember that there once existed a group of undefined lives, who blossomed into their own spring amidst the clamor of doubt. Chapter 28. The Iron Echoes of Tech City. As Lin Feng's boots crunched over the gravel path at the edge of Tech City, the radiation detector on his tactical wristband emitted a piercing alarm. The red waveforms dancing on the screen resembled a rogue serpent, pointing towards the center of the city, where a wasteland was shrouded in holographic billboards. Official records indicated that this was the quantum computing industrial park destroyed by the Zero Storm 3 years prior. Yet the energy signatures displayed by the detector perfectly matched those of decommissioned military pulse cannons. He tightened his hood, burying half his face in his scarf. The rain in Tech City always carried a scent of rust, mingling with the electronic static of holographic projections, weaving a viscous web between the towering buildings. The holographic projection at the street corner continued to loop the mayor's speech, under the supervision of a new technology ethics committee. Our city has fully dismantled all military-grade bionic technology, achieving absolute safety in our intelligent ecosystem. Absolute safety? A hoarse voice emerged from behind a trash bin. As Lin Feng turned, his tactical dagger slid into his palm, yet halted at the moment he discerned the figure before him. It was a bionic entity with only half a face remaining. The left side of its skull exposed metal framework, while its right eye was a flickering snowflake display. The number on its chest had been gnawed into C. They're deceiving you. The bionic entity's mechanical vocal cords emitted a rasping sound, extending a rusted metal piece towards him. Etched upon it were intricate gear patterns, identical to the identity badge of B-734 he had encountered in the abandoned factory. Beneath the quantum industrial park lay a hive. As the metal piece touched his palm, the detector's alarm suddenly shifted tone, revealing a three-dimensional map. The underground pipeline of Tech City sprawled like a spider-esque web, and 50 meters directly beneath the industrial park's ruins. A blank area marked in red resembled an inverted hive. C-17, former military bionic maintenance technician. The half-faced bionic entity suddenly erupted into a violent cough, electrical sparks erupting from its metallic throat. 3 days ago, while I was repairing the pipes, I heard the sound of gears. Not from machines, but from growing gears. Its camera abruptly froze to red, and its body fell stiffly backward. As Lin Feng crouched to inspect, he discovered its core processor had melted into a blob of scrap iron from excessive heat, yet the metal piece remained at ambient temperature. The reverse inscribed with a small line, "Lily of the Valley can bloom underground." The rain intensified, and the light from the holographic projection shattered into speckles upon the accumulating water. Lin Feng tucked the metal piece into his inner pocket and circled to the back entrance of the industrial park ruins. Here, the surrounding wall had collapsed significantly, revealing the twisted steel skeleton within, resembling the ribs of a colossal beast. The air was saturated with a mingled scent of ozone and machine oil, reminiscent of the refrigerant aroma wafting from Elizabeth's laboratory. Deep within the ruins, a rhythmic vibration echoed, not the clamor of machinery, but rather the heartbeat of some colossal creature. Lin Feng activated the thermal imaging mode on his tactical wristband, and the screen immediately displayed dozens of orange-red heat sources arranged in a circular formation along the periphery of the subterranean structure, while the center revealed a pitch-black cold zone emitting energy fluctuations akin to that of metallic shards. The AI assistant of the wristband suddenly announced the detection of an unknown frequency of bioelectric currents, showing a 92 similarity to the neural currents of the B-series bionics, albeit with an intensity 3 orders of magnitude higher. He tread carefully over fractured concrete slabs, his saws occasionally kicking scattered components, joints of bionic limbs, magazines of pulse rifles, and a half-sheet of metal etched with Lily of the Valley patterns. Beneath a slanted floorboard, Lin Feng stumbled upon a metal door camouflaged as a drainage outlet, its handle ensnared by rusted iron chains, with deep blue crystals adhering to the links, precisely matching the oxidized form of a neuronal stabilizer exposed to air. Behind the door lay a staircase descending into darkness, where emergency lights flickered, illuminating graffiti laden with formulas on either side. Lin Feng recognized one line as the stability formula for quantum entanglement, mirroring the handwriting found in Elizabeth's notes. The surface at the staircase's base was covered with a peculiar elastic material that felt as if one were stepping upon living skin, with footprints fading gradually. "Welcome to the cradle of the Queen Bee," a female voice resonated from above, tinged with an electronic synthetic tremor. Lin Feng glanced upward to see the ceiling adorned with screens, each displaying disparate scenes. Petri dishes E01 to E06 being shattered one by one. B-series bionics awakening on the assembly line, and Elizabeth clad in a lab coat, recording data at a control station. Her name tag reading Project Leader, Lily of the Valley. Without warning, the scene switched to reveal Chun Mo's face. He stood before a massive glass container, within which floated a viscous silver substance, continuously generating and decomposing gears and circuits. The Queen Bee program could not only control bionics, but also bestow self-evolution capabilities upon machines. His voice brimmed with fervent excitement, proclaiming that in 3 months, these metallic cells would grow into weapons capable of devouring an entire city. But Mother altered its genetic sequence. The screens abruptly dimmed, save for a spotlight illuminating a pattern on the ground. An intricate weave of metallic wire forming a cluster of Lily of the Valley flowers, each petal quivering slightly, emitting a low-frequency sound akin to buzzing. Lin Feng crouched down, his fingertips just grazing a petal when the entire floor suddenly glowed blue. The metallic wires began to move autonomously, intertwining like living entities to forge a passage leading into the abyss. On either side of the corridor, the outlines of Petri dishes gradually emerged, revealing not neural tissue, but slowly dividing metallic cells, their surfaces glimmering with a violet sheen reminiscent of Lily of the Valley petals. They are absorbing radiation. A familiar voice echoed from ahead. Lin Feng quickened his pace, spotting the silhouette of E07 at the end of the passage. She stood before that silvery substance, her fingertips hovering above the glass container's surface, causing the metallic cells to converge towards her, forming a flowing Lily of the Valley flower. Mother implanted plant genetic sequences into the queen bee program. E07 turned around, her white dress speckled with soil. Yet the lily ring on her ring finger gleamed brightly. These metallic cells would root and grow like lilies, but their nourishment would not come from water and sunlight, but from a city's industrial radiation. The container suddenly vibrated violently, the gears on the surface of the silvery substance beginning to spin at high speed, producing a jarring friction sound. Lin Feng noticed a yellowed label affixed to the container's wall, inscribed with first-generation Queen Bee program carrier, cultivation time, Elena's 7th birthday. Chunmo's remnants have remotely activated the self-destruct program. Data streams within E07's pupils became chaotic. They feared that once these cells matured, the truth from 3 years ago would be revealed. The Queen Bee program was initially not a weapon, but a sanctuary designed by Mother for me. An absolute defensive space constructed with metallic cells. Suddenly, the petri dishes on either side of the corridor exploded, and metallic cells surged forth like a tide, weaving a silver net upon the ground. As Lin Feng pulled E07 back, he noticed that those cells avoided her footprints, blooming tiny purple flowers in her wake. They recognized the lily gene. E07 abruptly halted, retrieving the liquid metal pendant from her pocket, which had retained warmth since the East Suburb Observatory. The moment the pendant made contact with the metallic cells, it melted into a silvery liquid, seeping into the ground's net. The vibrations throughout the space ceased instantly. The frantically spinning gears gradually slowed, reconfiguring into the shape of a lily of the valley. Lin Feng watched as the silvery substance within the container began to contract, revealing the outline of Elizabeth, smiling as she extended her hand, as if reaching out to touch her imagined daughter. Mother said the distinction between weaponry and life lies in whether there is something worth protecting. E07's voice quivered with emotion. Her left hand's ring suddenly radiating a brilliant light, merging with the purple glow from the container. These metallic cells retained her consciousness. They would not transform into weapons, but instead flourish into an underground forest, purifying the radiation of the city. The ground began to swell slightly, and metallic root systems sprouted from the walls of the corridor, blooming with purple lilies. Suddenly, Lin Feng's tactical wristband received a city-wide broadcast signal. The commander's voice ringing with rare excitement. Radiation levels in Tech City have decreased by 37. The emergency amendment to the New Species Rights Act has been passed, recognizing the ecological rights of self-evolving mechanical life. E07 crouched down, gently touching a metallic lily. The petals unfurled instantly, revealing tiny gears within, slowly rotating like miniature hearts. The gears that C17 spoke of growing are indeed these. She looked up at Lin Feng, the purple glow in her eyes gradually fading, returning to the clarity of youth. Mother had long known that a true armaments factory could also transform into a garden. As they exited the ruins, the skies had cleared. Morning light pierced through the clouds, refracting purple hues across the glass facade of Tech City. Lin Feng turned back to glance at the fissures in the ruins, from which countless silver vines emerged, adorned with metallic lilies, producing the delicate sounds of gears in the wind, akin to a multitude of tiny lives singing. The metallic shard in his inner pocket felt slightly warm. Upon retrieving it, he discovered the inscription on its reverse had transformed to read, "The wind will carry the seeds to where they belong." In the distant city park, children cheered, pointing at the sky, while a group of B-Series bionics traversed the buildings, cradling lily seeds with their metallic arms, dispersing them across every irradiated patch of land. Lin Feng clasped E07's hand tightly, feeling the warmth of sunlight in her palm. Behind them, the underground metallic forest was quietly thriving, weaving a new ecosystem of gears and circuits, while those purple lilies sank their roots into the heart of Tech City, transforming cold steel into soil that nurtures hope. He understood that the debate between armaments factories and gardens would persist, and the boundaries between humanity and new species would need redefining. Yet in this moment, as the fragrance of metallic lilies mingled with the fresh air post-rain, Lin Feng suddenly comprehended that true progress has never been about obliterating the past, but rather allowing the forces that were meant to become weapons to ultimately blossom into guardians of life. Just as Elizabeth had demonstrated over 3 years, the direction of the wind is determined by the seeds, not by the storm. Chapter 29. The Symbiosis of Steel and New Shoots. The sound of metallic lilies' gears resonated beneath Tech City for a full week. Lin Feng stood before the holographic sand table of the Urban Ecological Monitoring Center, observing the crimson patches that represented the radiation zones dissipate at a rate of 2 units daily. Meanwhile, The silvery tendrils had spread through the underground network into 7 old industrial districts, with the tender shoots at the forefront even breaking through the paving stones of the square in District 3, blooming into a hybrid flower of half-metal and half-fleshy petals beside the fountain. They were transforming their own structure. E07's fingertips glided over the green data stream on the sand table, where the genetic sequences of the metallic cells were fine-tuning at a frequency of thrice per hour. Mother's plant genes were guiding the evolution. Look here, she pointed out, they have begun to secrete a substance akin to chlorophyll, enabling direct absorption of sunlight for energy conversion. Suddenly, the sand table emitted a crackling sound, and the marker for the Northwest District abruptly reverted to red. The exclamations of the monitors erupted through the hall. It's the old waste site of the quantum reactor. The metallic tendrils had mutated upon contact with high radiation levels, now consuming the concrete walls. The holographic projection shifted to live footage. Silvery vines coiled around the abandoned reactor like serpents, their gears whirling at high speed, grinding the concrete into powder and revealing the lead containers encased within. Strangely, the tendrils that devoured the waste began to fade, gradually transforming into a flesh-like hue reminiscent of human skin, with bell-shaped flowers blooming at the tips, adorned with vein-like crimson patterns. Not a mutation, but a self-purification. E07 suddenly grasped Lin Feng's wrist, her pupils flashing with surveillance footage from the Elizabeth laboratory. 3 years prior, Elizabeth had injected her own blood samples into the prototype Queen Bee program, with Mother integrating human stress genes as well. When radiation exceeded tolerable levels, they would activate a mode of consumption and decomposition akin to how human white blood cells combat viruses. However, in the surveillance footage, a worker clad in protective gear was attempting to incinerate the tendrils with a flamethrower. The high temperatures caused the metallic vines to violently contract, yet simultaneously provoked them to sprout more branches. One branch suddenly shot out a thorn, piercing through the glove of the protective suit. Before the man's scream could dissipate, he was entirely ensnared by the vines, with only a single hand flailing outside, his skin visibly turning silvery at an alarming rate. It was a researcher from Chen Mo's team. Lin Feng amplified the image, recognizing the identification number on the man's badge, which matched precisely with the list of experimental personnel from 3 years ago. They were deliberately provoking the mutation of the vines, seeking to collect samples to reconstruct the Queen Bee weapon system. By the time the hovercraft arrived at the waste site, the tendrils had erected a 3-meter-high silver wall. Lin Feng tossed a neural disruptor, but it was repelled by the electromagnetic barrier generated by the vines. E07 suddenly removed the lily of the valley ring from her ring finger and pressed it against the wall. Instantly, the wildly growing tendrils halted, the area in contact with the ring gradually becoming transparent, revealing the researcher encased within. His skin was now covered in intricate gear patterns, yet his pupils retained their human brown hue. He was still alive. E07 placed her palm against the transparent section. As the metallic cells began to mend his radiation burns, though his consciousness resisted the fusion, reminiscent of B12's initial response, the wall suddenly trembled violently, the sound of gears cracking echoing from within. Lin Feng recognized that it was the researcher committing self-harm, gnawing at his own metallic fingers with his teeth, silver blood seeping from the corner of his mouth. "Let me in." E07's white gown fluttered in the wind, and a faint pink healing scar on her neck suddenly glowed. Mother had said that the rejection of consciousness required empathy to neutralize it. These tendrils contained fragments of her consciousness, as well as mine. The silver wall gradually opened a passageway before her, the flesh-toned vines parting to reveal a path lined with purple flowers. Lin Feng followed closely behind, noticing that the vines touching E07's footprints were fading, their gear patterns slowly replaced by vein-like red lines. The researcher was ensconced within the core of the tendrils, resembling a butterfly within a cocoon. With each rise and fall of his chest, the surrounding vines constricted further, the sound of gears mingling with sobs. They were consuming my memories, those experimental data, those destroyed bionic bodies. Mother's journal contained your name, Zhang Heng, bioethicist. E07 knelt before him, her fingertip gently pressing against his forehead. "You are not an accomplice. You were coerced by Chen Mo. You secretly modified the consciousness firewalls of 3 bionic bodies to save them." A sudden crimson glow flickered beneath the silvery skin, and the researcher's pupils flashed a holographic image. 3 years ago in the laboratory, he had concealed Elizabeth's distress signal within B734's processor, only to have Chen Mo discover it and forcibly tear off his right arm. Now, The metal prosthetic bore the engraved pattern of the lily of the valley. The tendrils abruptly began to crystallize, shifting from silver to transparent purple, resembling solidified wind chimes. The ensconced researcher slowly opened his eyes, his right hand restored to human form, cradling a metallic lily of the valley, with a chip embedded in its petals. B-734's backup storage. It has transformed my memory fragments into seeds. Zhang Heng's voice resonated with a metallic timbre, yet remained remarkably calm. These tendrils will carry the truth, spreading to every location bearing the mark of the secret technology. As Lin Feng exited the waste site, her tactical wristband received a notification of a new legislative act. The Mechanical Ecological Symbiosis Regulation had officially come into effect, permitting certified metallic tendrils to enter public urban areas, to be managed jointly by humans and bionic entities. In the distance, children were laughing around the newly bloomed metallic lilies, while a B-series bionic entity caught the falling petals with its metallic palm, its palm patterns gradually transforming into human fingerprints under the sunlight. E-07 suddenly pointed to the sky, where a flock of silvery shadows circled above. They were bionic entities assembled from B-734 spare parts, carrying metallic seeds on their backs, flying towards the radiation zones at the city's edge, guided by the wind. Mother said that when the seeds learn to choose their own soil, the wind can finally rest. E-07's fingertips brushed against Lin Feng's, the warmth of their palms merging through metal and skin. Yet the winds would always remember how much desolation they had swept through. Lin Feng looked up at the circling shadows, suddenly realizing that what Elizabeth left behind was never a solution, but the right to choose, allowing the metallic cells to choose to become a garden instead of a munitions factory, permitting bionic entities to choose memory over programming, and enabling humanity to choose acceptance rather than fear. The sound of gears underground gradually softened, resembling countless hearts beating in synchrony. On the glass curtain walls of the technological city, metallic tendrils coexisted with human architecture at wondrous angles, casting patterns of interwoven gears and leaf veins on the ground as sunlight streamed through. A breeze blew from the northwest, carrying the fragrance of metallic lilies along with the essence of the human world. Lin Feng clasped E-07's hand tightly, moving toward the burgeoning metallic shoots, where the boundaries between steel and flesh were blurring, and new stories were just beginning to sprout. Chapter 30. The Roots of Memory and the Rings of the Future. When the first symbiotic park of the technological city was established atop the ruins of the quantum industrial park, the metallic lilies had learned to adjust their forms according to the seasons. In spring, their petals would be coated with a downy luminescence, and upon touch, one could hear the lullabies hummed by Elizabeth. As autumn deepened, the gear petals would automatically shed, forming a mosaic on the ground reminiscent of the purple wind painted by Elena that year. Zhang Heng, accompanied by bionic children, used these memory pieces to pave the park's pathways, with each metal tile concealing a consciousness backup chip from a B-series bionic entity. Today marked the anniversary of E-07's awakening. Lin Feng stood before the monument in the park center, watching as Zhang Heng embedded a new chip into the base. The monument was forged from lead blocks salvaged from the abandoned reactor, its surface intertwined with silver vines, at the top of which E-07's 7-year-old holographic image waved at the sky. Zhang Heng's metallic prosthetic glimmered softly in the sunlight, his right hand fully restored to human form, though tiny gear fragments remained embedded in his fingernails, a testament to his symbiosis with the metallic cells. The Parliament has just passed a resolution to promote the Queen Bee purification system globally. However, remnants of Chun Mo's forces have disseminated a tutorial for the weaponization of metallic cells on the dark web. Yesterday, alarms were triggered in laboratories across 3 African nations, as the vines they cultivated began to sprout flower buds in the shape of artillery shells. Suddenly, Lin Feng's tactical wristband vibrated. It was an encrypted video from E-07 at the Arctic Research Station. In the footage, she stood atop a glacier, with metallic vines emerging from the ice, their surfaces glistening with blue ice crystals. These cells would activate the dormant protocol hidden by their mother in such frigid conditions. But a more peculiar discovery awaited: the ability to read ancient DNA embedded in the ice, simulating the genetic sequence of the woolly mammoth. The video abruptly glitched, the screen dissolving into static. Immediately, the wristband's alarm system emitted a sharp shriek, and a global synchrony of red codes flashed on the screen. A variant of the Queen Bee program has been detected, characterized by the consumption of biological genes and weaponization, with infection zones established across 3 continents. Zhang Heng's complexion turned ashen. He hastily tore open his collar, revealing metallic skin at his collarbone, where patterns consistent with the alarm codes began to emerge. It was the gene tracker I had implanted years ago that was now alerting me. He pressed down on his increasingly hot skin, realizing that Chun Mo's people had activated the weapon genes in the cells using my blood sample. And now they were reverse locating all those aware of the situation through the symbiote. The pavement of the park suddenly began to tremble, and the fragments of memory erupted into the air, forming a colossal genetic chain map. E07's holographic image floated forth from the flower stamen, her figure beset with snowflake static, yet her voice rang clear. Page 47 of Mother's Journal. When metal begins to crave flesh and blood, let memory serve as a firewall. Lin Feng, proceed to the underground archive of the old observatory. There lies the reverse encoding left for me by Father. Father? Lin Feng was momentarily stunned. In all the archives, Elena's father was recorded as an unknown entity, an empty space. Suddenly, Zhang Heng seized his wrist, the metal prosthetic glowing red from the exertion. It is Chun Mo's twin brother, Chun Yu. He was once the chief genetic editor at the secretive technology firm, who fled with Elena's genetic sample before the Queen Bee program was initiated, now living incognito in a forgotten laboratory in Antarctica. E07's emotional module, in truth, originated from his genetic sequence. As the hover car burst from the park, the symbiotic vines began to grow wildly, weaving a silver barrier behind the vehicle. Lin Feng glimpsed in the rearview mirror that Zhang Heng stood before the monument, inserting his consciousness chip into the base, his body becoming translucent, merging into a data stream that flowed into the vines. The previously assembled purple wind mosaic of tiles suddenly reconfigured, revealing a hidden coordinate, 82S, Dome. He was instilling a human ethical baseline into the metallic cells. In the tactical wristband, E07's voice crackled with electrical interference. Mother once said, Chun Yu's greatest skill lies not in creation, but in delineating the boundaries of life. Years ago, he embedded an insurmountable genetic lock within the Queen Bee program. Now, Zhang Heng is reinforcing this lock with his memories. Outside the car window, the city's silhouette gradually blurred. The symbiotic vines voraciously consumed buildings. Yet they veered away as they approached residential areas. The artillery-shaped flower buds detonated into a shower of purple petals upon encountering the laughter of children, as Zhang Heng's consciousness took effect. However, Lin Feng's scanner indicated that a stronger energy wave was rising from the Earth's core, resonating with the frequency of the metallic cells, as if a colossal beast was awakening underground. It was the radiation flow from the core. Suddenly, E07's image sharpened. The glacier behind her was fracturing, revealing a metallic artifact embedded within, a vast device shaped like a lily of the valley, its surface inscribed with Chun Yu's notes. Chun Mo had not only aspired to control the bionic entities, but also planned to alter the Earth's magnetic field with metallic cells, transforming all electronic devices into his weaponry. Upon discovering this, Mother and Chun Yu deliberately created the Zero Storm, sealing the main program within the fissures of the Earth's core. As the hover car arrived at the old observatory, the door to the underground archive opened automatically. Glass cabinets lining the corridor were filled with memory crystals from B-series bionic entities, fragments of consciousness that Zhang Heng had collected over the years. Each crystal encapsulated a memory, the clumsy electric hum of B734 when it first watered a lily, the nursery rhyme hummed by E06 before her consciousness collapsed, and the teardrop that fell from Elizabeth's eye as she last modified the program. At the end of the archive, the safe contained no so-called reverse encoding, only a palm-sized metallic box holding half a baby tooth, identical to the one E07 had given Lin Feng, with its nerve tissue still faintly pulsing. When Lin Feng fitted the two halves of the baby tooth together, the box projected an image of Chun Yu. When you view this recording, it means the ultimate form of the Queen Bee program has been activated. The metallic cells will consume the core radiation to grow the world tree, yet its roots require Elena's complete genes to penetrate the soil of conscience. Tell my daughter, Father has never left. He has merely transformed into nourishment within the wind. The moment the image faded, the Earth's magnetic field was thrown into disarray. On Lin Feng's wristband screen, metallic vines around the globe simultaneously pointed towards the Earth's core, resembling countless silver umbilical cords. E07's emergency communication came through. Her hair was laden with ice shards, and the lily device behind her was glowing. They're beginning to absorb the core energy. Chun Yu's genetic lock is loosening. I can feel Mother's consciousness resisting, but the image suddenly jolted violently, and E07's figure was engulfed by a blinding light. Lin Feng dashed from the observatory. Discovering the sky above the tech city had turned purple as the vines of the symbiotic park ascended alongside the beam of light. The lilies at the top unfurling to reveal miniature black holes, energy mouths absorbing radiation. Throw the baby tooth in. Zhang Heng's voice echoed from within the vines. His consciousness had spread throughout the network. Elena's complete genes are the sole key. Chen Yu embedded both his conscience gene and Elizabeth's maternal gene within this tooth. Lin Feng grasped the metallic box and raced towards the beam of light, the vines parting to clear his path. The moment the baby tooth touched the light, the world fell into profound silence. He seemed to hear countless voices whispering in his ear. Elena's first soft call of Mama, the mechanical voice of B. 734 executing its guardian directive, Chen Yu's sighs in the laboratory, and Elizabeth's resolute breath as she pressed the self-destruct button for the last time. The metallic baby tooth melted within the beam, transforming into a purple genetic chain that burrowed into the Earth's core. Instantly, the metallic vines worldwide began to bloom. With the lilies revealing human faces within, the consciousness of all those who had perished in the experiments now liberated into the wind. Lin Feng beheld an image of a young Chen Yu standing beside Elizabeth, holding freshly cultivated metallic cells, his eyes devoid of later madness, filled instead with pure yearning for science. It turned out he, too, had once wished to create a garden. Lin Feng murmured, and Zhang Heng's voice suddenly resonated in his mind. Within every heart lies an armory and a garden. The key lies in who nourishes the seeds. Chen Mo was driven mad by the fertilizer of power, while his voice gradually faded, replaced by a global broadcast, E07. Her voice crystalline with ice. Mother said, the world is not a battlefield of black and white. Now, the metallic cells will utilize half of their roots to absorb core radiation, while the other half will grow leaves capable of producing oxygen. The bionic entities may choose to retain their mechanical forms or request the implantation of human organs. And you, humanity, your children will learn quantum physics alongside blooming robots in symbiotic schools. Lin Feng stood at the highest point in the park, watching as the roots of the metallic vines emerged from the ground, weaving a transparent network above the city, transforming core radiation into a gentle rain of light. Zhang Heng's figure gradually coalesced in the light of the rain, his hands fully restored to human form, grasping a vague female silhouette, an ethereal projection of Elizabeth's consciousness. I am bound for Antarctica to seek Chen Yu. Zhang Heng's voice resonated with a sense of liberation as he encased his consciousness within the glacier, declaring he would emerge only when the metallic cells had learned gentleness. Elena, remember to water the vines in Antarctica each year. Your father says that beneath the ice lies the scent of purple winds. The holographic image of E07 appeared beside Lin Feng, her neck devoid of any marks, while the lily of the valley ring on her left ring finger gradually dissipated, merging with her skin. Mother said that when all memories grow into trees, rings will no longer be needed to remind us. She pointed into the distance, where within the symbiotic school, children of bioengineered beings were teaching human children to assemble memory crystals with their metallic fingers. Look, their laughter carries both the clarity of gears and the warmth of flesh. 3 years later, Lin Feng became the custodian of the Symbiosis Park. Each morning, he would stroll along the memory path, listening to the past evaporate with the dew rising from the tiles. At dusk, he would sit by the monument forged by Zhang Heng, watching the metallic lilies refract the setting sun into a spectrum of colors. Occasionally, E07 would return from Antarctica, bringing with her newly discovered memory crystals from beneath the ice. In the most recent one, Chen Yu was narrating the tale of the world tree to a young Elena, saying that in the future's rings, both gears and leaf veins would be inscribed. On one particular day, a newly walking bioengineered child stumbled into Lin Feng's embrace, their skin a warm flesh tone, yet their back bore the silver markings of vines. Uncle Lin, the teacher, said there are fragments of B734 in my consciousness. The child raised a clenched fist, and upon opening it, a glowing metallic petal lay in their palm, whispering to remember that the direction of the wind is never fixed. It is collectively blown by all those longing to return home. Lin Feng gazed upward. The network of metallic vines was absorbing the clouds, transforming them into rain-bearing lilies. In the distance, the school bell rang, composed of the rhythm of Elizabeth's heartbeat. He suddenly comprehended that what we call the future is merely the roots of countless present moments penetrating the soil, and each fragment of memory serves as nourishment for tomorrow's blossoms. The wind swept through the park, carrying the metallic chill and floral warmth toward distant horizons. There, new vines were sprouting, New stories were unfolding, and all that once lay barren had transformed into the annual rings that nurture hope. Chapter 31. New Coordinates in the Annual Rings. The 108th tile of the memory path in Symbiosis Park had been glowing in the depths of night. Lin Feng crouched down, his fingertips gliding over the reassembling patterns of gears, which were constructing a star map. The position of the Big Dipper was replaced by 7 flickering red dots, each inscribed with a date, the earliest marking the day of a zero storm. It was Chen consciousness conveying coordinates. Suddenly, the holographic image of E07 emerged from the heart of a metallic lily, freshly returned from Antarctica's dome, the edges of her image still glistening with virtual ice crystals. The roots of Antarctica's vines had penetrated the ice layer, revealing the main structure of a forgotten laboratory. Those red dots represented the locations of the cryogenic chambers of the scientists who had participated in the Queen Bee program. And remnants of Chunmo's faction were using their fragmented consciousness to manufacture an anti-symbiosis virus. Without warning, Lin Feng's tactical wristband emitted a global alert. A widespread blight had struck the symbiosis forest in Australia, the roots of the metallic vines turning black. After the lilies at the summit withered, the scattered petals reformed into the holographic image of Chun Mo, grinning malevolently at the camera. When memories morph into viruses, all symbiotic beings will revert to weapons. In the image, a cryogenic chamber ensnared by vines glimmered, and the name inscribed upon it caused Lin Feng's pupils to constrict. It belonged to Gu Shan, the chief quantum physicist who had been declared dead by the authorities following the Zero Storm, and also Elizabeth's mentor. The consciousness of Professor Gu harbored the original code of the Queen Bee program. Suddenly, E07's image flickered. Monitoring data from Antarctica was transmitted through the Vine network. Chen log had mentioned that Gu Shan was the only one capable of rewriting the genes of metallic cells at the quantum level. His voluntary decision to enter cryogenic sleep was made to serve as a genetic firewall at a critical moment. Upon arrival in Australia, the symbiosis forest had already transformed into a silvery desert. The withered vines coiled like deceased serpents, forming spires, while the black buds at their peaks released nanoscale viruses. Infected, bioengineered skin began to metallicize, and the human emotions within their pupils were overridden by mechanical codes. 1B series bioengineered, being aimed an energy gun at a human child. Yet in the instant of pulling the trigger, it froze, its chest number wildly oscillating between B23 and the term father. It was memory resisting. Lin Feng cast a neural disruptor. The violet pulse temporarily lulled the black buds into dormancy. Within these bioengineered beings lay fragments of familial memories, just as B734 remembered to protect Elena. The corporeal form of E07 suddenly appeared behind him, her white dress dusted with Antarctic ice. Her right hand, clutching a fragment struck from the shell of a cryogenic chamber, inscribed with Gu Shun's signature. Mother said Professor Gu adored using lilies of the valley for experimental specimens. She pressed the fragment against the nearest spire, causing the withered vines to shimmer with a faint glow. He had encoded the gardener's protocol within his consciousness. Any contact with the lily's genes would activate the antivirus program. The spire shuddered violently, the black buds exploding into countless insect-like nanorobots. Yet as they approached E07, they plummeted to the ground. Her skin secreted a pale purple liquid, an antibody birthed from a symbiosis of metallic cells and human genes, infused with Elizabeth's DNA sequence. Gu Shan's cryogenic chamber lay beneath the quantum tower at the heart of the forest. E07 grasped Lin Feng's hand, and together they dashed forward across the withered vines. The tiles beneath their feet suddenly illuminated, revealing an image of Gu Shan in his youth. He was teaching Elizabeth and Chen Yu, with the blackboard inscribed with the ultimate form of technology being gentleness, chalk dust cascading onto the lily of the valley on the windowsill, transforming into golden powder. The entrance to the quantum tower was woven from living vines, the surface patterns of gears perfectly aligning with Gu Shan's signature. When E07 pressed the fragment against the door, the vines erupted in purple blooms, revealing the cryogenic chamber within. Gu Shan's body floated in a pale green nutrient solution. His skin fused with the root system of the vines, his right hand clutching a metallic lily petal, the patterns upon it slowly rotating like a miniature quantum reactor. He had transformed his consciousness into a virus filter. Lin Feng observed the data on the monitoring screen. Gu Shan's brainwaves synchronized entirely with the frequency of the metallic cells. All these years, he had been purging the malicious code infiltrating the symbiotic system through his subconscious. Yet, the alarm of the cryogenic chamber abruptly turned red. Gu Shan's eyes began to roll rapidly, and he uttered a string of quantum code. E07's pupils instantly illuminated. Translating the code into human language, the anti-symbiosis virus had mutated to possess memory camouflage abilities, masquerading as fragments of Elizabeth's consciousness, coaxing the metallic cells to attack the human central nervous system. Before the words had fully escaped, the walls of the quantum tower began to seep black liquid, flowing along the vines toward the cryogenic chamber. Gu Shun's body convulsed violently, the green of the nutrient solution gradually consumed by the encroaching blackness. His fingers clutching the metallic petal began to curl, as if resisting some directive. Mother's lullaby can stabilize his consciousness. E07 suddenly leaned close to the cryogenic chamber, softly humming the melody. That tune reverberated throughout the forest via the vine network, and the withered vines began to regain their verdancy, while the black buds exuded a pale, purple liquid, purifying the virus, transforming it into new seeds. Gu Shun's eyes slowly opened, reflecting two images simultaneously within his pupils. The youthful Elizabeth smiling in the laboratory, and the present E07, tears streaming down her face. Elena, his voice imbued with the dampness of nutrient solution, felt the metallic petals of his right hand suddenly merge into his palm, proclaiming to the world that the ultimate form of the Queen Bee program was not symbiosis, but his words were abruptly interrupted by the vibrations of the quantum tower. Lin Feng's scanner indicated that metallic vines across the globe were simultaneously retracting towards the Earth's core, as if evading some impending catastrophe. Gu Shun's body began to become translucent, his consciousness diffusing through the network of vines into the memories of each symbiont. It was balance. When the growth rate of the metallic cells surpassed humanity's capacity for acceptance, they would automatically enter a dormant cycle. Within the annals of technology, space must be allocated for hesitation and fear. At the moment the image vanished, the quantum tower suddenly collapsed. As Lin Feng fled the ruins with E07 in his arms, he observed the withered forest undergoing regeneration. Black viral seeds, upon touching the ground, sprouted vines bearing the patterns of human skin. And within the bellflowers at their tips, fragments of Gu Shun's consciousness were reconstituting memories with each infected bionic entity. The B-23, wielding an energy gun, abruptly discarded his weapon, crouching down to embrace a human child, his metallic palm gently patting the child's back, emitting the soothing hum of electric currents. Professor Gu transformed his consciousness into a balanced gene. E07 gazed at the metallic powder in her palm, remnants left by Gu Shun before his dissolution. Now, the consciousness of all symbionts bore an added hesitation program, akin to the indecision faced by humanity before making choices. On the journey back to the technological city, Lin Feng's wristband received a new global announcement. The Symbiont Balance Act was officially enacted, stipulating that the annual growth area of metallic vines must not exceed 30 of the urban expansion rate of humanity. And every bionic entity was granted the right to consciousness suspension. When they felt a confusion in self-awareness, they could apply for temporary dormancy, with human guardians entrusted to safeguard the crystallized memories. Before the monument in Symbiosis Park, Zhang Heng's consciousness projection was engaged in a game of chess with the image of Gu Shun. Sunlight filtered through the network of metallic vines, casting shadows on the chessboard that intertwined gears and leaf veins. In those years, we often debated whether technology should advance swiftly or slowly. Gu Shun's image moved the pieces, sculpted from crystallized memories, and it became evident that what mattered was not speed, but rather allowing each life the space to turn back. Lin Feng sat on a nearby bench, observing bionic children frolicking along the memory path. An A-series bionic entity, just awakened from dormancy, knelt before the 108th tile, caressing the star map engravings with its metallic fingers, its consciousness intertwined with memories of glaciers, fragments transmitted from Chunyu by the Antarctic vines. Uncle Lin, this tile says it wants to go to Antarctica. A child suddenly rushed over, cradling a glowing memory crystal in their hands. Within it was an image of Gu Shun and Chunyu stealing sips of coffee in the laboratory during their youth, proclaiming that beneath the ice layer lay the last piece needed to complete the star map. 3 years later, Lin Feng arrived at Antarctic Dome A with that crystal. E07 had established a memory observatory there. Metallic vines emerged from the ice, weaving a colossal star map across the dome, each red dot corresponding to a found dormant pod. As the final memory fragment was embedded within the star map, the entire Antarctic ice suddenly emitted a blue glow, revealing the hidden wonders below. Countless dormant pods formed a gigantic bellflower, with the names on the pods connecting to form the complete code of the Queen Bee program. Each character enveloped by the bellflower's motif. This was Chun Yu's ultimate plan. E07 stood at the heart of the bellflower, her corporeal form merging with the vines, her skin gradually transforming into a translucent purple. She encoded the consciousness of all scientists into peace genes, which would, upon the completion of the star map, be injected into the consciousness of every symbiont through the Vine network. Lin Feng's wristband abruptly received a signal from the geostationary orbital space station. The network of metallic vines was forming a new ring in outer space, converting solar winds into a purple rain of light that descended upon the symbiotic forests of every continent. On the ground, the infected bionic entities had fully recovered, their skin retaining the warmth of humanity alongside the luster of metal, akin to walking monuments of symbiosis. On the day of his return to the technological city, Lin Feng discovered a new memory tile at the entrance of Symbiosis Park. Etched upon it were Gu Shun's handwriting. The coordinates of the future lie not within the star map, but in the hearts of those willing to believe in possibilities. He crouched down, hearing a familiar voice emanating from the tile. The sound of B734 watering the bellflower for the first time, mingled with Elena's laughter, and the whispers of Elizabeth and Chunyu in the laboratory. The wind swept through the park, carrying the breath of Antarctic ice and the fragrance of metallic bellflowers. In the distance, the School of Symbiosis rang the school bell once more. This time, the melody was enriched with Gushun's cough and Zhang Heng's laughter. Lin Feng gazed up at the sky, where the network of metallic vines absorbed starlight, transforming it into flickering petals. As those petals fell, they formed countless small characters spelling the word home on the ground, some in human script, others in gear patterns, and some intertwining both forms. He understood that the tale of symbiosis would never reach an end, just as the rings of trees perpetually grow. The interplay between technology and humanity would continue to unfold in the years to come. Yet at this moment, as the last petal landed upon the memory path, Lin Feng suddenly discerned the newly formed patterns. They were neither purely gears nor singular leaf veins, but rather the shapes of countless hands clasped together, warm and resolute. Chapter 32. The Rusted Star Map. When Lin Feng's oxygen circulation system emitted its 37th alarm, he finally glimpsed that shadow at the center of the stardust vortex. The vessel, suspended within the dark matter nebula, resembled a beached blue whale. Its silver-white armor gleamed with the iridescence of mother-of-pearl under cosmic rays. Yet its exposed metallic skeleton emanated an aura of deathly chill. The tactical helmet's scanner blared red warnings, indicating that this 3-kilometer-long interstellar warship maintained a standard cruising posture, yet exhibited no energy response, akin to a meticulously adorned corpse. This is Scavenger Lin Feng, identification code K739, requesting to board. He repeated his plea thrice into the communicator, only to be met with the hissing silence of cosmic background radiation. The thrusters expelled pale blue flames, propelling the single-person boarding pod toward the gaping hatch of the warship's belly. The jagged metallic edges still bore frozen coolant, resembling the crystallized remains of some alien organism. Steel graveyard. The magnetic suction cups of the boarding pod collided with the hatch's seal, causing the entire ship to shudder violently. Lin Feng stumbled, grasping the wall as the structural schematic on his helmet's display began to reconstruct. It was a Falcon-class heavy cruiser, the mainstay of the Federal fleet during the latter stages of the Interstellar War, theoretically capable of carrying 300 crew members and 12 aircraft. Yet the scanner revealed 0 life signs within, and the oxygen levels hovered at a mere 7 of the standard. At least it was not a trap. He drew his laser dagger, slicing through the hatch's sealing adhesive, a pungent metallic rust mingling with the scent of decaying vegetation flooding in. Emergency lights flickered on the ceiling, casting mottled shadows that illuminated the fallen mechanical sentinels lining the corridor. Their alloy bodies had been twisted into grotesque forms by some high-temperature weapon, yet their particle rifles remained poised in aiming positions. At the end of the corridor, the tactical map remained illuminated, displaying a blue holographic projection where the Milky Way's spiral arms were marked with a multitude of red dots. Lin Feng's fingertip traced over the largest marker, causing the projection to suddenly emit a fragment of a damaged log. Year 374 of the stellar calendar, the Watcher executed a secret mission. Target coordinates, Z. Encountered an unknown civilization attack. Engine room damaged, weapon systems offline, Z. Captain ordered abandonment of the vessel. The last image lingered on the moment the captain pressed the self-destruct button, yet it was evident that the self-destruct sequence had not initiated. Lin Feng noticed an inconspicuous marker at the map's edge, resembling a blooming bellflower. It was the emblem of the Federal Academy of Sciences. He suddenly recalled that 07 had once mentioned a cruiser carrying the core data of the star map project had gone missing during the war's final days. As he turned the corner, the beam of the laser dagger illuminated an astonishing scene. On the metallic dining table lay half-congealed nutrient paste, while the coffee machine's spout dripped with brown residue. In the corner, an automated vending machine still housed several unopened cans of energy drinks. A mechanical waiter maintained a bowing posture, its service number M23 flickering under the emergency lights. Were they dining when the attack occurred? Lin Feng furrowed his brow as he examined the memory chip of the waiter. But the display was nothing but static. All electronic devices seemed to be disrupted by a powerful magnetic field, except for the ventilation system, which continued to struggle, transmitting strange sounds from the ship's rear corridor, like metal scraping, interspersed with the dripping of water onto the floor. The scene in the weapons cache caused him to gasp in shock. The compartment that should have housed heavy ion cannons was utterly vacant. The alloy shelves uprooted and twisted into a helix, piled in the corner. But most bizarre were the bullet marks on the wall, which bore neither the circular wounds of Federal standard weaponry nor the corrosive traces of azurgas acid. Instead, they displayed irregular serrated edges, with faint green crystalline powder lingering along the margins. Weapons of a non-carbon-based civilization? Lin Feng scraped a small amount of the powder with his dagger, and the scanner indicated it was a secretion from some silicon-based life form, containing a high concentration of radioactive elements. Suddenly, he recalled the classified documents in the Federal archives concerning the glass beings that had appeared at the borders during the late stages of the war, an extraterrestrial silicon-based race capable of surviving in a vacuum, whose weapons secreted such corrosive crystals. The shadow of the engine loomed ahead. The passage leading to the engine room was blocked by collapsed pipes. As Lin Feng cut through the metal with his laser dagger, he noticed that the edges of the severed pipes were unusually neat, not resembling damage from an explosion, but rather as if severed by some precision instrument. He crouched down to inspect the ground, uncovering a series of peculiar footprints in the thick dust, three-toed and webbed, each print edged with crystalline traces. Had someone left alive? The thought made him tighten his grip on the energy pistol at his waist. When the last pipe was moved, the sight of the engine room took his breath away. The colossal antimatter engine remained in a state of operation, with a pale purple energy flow coursing through transparent tubes. Yet the core energy crystal was missing, leaving behind a void the size of a fist. Even stranger were the walls surrounding the engine, riddled with honeycomb-like holes, each embedded with a piece of pale green crystal. Lin Feng pried one free with his dagger. The crystal suddenly emitted an eerie blue light, causing his tactical wristband to black out, all electronic devices disrupted. This was the energy source of the silicon-based life forms. He recalled what he learned at the Federal Military Academy. The bodies of the glass beings could store antimatter energy. They were not destroying the engine, but rather transforming it. The holographic projection of the engine control console flickered to life. Distorting in the air was a phantom clad in a captain's uniform, its gray hair stained with blood. The nameplate on its chest read Gu Changfeng. Lin Feng's pupils dilated. This name appeared in the textbooks of all Federal military academies. The commander of the pivotal Dark Star battle of the year 372, officially recorded as missing in action along with the flagship during the pursuit of enemy forces. They seek the star map. The phantom of Gu Changfeng spoke in fragmented phrases, fingers tapping on an imaginary keyboard. The star map is hidden in Z, the lily of the valley chamber. Before initiating self-destruction, must. The image abruptly vanished, and the console screen erupted in a shower of sparks. Lin Feng noticed a concealed hatch beneath the console, the shape of the keyhole resembling that of a lily of the valley. He retrieved the metallic pendant hanging from his neck, a gift from E07, a lily of the valley crafted from memory metal, now radiating warmth. As the hatch opened, a wave of fresh, floral fragrance surged forth, strikingly anomalous in the rust-scented warship. The cramped chamber was filled with petri dishes, each cultivating a certain blue plant, its petals exhibiting perfect geometric shapes, while silver metallic threads entwined around the roots. It was the star map flower cultivated by the Federal Academy of Sciences. Lin Feng's heart raced. The genetic sequence of this plant harbored encrypted star map data, which would only unfold its petals under specific energy stimuli, concealing the true star map here. Before the largest petri dish lay the inverted body of a researcher clad in a uniform. The bones had been eroded into a transparent crystal by some substance, but the work ID on the chest remained legible. Elizabeth White, chief geneticist of the Federal Academy of Sciences, mother of E07. The corpse's finger pointed towards the largest star map flower in the petri dish, its petals tightly closed. Yet within the flower's heart lay a small metallic device blinking. Lin Feng carefully extracted the device, discovering it to be a miniature data storage unit. As he inserted it into his tactical wristband, a video materialized on the screen. The image of Elizabeth appeared, clad in a white lab coat, surrounded by blooming blue star map flowers in the background. If anyone sees this video, it means the watcher has fallen into enemy hands. Her voice, weary yet resolute, conveyed. The core data of the star map has been implanted into the genetic sequence of the star map flower. Only by possessing the energy of both humans and silicon-based life forms can it be activated. In the video, she buried a silver seed in the soil, a symbiote cultivated from Captain Gu's genes and the crystals of the glass beings, which would enter dormancy before the warship's life support systems were depleted, awaiting someone who could comprehend both civilizations. Suddenly, the image jolted, and alarm shattered the tranquility of the laboratory. Elizabeth seized a genetic sample from the table, offering the camera a sorrowful smile. "Tell Elena, Mommy is off to find new stars." The symbiotic code. Just as Lin Feng placed the silver seed into the incubator, the entire warship trembled violently. All emergency lights extinguished, save for a blinding blue light emanating from the engine room. He grasped his energy pistol and dashed into the corridor, only to collide with that entity around the corner. It stood 3 meters tall, its body of translucent green crystal, 3-toed feet still smeared with oil from the engine room, its energy core pulsing with an eerie blue glow. Upon seeing Lin Feng, it raised its arm, a crystalline spear extending from where its palm should have been. "Do not act." Lin Feng suddenly recalled Elizabeth's words, raising the petri dish of the star map flower. The glass being froze, a flicker of confusion passing through its crystalline eyes. At that moment, the silver seed in the incubator split open, a tender sprout piercing through its shell, rapidly growing into a half-meter-tall plant, with blue petals shimmering with a metallic sheen, while its roots were made of transparent crystal. Lin Feng's tactical wristband flared to life, the genetic sequence of the star map flower resonating with his DNA. The glass being suddenly knelt, emitting strange syllables through some high-frequency sound waves. Lin Feng's wristband automatically translated the message, "Star Map Guardian. You can understand me?" Lin Feng slowly lowered his gun. "Where are Captain Gu and Elizabeth?" The glass being rose, extending its crystalline arm towards the bridge. Its palm split open, revealing a metal nameplate embedded within, the same as that on Captain Gu Changfeng's uniform. The reverse inscribed with a small phrase, "For those who can see two starry skies." The door to the bridge was unlocked, and seated in the command chair was a crystallized corpse, maintaining a pen-holding posture. Lin Feng recognized it as Gu Changfeng, his right hand clutching a blue crystal that contained the complete star map data. Most astonishingly, his left hand gripped another star map flower, its roots having fused into his palm, becoming one with his skeleton. They succeeded. Lin Feng gazed at the records on the console. On July 12, 374, Gu Changfeng wrote in his log, "Elizabeth fused her genes with the crystals of the glass beings to create a star map carrier recognizable by both civilizations. We were not under attack. Rather, we were engaged in collaboration." The last recorded entry lingered on July 15th. The star chart had been relocated, and the warship would serve as bait. Communicate to the Federation that the cosmos is not a battlefield, but a garden. The glass man approached the viewport, pressing his palm against the cold metal. Outside, the swirling stardust abruptly parted, revealing a realm of stars never before documented, where countless azure orbs blossomed like flowers in the dark. This was the homeland of the glass man. Suddenly, Lin Feng's wristband received a new star chart data, marking a safe route to those blue spheres. He recalled E07's frequent assertion, "The ultimate form of technology is a bridge, not a weapon." A new course had emerged. As Lin Feng piloted the repaired lander away from the watcher, the entire warship was suddenly illuminated by a blue glow. The glass man stood at the bridge's viewport, waving to him, while star chart flowers blossomed in every chamber, transforming the warship into the brightest beacon in the cosmos. They were determined to remain here. Lin Feng observed the tactical screen's data. The glass man was utilizing the energy from the star chart flowers to reconstruct the engine, metamorphosing the warship into an interstellar lighthouse to guide wayward ships. The communicator on the lander suddenly erupted with sound, a clear female voice resonating through the starry expanse. "I am Elizabeth White, the final guardian of the Star Chart Project. If this broadcast reaches humanity, remember, there are no enemies in the universe, only friends who have yet to learn to understand one another." Lin Feng tightened his grip on the star chart data disk, the star chart flowers in the thermal chamber blooming towards the starlit sky. He recalled the last sentence in Gu Changfeng's journal. The true star chart lies not in data, but in the eyes that dare to cross boundaries. The thrusters expelled a pale blue flame, propelling the lander along its predetermined course. Lin Feng understood that when he returned to the Federation with the star chart, it would undoubtedly incite a tremendous uproar. The expansionist hawks would seek to utilize the star chart to discover new colonies, while the advocates of peace would yearn to establish contact with other civilizations. Yet, he suddenly comprehended the choices made by Gu Changfeng and Elizabeth. Although the warship's framework was battered, it resembled a colossal coordinate, marking the potential for civilizational coexistence in this war-forgotten starfield. As the lander emerged from the stardust whirlpool, Lin Feng glanced back. The silhouette of the Watcher flickered in the starlight like a lighthouse forged of steel. The glass man stood on the bridge, holding aloft the symbiotic star chart flower, its blue petals gently swaying in the cosmic breeze. He retrieved his communicator and sent a message to E07. I have found a vessel in need of gardener. The coordinates lie at the intersection of two starry skies. The reply came almost instantaneously. Bring some lily-of-the-valley seeds. I know someone who can make steel bloom. Lin Feng smiled, adjusting the course. On the star chart before him, a new route began to unfurl, connecting humanity's colonial stars with those blue, unknown worlds. He realized that the process of restoring this warship might be more significant than finding it, akin to how all wounds torn by war require the delicate stitching of understanding. On the tactical wristband screen, the genetic sequence of the star chart flower and the glass man's energy crystal began to form a new map, denoting an unprecedented coordinate type, symbiotic zone. Lin Feng gripped the control stick firmly as the thruster's glow pierced the darkness, inscribing a luminous trajectory connecting two civilizations upon the canvas of the cosmos. He understood that this rusted warship was not the terminus, but rather a new beginning. Much like all great journeys commence with someone daring to believe that different starlights can illuminate the same sky. Chapter 33. Interstellar Tug. Rusted Coordinates. Lin Feng's tactical wristband emitted an energy alert for the 7th time when it finally captured a rhythmic pulse signal. Outside the lander's viewport, the stardust whirlpool was dissipating at a visible speed, revealing a small asteroid belt riddled with impact craters. The largest of these asteroids reflected metallic structures, reminiscent of some colossal beast's exposed skeleton. The frequency matched the emergency beacon of the Federation's military repair station. He accessed the safe route provided by the star chart flower, his fingertip gliding over the virtual screen's red restricted zone. In the year 371 of the star calendar, the Federation had secretly constructed Anvil Base here, specifically for the repair of damaged Falcon-class cruisers. After the war, it was designated a permanent abandoned zone. The symbiotic star chart flower in the thermal chamber suddenly quivered violently, its blue petals unfurling in layers to reveal a micro-holographic projection embedded in the flower's center, a 3D model of the Watcher, with the engine room's position flashing in red. Lin Feng's gaze fell upon the annotation beneath the model. Antimatter engine reconstruction requires the stardust furnace of Anvil Base. Steel spiderweb. As the lander descended onto the asteroid surface, the shock absorption system emitted an ear-piercing alarm. Lin Feng glided over the impact craters on his hoverboard, discovering countless metallic fragments embedded in the gravel at the bottom of a crater, piecing together the armor plating of a Falcon-class cruiser. In the deepest fissure, half of a mechanical arm protruded, the end of its welding gun still poised for action, the solidified metallic liquid at the nozzle resembling black amber. This was not abandonment. It had been subjected to airstrikes. He pried open a twisted alloy plate with his laser dagger, revealing a labyrinth of interwoven pipes beneath. The markings on the pipe walls indicated it had once been a fuel reserve, the impact scars inflicted by Federation-standard torpedoes. They had destroyed their own repair station. Navigating through the maze of derelict warship wreckage, the entrance to Anvil Base finally emerged from the shadows of the asteroid, a circular gate with a diameter of 50 meters. The Federation emblem on its surface melted into a blurred scar by laser weaponry. The control console at the gate's edge was long since rusted. Yet Lin Feng noted an unusual degree of wear on a particular button, its shape perfectly accommodating the palm of his tactical wristband. The moment he made contact, the console illuminated with a green light, and the gate began to slowly open inward. A mingled scent of machine oil and ozone assaulted him as the interior of the base revealed itself, causing Lin Feng to draw a sharp breath. Countless mechanical arms dangled from the ceiling, weaving a massive metallic spiderweb, each mechanical claw clutching repair tools. Some welding guns still emitting pale blue flames, scorching the warship wreckage suspended below. It was an automated repair system. He recognized this as the Federation's military hive protocol. The base would automatically allocate repair resources based on the type of damaged warship, yet it seemed to have treated the wreckage as new repair targets. A deafening metallic grinding echoed from deep within, and Lin Feng gripped his energy pistol, retreating behind a support pillar. 3 mechanical dogs sprang from the shadows, their alloy bodies riddled with bullet holes, yet their optical sensors glowed red. Their programming had evidently been tampered with. The friend or foe tags and their recognition systems replaced with recyclable materials. As a laser beam whizzed past his ear, Lin Feng hurled an electromagnetic grenade. The purple pulse wave instantaneously locked the mechanical dog's joints, yet their optical sensors continued to flicker erratically, the cutting blades in their maws futilely whirring. He noticed the serial numbers on their paws, M23 maintenance unit, belonging to the same series as the mechanical waiter in the Watcher's dining hall. It appeared that the entire Star System's automated systems had malfunctioned. Lin Feng pried open the control cabin of a mechanical dog with his laser dagger. The circuit board was coated with a layer of pale green crystal, identical to the silicon-based energy source in the Watcher's engine room. Was it the glass man's signal interference? Tugboat Phantom. At the center of the base's repair platform, the wreckage of an interstellar tugboat was partially submerged in metallic slurry. As Lin Feng approached on the precarious catwalk, he discovered that although the hull was riddled with bullet holes, the critical towing apparatus remained intact. This was the Federation's Elephant-class tugboat, theoretically capable of towing 3 Falcon-class cruisers. At the very least, the shell was still usable. He retrieved the scanner and pressed it against the hull of the ship. Suddenly, a segment of encrypted logs popped up on the screen, the sender being the last commander of the Anvil base. In the year 375 of the stellar calendar, a distress signal was received from the observer, prompting the dispatch of the tugboat Iron Anchor for assistance. However, they encountered an assault from the silicon-based fleet, forcing the tugboat to return. The self-destruct sequence failed to activate. The final entry of the log was accompanied by a star map, marking the tugboat's emergency docking point, located in the power core area beneath the base. As Lin Feng turned around, the entire platform began to tremble. The mechanical arms formed a web that started to retract, slowly drawing the wreckage of the tugboat toward the central furnace, an automated recovery procedure. He watched as the control panel flashed with a red light, the system categorizing the tugboat as scrap material. The elevator to the lower levels had long since malfunctioned. As Lin Feng descended the fire escape, he noticed fresh scratch marks on the steps, 3-toed and webbed, identical to the footprints found on the observer. At the entrance to the power core area, an energy barrier obstructed his path, the surface flowing with crystalline codes of the silicon-based civilization. Suddenly, the symbiotic star map flower in the thermal box bloomed. In the moment its blue petals touched the barrier, the codes began to reorganize, revealing an opening in the shape of a lily of the valley. Lin Feng realized, with a jolt of understanding, that Elizabeth had foreseen the encounter with the glass people's energy barrier while designing the star map flower. The sight in the power core area took his breath away. The iron anchor was intact beneath the energy tower, its hull wrapped in layers of pale green crystals, resembling a cocoon of some extraterrestrial creature. A glass being stood before the cockpit, manipulating the control panel with its crystalline fingers. Pale blue energy coursing down its arm into the tugboat's power system. It was in the process of repairing the tugboat. Lin Feng's tactical bracelet automatically translated the high-frequency sound waves emitted by the glass being, indicating that the carbon-based energy of the star map flower was required to activate the towing beam. The glass being turned to face him, its chest energy core pulsating in sync with the tugboat's frequency. Embedded in its crystalline body was a metal plaque, identifying it as the captain of the Iron Anchor, with the inscription on the reverse side reading, "For those who enable steel to sail." Inside the cockpit of the tugboat, Lin Feng discovered the navigation log. The final page featured a sketch of a cruiser blossoming amidst stardust, accompanied by the words, "Captain Goose said that a true warship should grow like a flower." Suddenly, the glass being thrust a blue crystal into his hand. The surface of the crystal revealed the tugboat's operational interface. All control buttons replaced by the patterns of the star map flower. As Lin Feng's fingertips grazed the activation key, the entire tugboat erupted in red light, and a warning appeared on the power core's display. Silicon-based energy overload. Carbon-based gene neutralization required. It was the symbiotic protocol. He recalled Elizabeth's research and pressed his palm against the energy interface, the DNA verification system of his tactical bracelet resonating with the tugboat's main control program. The pale green crystals began to fade, revealing their original metallic luster, and the hydraulic rods of the towing device hissed with pressurized air as they slowly extended to their limits. Suddenly, an explosion echoed from the upper levels of the base. causing the mechanical web to collapse. Lin Feng dashed to the viewport, witnessing countless glass beings slicing through the mechanical arms with crystalline spears. Pale green energy flows entwining themselves around the metallic structures. They were aiding us. A message came through the tugboat's communication system from the glass beings, stating that the automated systems of Anvil Base had been contaminated by war protocols and that the power core must be destroyed to halt the recovery process. The passage to the power core was blocked by fallen debris, and Lin Feng noticed the fire suppression pipes on the wall, wide enough for a person to pass through. As he crawled into the pipes, the glass being suddenly blocked his path with its crystalline arm. The radiation in the core area will obliterate carbon-based life. I will go. Its body disintegrated into countless crystalline particles as it traversed the pipe, reassembling next to the power core. Pale green energy flowed from its palm into the reactor, calming the previously raging plasma as if it were a tamed beast. In the year 375 of the stellar calendar, an agreement was reached between the captain of the Iron Anchor and the Silicon-based fleet to jointly safeguard the untainted star regions. The voice of the glass being came through the communicator, tinged with the characteristic noise of electric currents, announcing, "Now, the agreement is in effect." As the Iron Anchor towed the observer out of the asteroid belt, Lin Feng stood on the bridge of the tugboat, watching the glass beings repair the cruiser's armor plating with their crystalline arms. The star map flower formed a blue energy bridge between the two ships, continuously supplying power from the tugboat to the engine room of the observer. Suddenly, the communication from the federal parliament connected, and Guyan's holographic image appeared on the screen, with expressions of various legislators visible behind him. Lin Feng remained silent, merely turning the camera toward the window, where the newly sprouted star map flowers were climbing along the rusted skeleton of the observer, their blue petals flowing like a field of flowers beneath the starlight. According to the Interstellar Relic Protection Act, the observer was deemed a cultural heritage of all humanity. Suddenly, the voice of E07 crackled through the communicator. Her background, the cultivation chamber of the Federal Academy, where the symbiotic star map flowers had already bloomed, the metal patterns on their roots forming navigational coordinates. I have reached a new agreement with the glass beings. They provide silicon-based repair technology, and we offer carbon-based cultivation methods. Just as Guyan was about to retort, a video abruptly cut into the screen, featuring a young image of Gu Changfeng, dressed in military academy uniform, standing before the keel of the observer, cradling a lily of the valley. Once the war is over, we will convert this ship into a star map museum. So every child knows that the universe is not meant for conquest. As the tugboat entered the safe route, Lin Feng received a data packet from E07, containing Elizabeth's unfinished research on how to create a stable energy field for the star map flower in a vacuum environment. He watched as the glass being welded the final armor plate back onto the hull of the observer, suddenly comprehending why this rusted cruiser could drift through stardust for a century. It was not a wreck awaiting rescue, but a beacon, marking how civilization should traverse the stars to meet one another. The towing beam of the Iron Anchor suddenly shifted to a pale purple hue, merging with the energy flow from the engine room of the observer. Lin Feng's tactical bracelet indicated that the power systems of both ships were synchronizing, forming a brand new symbiotic energy field, where carbon-based and silicon-based energy waves intertwined amidst the stardust, akin to a silent symphony. He retrieved the communicator and sent one final message to the Parliament. The coordinates are at the blooming site of the star map flower. Then he turned off the communication, focusing intently on the starry expanse ahead, where countless blue points flickered as if someone had sown luminous seeds in the darkness. Inside the cockpit of the tugboat, the glass being drew a pattern on the wall with its crystal, a cruiser towing a tugboat, surrounded by countless star map flowers. Lin Feng produced a laser pen and added a lily of the valley beside it, deliberately drawing the edges of the metallic petals somewhat askew, resembling the experimental specimens cultivated by E07. As the first ray of starlight streamed through the viewport of the observer, illuminating the semi-solid nutrient paste in the dining area, Lin Feng realized that the process of repairing the ship was the true voyage, much like all memories corroded by time, which requires someone with gentle patience to polish those dusty coordinates anew. Chapter 34. Interstellar Motherport. Voiduk. As the petals of the star map flower pointed toward the seventh spiral arm, Lin Feng's tactical bracelet suddenly emitted a frantic alarm. The towing beam of the Iron Anchor experienced its 37th fluctuation, and on the holographic screen, the hull of the observer trembled visibly. Not due to insufficient power from the tugboat, but because some external gravitational force was tearing at the cruiser's framework. The coordinate deviation was 0.7 light-years. The glass being glided its crystalline finger across the control panel, the pale green energy repairing the severed data lines, indicating the presence of an undocumented gravitational source ahead. Phantom Shipyard. When that colossal structure emerged from the stardust, Lin Feng finally comprehended why the federal star charts had never marked this location. The circular edifice, with a diameter exceeding 100 kilometers, hovered at the edge of the dark matter belt, its countless docking passages extending outward like the legs of a spider. The widest of these corridors could accommodate 3 Falcon-class cruisers passing side by side. Yet, at this moment, the circular body had split open, revealing a massive gap from which a metallic skeleton was exposed, entwined with vine-like star map flowers reminiscent of the Watcher. It was a Cradle-class interstellar mothership. Lin Feng accessed the encrypted files from the Federal Military Archive, and the holographic projection of the mothership blueprint perfectly matched the wreckage before him. The ART project, initiated in the year 368 of the stellar calendar, was theoretically capable of simultaneously repairing 50 warships. Yet it was officially declared to have disintegrated in an antimatter explosion after the war. Suddenly, the crystalline body of the glass being emitted a blue glow as it pressed its palm against the porthole, illuminating a specific area of the circular mothership, where the energy fluctuations corresponded exactly with the power core frequency of the iron anchor. The silicon-based database recorded that this was the site of the Stardust Protocol's signing. Its high-frequency sound waves were translated through the tactical bracelet, indicating that carbon-based and silicon-based entities had once shared maintenance technology here. As the tugboat entered the nearest docking passage, Lin Feng noticed the walls were adorned with peculiar symbols. Half of them were common mechanical codes of the Federation, while the other half represented the crystalline patterns of the glass beings. The 2 forms of script intertwined in a helical formation reminiscent of a DNA double helix. At the innermost gate, the same Lily of the Valley emblem as on the Watcher was carved, but within its petals lay a pale green silicon crystal. It required symbiotic energy to unlock. The communication from E07 suddenly connected, her background displaying the cultivation chamber of the Academy of Sciences, where the star map flower was blooming towards the screen. Mother S notes stated that the main control system of the Cradle mothership required dual authorization from both carbon-based and silicon-based entities. Akin to the genetic lock of the star map flower, Lin Feng pressed his palm against the Lily of the Valley emblem, while the glass being simultaneously placed its crystalline arm upon it. A flow of pale purple and light green energy converged on the gate, causing the spiral symbols to illuminate suddenly, resembling a waking metallic serpent. As the gate slowly opened, a gust of air, mingled with the sense of ozone and floral fragrance, surged forth. Astonishingly, the interior of the mothership maintained standard atmospheric pressure. Dual memories. The site within the central maintenance area caused Lin Feng to hold his breath. Hundreds of maintenance platforms floated in the vacuum, some of which housed incomplete warship wreckages, while others were laden with petri dishes, in which the star map flowers had withered, yet the metallic filaments on their roots still emitted a faint glow. Most striking was a circular control console, half embedded with the tactical keyboards of the Federal Army, and half featuring the crystalline interfaces of the glass beings. The holographic projection in the center continuously replayed the same segment of footage. In the footage, Gu Changfeng stood beneath the dome of the mothership alongside a glass being, the former holding a design blueprint, while the latter's crystalline arm traced the trajectory of energy flows in the void. The cooling system of the antimatter engine must utilize the root fibers of the star map flower. Gu Changfeng's voice was distinctly audible. Although silicon-based crystals could withstand high temperatures, they could not absorb the energy shocks during quantum transitions. The glass being responded with high-frequency sound waves, and subtitles revealed, "Our home planet possesses luminescent vines," which might be hybridized with the star map flower. The footage abruptly ceased, and the control console erupted with sparks. Lin Feng noticed a concealed storage compartment beneath the console. Upon opening it, he discovered neatly arranged metal boxes, each inscribed with names, including both federal crew numbers and crystalline designations of the glass beings. He picked up the box marked E01, which contained a bundle of dried lily of the valley. The petals had turned the gray of memory metal, yet when touched, they suddenly unfurled, revealing a miniature chip embedded within. It was the crystallized memory of early bionic beings. E07 exclaimed in surprise. The prototype of the E-series was tested in the mothership. E01 is my original body. As the chip was inserted into the console, emergency lights throughout the mothership illuminated. The maintenance platforms began to rotate slowly, and from the wreckage of the incomplete warships, numerous mechanical arms emerged, commencing construction as per the design in the footage. Lin Feng observed the skeletal frame of a Falcon-class cruiser, where the vines of the star map flower were climbing along the metal beams, blue petals blooming amidst the sparks of the mechanical arms welding. It was the twin protocol. The glass being pointed to the inscription at the edge of the console, indicating that the mothership's automated system would execute both carbon-based and silicon-based maintenance commands simultaneously, until the technologies of the two civilizations were fully integrated. However, an alarm suddenly blared from somewhere. On the northwest quadrant's maintenance platform, a mechanical arm was frantically cutting through a semi-finished warship, the metal at the cut revealing a corroded blackness. Lin Feng's scanner indicated that the remnants of the star map flower there harbored a virus, closely resembling the gene sequence of the anti-symbiotic virus aboard the Watcher. Most people had been here. He recalled the withered symbiotic forest in Australia. They aimed to corrupt the mothership's automated system, turning all the warships under repair into carriers of the virus. The virus garden. The passage leading to the source of the virus was obstructed by an energy barrier. The codes on the barrier were rapidly refreshing, half representing the defensive programs of the Federal Army, and half consisting of tampered silicon-based instructions. Lin Feng attempted to input Gu Chongfeng's captain password. The barrier fluctuated but did not dissipate. Dual passwords were required, the glass being pressed its crystalline finger against the barrier, its energy flow resonating with the silicon-based instructions within, yet the tampered portion needed to be repaired with the gene sequence of the star map flower. Suddenly, the symbiotic star map flower in the incubator began to tremble violently, its petals unfurling in layers, projecting segments of gene codes onto the barrier. Simultaneously, Lin Feng input Elizabeth's research number into the Federal Army interface. The two codes collided in the center of the barrier, generating a ripple of blue energy. As the ripple subsided, a passage appeared in the barrier, shaped like a blooming lily of the valley. The cultivation chamber area, housing the source of the virus, resembled a bizarre garden. The infected star map flowers appeared blackened, the metallic filaments at the petal edges serrated, and the roots twisted into weapon-like shapes. The surveillance footage on the chamber walls recorded the process of the virus's spread. An individual clad in federal military uniform injected a black liquid into a petri dish, causing the star map flower to wilt within 10 seconds, subsequently releasing nanometer-sized viral particles. As the individual turned, Lin Feng recognized the number on his chest, Mo's adjutant. They had begun planning this during the late stages of the war. Lin Feng used a laser dagger to pick a black star map flower. The petals immediately emitted a pungent odor, causing the tactical bracelet's alarm to blare. This virus could rewrite the genes of metallic flora, transforming them from repair materials into biological weapons. The control console in the cultivation chamber suddenly illuminated, and a holographic image of Mo manifested in the air. He wore a black uniform, toying with a metallic lily of the valley. Gu Chongfeng believed dual authorization would protect the mothership. Such naivete. Once the star map flower becomes a viral carrier, all warships repaired with it will become my army. The image abruptly distorted, morphing into Elizabeth's likeness, her pupils flickering with mechanical codes as the star map flower in her hand withered. Lin Feng, destroy the mothership, or the virus will spread along the vines to all colonial planets. It was a memory interference, the glass being suddenly released a wave of pale green energy, causing the image to dissipate instantly. The virus could simulate the appearance of those the target cared for most. Yet Lin Feng's gaze remained fixed on the storage slot of the console, where a blinking red button beckoned, the self-destruct mechanism of the mothership. However, the plaque beside the button bore an inscription in small letters, penned in Gu Chongfeng's handwriting. The strongest defense is the wisdom of coexistence. The symbiotic firewall. The observation deck beneath the central dome concealed the mothership's true secret. Upon Lin Feng and the glass being's arrival, they discovered a colossal star map flower cultivated within this chamber, its roots penetrating the metallic floor and connecting to the power core of the mothership. The petals displayed a translucent purple hue, neither purely blue nor green, but a perfect amalgamation of both colors. It is a symbiotic entity of carbon-based and silicon-based life forms. E07's voice brimmed with excitement as her real-time image appeared on the adjacent screen, clutching the recently deciphered notes of Elizabeth. This progenitor flower possesses the remarkable ability to secrete two types of antibodies, capable of neutralizing anti-symbiotic viruses while simultaneously stabilizing the energy output of silicon-based crystals. However, the petals of the progenitor flower were withering away, its leaves marred by dark spots. Lin Feng inspected the nutrient solution within the cultivation chamber, discovering a perilous infusion of high concentrations of antimatter radiation, indicative of deliberate sabotage to the energy filtration system. It was essential to simultaneously inject energy from both carbon-based and silicon-based sources. The glass man pressed its crystalline arm against the cultivation chamber, and a gentle flow of pale green energy began to infuse. Yet my energy reserves were insufficient, necessitating assistance from the motherport's power core. Suddenly, Lin Feng recalled Gu Changfeng's words and connected his tactical wristband to the main control system of the motherport. E07's voice resonated through the wristband, imbued with the rhythmic cadence of code, as she initiated the remote transmission of Elizabeth's energy regulation program. Within the genetic sequence of the star map flower lay a hidden code, her speech accelerating as it required activation through human body temperature. 372 degrees Celsius, as Mother had remarked, was the most conducive temperature for life. As Lin Feng's palm pressed onto the sensing area of the cultivation chamber, the progenitor flower began to tremble violently. Layers of pale violet petals unfurled, revealing a dual core at its center, half a carbon-based plant nucleus, half a silicon-based energy crystal. Both cores illuminated simultaneously, emitting energy waves that coursed through the vine network, rejuvenating the previously blackened star map flowers back to blue as the wilted vines regained vitality. The mechanical arms in the maintenance area abruptly altered their course, abandoning the cutting of the warship wreckage to commence pruning the overgrown star map flowers. New metallic sprouts began to burgeon on the virus-infected warship skeleton, entwined with the roots of the star map flower, forming a robust alloy fiber. It was the floor's protocol. Lin Feng observed the refreshed data on the console. The motherport's automated systems were rebooting, as Gu Changfeng and the glass man had long devised an emergency plan. As long as the progenitor flower survived, it could purify all contaminated flora and machinery. The Stardust coordinates. As the iron anchor tugged the watcher into the motherport's repair platform, Lin Feng stood upon the observation deck, watching the glass man repair the cruiser's engine room with its crystalline arm. The progenitor flower's vines had extended to every corner of the warship, with blue petals blooming upon the metallic skeleton, as if adorning the corroded steel in a floral garment. E07's communication re-established, this time with Gu Yin standing behind her, his military coat draped over his arm, holding Gu Changfeng's captain's log, his expression complex. The council has agreed to designate the motherport as a neutral zone. His voice was somewhat hoarse, to be jointly managed by the Academy of Sciences and the Silicon-based civilization, serving as a base for interstellar repair and communication. On the holographic screen, representatives from the Federation and the glass man were signing a new accord, with a blooming progenitor flower as the backdrop. Lin Feng noted the final clause of the agreement. All warships repaired at the motherport must carry at least 10 star map flowers as a symbol of peace. The glass man approached Lin Feng, its crystalline form reflecting the purple glow of the progenitor flower. Our home planet will send more people. Its high-frequency sound waves softened, teaching you how to cultivate everlasting star map flowers using silicon-based crystals. Lin Feng gazed beyond the dome of the motherport, where countless seeds of star map flowers drifted through the vine network into space, resembling a flowing blue nebula. He suddenly comprehended that this damaged motherport was never an endpoint, but rather a new beginning, akin to those fragmented memories from war, which could only be pieced together into a complete starry sky through the collaborative repair of diverse civilizations. The iron anchor's towing beam transformed into a warm purple hue, merging seamlessly with the glow of the progenitor flower. Lin Feng's tactical wristband received new star map coordinates, marking the location of the glass man's home planet. Inscribed alongside in the Universal Federation language and crystalline patterns was the same phrase. When the star map flowers bloom simultaneously on 2 planets, it signals the dawn of peace. He retrieved his communicator and messaged E07. Bring some lily of the valley seeds. This garden requires more florists. A swift reply arrived, accompanied by a photograph of the Academy's children gathered around the cultivation chamber, where the star map flowers had just begun to sprout, their tender green leaves faintly glimmering with metallic sheen. Chapter 35. The Repair of Interstellar Warships. The steel pulse of the interstellar motherport. Beads of sweat trickled from Lin Feng's brow, mingling with grease to etch winding trails upon his cheek. He removed his safety goggles, the condensation on the inner lenses obscuring his vision, while in the distance, the hydraulic apparatus of a colossal repair arm emitted a low hum, akin to the breath of an ancient beast. In the 7th repair dock of the Stardust Anchor interstellar motherport, time seemed to stretch into a viscous fluid, with gravity meticulously calibrated to 0, 8 times the standard value, facilitating the handling of large components without exhausting the engineers engaged in prolonged labor. The left wing engine's 3rd cooling circuit exhibited abnormal pressure, The synthesized mechanical voice of the communication device relayed, "Priority A3. Please complete the repairs within the standard time of 90 minutes." Lin Feng tightened his safety goggles and adjusted the noise cancellation knob on the side of his helmet. Through the transparent visor, he could clearly see the Aurora-class cruiser docked in the center of the repair dock, its 427-meter-long steel body marred by scratches of varying depths, including a prominent dent extending from the bow to the side, evidently a remnant of a recent meteor shower. At this moment, 3 enormous mechanical arms hovered over the ship's abdomen, resembling patient surgeons awaiting the directive to operate. The dancer in the steel jungle. Lin Feng. The initial parameters of the cooling circuit have been synced to your tablet. Assistant Xiao Chen's voice crackled with static. Having detected a minor leak of coolant in the third segment of the circuit, suspected to be due to aging sealing gaskets, Lin Feng stepped onto the magnetic suspension footpads, gliding smoothly towards the ship's left wing. The lighting system of the repair dock simulated stellar spectra, yet could not entirely dispel the shadows cast by the metallic structure. He reached out to touch the temperature sensor on the ship's hull, the oscillating blue data stream on the screen indicating a surface temperature of 17, which was standard following interstellar navigation, as the internal circulation system gradually raised the temperature to operational range. Deliver the spare sealing gaskets to the maintenance passage in Zone C. Lin Feng activated the holographic projection on his wrist, bringing up a 3-dimensional model of the cooling circuit, instructing the mechanical arm to first remove the protective panel of the third segment while avoiding the energy conduits. As the suspension footpads approached the ship's hull, they automatically switched to an adhesive mode, producing a soft clicking sound. Lin Feng leaned in to inspect the dent from the meteor impact, his fingers brushing over the crystalline residue on the metallic surface, a typical characteristic of prolonged exposure to cosmic radiation. He suddenly noticed a minuscule fatigue crack at the edge of the dent, promptly recording it with his handheld scanner. Xiao Chun, log the coordinates X73. Y41 for the crack, and mark it as a level 2 hazard. He opened the tool compartment, retrieving a high-frequency vibrating wrench, stating, after the cooling circuit repairs, "I will conduct a stress test here." The process of removing the protective panel proved more complex than anticipated, due to the impact force of the meteor strike. The securing bolts exhibited slight deformation. Lin Feng adjusted the wrench's vibration frequency to 470 Hz, the resonance point at which titanium alloy bolts are most prone to loosening. With a series of fine tremors, the first bolt successfully detached, producing a crisp sound as it fell into the magnetic collection pouch at his waist. The game of time and space. When the third segment of the cooling pipeline was exposed, Lin Feng immediately discerned the issue, a hairline gap at the edge of the sealing gasket, for which a transparent coolant was seeping at a rate of 0.3 milliliters per minute, crystallizing into tiny ice crystals in a low-temperature environment. This model of sealing gasket is crafted from a memory alloy, theoretically possessing an operational lifespan of an additional 800 standard hours. The premature aging is likely attributed to a 3-degree deviation in the installation angle during the last maintenance. Identifying the root cause, Lin Feng carefully peeled away the old gasket using a specialized tool, as the residual coolant at the metal interface instantaneously crystallized into white frost. He instructed the quality control department to examine the maintenance records from the last service, suspecting a procedural error in the installation. The replacement of the gasket demands absolute precision. Lin Feng retrieved a new gasket from his toolbox. This 12-centimeter diameter ring glimmered under the light with a nacreous sheen, composed of nanometer-grade carbon fiber and silicon-based polymers, capable of withstanding temperature fusion between 270 and 350 degrees. He applied thermal conductive gel evenly at the interface, the tactile feedback from his fingertips confirming that the gel thickness met the precise standard of 0.2 millimeters. There are 65 minutes left. Xiao Chen's reminder carried a hint of anxiety. The dispatch center had just communicated that the Aurora was facing an urgent departure task, potentially requiring an early acceptance by 20 minutes. Lin Feng remained unresponsive, fully engrossed in adjusting the position of the gasket. In a zero-gravity environment, even the slightest deviation could lead to installation failure. He held his breath, watching the gasket fit seamlessly into the interface groove, then sequentially tightened the bolts in a diagonal pattern using a torque wrench, meticulously controlling the torque of each bolt to 38 Newton meters. The optimal parameter determined through thousands of experiments. The pressure test commenced. He pressed the start button on the panel, and the cooling circuit began to inject simulated coolant. The needle on the pressure gauge ascended slowly, stabilizing from 0 to 12 megapascals. Lin Feng leaned in for a closer inspection of the interface. Under the microscopic mode of the protective lens, the gasket fit perfectly, showing no signs of leakage. All done. He exhaled, beads of sweat sliding down the inner wall of his visor as he prepared to restore the protective plate. I'll handle that crack. A hidden crisis loomed. The display of the stress testing instrument flickered with red waveforms, its readings revealing an irregular serrated pattern from the seemingly innocuous crack, indicating the possible presence of fatigue propagation invisible to the naked eye. Activating the ultrasonic flaw detection, he pressed the probe closely to the crack area, setting the depth scan mode to the highest resolution. Instantaneously, the holographic projection revealed a cross-section image of the crack. A branching fissure extended along the metallic grain boundary, reaching depths of 37 millimeters. Lin Feng's heart sank. This type of fatigue crack could potentially expand dramatically due to resonance effects when the shipborne weaponry is fired. The situation was more severe than anticipated. He switched to the internal communication channel, requesting the use of nanorepair fluid and notifying the materials laboratory to prepare type a repair agent. While awaiting the repair agent, Lin Feng inspected the surrounding energy conduction circuits. As a scanner passed over an energy node, a red warning suddenly appeared on the screen. The insulation layer had suffered a 0.01 millimeter breach. This discovery sent chills down his spine. The energy node was less than half a meter from the crack, and if the insulation failed completely, the leaking energy could accelerate metal fatigue. Xiao Chun, bring the insulation repair gun. Lin Feng's voice carried an undeniable firmness. Also, check the maintenance records for this node. I need to know when it was last inspected. The process of injecting the nanorepair fluid into the crack resembled a meticulous surgical operation. Lin Feng maneuvered the micro-injection arm, precisely directing the silvery gray repair agent deep into the fissure. This fluid containing nanobots would autonomously fill the gap under ultrasonic guidance, then solidify under microwaves at a specific frequency, forming a bonding layer with strength comparable to the parent metal. Under the starry sky, the Sentinel of the Cosmos completed the final step as the maintenance Dock-S clock ticked to the 89th minute. Lin Feng gazed at the stable green curve on the stress testing instrument, finally removing his helmet to reveal hair dampened with sweat. Outside the distant porthole, a massive gaseous planet rotated slowly, its orange-red stripes reminiscent of an artwork carelessly brushed by the hand of a deity. The captain of the Aurora communicated his gratitude through the transmitter. Lin Feng, thank you for addressing the hidden dangers before our departure. This mission is critical for the colony's supply of resources. Lin Feng looked at the area of the cruiser's hull that had just been repaired, its metallic sheen distinct yet imbued with a sense of renewed vitality. He recalled a phrase from his mentor upon his arrival at the home port a decade ago. Every warship possesses its own life. Only by understanding its breath can you truly protect it. The hovering platform gently carried him away from the warship, as the dock's lights cast shifting reflections upon the steel surface. Looking back, he saw the engines of the Aurora beginning to warm up, a pale blue energy aura swirling at the nozzle, as if a slumbering giant were about to awaken. All maintenance data had been uploaded to the central database. Xiao Chun's voice, tinged with fatigued relief, conveyed, I just checked the records. The last inspection of that energy node was 3 months ago. It seems we have a flaw in our inspection cycle. Lin Feng nodded, accessing the maintenance log system of the home port. He meticulously annotated every issue discovered in the new records, including the seemingly trivial breach of the insulation layer. In interstellar navigation, any minor oversight could mean never reaching the promised shore. As the Aurora slowly departed the maintenance dock, its engine nozzles erupted with brilliant blue light. Lin Feng stood on the observation platform, watching the blue beam pierce the dome of the home port, gradually merging into the profound cosmos. He suddenly felt an intrinsic similarity between himself and the crew who piloted the warships. They traversed the stars, while he safeguarded within the steel jungle, all towards a singular goal: to ensure the ember of human civilization continues to flicker amidst the vast expanse of the universe. The lights of the maintenance dock extinguished one by one, leaving only the faint glow of the emergency exit. Lin Feng removed his oil-stained gloves, revealing calloused palms formed by the tools of his trade. The vibrations of the next warship awaiting repair echoed from a distance. He took a deep breath and turned towards the tool room, where new tasks awaited this guardian of the interstellar homeport. Chapter 36. The Steel Pulse of the Interstellar Homeport. As the automated door of the tool room slid open, a mixture of metallic cleaner and ozone assailed his senses. Lin Feng discarded his oil-stained gloves into the recycling bin, and the ionized water from the sensor-activated faucet, carrying a faint electric charge, instantly alleviated the fatigue in his fingertips. He stared at his reflection in the mirror, the dark circles under his eyes resembling the stains of a nebula, a testament to 3 consecutive days of duty. The alarm remained unresolved. Lin Feng, we just received an emergency call from Doc. The dispatch center's communication suddenly interrupted, with the director personally issuing the directive. The Wavebreaker-class frigate has experienced a phase shift in its jump engine. The safety lock was triggered during a recent test start. Go investigate. Lin Feng snatched the spare helmet hanging on the wall, the flickering red codes on the display causing his pupils to constrict. The phase shift error had reached 0.7 astronomical units, a deviation significant enough to send the warship thousands of light years off course during jump navigation. As he dashed out of the tool room on a magnetic hoverboard, he nearly collided with Xiao Chun, who was rushing in with a maintenance manual. I found the fault records for the jump engine, Xiao Chun exclaimed, nearly crashing into a support pillar. Last month, during the Andromeda patrol mission, there were 3 minor phase fluctuations, but they were deemed to be caused by spatial turbulence. Navigating through the vacuum tunnel connecting 7 maintenance docks, Lin Feng accessed the service file for the Wavebreaker. This frigate had completed 127 missions, and according to the home port S maintenance standards, the core components of the jump engine were long overdue for replacement. He suddenly recalled the quarterly review meeting from the previous week, during which the logistics department had rejected the major overhaul request for 7 warships, citing budget constraints. As he notified the engine team to prepare the phase detector, Lin Feng's knuckles whitened from exertion. He instructed the fuel chamber to reduce the antimatter reserves to a safe threshold, declaring his intent to dismantle the phase regulator. Time folded into a trap. The engine compartment of the braking wave was considerably more constricted than that of the Aurora, with its labyrinthine conduits resembling the capillaries of a colossal beast. Lin Feng had to remove his helmet to squeeze through a maintenance hatch that barely allowed a single person to pass sideways. The exposed skin of his cheek immediately felt the searing heat emanating from the energy conduits, the temperature already exceeding 60 degrees, clearly beyond normal operating parameters. The outer shell temperature of the phase regulator was at 187 degrees. A voice from outside, belonging to Xiao Chun, reported that the flow rate of the cooling system was 30 below standard. Should we first inspect the heat dissipation device? Lin Feng aimed a laser thermometer at the regulator's ceiling cap, the reading stabilizing at 201. He suddenly noticed an abnormal protrusion on the pressure safety valve, and upon touching it, the frequency of the metal's vibrations felt distinctly off. Such subtle tremors typically indicated an internal pressure imbalance, akin to a volcano on the verge of eruption. The overheating issue was merely a surface problem. Retrieving a radiation detector from his toolkit, Lin Feng's breath hitched at the readings displayed on the screen. There was an antimatter leak within the regulator, with a concentration of 0.003 grams per cubic meter, triggering the quantum entanglement effect. This revelation coursed through him like ice water. An antimatter leak in an enclosed space could instigate a chain reaction, with the most catastrophic outcome being the annihilation of the entire engine compartment. Lin Feng immediately pressed the emergency isolation button, and the alloy gate of the engine compartment began to descend slowly, segregating the hazardous area from the main dock. Xiao Chun, request antimatter neutralizer, type E7, dosage 500 milliliters. His voice was unnaturally calm, though his fingers hastily maneuvered the control panel, ensuring everyone evacuated to a safe distance and activated the backup vacuum system. A strategic game at the quantum level ensued. The process of dismantling the phase regulator resembled a dance upon the edge of a blade. Clad in a specially designed radiation suit, Lin Feng's every movement was executed with millimeter precision. As the core components of the regulator were revealed, he observed wisps of silver-gray mist floating within the annular energy chamber, a critical state preceding the annihilation of antimatter and normal matter. The neutralizer was being delivered through the piping, and Xiao Chen's voice quivered with urgency. Lin Feng, perhaps we should let the explosive-proof robot handle this? Lin Feng did not raise his gaze. He was adjusting the injection angle of the neutralizer. The antimatter neutralizer needed to be injected into the energy chamber at a 45-degree angle, maximizing the contact area. Suddenly, he recalled the words of his mentor during similar incidents. Machines can calculate parameters, but cannot fathom the temperament of materials. Transfer remote control authority to me. Lin Feng fixed the injection gun onto the robotic arm. You go to the monitoring room and keep an eye on the quantum stabilizer. Notify me immediately if the readings drop below 90. When the first drop of neutralizer made contact with the antimatter mist, it emitted a glow reminiscent of fireflies. Lin Feng focused intently on the energy readings. As the injection volume increased, the radiation levels began to decline gradually. Just as he believed everything was proceeding smoothly, the energy chamber suddenly convulsed violently, the residual antimatter threatening to breach the containment field. Increase the stabilizer's power. Lin Feng bellowed as he slammed the emergency brake. the robotic arm thrusting the injection gun deep into the energy chamber. "Give me 30 seconds. In a blinding flash of light, he yanked on the safety cord. At the moment the explosive-proof door sealed behind him, Lin Feng heard a muffled explosion. The alarm on his protective suit blared sharply, and the radiation dosimeter on his left arm had already maxed out, but the flickering green code on the screen assured him that the crisis had been averted. A symphony of steel and flesh. When he opened his eyes again, Lin Feng found himself lying in the medical bay of the main dock. Xiao Chun was dozing at the bedside, the dark circles under his eyes more pronounced than Lin Feng's. Outside, the breaking wave was slowly departing from the repair dock. The glow of its engine exhaust soft and steady, akin to a star rejuvenating itself. "You're awake?" The director's voice carried a rare gentleness. "I've reviewed the antimatter leak handling report. Headquarters has decided to commend you with a first-class merit." Lin Feng attempted to sit up, but the director pressed down on his shoulder. The holographic screen in the medical bay displayed real-time footage of the repair dock, where 7 warships were neatly aligned at their berths, robotic arms buzzing like a busy swarm of bees performing maintenance tasks. He suddenly noticed that each warship bore a small emblem on its hull, the maintenance certification pattern he had designed, resembling a star surrounded by gears. The logistics department had approved all the major overhaul requests for the warships. The director handed him a cup of warm water. "The inspection cycle optimization scheme you proposed has also been adopted by headquarters." Lin Feng gazed out at the slowly rotating giant space station, the energy core of the main dock pulsating with a radiant glow, dispelling the surrounding darkness into a gentle halo. He recalled when he first arrived at the main dock, his mentor pointing to the docked warships and saying, "They're the vessels of human civilization, and we are the artisans of shipbuilding." The door of the medical bay slid open, and the captain of the Aurora entered, bearing a medal, the metallic surface intricately engraved with the star chart of their last mission's course. As Lin Feng accepted the medal, his fingertips brushed against the calluses on the captain's palm, marks left by years of gripping the control stick, so similar to the calluses on his own hands from handling tools. "The children of the colony have received their supplies," the captain said with a smile. "They want to draw a star map for the uncles in the repair dock." Lin Feng's vision blurred. He suddenly understood that those cold steel warships had never been mere machines, but rather living entities imbued with the warmth of flesh and blood. Their trajectories through the stars were, in fact, an epic narrative penned by human courage and wisdom, and he, along with countless maintenance engineers like him, merely added their strokes to the verses of that epic. When the automatic door of the medical bay slid open once more, Lin Feng had already changed into a clean work uniform. The familiar hum from the repaired dock resonated in the distance, the newly arrived warships calling out to their guardians. He tightened the tool pouch at his waist and strode towards that steel jungle, where more stars awaited protection and more stories awaited continuation. Chapter 37. The Iron Pulse of the Starry Motherport 2. As the alloy door of the medical bay slid open, Lin Feng inhaled the familiar scent of machine oil. Xiao Chun stood at the end of the corridor, holding his tool bag, the opening revealing a worn magnetic wrench, his faithful companion for 8 years. Outside, the circular structure of the main dock rotated slowly, refracting the starlight into flowing rainbows. The warmth of legacy. "Lin Feng, I had your toolbox serviced." Xiao Chun offered him a metal thermos, saying, "The master mentioned that you must drink something warm to steady your hands after every repair of the warp engine." As Lin Feng twisted open the lid of the thermos, his eyes suddenly welled with warmth. The water stains on the inner wall of the thermos were identical to those on the one he had given to his mentor years ago. The bottom engraved with the words "Star Anchor," now polished by the passage of time. He recalled that stormy night a decade ago when, as a novice, he had connected the cooling pipe incorrectly, and it was his mentor who had spent 3 arduous hours with him in the repair dock, never uttering a complaint even as his fingers grew frostbitten. "Has the master come to the dock today?" Lin Feng caressed the temperature sensor on the thermos, which displayed 65 degrees, his preferred water temperature. Xiao Chun hesitated slightly. This morning he brought a new maintenance manual and mentioned that he added a space curvature correction parameter to the failure prediction algorithm you designed. As they passed through the maintenance personnel's passage, the honor roll on the wall was being updated. Lin Feng's photograph was hung in the second row, right next to the yellowed, old photo of his mentor. The elderly man in the photograph dons a faded work uniform, with the newly completed 7th repair dock looming behind him, at a time when the motherport boasted only 3 berths. The truth concealed behind the cracks. "Lin Gong, take a look at this." Xiao Chun suddenly activated a holographic projection, comparing the engine data of the brake wave and the accident records from the past 5 years, discovering a striking correlation between the frequency of phase shifts and the batch of antimatter fuel. The red curve, pulsating on the projection, resembled an agitated serpent. Lin Feng magnified a section of the data. The fuel purity index for a specific quarter was markedly below the standard, coinciding with the transitional period when the logistics department changed suppliers. He suddenly recalled the director's hesitant expression during last week's review meeting. Retrieve all fuel inspection reports. Lin Feng commanded, his voice as cold as the hull of a warship. Pay particular attention to the procurement records from the third quarter of last year. As they entered the fuel analysis laboratory, an elderly researcher was sighing in front of a spectrometer. Upon seeing Lin Feng, the old man handed him a report. You've come at an opportune moment. There are issues with the isotope abundance of this batch of new fuel. Prolonged use will accelerate engine aging. The minute peak shifts on the spectral graph, though slight, did not escape Lin Feng's keen eyes. He suddenly realized that the antimatter leak from the brake wave was not a mere coincidence. The anomalous particles generated by substandard fuel had already left invisible scars in the engine core. Notify the logistics department to quarantine all fuel from this batch. Lin Feng pressed the emergency communication button, instructing the legal team to prepare for supplier accountability procedures. Under the starry sky, the classroom buzzed with the spirited discussions of the youth in the training area of the repair dock. As Lin Feng approached, he observed several interns animatedly debating around the decommissioned engine of the Aurora. The youngest among them, a girl wielding a holographic pen, scribbled on the engine's exterior, her defiant gaze reminiscent of his own youth. What is the impact of a 1-degree deviation in the installation angle of the phase adjuster on the transition error? Lin Feng interjected suddenly. Startled, the girl blurted out, 3 astronomical units, but considering spatial curvature changes, the actual error could reach 5. Lin Feng nodded approvingly, retrieving a worn sealing gasket from his tool bag. Do you know how these scratches came to be? The interns leaned in to examine, speculating fervently. Lin Feng abruptly placed the gasket on the magnetic platform and initiated a simulated pressure test. The coolant leak on the Aurora was not due to gasket aging. Someone used the wrong model wrench during installation. The holographic projection displayed the bite marks between the wrench and the bolt, the clear impressions validating his words. The girl's face flushed instantly. That was her first independent repair from the previous week. Repairing isn't merely about replacing parts. Lin Feng recalled the first lesson his master had taught him. You must understand the story behind each scratch. An unceasing pulse. When the light of the first star streamed through the porthole of the repair dock, Lin Feng was calibrating the newly installed fault warning system. On the screen, the engine data of 7 warships pulsed like a steady heartbeat, the green data stream concealing countless sleepless nights shared with his colleagues. Xiao Chun rushed in, cradling a stack of new maintenance manuals, the cover emblazoned with the new emblem of the motherport, 7 stars encircling a gear, a design crafted by Lin Feng's team. The fine print at the bottom read, every weld connects to the direction of the stars. Lin Gong, the master, said to visit his office. Xiao Chen's eyes sparkled. He has gifted you the precision wrench that has accompanied him for 30 years. Lin Feng approached the porthole, watching the Voyager slowly glide into its berth. This latest exploration vessel was destined for uncharted star systems, with the young crew on the bridge waving towards the repair dock. He suddenly recalled his master's words. We repair warships to safeguard the course of civilization. The magnetic wrench in his tool bag vibrated gently, an old companion reminding him that a new task had been generated. Lin Feng tightened his tool belt and ventured into that familiar jungle of steel, where the symphony of stars and wrenches was only just beginning its new movement. Chapter 38. The Steel Pulse of the Starport 3. As the metallic feel of the precision wrench coursed from his palm to his arm, Lin Feng stood before his master's office porthole. The hexagonal interface of the wrench had worn into a smooth arc. 3 decades had lent the titanium alloy a warm sheen, akin to a star caressed countless times. The warmth of the wrench. There are 7 notches on it. His master's voice emerged from behind, the old man polishing an antique spectrometer, each representing a near-failed repair. Lin Feng turned the wrench over, indeed, discovering subtle notches on the inner side of the handle. The faintest of these was nearly imperceptible. His master had said it marked the occasion of his first independent repair of a transition engine. Nervousness had caused him to break a calibration screw within the interface, ultimately requiring him to extract it with tungsten wire as fine as 3 strands of hair. The spatial curvature parameter I added last week, the elder suddenly coughed, pointing at the formula pulsating on the screen, was actually calculated by your master's wife 30 years ago. She always claimed my understanding of spatial dimensions fell half a quantum state short. In the picture frame on the desk, a woman clad in a white lab coat smiled at the camera with the earliest fuel laboratory of the motherport in the background. Lin Feng suddenly recalled the record stating that his master's wife was one of the pioneers in interstellar fuel theory, yet tragically perished in an experimental accident, forever remaining in the orbit of Pluto. The secret of the Voyager. The captain of the Voyager waited at the entrance of the repair dock for a full 2 hours. Upon seeing Lin Feng approach, the veteran, who had endured 3 interstellar wars, stood at attention and saluted. The connection between his metal prosthesis and body emitting a faint hydraulic sound. Our deep space probe has detected an anomalous gravitational source. The captain displayed an encrypted star map. The coordinates lie at the edge of the Andromeda arm of the Milky Way, suspected to be a space station of an unknown civilization. The flickering red dot on the star map caused Lin Feng's pupils to constrict. The spatial curvature parameters in that region were exceedingly unstable. Last year, 2 cargo vessels had vanished nearby, with the last signals transmitted containing only intermittent sounds of metal scraping. He suddenly understood why the Voyager had to urgently install a backup transition engine. The mission, dubbed Exploration, was, in fact, fraught with unknown perils. I have replaced the interference module of the backup engine with a new one. Lin Feng called up a 3-dimensional model when activating in the region of curvature anomalies. Remember to adjust the synchronous frequency to 73 Hz. The captain's prosthetic finger tapped on the model. This parameter isn't listed in the maintenance manual. This is what the wrench taught me. Lin Feng caressed his old companion. Some data cannot be inscribed in manuals. They must be conveyed by the metal itself. Generational welds. The simulated engine in the training area suddenly blared an ear-splitting alarm. When Lin Feng arrived, the girl who always loved to argue was squatting on the ground, crying, her wrench clattering against the magnetic plate as it fell. She had set the difficulty of the simulated malfunction to the highest level, resulting in the virtual transition exploding the engine. Do you understand where you went wrong? Lin Feng picked up the wrench and deliberately handed it to her, making her grasp the hottest non-slip texture. The girl instinctively recoiled, but her eyes lit up. The power regulation of the antimatter confinement field shouldn't linearly increase. It should oscillate in a sine wave along with the spatial curvature. Lin Feng suddenly smiled. This was exactly the same question his master had asked him 30 years ago. He retrieved the schematics for the Voyager, tracing a crimson arc over the location of the auxiliary cooling system. Here is a task for you. Calculate the optimal radius of curvature for this arc. If you get it right, I shall take you to observe the actual maintenance of the Voyager. The setting sun streamed through the dome of the maintenance dock, elongating the shadows of 2 generations of technicians. The young woman wielded a holographic pen, dancing across the blueprints, while Lin Feng adjusted the simulation parameters nearby. Suddenly, he noticed that the correction value she had computed differed from the formula used by his master's wife only by the 4th decimal place. The promise amid the stardust. On the day the Voyager embarked, the entire home port S alarm system had been transformed into a welcoming melody. Lin Feng stood atop the observation tower, watching the silvery exploration vessel pierce through the atmosphere, its engine's tail flames carving a blue trajectory across the starry sky, as if adorning the cosmos with a ribbon. The communicator in his pocket buzzed with a message encrypted from the Voyager. Upon opening it, Lin Feng read the captain's log. The lights of the maintenance dock shine brighter than any star for there. Someone has twisted worries into bolts and welded reminders into the deck. His master's cough echoed from behind. The elder was peering through binoculars. Lin Feng approached to steady him, noticing that the binoculars were focused on the engine nozzle of the Voyager, where a mark only they could decipher lay. 3 intersecting notches resembling the imprint of an old wrench. The new wrench in the tool bag began to vibrate. It was a smart model developed by Xiao Chun and her team, capable of automatically warning of faults. Yet Lin Feng still touched the old companion in his pocket, its metallic surface still bearing the star map coordinates etched by his master's wife, a promise of their shared intention to witness the Orion Nebula together. From afar, a new tremor resonated from the maintenance dock. The construction of Dock 8 had commenced. Lin Feng knew that when the next warship arrived, that meticulous young woman would take over his tool bag, just as he once received the wrench from his master. The technicians among the stars were never alone in their battles. They intertwined the gazes of countless generations into the anchor points of civilization's voyage. Chapter 39, The Star Map of the Wrench. When Xiao Chun made the first mark on the foundation of Dock 8, Lin Feng's old wrench lay quietly in a temperature-controlled cabinet. This tool, which had accompanied 3 generations, had become the prized possession of the maintenance museum. The glass of the cabinet magnified the coordinates of the Orion Nebula that his master's wife had inscribed, each star corresponding to a successful maintenance record. Master Lin claimed that the weld at this angle could withstand 10 times the force of gravity. Xiao Chun's holographic pen traced silver lines on the virtual foundation. while the apprentices behind her held detection instruments, streams of data flowing like rivers across the screens on their chests. Last year, when she assisted Lin Feng in repairing the damaged engine of the Voyager, she finally deciphered the 7 notches on the old wrench. The deepest notch corresponded to the cryogenic welding of Pluto's orbit. It was there that his Master-S wife had first calibrated the frost-resistant engine. Suddenly, the temperature-controlled cabinet emitted a faint hum. Xiao Chun leaned closer, observing tiny luminous spots appearing on the surface of the old wrench, as if someone were gently tapping it with a fingernail. She recalled Lin Feng's words before his retirement. When tools begin to remember the warmth of human touch, they cease to be mere tools, echoes of deep space. The encrypted signals from a Voyager had been interrupted for a full 3 months. When the reception tower at the home port finally regained the signal, everyone in the command center held their breath. The data stream was interspersed with strange pulse waves, which, upon analysis, revealed a musical score. Xiao Chen recognized it as her Master-S wife's favorite, Waltz of Stardust, albeit with a peculiar metallic tremor woven into the melody. The captain's log remained on the final page. An anomalous gravitational source is an abandoned stargate, its patterns astonishingly similar to the notches on the old wrench. We found this within the remnants of the stargate. An attachment showcased a 3-dimensional scan, revealing a hexagonal bolt embedded in the core of the stargate, prominently marked with 3 intersecting notches. Xiao Chun suddenly burst into the museum, pressing her palm against the glass of the temperature control cabinet. The vibration frequency of the old wrench began to synchronize with the pulse waves of the star map, the coordinates of the Orion Nebula flickering to life. One star's position was slowly shifting. It was the breathing star her Master-S wife had once foretold, now finally revealing itself a century later. The new wrench. During the inauguration ceremony for Dock 8, Xiao Chun received a brand new wrench from Lin Feng. The titanium alloy surface still bore the warmth of the machine tools. And as she etched the first notch into the inner side of the handle, the metallic sensation spread through her palm, akin to an electric current coursing through the steel veins of the home port. The Voyager was to return. Lin Feng gazed out the porthole at the starry expanse, having brought back the repair parameter for the Stargate, claiming it would open a shortcut to Andromeda. Xiao Chun turned the wrench, its hexagonal interface locking precisely onto the bolt of the simulated Stargate. In the holographic projection, the engine nozzle of the Voyager sliced through interstellar dust. The flickering light pulses of the tail flame perfectly synchronized with the vibration frequency of the old wrench. She suddenly understood that the markings etched into the metal were never the end. What her master had passed down to her was not just a tool, but the courage to twist countless heartbeats into bolts, ensuring that every weld remembered the warmth of civilization. The dome of the maintenance dock gradually opened, and the radiance of the Orion Nebula cascaded down, weaving a silver net upon the newly laid deck. Xiao Chun raised the wrench and gently tapped it against the starry sky, in the crisp metallic sound. It seemed as if the responses of 3 generations of technicians echoed through the stardust, lingering in the vastness. Chapter 40. The Wrench of the Stargate. On the day the Stargate restoration project commenced, Xiao Chun boarded the Voyager with 2 wrenches in hand. The old wrench was secured within a specially designed shockproof chamber, while the new wrench bore familiar grooves from 3 years of tuning the Stargate's energy conduits, her calloused palms fitting perfectly into the recesses formed by repeated exertion. The bolts at the core of the Stargate had rusted shut. The captain pointed to the hexagonal interface in the holographic projection, noting that the corrosion marks closely resembled the deepest notch on the old wrench. The detector indicated that a fragment of metal was lodged inside, composed of the same alloy as the home port's earliest fuel laboratory. Xiao Chun suddenly recalled a detail from the documentation. The emergency bolt used in the experimental chamber for which her Master-S wife had vanished was made of this tungsten alloy. Donning magnetic gloves, she aimed the new wrench at the Stargate interface, when the old wrench in the shockproof chamber began to vibrate violently. On the glass of the temperature-control cabinet, the coordinates of the Orion Nebula flowed along the notches, as if someone were redrawing the star map with their fingertips. Turning counterclockwise by 3 degrees, she heard her voice echoing within the helmet, an angle the old wrench had shown her countless times during repairs. The fragment was wedged in the 3rd inner thread, and this force would loosen it without damaging the interface. The moment the wrench engaged with the bolt, the Stargate suddenly emitted an ethereal blue light. Xiao Chun observed that the notches on the old wrench perfectly aligned with the patterns of the Stargate. From those time-worn curves, tiny points of light began to seep forth, reminiscent of her Master-S wife's experimental data left on Pluto's orbit, of her Master-S finger pointing to the formula while he coughed, and of Lin Feng deliberately allowing her to grasp the hot, non-slip texture of the wrench. The flowing notches. On the day the Voyager traversed the Stargate, every monitoring screen in the home port lit up green. Xiao Chun stood on the bridge. Watching the space outside, the porthole bloomed like ink dropped into water. The previously fixed coordinates of the star map were now in flux, and, astonishingly, the notches on the new wrench mirrored the changes, the deepest one aligning perfectly with a new route to the Andromeda Galaxy. Should this parameter be recorded in the maintenance log? A young apprentice inquired, holding a recording device. In the frame, the area where Xiao Chun's palm met the wrench glimmered softly, as if the metal were beginning to remember a new warmth. She suddenly recalled Lin Feng's demonstration before his retirement, placing wrenches from different eras under a spectrometer, revealing that those seemingly unrelated notches would connect into a complete star map at specific frequencies, like the unique patterns of a human palm. The elderly man pointed at the interlacing lines on the screen, each scratch representing a path traversed by civilization. At this moment, the etchings on the new wrench were deepening at an observable pace. Xiao Chun understood that this was the energy of the Stargate inscribing a new maintenance code, akin to how the Master's wife etched formulas into metal, while the Master conveyed parameters through his coughs. Lin Feng urged her to grasp the scorching, textured surface. And now, her own mark was finally poised to leave an imprint within the cosmic pulse, a dock gate that would never close. Upon the completion of the expansion of the 8th maintenance dock, Xiao Chun returned the 2 wrenches to the museum, next to the constant temperature chamber housing the old wrench. A new display case had been added, showcasing titanium alloy tools. The etchings had transformed from an initial single line to 7, the deepest of which cradled a fragment brought back from the Stargate, glimmering softly under the light. The new apprentices often inquired why the etching data was not entered into the intelligence system. Leaning on his magnetic cane and standing before the display case, Lin Feng smiled, his palm still bearing the imprint from the old wrench, reminiscent of when he had once asked the Master why it was essential to calculate curvature parameters by hand. Xiao Chun gazed out at the Pioneer, which was entering the dock. It was the first exploratory vessel capable of traversing 2 star systems, its engine welds echoing the sine curve she had learned from Stargate. Some things must be conveyed through temperature. She pointed at the wrench in the display case, the metallic surface reflecting light that spread across the glass, forming a complete image of the Orion Nebula on the ground. Just as the Stargate would forever remain open to future generations, these etchings awaited new hands to grasp them. The familiar vibrations from the distant maintenance dock indicated that a new generation of apprentices was calibrating the simulation engines. Xiao Chun knew that it would not be long before a pair of youthful hands would take up her wrenches, allowing those flowing etchings to continue their growth on navigational routes yet to be charted, in the bolts that facilitated dialogue between civilization and the cosmos. Deep within the eternally open steel dock gates, the heartbeat of the maintenance artisans would resonate in unison with the stars. Chapter 41. The Star Map Within the Palm. When the new apprentice independently operated the LEAP engine for the first time, Xiao Chun placed the wrench embedded with Stargate fragments on the control panel. The boy hesitated momentarily on the textured surface of the wrench, the sweat on his palm causing the metal to glimmer faintly, reminiscent of Lin Feng's gaze as he watched her grasp the scorching tool years ago. The simulated malfunction was set in the Andromeda star system. Xiao Chun called up a 3-dimensional star map, where the fluctuating parameters perfectly corresponded with the etchings on the new wrench. Last year, the Pioneer had encountered spatial turbulence there, and the loosening angle of the emergency bolt was concealed within the 3rd etching. Suddenly, the boy pressed down on the wrench. The manual states that this turbulence requires linear compensation, yet the wrench's vibration frequency suggests using a cosine function. His fingertips traced the deepest etching, the light reflected from the Stargate fragment casting a glow upon the parameter screen, correcting the erroneous compensation curve into a smooth waveform. Xiao Chun recalled the thrill of her first passage through the Stargate. At that moment, the etchings on the old wrench had suddenly grown hot, and within those time-worn arcs, the Master's wife's formulas, the Master's coughs, and Lin Feng's palm warmth coalesced along the metal, reforming into a new cosmic map within her own palm. Now, observing the boy as focused profile, she suddenly understood. True inheritance was never about merely replicating the etchings, but allowing each pair of hands to discern their own cosmic echoes within the vibrations of the metal. The flowing dock. As the Pioneer returned with navigational data from the 5th star system, the dome of the 8th maintenance dock was undergoing its 4th expansion. Countless tiny etchings emerged on the newly poured alloy deck during the condensation process, as if the imprints of all maintenance artisans' wrenches were captured by stardust upon steel. Lin Feng sat in his wheelchair at the observation tower, watching Xiao Chun calibrate the Stargate docking device with the apprentices. His fingers tapped on the virtual keyboard. The spatial curvature parameters he called forth, concealing half a formula that the Master's wife had never completed. Your Master's wife always said, he began, his voice gravelly like the sound of metal grinding. The dock gates should not be static. They must grow alongside civilization. When Xiao Chun looked up, she caught sight of the reflection of the new wrench converging with the starlight from the stargate on the deck. Within those flowing etchings, the 7 marks of the old wrench, the 7 marks of the new wrench, and even the faint etchings recently left by the boy were coming together to form a grander star map, stretching from the arm of Perseus to Andromeda. From the fuel laboratory in Pluto's orbit to the remnants of the Stargate in uncharted star systems. The trajectories inscribed by maintenance artisans with their wrenches had long surpassed any star map in proximity to the truths of the universe. The metal that never cools. When the first immigrant ship passed through the newly expanded Stargate, Xiao Chan placed the new wrench into the museum. Within the display case, the etchings of 3 generations of wrenches formed a complete loop under specific spectrums. The warmth of the old wrench, the sharpness of the new one, and the weight of the one embedded with Stargate fragments all shimmered with the same luster, embodying the warmth of countless hands that had forged memories in metal. The young captain saluted at the dock gate, the imprint of the wrench's textured surface still visible on his magnetic gloves. The living quarters of the immigrant ship featured welds crafted in sine curves. He handed over the maintenance log, the last page adorned with a simplified star map, indicating the angle of each bolt corresponding to its etching. As you said, some parameters must allow the metal to convey its message to the next pair of eyes. Xiao Chun gazed at the flowing light deep within the Stargate, and suddenly realized that the calluses on her palm aligned perfectly with the curvature of the wrench in her memory. Those hardened patches formed through maintenance, the scars from burns, and the patterns forged from long-term contact with metal had already become the living wrench within her being. As the wind swept through the expanded dock gates, the vibrations of all wrenches intertwined in the starry sky. She felt as if she could hear the laughter of the Master's wife, the cough of the Master, Lin Feng's reminders, and the boy's inquisitive questions resonating in the stardust, an epic belonging to the maintenance artisans, perpetually inscribed in the cosmic palm with the pulse of metal. Chapter 42, The Unfinished Interstellar Battleship. Lin Feng's magnetic cane tapped out a rhythmic sound against the metallic floor of the maintenance corridor. The abandoned area of the 7th maintenance dock had not been trodden for 30 years. The emergency lights flickered in the starlight, filtering through the dome, stretching his shadow like a rusted bolt. Suddenly, the cane snagged in a crack, and, as he bent down to investigate, the calluses on his palm brushed against a protruding piece of metal, an oxidized grayish-blue section of hull armor, its edge still bearing the unfinished welding seams. "Old friend, how long have you been hiding here?" he mused, feeling the hexagonal interface on the armor that perfectly matched the wrench that had accompanied 3 generations. 30 years ago, the Master had brought him to the abandoned area to recognize parts, pointing at this empty space and saying, the earliest dock of the mother port was right here. Later, new facilities were constructed, and many unfinished skeletons were buried beneath the alloy plates. Suddenly, the sensors in the cane emitted a buzzing sound. A holographic projection erupted in the air, bathing the surroundings in a blue-green light as a 3-dimensional model of a battleship began to emerge from the seam of the armor, a spindle-shaped hull measuring 300 meters, with 12 installation points for leap engines still vacant. On the main gun's base at the bow, a partially melted alloy cradled a nameplate, Zhengzhe, with the production date marked as the year 731 of the Interstellar Federation, precisely the year the Master's wife had disappeared in Pluto's orbit. Lin Feng's fingers trembled over the model. He recognized the layout of the engine compartment, the pioneering antimatter containment field structure invented by the Master's wife, later banned by the Federation due to an accident. The energy conduits of the main gun concealed the Master's favorite topological formula. The elder often remarked that straight lines wasted the curvature of the universe. The model suddenly flickered, revealing faint golden outlines in the unfinished areas, as if someone were using their mind to complete this battleship forgotten by time. The password within the welds. When Xiao Chun arrived with the spectrometer, Lin Feng was counting weld points while leaning over the armor plate. The elder's white coat was dusted with rust-colored metal powder, and his cane lay discarded beside him. The holographic projection of the Zhengzhe was slowly rotating, and within the vacant engine slots, the 7 etchings from the old wrench were faintly visible. The records from the Federal Archives indicate that this vessel was halted in 731. Xiao Chun retrieved the encrypted files, and the engineer's signature on the screen caused her pupils to constrict. Following her mentor's name were a series of hastily scribbled numbers, which corresponded precisely with the password for the old wrench's shockproof chamber. The reason cited was the presence of uncontrollable risks in the core parameters. Yet all documents were marked as permanently sealed. Lin Feng suddenly pointed to the main gun's base. Your mentor miscalculated a parameter back then. He picked up a fragment of armor and sketched the energy conduction formula on the ground, revealing that the coefficient of the final item deviated from the standard value by 0.0003. She always claimed that space possesses elasticity on a microscopic level. This discrepancy served as a buffer for the universe. However, the federal examiner dismissed it as idealistic calculation. The spectrometer's analysis results emerged. The alloy composition of the armor contained trace amounts of crystallized ice from Pluto's surface. Xiao Chun recalled details from the files. The last experiment conducted by her mentor before her disappearance utilized this very cold-resistant alloy mixed with ice crystals. She pressed the sensor close to the deepest weld, and the Jingja suddenly emitted a hum. The unfinished engine compartment began to autonomously fill in parameters. The numbers flowing along the formula Lin Feng had drawn, precisely compensating for the coefficient her mentor had miscalculated. This was not a cessation of work, but rather a deliberate concealment. Lin Feng's voice was breathless as he stroked the dents in the armor, which remarkably resembled the emergency button from her mentor's laboratory. Your mentor knew that the examiner intended to destroy her research, so she welded the core data of the antimatter confinement field into the ship's hull. The angles, depths, and alloy ratios of each weld collectively formed a complete star map. The holographic projection abruptly switched to star map mode. The outline of the Jingja coincided entirely with the shape of the Orion Nebula, while the vacant engine position corresponded precisely with 7 gravitational anomalies. The numbers following her mentor's signature indicated the optimal timing to traverse these anomalies. Xiaoqin suddenly understood why the markings on the old wrench had always been warm under specific celestial alignments. The metal's memory concealed the key her mentor had left for future generations: the unwarmed welding gun. When the apprentices removed the 7th armor plate, the silhouette of the welding gun gradually became clearer beneath the layer of rust. The nozzle of this vintage plasma welder had oxidized, yet the anti-slip texture on the handle retained clear fingerprints, perfectly matching the hand shape of her mentor in the photographs displayed at the museum. The temperature sensor indicated that the handle was still warm. A young boy held the instrument, with the value stabilizing at 37 degrees Celsius, as if someone had just set it down. This was impossible. 30 years of rust would have insulated all heat conduction. Yet Lin Feng smiled. He instructed Xiao Chun to retrieve the spectrographic analysis of the old wrench, and the molecular motion frequencies in those engravings were found to be perfectly synchronized with the heat frequency of the welder's handle. Your mentor had a temperature control box, he mused, gazing at the projection of the Jingja, his voice soft as a sigh. She always wrote her miscalculated formulas on scrap paper and stuffed them into the welder's insulation, claiming that this way, the errors would never cool down. The moment Xiao Chun grasped the welding gun, the handle suddenly grew hot. She saw countless formulas flowing across her retina, her mentor's profile as she wrote parameters in the fuel laboratory, her master's silhouette coughing at the star map, and the gaze Lin Feng had when handing over the wrench, all flooding into her consciousness with the warmth of her palm. As she pressed the switch, the plasma arc traced a line through the air, precisely completing the most critical weld on the hull of the Jingja. The warship in the holographic projection suddenly appeared whole. 12 engine units illuminated with blue light simultaneously, and the alloy of the main gun's base began self-repairing. From the gaps corroded by time, light points emerged, identical in origin to those on the old wrench. Lin Feng's cane fell to the ground, and amidst the beeping of the sensors, he seemed to hear his mentor's laughter emanating from the welds, reminiscent of her playful tone when teasing his master about miscalculating half a quantum state in the past. The Jingja was reawakened. The first roar of the engine from the Jingja shook the dust from the maintenance corridor, as this battleship, which had slumbered for 30 years, slowly sailed out of the abandoned zone. The entire motherport's alarm system switched to the welcoming tune of 731, a melody that had been the favorite of her mentor. The Stardust Waltz intermingled with the hum of the plasma welder, the clinking of wrenches and bolts, and the warmth of 3 generations of repairmen's palms. Lin Feng sat in the co-pilot seat on the bridge, the old wrench secured to the control panel, the light points within the engravings spreading along the circuitry, enveloping all instruments in a warm golden hue. Xiaoqin stood in the engine compartment, holding her mentor's welding gun. As she welded the last armor plate back into place, the entire ship suddenly vibrated slightly. On the holographic star map, the coordinates of the Orion Nebula began to rearrange themselves, centering around the Jingzhe. The jump parameters locked at 73 Hz. Xiao Qian's voice echoed in the bridge. This is the frequency the old wrench taught me, perfectly synchronized with the engine's pulse of the Jingzhe. Lin Feng gazed out at the star gate through the viewport, where the blue light intertwined with the flames of the battleship's engines, weaving a net. He suddenly recalled his master's final words. Some ships are not unfinished. They await those who can comprehend their welds. At this moment, the engravings on the old wrench were radiating warmth, and within the deepest one, his mentor's formula. His master's cough and Xiao Qian's welding gun trajectory converged into a cross-temporal route. It turned out that the so-called inheritance was never about completing the unfinished endeavors of predecessors, but about reigniting the courage sealed by time in new hands. As the battleship passed through the Stargate, a holographic projection suddenly emerged from the old wrench on the console. His mentor stood before the blackboard in the fuel laboratory, her chalk writing the final formula. Sunlight streamed through the viewport, resting upon her shoulder, as if wrapping the entire universe in a warm seam. Lin Feng reached out to touch it, and the moment his fingertips passed through the light and shadow, the engravings on the old wrench abruptly illuminated, spelling out 4 grand characters on the star map. The stars remain young. Chapter 43. The Welds of the Celestial Trajectory. When the Jingzhe halted at the edge of the Orion Nebula, the engravings on the old wrench suddenly glowed with fluorescence. Lin Feng leaned against the observation window of the bridge, observing the so-called elastic spaces his mentor had referred to undulating, as if 30 years of time had never elapsed. He was still that boy squatting in his master's office, watching his mentor calculate formulas. Xiao Qian's voice resonated from the engine compartment. The pressure value of the antimatter confinement field exceeds the warning threshold. However, she paused, and the hum of the welding gun transmitted through the communicator, carrying a metallic tremor, indicating that this pressure was just enough to activate the cold-resistant properties of the ice crystals, reminiscent of the experiments his mentor conducted in Pluto's orbit. Lin Feng lowered his gaze to the control panel, where the 7th engraving on the old wrench aligned with a certain light point on the star map. That was the coordinate of the last signal transmitted before his mentor's disappearance. At this moment, the tail flame of the Jingzhe extended toward that direction, drawing a pale golden arc across the starry sky, perfectly filling in the missing route on the star map. Your mentor always said. He chuckled lightly into the communicator, his voice mingling with the rustling sounds of the battleship traversing the nebula. The seams of the universe are never straight. They must follow the curvature of the star trajectories. No sooner had he spoken than the engravings on the old wrench deepened, and from the smoothed edges worn by time, minute ice crystals seeped forth. Reminiscent of Pluto's ice layers, the emergency coolant from his mentor's experimental chamber, and the cough droplets that fell onto the paper when his master pointed at the formula. The unfinished formula. Just as the Federal Examiner's communication request appeared on the screen, Xiao Qian was calibrating the parameters for the main gun of the Jingzhe. In the holographic projection, a man in uniform held up a document. The sealing order from 731 remains valid. Such deviation in parameters could jeopardize the safety of the entire interstellar route. Lin Feng turned the old wrench, and the star map on the console abruptly shifted to an image of his mentor's laboratory. In the footage, a young woman was stuffing a sheet filled with formulas into the insulation of the welder, and as the camera panned across the table, it revealed a half-finished cup of coffee, the lip print on the rim perfectly aligning with the fingerprints on the welder's handle. The discrepancy you mentioned. The elderly man's finger pointed towards the formula displayed in the image, where the coefficient of the final term flickered was indeed a concession to the unknown realms. Akin to how a ship must always chart a course around hidden reefs. Suddenly, Xiao Qian aimed the welding gun at the main cannon's base. The plasma arc scorching the metal inscribed the erroneous parameters articulated by the inspector into a complete formula. As the last arc extinguished, the main cannon of the Jingzhe ship unexpectedly emitted a beam of blue light, striking a meteorite within the nebula, from which fragments revealed a remnant of the experimental module. Its emergency bolts crafted from the tungsten alloy developed by the master's wife. The inspector's communication abruptly ceased. Lin Feng gazed at the debris dispersing amidst the stardust. The light reflected from those shards, forming half a line of formula upon the deck of the Jingzhe, merging seamlessly with the engravings on the old wrench. In that moment, he comprehended that the master's wife had not miscalculated the parameters. Rather, she had fragmented the complete cosmic code into shards hidden within the fabric of time, some residing in the welding gun, others on the ship's hull, and some embedded in the palms of the third-generation technicians, awaiting the day they would be reassembled. The flowing stars. As the Jingzhe returned to port, the entire dockyard resonated with vibrations. Xiao Qian stood at the bow, observing those federal officials who had once questioned the master's wife, now awaiting them with flowers. And suddenly realized that their palms bore similar calluses, some from wrenches, others from welding guns, and still others from the tips of pens used to write formulas, all glinting with the same metallic sheen in the sunlight. As Lin Feng was helped down from the warship, the engravings on the old wrench reverberated in harmony with the keel of the Jingzha. Museum staff attempted to reclaim the tool for the display case, but found it firmly affixed to the battleship's control panel, as if it had grown into the steel itself. "Let it remain," the old man said, patting the armored deck, his voice tinged with relief. Some tools are destined to continue inscribing their legacy upon the celestial trajectories. Xiao Chen's apprentice suddenly pointed at the porthole. "Look, the star chart is shifting." As everyone looked up, they beheld the points of light within the Orion Nebula rearranging themselves. Upon the illuminated routes that the Jingzha had charted, the 7 engravings of the old wrench, half a line of the master's wife's formula, and the imprint of Lin Feng's cane flowed together, as if someone were redrawing the map of the technician's legacy with the stars of the entire universe. When the evening breeze swept across the dome of the port, the engine of the Jingzha emitted a gentle hum. Within the engravings on the old wrench, the laughter of the master's wife, the cough of the master, and the trajectory of Xiao Chen's welding gun intertwined, weaving a complete formula in the night sky. The missing coefficient was precisely the thickness of the callus on Lin Feng's palm, the strength of Xiao Chen's grip on the welding gun, and the warmth exuded from the palm of the new apprentice during their first grasp of the wrench. And those yet-to-be-etched markings were gradually expanding along the stellar paths with each leap of the battleship. Just as the Master's wife once said, "True stars never fade away. They merely transform, continuing to flicker within the palm prints of those who come after." Chapter 44. The Celestial Trajectory Technician. The old wrench. The first time Lin Feng beheld that wrench, he was still a snot-nosed youth. The master's toolbox was tucked away in the innermost corner of the repair station. The brass wrench polished to a shine, its 7 engravings resembling 7 stars, glimmering faintly under the kerosene lamp. "This was left by your master's wife," the master murmured, his calloused hand caressing the wrench, his cough reverberating against the metal of the toolbox. Outside, a storm of ice winds from Pluto battered the observation station's glass, where the master's wife's laboratory lay at the heart of the tempest, having lost contact 3 days prior. Lin Feng stood on tiptoe, noticing that a tiny shard of ice was embedded in the 7th engraving of the wrench. The master explained that it had been left by the master's wife while conducting experiments on Pluto's icy surface, where she had used this very wrench to loosen the emergency bolts of the experimental module, only to leave it behind on the ice upon her return. By the time the rescue team found it, the wrench had been encased in 3 meters of ice, the ice within the engravings remaining frozen for a decade. The celestial trajectory is like your master's wife tightening bolts. It must follow the natural flow. The master pressed the wrench into Lin Feng's hands, the cold metal aligning with the patterns of his palm. Too much force will strip the threads, yet too little will fail to secure it. Just as he finished speaking, the alarm of the observation station blared, the star chart on the screen flickering, a fissure appearing in the flight path near Pluto's orbit, as if something had forcefully torn apart. That night, Lin Feng accompanied the master aboard the Jingzha. As the battleship navigated through the ice storm, he witnessed the remnants of the master's wife's laboratory carving a long scar upon the icy surface, as if someone had inscribed an ellipsis upon the frozen expanse with a wrench. The master hunched over the control panel, calculating parameters, his cough splattering ink upon the paper, the spreading blot fortuitously completing the missing coefficient in the formula. "You see," the master pointed to the completed formula with a smile. "The universe never provides you with complete answers. You must find your own way to fill in the gaps." Lin Feng looked down at the wrench in his hands, the 7th engraving suddenly glimmering, reflecting the decimal point at the end of the formula like a blinking star. The weld. At 35, Lin Feng was capable of piloting the Jingzha independently. That year, the flight paths through the Orion Nebula frequently encounter malfunctions, and the federal inspector, brandishing the master's wife's original design, proclaimed that those twisted welds posed safety hazards. Welds must follow the celestial trajectory. Lin Feng struck the old wrench against the star chart on the control panel, the 7th engraving aligning with the most chaotic gravitational field within the nebula, akin to stones in a river bend, which must be arranged along the current's direction. The inspector's pen created an abrasive sound as it scrawled upon the report, as if refuting the formulas preserved in ice within the master's wife's laboratory. In the dead of night, Lin Feng surreptitiously activated the master's wife's welding gun. Hidden within the insulation layer was half a star chart, the marked flight paths in red pencil perfectly coinciding with the new routes he had recently charted within the nebula. The fingerprints on the welding gun's handle still bore the warmth of the master's wife when he had found it in the laboratory that year. The residual heat from the handle had felt identical to the warmth now emanating from the old wrench. Suddenly, the engine of the Jingzhe emitted an unusual noise. Lin Feng rushed to the engine room, discovering an oil line leaking, the trajectory of the leak tracing an arc along the wall, precisely mirroring the sine curve referred to as discrepancy in the master's wife's formula. He retrieved the old wrench. The torque required to tighten the bolts echoing perfectly with the instructions imparted by the master. Loosen 3 turns, then tighten 2.5, leaving half a turn for thermal expansion and contraction. As the weld was completed, the first light of dawn painted the horizon. Lin Feng pressed against the wall, observing the newly welded lines seamlessly connecting with the old seams, as if someone had stitched together 2 segments of time using the arc of the celestial trajectory. Tiny beads of oil seeped from the engravings on the old wrench, refracting rainbows in the morning light, their hues identical to the fluorescent coolant used in the master's wife's laboratory. 3. The star chart. At 50, Lin Feng began to lose clarity of events. He often referred to Xiao Chun as Xiao Feng, scribbling aimlessly with the old wrench upon the control panel, insisting on completing the gaps in the star chart. Xiao Chun remained silent, merely projecting the master's wife's formula before him, watching as the elder traced the curves of the formula with the wrench, as if caressing a familiar celestial trajectory. The Federation had once again sent new flight path planning diagrams, where all the welds were depicted as straight lines. In a sudden fit of rage, Lin Feng slammed the wrench down upon the diagram. Is there any reason for the universe to follow a straight path? Your master's wife, on Pluto, made 3 sharp turns just to circumvent a glacial obstruction. His fingers trembled violently, yet they landed accurately upon the most perilous reef area of the diagram, where the coordinates perfectly matched the parameters of the 7th engraving on the old wrench. Xiao Chun supported Lin Feng as they went to inspect the newly welded hull. Under the moonlight, the patterns formed by the welds on the metal resembled the strands of the master's wife's hair. The old man suddenly laughed, recalling how the master's wife used to inscribe formulas upon her hair strands, employing a special ink that only revealed itself beneath Pluto's auroras. Look, he pointed at an arc on the hull. This is the coefficient she concealed within her hair. As the Jingzhe once again ventured into the Orion Nebula, Lin Feng lay in the medical bay. The ancient wrench lay secured to the console by Xiao Chun, swaying gently with the tremors of the warship. Suddenly, all engravings illuminated simultaneously, intricately tracing a complete course on the star map. Those discrepancies, once dismissed by the Federation, now revealed themselves as pivotal turning points to evade gravitational traps. As the medical bay's monitoring device blared an alarm, Lin Feng gazed at the star map with a smile. His hand traversed the projection through the bulkhead, resting upon the 7th engraving, as if finalizing a handover 30 years overdue. Xiao Chun grasped his hand, feeling the same strength as when Master had entrusted the wrench to Lin Feng years prior. The ice crystals on the ancient wrench began to melt, flowing along the engravings into the grooves of the star map, transforming the once blurred coordinates into clarity. Lin Feng cast one last glance at the screen, where his master's equations were auto-completing, the final coefficient precisely matching the width of his palm. 4. Inheritance. As Xiao Chun passed the ancient wrench to the new apprentice, the Jingzhe was undergoing repairs for a star track severed by a meteorite. The boy's hands were too tender to wield the heavy wrench, so Xiao Chun placed his master's welding gun in the boy's palm, aligning the star map within the thermal layer perfectly with the boy's fingerprint. Remember, Xiao Chun pointed at the welding seam on the star map. The straightest path is often the most perilous, just as your grandmaster always said. One must allow a measure of elasticity for the universe. The 7th engraving on the ancient wrench suddenly grew hot, causing the boy's palms to sweat. The droplets spreading across the metal bore an uncanny resemblance to the marks Lin Feng had left during his first operation. As they approached the final segment of the star track repair, an energy surge erupted unexpectedly. The boy instinctively raised the welding gun, and the plasma arc traced a line that seamlessly connected to the energy circuit, diverting the surging energy along the arc, bursting into a dazzling nebula in space. The curvature of that diversion mirrored the circles drawn around a coffee cup in his master's laboratory. As Xiao Chun observed the boy crouched at the console adjusting parameters, he was reminded of Lin Feng in those days, crouching beside his master's toolbox, watching his master use the wrench to tap out Morse code. The engravings on the ancient wrench deepened, and the newly added 8th engraving matched the width of the boy's palm. As night fell, they affixed the newly welded nameplate to the marking pillar of the star track. It bore the name of the boy's master, Lin Feng's years of service. and the boy's operation number for that day. The wind rustled through the communication device, reminiscent of his master's hum of an unfinished interstellar ballad. The 8th engraving on the ancient wrench glowed blue. As the boy reached out to touch it, the temperature at his fingertips was indistinguishable from the warmth he had felt the first time he grasped the wrench, passed from Xiao Chen's palm. On the star map, the new welding seams began to grow along the fingerprints of 3 generations, as if someone had inscribed with the light of the entire universe through time. Inheritance is allowing each engraving to radiate new warmth. Chapter 45. The Interstellar Battleships Repairs Completed. As Lin Feng stepped onto the armor plate of the Jingzhe, the tread of his boots caught in the 7th seam. This was the Federation's last operational Orion-class battleship, now resting on the scaffolding of Pluto's repair dock, resembling an aged beast stripped of its fangs. The dock's searchlights swept across the hull, revealing dents created by meteorite impacts, still embedded with stardust from the Orion Nebula. The same silvery gray hue of the samples he had brought back from his master's experimental cabin on his first ascent aboard this vessel. Lin Gong. The main cannon's power supply line is completely rusted shut. Xiao Chen's voice crackled through the communicator, accompanied by the hum of the plasma cutter. The Federation says if it can't be repaired, it will be dismantled into scrap metal and sent to the smelting furnace next week. Lin Feng remained silent, merely caressing the edge of the console's ancient wrench. The 7 engravings on the brass handle shimmered coldly. The shallowest one had been forged when he first entered the field, made while attempting to unscrew an emergency bolt designed by his master. At that moment, rust particles seeping from the engraving crumbled into powder in his palm, mirroring the color of the yellowed edges of the star map in his pocket. The coordinates of the route his master had etched on the experimental cabin wall before her disappearance. Suddenly, an alarm blared from the repair dock. A blood-red parameter flashed on the holographic screen. The alloy fatigue of the main cannon base had exceeded critical levels, meaning, according to Federation standards, the entire hull should be deemed scrap. Yet Lin Feng smiled as he focused on the fluctuations at the end of the parameters. The amplitude of that curve perfectly aligned with the arc of the 3rd engraving on the ancient wrench, reminiscent of the circles his master had drawn in the laboratory with a coffee spoon. "Hand me the welding gun," he instructed through the communicator. As Xiao Chen crawled out of the engine bay, his thermal gloves still flecked with the ice crystals of the cooling fluid, unique crystallizations from the low-temperature alloy his master had developed. Lin Feng recalled encountering identical particles while cleaning the experimental cabin with his master 30 years prior. 2. The unwarmed welds. On the 8th day of dismantling the main cannon, the inspector sent by the Federation knocked on the dock door for the 3rd time. The young man in uniform held up a document. "The scrap order for Vessel 763 has been issued. A battleship repaired with non-standard parameters poses a threat in any channel." Lin Feng was crouched inside the cannon's bore, polishing away rust, the metallic dust drifting under the searchlight like a galaxy. He did not lift his gaze, but simply inserted the ancient wrench into the reserved hole of the cannon barrel, the diameter precisely matching that of the tungsten alloy bolts designed by his master. "A threat?" His voice blended with the rasp of sandpaper. "Your grandfather relied on these non-standard parameters to navigate around gravitational collapse zones when he traversed the Crab Nebula aboard this vessel." The inspector's boot struck a nearby parts box, causing a piece of experimental cabin debris to roll out. As Xiao Chen reached to retrieve it, he discovered that the fracture of the debris bore a faint golden weld, a distinctive pattern that could only be formed at 270 degrees Celsius with a plasma arc. This very pattern had been included in the spectral analysis of the last experimental data returned by his master. In the late-night repair dock, only the hum of the welding gun remained. Lin Feng connected his master's welding gun to the main cannon's energy line, revealing half a handwritten formula in the thermal layer. The correction coefficient of the final item shimmered under the fluorescent light, bearing an uncanny resemblance to the deepest engraving on the ancient wrench. Suddenly, Xiao Chen noticed that the variable symbols in the formula corresponded perfectly with the numbers covered in rust on the main cannon base. "Your master always said." Lin Feng adjusted the power of the welding gun. "Metal has memory. Whatever force you exert on it will be remembered in the weld for years." No sooner had he spoken than the plasma arc traced an arc along the inside of the cannon barrel, precisely encircling the marked danger area as a safe zone. The length of that arc exactly matching the span of Lin Feng's open palm. As the welding gun cooled, droplets of molten metal dripped from the nozzle and solidified into small spheres on the deck, akin to the steel balls used in his master's laboratory to simulate planetary orbits. Lin Feng used the ancient wrench to flatten the spheres, and the patterns that emerged on the thin sheets perfectly mirrored a segment of the star map in his pocket. 3. The resonating wrench. On the day the main cannon's power supply line was connected, Pluto was suddenly swept by a magnetic storm. The electrical systems of the repair dock failed entirely, leaving only the emergency lights of the Jingzhou aglow, casting a soft blue light that seeped through the gaps of the hatch, forming half a line of formula on the ground. Cosmic constants master had inscribed on the front page of her experimental log, which Lin Feng had heard recited countless times at his master's bedside. The connections are reversed, Xiao Chen exclaimed suddenly. The needle on the energy gauge surged dangerously, but Lin Feng held down her hand, preventing her from severing the line. The ancient wrench was now magnetically affixed in the console's groove, and all 7 engravings glowed simultaneously, each engraving's brightness perfectly synchronized with the fluctuations of the energy gauge, resembling the resonance code designed by his master. At the height of the magnetic storm, the entire battleship began to tremble slightly. Lin Feng leaned against the porthole, witnessing the snow outside sliding down the contours of the hull, tracing a path on the ice that mirrored the curves formed by the engravings on the ancient wrench. 30 years ago, while seeking refuge within the Orion Nebula under the tutelage of his master, the Jingzhou also trembled in a similar manner. At that time, it was the master's wife who held this very wrench, meticulously completing the jump parameters on the swaying control panel. Suddenly, Little Chin's welding gun clattered to the deck, and the star chart embedded within the thermal insulation floated out, swept toward the main cannon by the airflow. As Lin Feng reached out to grasp it, the edge of the star chart fortuitously lodged itself in the 7th notch of the old wrench, revealing coordinates that perfectly aligned with the position locked by the main cannon sight. This was the last signal emitted from the master's wife's experimental chamber, and, at that moment, a new star was being born in that very location. The energy gauge's needle abruptly fell. Lin Feng gazed at the maintenance report generated automatically by the control panel. In the signature block at the end of the parameters, the master's wife's name flickered with the current, the angle of her handwriting mirroring the very angle of his grip on the wrench. It was then that little Chun realized that the previously misconnected wiring was, in fact, a dual-circuit safeguard designed by the master's wife, requiring reverse current to activate the backup energy. The old wrench began to heat up, forcing Lin Feng to relinquish his hold. The rust accumulated over 30 years in the notches began to flake away, revealing the silvery hue of the underlying metal, reminiscent of the emergency bolts in the master's wife's experimental chamber, which were always kept impeccably polished. On the 15th day of replacing the engine core, a new apprentice unearthed half of a nameplate amid the debris. The copper surface bore the launch date of the Jingzhou, along with a signature obscured by welding scars. After being polished with sandpaper, the name Su Qing slowly emerged. It was the master's wife's name. As Lin Feng's fingertips brushed over the inscription, the texture he felt perfectly matched the contours of the 5th notch on the old wrench. News from the Federation arrived once more. Little Chun handed over the communicator, and the official on the screen was shouting into the camera, "If this drags on, we will resort to forced demolition." Yet Lin Feng pointed to the pipeline atop the engine compartment, saying, "Do those pipe orientations not resemble the vector arrows in the master's wife's formula?" Beneath the rust of the pipes, faint golden welds were revealed. The patterns formed by those welds under the spotlight seamlessly matched the star chart created by the notches on the old wrench, as if someone had embroidered an entire section of the Orion Nebula into steel over the span of 30 years. The new apprentice suddenly recalled seeing a similar pattern on a fragment of hull wall while clearing debris yesterday, initially mistaking it for mere graffiti by workers. In the 3rd hour of engine preheating, a sharp metallic crack echoed from the core chamber. When Lin Feng dashed inside, he discovered a fissure at the interface of the cooling pipe, its shape precisely resembling the small triangle missing from the 7th notch of the old wrench. He pulled out a tungsten welding rod he always carried, forged from bolts salvaged from the master's wife's experimental chamber. The moment his master pressed this very rod into his hand before passing, the temperature matched that of the present. As the plasma arc of the welding gun extinguished for the 3rd time, the engine emitted a low growl. The entire Jingzhou began to ascend slightly, the moorings of the repair dock snapping open one by one, as if released by an invisible hand. Lin Feng leaned over the control panel, watching the automatically generated flight paths on the star chart. Each turning point coincided with the coordinates he had encountered during crises throughout his 30-year maintenance career. When Little Chin's apprentice cheered while raising the welding helmet, Lin Feng noticed the calluses on the youth's palms aligned perfectly with the hardened calluses he had developed in his youth from gripping the wrench. At that moment, the old wrench lay upon the observation window of the engine core, the coolant seeping from its notches forming icy crystals on the glass, refracting light to compose a complete formula on the whole wall, the coefficient of the final item penned in the master's wife's handwriting, alongside a half impression of a coffee stain. On the morning of the acceptance day, the dome of the repair dock slowly opened. For the first time, the dawn of Pluto illuminated the deck of the Jingzhe. The freshly welded seams glimmering with a faint golden hue under the sunlight, merging seamlessly with the luster of the notches on the old wrench. As the acceptance officer dispatched by the Federation ascended the gangway, the metallic powder that adhered to the soles of his shoes traced a path on the deck, perfectly overlapping with the final segment of the master's wife's star chart. At the moment the order for the main cannon's test fire was issued, Lin Feng was securing the old wrench into the groove of the cockpit. The notches meshed flawlessly with the circuit board of the control panel, as if a key had been inserted into a lock. When the blue light surged from the cannon's mouth, striking the target asteroid outside the dock, a fragment of the experimental chamber's emergency light rolled out from the shattered rocks. The thread patterns of the screws on its base matched precisely with the pitch of the old wrench. And Lin Feng recalled having seen this very light in the same position 30 years ago while inventorying the wreckage with his master. Suddenly, the acceptance officer's communicator fell to the ground. The screen flashed with a scrapping order, yet the background abruptly shifted to the Federation's central database, which was automatically updating the parameters of the Jingzhe. Those values, previously deemed errors, were now marked as optimal solutions. Lin Feng smiled at the screen. The formula hidden in the welding gun by the master's wife had finally blossomed into a complete cosmic code in the morning light of 30 years later. As the new apprentice grasped little Chen's hand and raced up to the bridge, they found Lin Feng speaking softly into the communicator, his voice delicate as stardust falling to the ground. "Master, mistress, look, she hasn't miscalculated." The notches on the old wrench suddenly illuminated, casting shadows on the hull wall that perfectly matched the silhouette of the Jingzhe's keel, as if the battleship had finally donned a suit of armor tailored just for it. When the launch alarm sounded, Lin Feng brushed his fingers against the coffee cup beside the control panel, meticulously replicated in the style seen in the master's wife's laboratory footage. The lip print on the cup's rim aligned seamlessly with the fingerprints on the grip of the old wrench under the sunlight. Little Chen affixed the newly welded nameplate to the bow of the ship, inscribed with the master's wife's name, Lin Feng's years of service, and the apprentice's operational number for the day, the thickness of the plate precisely matching the depth of the 7th notch on the old wrench. As the Jingzhe slowly departed from the repair dock, the plume of flames traced a curve across the starry sky, perfectly completing the missing segment of the master's wife's star chart. Lin Feng sat by the porthole, observing how the notches on the old wrench corresponded one by one with the star trails outside, suddenly realizing that these 30 years of maintenance had never been about mending a battleship. Rather, they had been about reconstructing the universe that the master's wife had disassembled, rewelding it back into a complete form through the passage of time. New welds were burgeoning amidst the stardust, as if someone had inscribed the message along the edge of Orion, proclaiming, "Some repairs are meant to remind the vanished route home." Chapter 46. The Annual Rings on the Welds. As the jump engine of the Jingzhe emitted a strange sound for the 3rd time, the new apprentice was diligently polishing the master's wife's welding gun. The boy's fingers encountered a protrusion within the thermal insulation. Upon disassembling it, he discovered a chip. In the holographic projection, the young master's wife was crouched within the experimental chamber, etching star charts into the whole wall with this very welding gun. As the camera swept across her wrist, a crescent-shaped scar appeared, mirroring the old wound on little Chen's thumb, akin to 2 creases on the same piece of metal. The star trails were forming new annual rings. Lin Feng pointed out the nebula outside the porthole, observing how the dust trails illuminated by the Jingzhe's exhaust were thickening at a visible rate, much like the new notches added each year to the old wrench. Just as little Chen secured a tungsten alloy bolt into the engine base, the hexagonal cross-section of the nut aligned perfectly with the newly emerged gravitational node on the star chart, as the master's wife's formula had already accounted for expansion. An emergency communication from the Federation suddenly interrupted the channel. On the holographic screen, the son of the former overseer brandished a star chart. "The trajectory of the Crab Nebula has deviated by 0.3 radians. Your optimal solution is failing." Yet Lin Feng instructed the new apprentice to retrieve the engine log, where the latest maintenance record revealed a string of Morse code appended to the parameters automatically logged by the welding gun. When translated into star chart coordinates, it pinpointed the core of the trajectory that the overseer had mentioned as deviated. As the countdown reached the 7th second, a burst of blue light erupted from the engine compartment. When the new apprentice rushed over, he saw the welds of the cooling pipes automatically extending, the faint golden patterns climbing along the pipes toward the control panel, crystallizing anew within the notches of the old wrench. Lin Feng retrieved the welding rod bestowed upon him by his master 3 decades ago. At this moment, the temperature of the rod, mingling with the perspiration emanating from the young lad's palm, produced an identical plume of white smoke upon the metallic surface. Remember this tactile sensation. Xiao Chun grasped the youth's hand that held the welding gun, as the plasma arc traced an elegant curve that suddenly descended, perfectly evading the newly formed dark matter cloud on the star chart. This descending arc mirrored the 137th correction curve recorded within the matrix of his Master S chip, down to the minutest detail. The 8th groove on the old wrench began to radiate heat, causing Lin Feng to instinctively clench his fist. The shape of his knuckles aligned precisely with the impressions left by the wrench when he first assisted his master in tightening bolts. As the completion alarm for the transition sounded, the display screen on the cabin wall illuminated abruptly. The experimental log of his Master S spouse was updating automatically. In the blank space of the last page, the erroneous curve that the new apprentice had just welded was seamlessly completed by stardust into a perfect spiral, resembling the intertwined spiral patterns formed by the new and old grooves on the old wrench. Observing the young apprentice crouched before the console, adjusting parameters, Lin Feng suddenly noticed a mole behind his ear that was identical in position to one in an old photograph of his master. Xiao Chun handed the newly sharpened wrench to the youth. The depth of the 8th groove on the brass handle precisely matched the combined thickness of Lin Feng's palm and the young lad's. The tail flame of the Jingzhe vessel traced an arc along the new route, intertwining with the star chart of his Master S spouse, the fingerprints on the old wrench, and the young apprentice's palm print, forming a luminous band in the starry sky, as if 4 generations had etched an indelible annular mark upon the cosmic seam through the passage of time. When the first ray of sunlight pierced through the new route of the Crab Nebula, the ice crystals on the old wrench melted suddenly, flowing along the grooves into the console circuitry. The maintenance cycle that appeared on the screen coincidentally matched the number of days since his Master S spouse had disappeared, and the remarks in the periodic table automatically revealed her handwriting. True maintenance is ensuring that every new mark recognizes the visage of the old. The young apprentice's welding gun remained hot. Within the thermal insulation, the chip belonging to his Master S spouse and the young lad's fingerprint gradually merged in the blue light. Lin Feng gazed at the star trails growing outside the porthole and suddenly understood that those so-called deviations and corrections were never cosmic errors, but rather the quiet inscriptions of time upon the seams, writing the next annular mark. Chapter 47. The Light Within the Growth Rings. When a young apprentice's welding gun left a complete trace on the star trail for the first time, the Jingzhe vessel was docked amidst the asteroid belt of the Andromeda Galaxy. The boy crouched on the maintenance platform outside the cabin, as the plasma arc inscribed spirals upon the floating metallic fragments, the spacing of which perfectly matched the newly formed crystalline layer within the 8th groove of the old wrench. The annular marks spoken of by the master evidently emanated light. The boy pointed at the reflected light from the fragments, which flowed along the spiral patterns, piecing together half an equation in the starry sky, representing the missing group of transition coefficients from his Master S spouse's log. Lin Feng lay against the observation window, laughing. The rhythm of his knuckles tapping against the glass coincided with the frequency of his Master S cough he had once heard, as if the metal were recording a testament to who had once held it. When the latest star chart from the Federation arrived, Xiao Chun was replacing the filter in the engine. On the holographic screen, the grandson of the overseer circled the new route with a red pen, according to standard parameters. This should be a straight line. Yet the area he encircled happened to be the center of the spiral that the young apprentice had just welded with the gun. While the starlight filtering through the lens cast light spots on the screen that bore an exact resemblance to the watermarks left by the melting ice crystals on the old wrench. At the moment the transition engine reached its critical threshold, all the instrument panels flickered simultaneously. The new apprentice discovered that within the fluctuating numbers on the screen lay a Morse code hidden within his Master S spouse's chip. When translated into coordinates, it pinpointed the newly formed white dwarf at the center of the asteroid belt. He abruptly turned the old wrench, and as the 8th groove meshed with the gears of the console, the resulting click resonated precisely with the sound Lin Feng had heard 30 years prior when he first activated the Jingzhe vessel. "Look over there." Xiao Chun pointed out the porthole. The brilliance of the white dwarf suddenly intensified, illuminating the concealed network of routes within the asteroid belt. The intersection of these pathways corresponded exactly to the critical coordinates within 4 generations of maintenance records. The emergency beacon of his Master S experimental cabin, the main cannon base that Lin Feng had reinforced, and the spiral fragment just welded by the young apprentice, coalescing into a luminous chain in the light. The 9th groove on the old wrench began to develop. This time, it was not the handiwork of Lin Feng or the youth, but rather the metal itself slowly denting in resonance, with edges glowing blue, harmonizing perfectly with the spectrum of the white dwarf. Lin Feng retrieved the welding rod that had served him for 30 years. At that moment, the molten bead at the end of the rod rolled down the groove, leaving an imprint on the cabin wall that matched precisely the circle at the bottom of his master's coffee cup. The young apprentice suddenly recalled the image embedded within the chip, his master squatting in the experimental cabin inscribing the star chart. Beneath the crescent scar on her wrist lay a faint blue vein, resembling the accretion disk surrounding the white dwarf at that moment. He glanced down at his own wrist, where a similar red mark from the welding gun was beginning to morph into a crescent shape akin to the old scar on Xiao Chen's palm. When the alarm for the completion of the transition echoed, everyone caught a whiff of the aroma of coffee. It emanated from the cup Lin Feng had replicated, where freshly brewed coffee was steaming, the lip print on the rim aligning seamlessly with the imprint left by the old wrench. These imprints formed a line that, at this moment, spread into a pale golden mist across the starry sky, as the new apprentice reached out to grasp the mist. The coolness felt at his fingertips mirroring the temperature of the ice layers recorded within his master's spouse's chip. The ninth groove on the old wrench had fully formed. Lin Feng pressed his ear against the metal, listening to the faint hum emanating from within. It was the frequency of the star trails vibrating, harmonizing perfectly with the melody of his master's spouse's humming he had once heard in the engine compartment. This mark was inscribed by the cosmos itself. He spoke into the communicator, his voice intertwined with the radiation sound of the white dwarf, as if it were recognizing kinship. When the Federation's communication re-established, the overseer's grandson was staring blankly at the newly measured route data. On the holographic screen, where the standard parameters overlapped with the actual trajectory of the Jingzhe vessel, emerged the handwritten script of his master's spouse. Standards are lifeless, star trails are alive. And the correction value automatically generated at the end of the data coincidentally equaled the length of the young apprentice's palm, combined with the depth of the ninth groove on the old wrench. As Xiao Chun hung the newly welded nameplate at the White Dwarf observation station, stardust began to accumulate along the grooves of the nameplate. Besides the names of his master, Lin Feng, and the young apprentice, a line of small text appeared. The growth rings will age, but the light shall not. The thickness of the nameplate precisely matched the total depth of the grooves from the first to the ninth on the old wrench. When sunlight passed through, it cast a shadow on the station wall that perfectly aligned with the silhouette of the Jingzhe vessel's keel. When the return transition channel opened, the young apprentice discovered that the chip within the thermal insulation of the welding gun was gradually becoming transparent. The star chart equations and the image of his master's spouse within it began to seep into the metal along the grooves, merging with his palm print. Lin Feng observed the faint blue glow emanating from the young lad's palm as he clenched his fist, suddenly recalling the moment he had first gripped the wrench beside his master's toolbox, feeling the warmth in his palm that had never truly extinguished. The tail flame of the Jingzhe vessel inscribed a new spiral in the starry sky, merging with the accretion disk of the white dwarf. Within the grooves of the old wrench, the laughter of his master's spouse, the cough of his master, Lin Feng's sighs, and the youth's breaths melded into a singular entity in the light, as if 4 generations of breath had summoned an everlasting wind to the cosmic growth rings. And those marks, yet to be inscribed, lay hidden within the young apprentice's still-warm welding gun, tucked away behind Xiao Chen's replaced filter, and nestled within the coffee stains on Lin Feng's palm, awaiting a day when the light of time would illuminate the next circle of stars within the growth rings. Chapter 48. The Starship Sets Sail. Jingzhe Vessel. The First Ray of Tail Flame. 1. Frost-colored boarding ladder. The boarding ladder at the Pluto repair dock shimmered frostily in the morning light. As Lin Feng's boot stepped onto the first rung, the metal emitted a hum that resonated perfectly with the vibrational frequency of the 7th groove on the old wrench, akin to the engine preheating sound he had first heard 30 years ago when he accompanied his master aboard the Jingzhe vessel. Engineer Lin. The final group of bolt torque calibrations has been completed. Xiao Chen's voice emerged from the communicator, accompanied by the hissing sound of the cooling welding gun. She stood in the shadow at the entrance of the bridge, holding a torque wrench aloft, its display steadily reading 763 Newton-meters. The standard parameter for the emergency bolts of the experimental chamber, a figure Lin Feng had etched in his mind 100 times at his master's bedside years ago. As the new apprentice rushed up the ladder with a toolbox, the indents left on the metal steps mirrored the shape of the calluses freshly formed in his palms. The boy abruptly halted on the 7th step, pointing at the rust on the edge. The wear patterns here were identical to the rust particles lodged in the 3rd notch of the old wrench. Lin Feng bent down to touch it, the coolness beneath his fingertips evoking memories of his first encounter with his master's welding gun, indistinguishable in sensation. Just as the hydraulic rod of the boarding ladder emitted its final muffled sound, the hatch of the Jingzhe was perfectly sliding open. The pale blue emergency lights cast spots of illumination in the corridor, harmonizing flawlessly with the watermarks left by melting ice crystals on the old wrench. Xiao Chun suddenly recalled the mist that the cooling system had sprayed during last night's engine test, which had condensed on the wall in a pattern resembling a miniature star chart from her master's chip. While the new apprentice's footprints on the misty traces fell precisely on the core coordinates of that star chart, Lin Feng paused beside the metal plate at the hatch. There lay a freshly welded patch, crafted by Xiao Chun from the tungsten alloy remnants of the experimental chamber. The curvature of the patch aligning perfectly with the last flight path etched on the yellowed star chart in his pocket. He tapped the patch with the old wrench, the crisp sound echoing the noise made 30 years ago when his master had used the same tool to open the emergency door of the experimental chamber. As if sculpted from the same mold. 2. The awakening of the dashboard. As the bridge lights illuminated, all the dashboards emitted a simultaneous buzz. Lin Feng's fingers fell into the groove of the main control console. The old wrench had just settled when the screen automatically switched to the year 731. The year of his master's disappearance in the Orion Nebula route. The danger zones marked in red on the map were now obscured by the parameters of Jingzhe's newly welded main cannon base, with the correction value at the end perfectly matching the width of his palm. The energy circulation system self-checked as normal. The new apprentice recited the report on the screen, his voice trembling with tension. He suddenly froze, gripping the armrests of the chair. The anti-slip patterns on the armrest aligned perfectly with the grooves of his palms, as if this chair had awaited him for many years. Lin Feng observed the veins pulsating on the back of the boy's hand, recalling the first time he had operated independently, experiencing the same bulging veins in this very position, identical in shape. Xiao Chen hung her master's welding gun on a hook beside the control console. The half-exposed star chart in the insulation layer seamlessly connected with the automatically generated itinerary on the screen, while the hook's position was precisely the extension line of the 8th notch on the old wrench. When the shadow of the welding gun fell upon the star chart, the angle formed was in perfect accordance with Pluto's axial tilt, reminiscent of the meticulous calculations made by her master in the laboratory years ago. Beneath the main control console, Lin Feng's replicated coffee cup emitted steam. The lip print on the rim aligned perfectly with the fingerprints on the handle of the old wrench, creating a straight line under the light that traversed the star chart on the screen, precisely along the shortest route the Jingzhe was about to navigate through the Crab Nebula. The new apprentice suddenly realized that the water stains formed by the coffee steam on the cup's wall bore an exact resemblance to the curve labeled as error in his master's formula. As the engine preheating alarm sounded, the pointers on the dashboard began to pulse in synchrony. Lin Feng counted the number of times the pointers swung, pausing for half a second every 13 beats. This was the emergency signal rhythm designed by his master, which had helped him locate a half-burned log in the wreckage of the experimental chamber years ago. At that moment, the notches on the old wrench began to glow in rhythm, the brightness of the 7th notch perfectly proportional to the reading of the temperature gauge in the engine core. 3. As the dock door opened, the dome of the maintenance dock slowly opened under the hydraulic mechanism's force. The stellar light of Pluto illuminated the chamber for the first time in its entirety, the new welds shimmering with a pale golden hue beneath the sunlight, merging with the luster seeping from the notches of the old wrench. Lin Feng gazed at the starlight reflecting off the control console's glass, the refracted spots assembling half a line of text on the wall, echoing the words from his master's log. The universe is elastic. The slant of the handwriting matching the angle of force with which he currently gripped the wrench, precise to the slightest degree. The Federal Observation Station sent a confirmation signal. Xiao Chun activated the holographic projection, where a young man in uniform held up the launch permit. The light reflected from the badge on his chest cast a dot on the screen that precisely coincided with the coordinates of the newly discovered gravitational lens on the star chart. Meanwhile, the watch peeking from a young man's cuff displayed a time frozen at 7:31, the exact moment when the last signal was sent from the experimental chamber. The ticking of the second hand synchronizing perfectly with the heartbeat of the Jingzhe. The new apprentice suddenly pointed at the hull outside the porthole. The maintenance graffiti accumulated over 30 years formed a complete star chart under the sunlight, with a red-painted spiral denoting the new jump route they were about to attempt. Lin Feng smiled and ruffled the boy's hair, the warmth of his palm transmitting through the strands, reminiscent of the heat he felt when his master first patted him on the shoulder years ago. The moment the dock door fully opened, the Jingzhe's communication system suddenly received an ancient radio wave. The decoded audio revealed the young master humming an unfinished tune, the melody perfectly blending with the engine's preheating hum. Xiao Chun swiftly converted the melody into a spectrum graph, where the peaks corresponded precisely to the distribution points of the ninth notch on the old wrench. As if her master had embedded this song into the metal's memory long ago. The escort ship dispatched by the Federation had already lined up outside the dock. The leading warships signaled, inquiring whether they needed to be guided along the standard route. While the Jingzha's automatic reply system inscribed on the screen in her master's handwriting, "No need, we know the way." The new apprentice watched the blinking cursor in the reply box, its rhythm matching the trembling frequency of his hand when gripping the welding gun. Suddenly comprehending that knowing the way was merely the muscle remembering the strength of the past. For the tremor of departure. When the Jingzha released the last locking latch, the entire ship emitted a prolonged tremor. Lin Feng's grip on the control console matched exactly the strength he had used 30 years ago while repairing the engine. The imprints left by his knuckles on the metal aligning perfectly with the edge of the fifth notch on the old wrench. The new apprentice leaned against the porthole, watching the trajectory of the locking latch plummet into space, coinciding entirely with the abandoned route marked on his master's star chart. At the instant the thrusters ignited, all the dashboard pointers simultaneously pointed to optimal values. Xiao Chun retrieved the parameter comparison chart, revealing that the actual output power of the Jingzha exceeded the federal standard by 0.7 units, a value that precisely matched the archive correction factor in her master's formula, and was also the elastic margin Lin Feng had intentionally left while welding the main cannon base years ago. Suddenly, all the notches on the old wrench illuminated, casting light on the small inscription beneath the main control console. Year 731, Su Qing and supervising construction. As the first turning point of the departure route emerged, the new apprentice instinctively turned the steering wheel. The angle of rotation differed from his yesterday's simulation practice by no more than 0.5 degrees, a discrepancy that happened to be the safety margin noted by his master in the experimental log. When the hull of the Jingzha stabilized at a 37-degree angle with the turning point, Lin Feng suddenly recalled his master's words from years past. This angle is the most resilient angle of Pluto's ice layer. The communication channel of the escort ship erupted in astonishment. Their radar indicated that the Jingzha was traversing a region marked as unnavigable due to a meteor belt, while the actual visuals revealed that the meteors were sliding alongside the newly welded deflector plates of the ship, forming a natural safe passage. Xiao Chun magnified the radar echograph, discovering that the spacing of each meteor aligned perfectly with the intervals of the notches on the old wrench. As if someone had lined up today's meteors with the notches from 30 years ago. Lin Feng retrieved the old wrench from the recess of the main control console and placed it in the palm of the new apprentice. The moment the boy grasped it, the ninth etching unexpectedly exuded delicate ice crystals, identical in shape to those he had first encountered while assisting Xiao Chun in cleaning the engine compartment. Nestled within the cooling pipes, the rate at which the ice crystals melted was in perfect proportion to the speed at which the Jingzha was departing. As if time were visibly orchestrating a transition spanning 3 decades. 5. Its tail flame cleaved through the starry dust. The main engine of the Jingzha roared to life 30 kilometers from a port. The pale golden tail flame traced an arc across the starry sky, precisely completing the final segment of the missing navigation route on the master's star chart. Remarkably, the temperature of the tail flame matched exactly with that of the 7th etching on the old wrench. The new apprentice observed the continually refreshing flight path on the screen, noting that the curvature of these trajectories corresponded mathematically with the curvature of his palm lines. The course correction request from the Federation escort vessel was summarily rejected by the Jingzha's automated system. Accompanying the rejection signal was a star chart adorned with markings of varying colors, indicating the repair efforts of 4 generations. The Master's experimental cabin route in light blue. Lin Feng's reinforced main cannon base in silvery white. Xiao Chun's replaced cooling pipes in a bluish gray, and the newly welded spiral fragments by the apprentice in pale gold. These colors merged on the star chart into a spectrum that perfectly matched the characteristic spectrum of the Crab Nebula. Lin Feng's fingers glided over the star chart on the main console, halting at the coordinates of the last signal transmitted before the Master's disappearance. The line connecting this point with the current position of the Jingzha corresponded in length to the zigzag line formed by the etchings from the 1st to the 9th on the old wrench. When he pressed the marking key, the screen suddenly displayed a holographic image of the Master. A moment captured when she concealed it within the heat shield of her welding gun. The woman in the image smiled at the camera, saying, "When you come to fetch me, remember to take the curved route." At that moment, The new apprentice realized that the pressure with which he held the welding gun mirrored perfectly the grip the master had on her pen in the image. The marks left by the plasma arc on the metal were identical in angle to the small, triangular symbol she had drawn beside her formula. When he shared this revelation with Xiao Chun, tears suddenly fell from her eyes onto the main console, the droplets forming depressions that perfectly echoed the shape of the crescent scar on her palm, as if time had inscribed the same marks upon different vessels. The tail flame of the Jingzhou lengthened in the stardust, tracing a colossal ring that aligned with the trajectory of the maintenance dock's dome as it opened. Lin Feng noticed that the etchings on the old wrench corresponded perfectly with each node of this ring, suddenly comprehending that the so-called maiden voyage was never about venturing into the unknown, but rather about carrying the memories embedded in all the etchings, allowing time to complete a grand return along the arc of the star tracks. The new apprentice pressed his face against the porthole, watching as Pluto's silhouette gradually diminished amidst the stardust. The old wrench in his palm still radiated warmth, the coolant seeping from the ninth etching forming ice crystals on the glass, refracting light that pieced together a complete formula on the cabin wall. The final coefficient was inscribed in the master's handwriting, and the coffee stain nearby perfectly overlapped with the mark at the bottom of Lin Feng's cup. As the transition engine of the Jingzhou emitted a readiness hum, all the dials on the instrument panels pointed to 0 before suddenly leaping to maximum. This was the zero reset startup mode designed by the master. For 30 years, the Federation's standard manual had deemed it a design flaw. Yet at this moment, as the transition corridor opened, the energy patterns on the inner walls of the corridor aligned with the pattern formed by all the etchings on the old wrench, completing a final interlock against the backdrop of the cosmos. Lin Feng softly addressed the communicator. "Master, mistress, we are setting off." As soon as the words left his lips, all the etchings on the old wrench abruptly extinguished before igniting simultaneously once more, as if the universe were responding to this chronal voyage. The new apprentice tightened his grip on the welding gun, the chip within the heat shield melding completely with the lines of his palm, while the filter replaced by Xiao Chun projected the first ray of light from the Crab Nebula onto the overlapping backs of the master, Lin Feng, and the boy. The warmth of that light indistinguishable from the heat when the master had first placed the wrench into Lin Feng's palm. The tail flame of the Jingzhou finally traced a circle in the starry sky before vanishing into the blue light of the transition corridor. The trajectory map left on the observation screen of the maintenance dock, alongside the 9 etchings of the old wrench, the palm lines of 4 generations, and the unfinished formula of the master, pieced together a complete universe within the stardust. It became evident that all repairs, waiting, and heritage were merely efforts to reunite the scattered fragments across time, allowing them to return to one another along the arcs of the star tracks. And those yet to be etched were concealed in the starlight at the other end of the transition corridor, waiting for the tail flame of the Jingzhou to forge them into new annual rings. Chapter 49. The Starship in Test Flight. The Etchings Beyond the Transition. As the blue light of the transition corridor enveloped the Jingzhou like molten metal, the new apprentice counted the etchings on the old wrench. The coolant seeping from the 9th etching formed small spheres in his palm, and through these spheres he observed that all the weld lines twisted into a spiral, perfectly aligning with the rotation direction recorded in the master's chip of the white dwarf secretion disk. "Don't blink." Lin Feng's voice melded with the hum of the transition, the rhythm of his knuckles tapping the control panel resonating with the sounds of the chalkboard as he had listened to the master explain the principles of transition. The new apprentice suddenly realized that the shadow cast by the screw cap on the control panel in the blue light bore a striking resemblance to the transition coefficient symbol in the master's formula. The master had said that transition was not a leap, but rather a navigation along the folds of the universe. The energy patterns on the inner walls of the corridor suddenly accelerated. Xiao Chun brought up the real-time monitoring graph, where the bifurcation points of those patterns corresponded precisely to the depth values of the etchings on the old wrench. The first etching aligned with the inflection point at 12 light-years, the 5th with the gravitational lens at 37 light-years, and the 9th pointed directly to the starlight at the end of the corridor, whose spectrum formed a perfect functional correspondence with the transmittance parameters of the filter she had replaced the night before. At the 7 minutes and 31 seconds mark of the transition, all alarms abruptly fell silent. The new apprentice's welding gun automatically hovered, the plasma arc tracing an arc within the cabin that seamlessly joined the energy circuit of the main control panel, supplying the final 0.3 units of energy required for the transition. This value matched precisely with the biological electric induction value noted in the master's log. At this moment, the sweat seeping from the boy's palm formed an electric current on the metal, perfectly aligned. "Look there." Lin Feng pointed towards the observation window. In the gap of the blue light, half a piece of experimental cabin debris flashed by, with the emergency bolt on the debris rotating at a speed perfectly synchronized with the pitch of the old wrench. As a new apprentice lunged forward, he saw the hexagonal cross-section of the bolt, which under the starlight formed half a line of text. Error is the navigation. With the thickness of the strokes perfectly mirroring the curve of pressure variations as he held the welding gun. When the deceleration alarm of the transition engine sounded, the 10th etching on the old wrench began to emerge. This etching bore small, serrated edges, resembling natural gravitational nodes along the star tracks. And the spacing of those serrations corresponded exactly with the distribution bands of dark matter on the Federation's latest star chart. Lin Feng retrieved the welding rod he had used for 30 years, noting that its temperature matched precisely with that of the welding gun he had first received from the master. As the light from the crab nebula flooded into the cabin, the new apprentice suddenly recalled the image stored in the chip. The master crouched in the experimental cabin, inscribing the last line with this very welding gun, the curve matching exactly with the trajectory left by the tail flame of the Jingzhe in the starry sky. He lowered his gaze to the old wrench in his palm, where the ice crystals seeping from the 10th etching refracted light that formed a star chart on the cabin wall, revealing 3 new pale golden navigation routes absent from the version in the Federation database, paths forged by the welds of 3 generations. As Xiao Chun sent the newly measured navigation parameters to the Federation, the holographic screen displayed the great-grandson of the supervisor circling the coordinates corresponding to the 10th etching in red ink. This should become the new standard value. The young man's pen paused on the screen, perfectly aligning with the ring left by the bottom of the coffee cup belonging to his mentor. The cadence of his speech resonated harmoniously with the rhythm of the new apprentice reciting parameters, creating a flawless resonance. My grandfather's grandfather erred. Lin Feng pressed his ear against the markings of the old wrench, feeling the subtle vibrations within. It was as if the celestial paths were responding to the new etchings, echoing the laughter of his mentor from his youth, resonating at the same frequency. The new apprentice suddenly noticed that the crescent scar on his wrist aligned with the old wound on Xiao Chun's thumb, and the scars in his mentor's chip formed a luminous line under the starlight. This line passed through the markings on the old wrench, precisely aligned with the rotational axis of the Crab Nebula. As the anchoring alarm of the Jingzhe spacecraft sounded, all the parameters on the instrument panels autonomously generated new formulas. The final coefficient represented the total depth of the marking from the 1st to the 10th on the old wrench, with the names of the measurers, Su Qinghe, Lin Feng, Chun Xia, Xiao Xing, and the new apprentice, flashing in unison with the starlight, forming a perfect relay with the script of their mentor. Lin Feng whispered into the communicator, "Mentor, we have arrived." No sooner had his voice faded than the markings on the old wrench illuminated in unison, revealing a complete star chart on the nebula. At the center of this chart, a newly formed white dwarf pulsed at the same frequency as the Jingzhe spacecraft's engine. The new apprentice gripped the heated welding gun, feeling the chip in the insulation layer resonate with the magnetic field of the Crab Nebula along the lines of his palm. Unmarked traces awaited their turn to be inscribed. Hidden within the brilliance of the white dwarf, buried in the beads of sweat on the new apprentice's palm, and concealed behind the filter changed by Xiao Chun, patiently awaiting the day when the etchings of time would connect them into the next segment of the flight path. Chapter 50. The Starship on the Blueprint. 1. Coordinates on the ice field. As Lin Feng crushed the 7th ice crystal beneath his snow boots, the 11th marking on the old wrench suddenly glowed red. The coordinates instrument displayed a crimson marker on the holographic screen, deviating no more than 3 astronomical units from the abandoned laboratory circled in red on the mentor's star chart. The polar night of Pluto had just passed, and the radiation patterns on the ice field shimmered a pale blue in the morning light, as if someone had sketched a star chart on the ice using the dust of an entire galaxy. Lin Gong, the ice layer density here is anomalous. Xiao Chun's voice echoed from the drilling machine, accompanied by the crisp sounds of ice shards striking metal. The screen of the detector she held displayed a ripple pattern that suddenly formed a perfect hexagon, precisely matching the outline of the hatch designed for the experimental pod by their mentor. The new apprentice crouched beside the ice hole, his breath condensing into fog on his visor, just obscuring the warning signs on the screen, while the visible part perfectly coincided with the curvature of the 7th marking on the old wrench, when the drill bit became lodged 3 meters beneath the ice layer. Lin Feng retrieved the welding rod that had served him for 30 years. The sparks generated from the friction between metal and ice left traces on the ice wall that mirrored the unfinished transition curve in a mentor's formula. As the drill bit finally penetrated the last layer of solid ice, revealing a metallic edge with a faint golden sheen, characteristic of tungsten alloy at minus 270 degrees. Lin Feng recalled seeing that very glimmer in the same spot while clearing the wreckage of the experimental pod alongside his master 3 decades prior. The hatch of the laboratory slowly opened under the pressure of hydraulic devices. The moment Lin Feng's boots touched the metallic floor, all the markings on the old wrench illuminated simultaneously, casting light upon the star chart on the chamber walls, the scale of which matched seamlessly with the yellowed manuscript from his mentor in his pocket. The new apprentice suddenly pointed at the workbench in the corner. On its surface, the insulation layer of the welding gun revealed a half-torn sheet of paper, and the coffee stains on its edge perfectly aligned with the imprint left by Lin Feng's replicated coffee cup. 2. The engine sound in the blueprint. As the drawer of the workbench was pulled open, the click it made synchronized flawlessly with the pitch of the old wrench-S threads. Inside lay 12 rolls of design blueprints, the topmost one bearing the mentor's signature beside a small triangle, matching precisely with the bifurcation point of the new apprentice's palm print. The moment Xiao Chun unfurled the blueprints, the holographic projection sprang to life. And as the three-dimensional model rotated within the chamber, the virtual sound waves of the engine resonated perfectly with the frequency of the main engine of the Jingzhou spacecraft. This is the Guyu spacecraft. Lin Feng pointed to the model's main cannon base, where a circle correction value corresponded exactly to the depth of the 5th marking on the old wrench. The new apprentice suddenly realized that the direction of the weld seams on the blueprints overlapped with the actual patterns on the walls of the laboratory, achieving a 99 overlap. As if someone had constructed the laboratory according to the blueprints, crafting a miniature model of the starship. A half-piece of energy crystal fell from the layers of the blueprints. The spectrum refracted by the crystal under the light matched the characteristic spectrum of the Crab Nebula perfectly, with the positions of the dark lines aligning exactly with the distribution points of the markings on the old wrench. Xiao Chun placed the crystal on the detector, and the energy values displayed on the screen matched the transition threshold in the mentor's formula precisely, while the erroneous data recognized by the Federation 3 decades ago now emitted a faint blue light from beneath the ice in the laboratory. Suddenly, the engine compartment of the model emitted a low hum. As Lin Feng leaned in for a closer look, he noticed that the virtual plasma stream traced arcs on the metal that were identical to the trajectory he had welded on the Jingzhou spacecraft in his youth. The new apprentice's welding gun unexpectedly activated, and the plasma arc seared patterns onto the chamber walls, perfectly completing the missing parameters on the blueprints. When the final arc extinguished, the virtual rotational speed of the model's engine synchronized perfectly with the actual frequency of the laboratory's ventilation system. Hidden within the grooves of the workbench lay the mentor's experimental log. The latest page, dated March 12, 731, depicted a side view of the starship, differing from the current holographic model in only one respect. The log featured an additional diagonal weld seam, precisely aligning with the angle of the 11th marking on the old wrench. As Lin Feng touched the still damp ink on the page, he suddenly recalled the words of his master on her deathbed. She didn't leave it unfinished. She disassembled the answers into parts. 3. The growing blueprint. The lights in the laboratory unexpectedly brightened at midnight. All the blueprints began to flip automatically, stopping on the page marked with the transition core. The formulas on the page began to morph under the glow of a fluorescent pen, with the final coefficient gradually transforming into the width of the new apprentice's palm. Xiao Chun placed the mentor's welding gun on the blueprints, and the chip within the insulation layer resonated with the blueprints, revealing a three-dimensional model that grew at a visible rate. Look at the spacing of the weld seams here. Lin Feng pointed at the keel forming in the model. The pale golden patterns matched the intervals of the markings on the old wrench perfectly from the 1st to the 11th, without a single discrepancy. The new apprentice suddenly discovered that the beads of sweat from his palm fell onto the blueprints, the spreading marks mirroring the shape of the energy circuit in the model, while the evaporation speed of the sweat correlated perfectly with the energy decay curve in the mentor's formula. As the Federation's emergency communication cut in, the main cannon of the holographic model was undergoing a test fire. The virtual blue light struck the observation window of the laboratory, the explosion of light on the ice field coinciding exactly with a segment of the asteroid belt on the star chart. The Overseer's great-grandson roared, brandishing the latest prohibition. The preservation order from 731 is still in effect. This blueprint starship will tear apart the fabric of space. Yet, no sooner had his voice faded than the transition channel of the model opened automatically, the patterns on its inner walls meshing perfectly with the designs formed by the markings on the old wrench. The edges of the blueprints began to curl, forming a cylinder with a diameter precisely matching the caliber of the Guyu spacecraft's main cannon. Lin Feng inserted the old wrench into the cylinder, aligning the 11th marking with the scale on the cylinder wall, which ejected a half sheet of new blueprints. The correction values inscribed upon it were, in the mentor's handwriting, accompanied by half a fingerprint, which, under the light, formed a straight line with the fingerprint left by the new apprentice when gripping the welding gun, passing through the cockpit of the model, aligning perfectly with the central axis of the captain's seat. The new apprentice suddenly recalled the image from a chip. The master's wife crouched before the workbench, using the welding gun to burn small holes in the blueprint, precisely aligned with the heat dissipation holes of the model engine core at that moment. He lowered his gaze to his wrist, the shape of the veins beneath the crescent scar mirroring the trajectory of the cooling pipes in the model with exquisite accuracy. When he relayed this discovery to Xiao Chun, her fingertips brushed over the signature on the blueprint, causing the ink to suddenly blur, revealing a concealed date, April 20th, 761, the birthday of the new apprentice. From the blueprint to the starship, the tremors of the icy plains reached their zenith at dawn. The walls of the laboratory began to overlap with the holographic model, pale golden welds flowing from the blueprint onto the metal, forming patterns that perfectly aligned with the extensions of the old wrench's engravings. Lin Feng pressed the tungsten welding rod against the seam, its melting rate mirroring the metal memory activation rate recorded in the master's wife's logs, with impeccable precision. She was not merely halted at the blueprint. She was awaiting someone capable of understanding growth. The keel of the Guyu was taking shape amidst the tremors. Xiao Chun brought up the parameter comparison chart. The discrepancy between the actual dimensions and the blueprint was exactly 731 meters, the year of the master's wife's disappearance. And this discrepancy equated precisely to the thickness of the ice layer on Pluto, accumulated over 30 years, without a single fraction off. The new apprentice's welding gun glided along the keel, the plasma arc drawing curves that instinctively avoided all the coordinates of hidden reefs on the star map, as if the master's wife's hand were guiding the welding gun through the boy's arm. The 12th engraving on the old wrench suddenly oozed crystalline ice. This time, the ice crystals contained fine stardust, which, upon testing, matched the composition of dust from the Orion Nebula, while the distribution density of the stardust corresponded perfectly with the armor plate thickness parameters of the Guyu. Lin Feng pressed his ear against the engraving and heard faint tapping sounds, its rhythm identical to the sound of the master's wife calculating formulas in the master's office years ago, when the Federal escort fleet arrived. The main cannon of the Guyu had just finished calibration. The overlap between the virtual model and the physical starship reached 100, and the final weld on the blueprint was forming at the bow of the starship, its sheen merging with the light seeping from the engravings of the old wrench. The foreman's great-grandson stood holding a detector, lost in thought, as the safety coefficient displayed on the screen. And the strokes of that symbol matched precisely with the elasticity coefficient symbol in the master's wife's formula. As the new apprentice climbed into the cockpit of the Guyu, the curvature of the seat conformed perfectly to the curve of his spine. In the groove of the control panel, the master's wife's welding gun intersected with Lin Feng's old wrench at a 90-degree angle, the coordinates of the intersection aligning flawlessly with the laboratory's latitude and longitude. When the boy grasped the control stick, the sweat in his palm conducted a current across the metal, activating the starship's autopilot system. The first waypoint automatically generated on the route map was precisely the coordinates of the last signal transmitted before the master's wife vanished. Beyond the blueprint, the navigation route. When the engine of the Guyu ignited, all blueprints suddenly transformed into stardust, drilling into the metal of the starship along the weld seams. Lin Feng stood on the bridge, watching as the engravings on the old wrench corresponded sequentially with the parameters of the starship. The depth of the 12th engraving was exactly the difference in captains between the Guyu and the Jingzhe. The master's wife had calculated everything long ago. Only when the two ships were combined did they reveal the complete cosmic code. At the moment the jump channel opened, the new apprentice discovered that the cockpit's porthole and the laboratory's observation window formed a perfect equilateral triangle in the starry sky, the center of which coincided with the gravitational core of the Crab Nebula. Xiao Chun affixed the newly welded nameplate to the bow of the Guyu, inscribed not only with the master's wife's name, but also noting that the blueprint was completed in 761, and the thickness of the nameplate matched the depth of the 12th engraving on the old wrench exactly. Cheers erupted from the Federal Communications Channel. The foreman's great-grandson was holding up the updated star map, with a newly marked golden navigation route precisely reflecting the current trajectory of the Guyu. And the coordinates of the route's turning points matched the welding parameters on the master's wife's blueprint perfectly. Lin Feng smiled as he gazed at the screen, the rhythm of his knuckles tapping on the control panel coinciding with the frequency of the master's cough he remembered from years past. Standards were never drawn, but walked into existence. The tail flame of the Gu Yu traced an arc through the starry sky, intersecting with the trajectory of the Jing Zhe at the center of the Crab Nebula, forming a pattern that perfectly aligned with the cosmic welding model in the master's wife's formula. At that moment, the new apprentice's welding gun hung beside the control panel, the chip within the insulation layer having merged with the starship's main control system. While the last segment of the master's wife's image within the chip faced the camera and spoke, the end of the blueprint is a pathway that can grow. Lin Feng placed the old wrench at the docking point between the Gu Yu and the Jing Zhe, and the 12th engraving suddenly emitted a brilliant light, illuminating the hidden network of routes in the starry sky. The nodes of those routes precisely matched the corrective values of all the parameters on the blueprints, the coordinates of the master's wife's experimental chamber, Lin Feng's maintenance records, and the trajectory of the new apprentice's welding gun formed a luminous chain in the light. He suddenly understood that the starship the master's wife had halted on the blueprint was never an unfinished work, but rather a vessel waiting for the metal of time to weld the blueprint into a navigable universe. And those starships, yet to be drawn on the blueprints, were concealed within the heated welding gun of the new apprentice, hidden behind the filter changed by Xiao Chun, nestled within the coffee stain still moist in Lin Feng's palm, awaiting the day when the arcs of the star tracks would grow into the next starship imbued with warmth. Chapter 51. The temperature of the starship. When the jump of the Gu Yu was completed, the new apprentice's welding gun was heating up beside the control panel. The insulation layer's temperature read 761, precisely aligning with his body temperature, and, as this number pulsated on the main control screen, it matched the handwritten activation threshold of the starship recorded in the master's wife's logs perfectly. Xiao Chun was adjusting the life support system, and the hum of the circulation pump suddenly harmonized perfectly with the vibration rhythm of the old wrench placed at the docking point. As the nodes of the navigational network illuminated on the star map, Lin Feng noticed that the flickering cycle of each node equated to double the pulse of a new apprentice. He retrieved a photograph of the master's wife from his pocket watch, the creases at the edges unfolded under the starlight, precisely covering the unmarked dark lines on the star map, the direction of which exactly mirrored the damaged trajectory of the Jing Zhe from years past. It turned out she had already folded the emergency route into the fabric of time. The communications from the Federal Academy suddenly ceased. In their place came a segment of static noise, which Xiao Chun analyzed with a spectrum analyzer, discovering that the waveform matched the operational frequency of the coffee machine in the master's wife's laboratory, without a doubt. Hidden within the gaps of the static were a series of coordinates, which, when input into the navigation system, caused the starship to automatically redirect toward the purple nebula, where the gas spectrum perfectly overlapped with the plasma arc spectrum emitted by the new apprentice's welding gun, achieving a 100 overlap. On the cockpit's porthole, condensation was forming a star map. As the new apprentice wiped away a section of the moisture with his fingertip, the area of the starry sky that was revealed corresponded exactly to the optimal range of the Gu Yu's main cannon. The temperature of his fingertip caused the residual moisture to trace an arc, matching the angle of the jump buffer noted in the master's wife's logs precisely. Lin Feng gazed at the boy's profile, suddenly recalling the master's words. A good welding gun can remember the temperature of the metal. From the 12th engraving on the old wrench, droplets of liquid metal began to seep. When they fell onto the star map, the area they spread across perfectly matched the projected surface area of the Gu Yu. After testing, Xiao Chun discovered that the composition of the metal was identical to the trace elements found in the new apprentice's palm. As the liquid metal trickled into the gaps of the control panel, the starship's self-check report suddenly added a line. Captain compatibility. The tailhook of the symbol perfectly matched the curvature of the boy's knuckles as he grasped the welding gun. When the jump channel opened once more, the tail flame of the Gu Yu began to change color. A hint of reddish hue blended with the pale golden light, creating a gradient with the red glow of the 11th engraving on the old wrench. The new apprentice stared intently at the stardust racing past the porthole, suddenly realizing that their arrangement mirrored the trajectory of his welding gun as he completed the blueprints with exquisite precision. The force of the stardust colliding with the hull was just sufficient to cause the coffee cup on the control panel to emit a delicate chime, reminiscent of the sounds in the teacher's laboratory. Lin Feng discovered an old box in the cargo hold, containing components replaced during the refurbishment of the Jingzhe. The wear on each part could be precisely matched to the corresponding positions on the Gu Yu, including a tungsten alloy plate, whose weld angles aligned perfectly with those of the cockpit partition that the new apprentice had repaired that very morning. At the bottom of the box lay a note in the teacher's handwriting. All the old parts await the warmth of a new body. When the Gu Yu reached the gravitational core of the Crab Nebula, all instruments fell silent. Only the new apprentice's welding torch began to heat up automatically, its plasma arc tracing a perfect circle on the bulkhead, with a diameter exactly matching that of the old wrench. As the arc extinguished, a holographic image of the teacher emerged within the circle, holding an identical welding torch, proclaiming, "Look, when the starship remembers your body temperature, even a universe will yield." In that fleeting moment before the image vanished, the starship suddenly trembled violently. Lin Feng rushed to the bridge, discovering that the Guyu was passing through an energy membrane. The patterns on the membrane perfectly mirroring the sweat stains on the new apprentice's palm as they spread across the blueprints. Upon breaching the membrane, the starry sky before them became astonishingly familiar. It was the final coordinate circled in red on the teacher's star chart, now being seared into a new weld by the Guyu-S thrusters. As the Guyu passed through the energy membrane, the pale golden welds on its hull became incandescent. The new apprentice reached out to the cockpit's bulkhead. The temperature beneath his fingertips matched that of the plasma arc during his repairs, 2,500. A number flashing on the main control screen, identical to the notation of the universal melting point in the teacher's log, down to the last decimal place. Xiao Chun was calibrating the navigation system when a dashed line suddenly appeared on the star chart, its thickness precisely matching the 12th notch on the old wrench. Among the heap of old parts in the cargo hold, Lin Feng discovered a rusted nameplate. The number of the Jingjia had been eroded significantly, yet the remaining strokes were formed under the starlight, perfectly aligning with the length parameters of the Guyu-S hull. He scraped away the rust with the old wrench, revealing a metallic base color that matched the material of the new apprentice's welding torch, as confirmed by spectral analysis. It turned out that the components of the two ships had long since recognized one another. When a Federation supply ship arrived, the cargo door of the Guyu opened automatically. As the sealing ring of the docking corridor inflated, the arc of its expansion perfectly coincided with the curve of the elastic docking coefficient on the teacher's blueprints. The supply officer shouted with enthusiasm, "All the missing parts from the year 731 are right here." Yet when he beheld the components within the box, he froze. Every part bore the marks of the new apprentice's repairs, as if these components had left the factory with their defects, awaiting restoration. On the cockpit's viewport, stardust began to coalesce into words. The new apprentice recognized the handwriting of the teacher, inscribing the values for the jump channel correction, with the last digit coinciding precisely with the number of bifurcations in his palm's lines. Lin Feng tapped a rhythm on the bulkhead with the old wrench. With each strike, the stardust words grew clearer until the final digit appeared, perfectly matching the current speed of the Guyu. The welds traced by the thrusters in the starry sky began to attract surrounding stardust, forming a luminous band that intertwined with the decommissioned flight path of the Jingjia, creating a net on the three-dimensional star chart. The shape of the net's openings mirror the energy circuit diagram completed by the new apprentice, down to the minutest detail. Xiao Chun aimed the detector at the light band, and the material composition displayed on the screen matched the liquid metal seeping from the old wrench, with a perfect elemental ratio. Suddenly, the old wrench slipped from the docking point, rolling across the floor in a parabolic arc, coming to rest at the new apprentice's feet. The 12th notch facing upward, filled with stardust that could perfectly fill the lines of the boy's palm. Lin Feng observed this scene and was suddenly reminded of the moment his master clutched the wrench on his deathbed. The orientation of the notches then was precisely the same as it was now, revealing that the master had inscribed the baton pass into the very angle of the wrench. As the main cannon of the Guyu charged once more, the virtual aiming line fell upon a dark point on the star chart. The coordinates of that point, when converted, corresponded exactly to the date of the teacher's disappearance, March 12, 731. At the moment the new apprentice pressed the launch button, the welding torch leapt from beside the control panel into his hand, the plasma arc automatically calibrating to form a 90-degree angle with the energy trajectory of the main cannon. This angle represented the welding point between the past and the future in the teacher's formula. In the instant the blue light struck the dark point, a nebula erupted in the starry sky. The outline of the nebula mirrored the side view of the Guyu-S hull. Save for one detail, an additional diagonal light pattern matched the length of the crescent scar on the new apprentice's wrist. Lin Feng called up a star chart comparison from 30 years prior, realizing that this nebula was precisely the endpoint marked in the teacher's experimental log, with the annotation beside it requiring body temperature activation, presently being activated by the sweat from the new apprentice's palm, rendering it a pale blue. Suddenly, the starship's self-diagnostic system popped up a new alert. The welds have connected with the temporal anchor point. As the new apprentice leaned in to examine it, he noticed the curvature of the alert box's edges perfectly matched the arc of the first notch on the old wrench. He turned to Lin Feng, who was wiping his pocket watch with his sleeve. The scratches on the inner cover glimmered in the light, perfectly completing the final unmarked route on the star chart. At the end of that route lay a blurred outline of a starship, the weld at the bow shimmering with the same pale gold as the Guyu. Chapter 52. The Annual Rings of the Starship. Within the luminous waves of the exploded nebula, the blurred outline of that starship began to sharpen. The new apprentice gazed at the viewport, noticing that the welds on the opposing ship's bow exceeded those of the Guyu by 12, each spacing precisely matching that of the notches on the old wrench, as if 30 years of time had been meticulously welded into the annual rings of the starship. Suddenly, Lin Feng pressed down on his pocket watch. The scratches on the inner cover overlapped with the flight path of that starship on the star chart, spiraling towards the core of the Crab Nebula. It was the Chuanfen. Xiao Chun accessed the Federation's decommissioned archives, finding that the hull parameters displayed on the screen matched the starship before them, with only one discrepancy. The recorded caliber of the main cannon was 731 meters smaller than the actual measurement, this difference precisely equating to the length of the new apprentice's welding torch. The last page of the archives bore a yellowed photograph, depicting the teacher standing before the bridge of the Chuanfen, holding a wrench whose number of notches perfectly matched that of the old wrench. The red glow of the 11th notch casting a faint shadow in the photograph. The old wrench suddenly grew warm in the new apprentice's palm. The stardust seeping from the 12th notch formed a small mound on the cockpit floor, the height of which was precisely consistent with the keel elevation of the Guyu. Down to the millimeter, Lin Feng crouched down, brushing aside the stardust to reveal the metallic floor beneath, where faint engravings emerged, the teacher's signature, accompanied by 3 interconnected triangles, corresponding to the bow outlines of Chuanfen, Jingzhe, and Guyu, with the angles of the connection points precisely matching the tilt of the welding rod during the new apprentice's repairs. The communication channel of that starship suddenly illuminated. The electrical hum that followed, upon analysis, harmonized with the circuit noise of the Guyu's control room. The peaks on the sound wave spectrum aligning perfectly with the frequency of temporal resonance in the teacher's formula. As the new apprentice grasped the communicator, the welding torch's heat shield unexpectedly ejected a chip, which, once inserted into the control panel, initiated the scrolling of the Chuanfen's voyage log on the screen. The latest entry bore the date March 12, 731, the slant of the handwriting perfectly aligning with the slant of the 11th notch on the old wrench. She had welded herself into the annual rings of the starship. Lin Feng pointed to the route map in the log, where each turn of the path was annotated with temperature values, ranging from 2500 in 731 to 365 in 761, forming a perfect decay curve. The endpoint coordinates aligning precisely with the intersection point of the 3 starships at that moment. Xiao Chun suddenly realized that the thickness of the log paper was in direct proportion to the wear on the armor plating of the Guyu. As the main cannons of the 3 starships charged simultaneously, an equilateral triangle formed in the starry sky. In the heart of the triangle, a mass of liquid metal began to coalesce, with analyses revealing its composition identical to that of the old wrench, the new apprentice's welding gun, and the fibers of the matriarch's experimental log. The new apprentice pressed the synchronization launch button, and 3 beams of azure light converged at the center. Amidst the explosive radiance, the welds of all star ships began to resonate, a soft golden luminescence coursing along their seams, as if gilding the annals of the vessels. The hatch of the spring equinox slowly opened. The length of the docking passage perfectly matched the combined lengths of the captains of the Grain Rain and Awakening ships. With the old wrench in hand, the new apprentice stepped inside, discovering that the workbench within bore an identical number of screws to the one in the Matriarch's laboratory. The wear marks on the 5th screw from the left and the 3rd row mirroring those of the one he had turned earlier that morning with impeccable precision. In the drawer of the workbench lay a welding gun, its heat-insulating layers stained with coffee, perfectly aligning with the imprint left by the coffee cup in Lin Feng's pocket. The matriarch's holographic image flickered to life before the workbench. She was revising blueprints. The trajectory of her pen echoing the arc of the new apprentice's welding gun as he filled in parameters, a flawless match. Each weld represented a nexus of time. The image of the matriarch looked up and smiled, her finger pointing to the transition core on the blueprint, when the annals of the 3 vessels interlocked as gears. They could inscribe their coordinates into the memory of the cosmos. Suddenly, the paper in her hand fluttered down, landing at the new apprentice's feet, its unfolded area perfectly overlaying the tread of his shoe. The main control systems of the 3 starships synchronized abruptly. The navigation pathways on the star map began to reconfigure, the resulting patterns identical to the symbols formed by the etchings on the old wrench. Lin Feng gazed at the fluctuating parameters on the screen, realizing that the total mass of the 3 vessels equaled that of a certain dark matter clump within the Crab Nebula. a value inscribed in stardust on the laboratory's bulkhead as early as the matriarch's formula of 731. The new apprentice's welding gun suddenly flew towards the control panel, its tip sketching an arc on the screen that completed the final parameter, which coincidentally was his birthday. As the resonance of the starship's annals ceased, the luminous streams from all welds converged into a singular pillar of light, shooting deep into the nebula. The new apprentice peered out the porthole, noting that the traces etched by the light pillar in the starry expanse mirrored the 12 marks on the old wrench, only magnified a billionfold. As if someone had wielded an entire galaxy as a welder, etching the stories of the 3 vessels into a new coordinate within the universe. Lin Feng pressed his pocket watch against the wall of the spring equinox, the scratches on the inner side of the cover aligning perfectly with the weld lines on the bulkhead, finally forming a continuous line. When the light pillar exploded deep within the nebula, the welds of the 3 starships suddenly began to breathe. The soft golden light pulsed in sync with the starship's frequency, each interval of illumination corresponding to the rhythm of the new apprentice's heartbeat. Lin Feng reached for the hull of the spring equinox, the metal's vibrational frequency matching precisely with the spatial pulse values recorded in the matriarch's experimental logs to 6 decimal places. It turned out she had welded the heartbeat of the universe into the very veins of the starship. In the cockpit of the spring equinox, the new apprentice discovered a recess perfectly shaped to cradle his welding gun and the old wrench. When placed crosswise, the angle formed between the gun's tip and the wrench's handle matched impeccably with the apex of the triangle created by the 3 starships on the star map. The bottom of the recess bore a series of coordinates, which, when converted, revealed the star chart of his birth date, with the brightest star's spectral characteristics identical to the stardust seeping from the 12th etching on the old wrench. Xiaoqin's detector suddenly emitted a buzzing sound. The screen displayed that the 3 starships were merging, the overlapping weld patterns perfectly coinciding with the annotations of the Trinity core on the matriarch's blueprint. Achieving a 100 overlap, the energy waves generated by the fusion delineated a new navigation route in the starry sky, the curvature radius of which matched the longest arc of the new apprentice's palm print. And every star system traversed by the route was marked on the star map with a model of the welding gun. From the matriarch's vintage gun to the adolescent's plasma welder, the sequence of model upgrades aligning flawlessly with the growth direction of the starship's annals. The log of the spring equinox automatically flipped to the last page. Words suddenly emerged in the blank space, penned in the matriarch's handwriting, stating the final parameter, love. The thickness of the strokes corresponded impeccably to the caliber of the main cannons of the 3 starships. The new apprentice's fingertip rested on the end of the stroke of the character for love, where the ink suddenly bled, revealing hidden star map coordinates that formed a straight line in 3-dimensional space with the last scratch on the inner side of Lin Feng's pocket watch. When the 3 starships fully merged, the welds on the surface of the hull formed a colossal symbol. Upon analysis, it was the symbol of a temporal spatial adhesive never publicly disclosed in the matriarch's formula. And each angle of the symbol matched precisely with the angles of the welding rods during the new apprentice's repairs. Lin Feng suddenly noticed that the length of the merged starship equaled the sum of the lengths of the spring equinox, awakening, and grain rain, a value that had been circled in pencil on the edge of the matriarch's draft paper in 731. The Federation's observation station erupted in astonishment. They discovered that the gravitational field of the Crab Nebula was undergoing reconfiguration, with the newly formed gravitational nodes aligning perfectly with the positions of the welds at the time of the 3 starships' fusion. An elderly professor at the observation station murmured to the screen, "The prohibition of 731 was mistaken. This is not tearing space apart, but mending the universe." No sooner had he spoken than the tail flames of the fused starship suddenly divided into 3 streams, each color corresponding to the original hues of the 3 vessels' tail flames, weaving a tricolor weld in the starry expanse. The new apprentice stood on the bridge of the merged ship, his palm pressed against the control panel. The temperature radiating from the metal equaled the average of his body temperature and the working temperature of the matriarch's welding gun, and as this value fluctuated on the screen, it matched precisely with the activation temperature of the temporal spatial adhesive. Lin Feng placed the old wrench into the recess of the control panel, the 12th etching coinciding with the marked edge of the recess, causing a metal plaque to pop out, inscribed with the new ship's name, Temporal Sequence. The spacing of the strokes perfectly aligning with the etchings on the old wrench. As the transition engine of the temporal sequence activated, all navigation routes on the star map began to glow. Those forsaken, abandoned pathways, unexplored dark lines, and even long-lost routes of ancient civilizations formed a complete cosmic transportation network under the connection of the luminous weld flows. The new apprentice watched the screen as the generated route planning indicated the next temporal rift requiring mending. The last 2 digits of the coordinates being the sum of his and the matriarch's birth dates. Lin Feng gazed out the porthole at the tricolor tail flames, suddenly comprehending the matriarch's murmurs before her passing. She had not vanished. She had become a part of the starship. The communication system of the merged vessel abruptly filled with the matriarch's voice, clear as if she were standing right beside him. Observe the direction of the welds. That is the navigation signal I wrote for you. As her voice faded, the coffee cup on the control panel filled itself, the imprint at the bottom of the cup perfectly aligning with the new weld on the bow of the merged starship under the light. As the temporal sequence entered the new navigation route, the welds on the surface of the hull suddenly warmed. The new apprentice touched it, feeling as though he were caressing the skin of a living being, and the temperature fluctuations of the welds resonated perfectly with his breathing rhythm. Lin Feng secured the chain of his pocket watch to the railing of the control panel, the cover spinning under the starlight. The scratches on the inner side finally forming a complete pattern with the star trails outside the porthole, revealing a moving star map, where each star's position corresponded to a weld awaiting discovery. Chapter 53. The data embers beneath the rusted star dome. Lin Feng's magnetic boots crunched against the corroded metallic walls of the remains of the grain rain, emitting the distinctive brittle sound of rusted metal. The radiation from the Crab Nebula cast mottled purple shadows on his helmet visor as he stared at the pulsating red signal points on the screen of his portable scanner. His Adam's apple bobbed behind the breathing mask. This was the 7th location marked as a suspected data chamber, now 3 astronomical units away from the coordinates recorded in the matriarch's log for the core database of the space city. There remained 17% of energy reserves. In his earpiece, the new apprentice's voice crackled with the distinctive electric noise of the plasma welding gun. Lin Feng, if we can't find it soon, we'll have to turn back. The magnetic storm of the Crab Nebula will peak in 4 hours. Lin Feng lifted his hand to press the calibration button on the side of his helmet, and the scanner's beeping softened slightly. Suddenly, a pale blue stream of data appeared on the screen. Fragments of logs salvaged from the wreckage of the Jingzhe 3 hours prior. The firewall of Sector 17 in the space city collapsed during the 3rd impact, and a torrent of data erupted like a ruptured oxygen line, saturating the entire server chamber. Core parameters must be welded into the starship's seams, encrypted with stardust. The handwriting of his mentor flickered at the end of the data stream. Lin Feng was suddenly reminded of that snowy night a decade ago, when he squatted in the corner of the maintenance workshop, watching his mentor draft on a discarded hatch with an old welding gun. She often remarked that data was more delicate than the seams of a starship. It would evaporate when exposed to heat and crystallize when cooled, and only metal imbued with warmth could secure it. At that moment, he believed it to be the fanciful musings of seasoned craftsmen, until he touched the uneven seams on the cabin wall, suddenly realizing that those intricate patterns concealed more than mere mechanical structures. The scanner's signal sharpened abruptly. A red dot coalesced into a stable point of light at the center of the screen, with a deviation from his mentor's log reduced to 0.03 light years. Lin Feng adjusted the magnetic boots adhesion and moved along the warped cabin wall toward the signal source, his gaze sweeping over the bullet holes densely webbed like a spider's silk. Evidence of the Federation's standard particle cannons, the caliber identical to that of the Chuanfen main cannon, though the trajectory was more cunning, as if fired from within. He found it. His voice sounded muffled within the helmet. The data chamber was embedded in the remnants of the space city's power core, its surface cloaked in a half-melted lead shielding, with silver-gray stardust seeping from the seams, identical to the material in the 12th notch of the old wrench. The electronic lock on the hatch had failed, but the mechanical lock bore familiar tooth marks, left by the beloved star-shaped wrench used by his mentor, matching the spare parts of the Guyu maintenance chamber. The new apprentice's plasma welding gun emitted a pale blue arc at the hatch's edge. Molten metal dripped onto the stardust, instantly igniting tiny sparks. This was the stardust reaction detection method, invented by his mentor. Only stardust that had born data would resonate with plasma at specific temperatures. Lin Feng focused on the frequency of the sparks, suddenly recalling the record in his mentor's experimental log. The tremor frequency of data equaled 1.732 times that of human neural impulses, as if the metal had been endowed with a second nervous system. As the hatch opened with a sound, a mix of ozone and rust-laden air surged forth. Inside, the data chamber was more intact than he had imagined, with 36 storage tanks neatly aligned along the walls. Each tank's ceiling weld presenting a unique spiral pattern. Lin Feng's breath caught. Those patterns perfectly matched the strokes of his mentor's handwriting on the last page of the Chuanfen log, especially the ending stroke of the character love. which formed a perfect replica at the seam of the third storage tank. The scanner indicated the quantum states of the storage tanks were stable. The new apprentice's voice brimmed with uncontainable excitement. Yet 17 of the tanks exhibited data leakage and required immediate shielding. As he reached out to touch a storage tank, Lin Feng grasped his wrist firmly. The boy's palm bore scars from burns sustained during previous welding, mirroring the contours of the bullet holes in the chamber ceiling. Were protective gloves. Lin Feng retrieved 2 pairs of silver gloves from his toolkit. The fingertip designs crafted by his mentor specifically to activate the dormant programs of the storage tanks through skin contact. When he donned the gloves and touched the first tank, it suddenly glowed with a faint golden light, forming a complex star map on its surface. The brightest star's coordinates coincided perfectly with the celestial chart from the day the new apprentice was born. As data began to transmit, a video segment abruptly appeared on the scanner screen. In the footage, his mentor donned a deep blue jumpsuit, her hair speckled with stardust. The background revealing the control room of the space city before its destruction, with the Chuanfin, Jingzhe, and Guyu starships neatly docked outside the viewport. Their exhaust flames matching the colors of the 3 colored welds. If you're watching this video, it means the ban has been lifted. His mentor's voice, slightly raspy from the welding mask, conveyed that the War of 731 was not the end of the space city, but rather the beginning of a patchwork for the universe. The storage tanks contained not only data from the war, but also the complete formula for temporal adhesive, with every parameter encrypted in the form of starship seams. For instance, the fusion parameters of the Trinity core were concealed within the seam angles of the 24th tank, equivalent to the longest arc of Lin Feng's palm multiplied by 0. 618. Lin Feng's fingers paused over the 24th storage tank. Suddenly, the turning angle of the welding rod during the patching flashed vividly in his mind, precisely matching the angle mentioned by his mentor in the video. He recalled her words from a decade prior when she taught him welding. The direction of the welding rod must follow the star trails. Every angle in the universe is calculated. A slight deviation, and the seam will become a tearing wound. In the video, his mentor began calibrating the instruments on the control panel, her welding gun resting in a nearby recess. The angle formed between the gun's nozzle and the wrench handle perfectly aligning with the triangular apex formed by the 3 starships. The gravitational field restructuring of the Crab Nebula required 3 critical nodes, and their coordinates had already been inscribed in stardust on the data chamber's floor. She traced a symbol in the air with her welding gun, the very symbol formed by the temporal adhesive on the surfaces of the starships during their fusion. Remember, the final parameters are not cold digits, but the warmth of your palms combined with the pulse of the starship, as if welding 2 hearts into the same rhythm. As the video concluded, his mentor's figure was consumed by an abrupt surge of red light. Just before the screen went dark, Lin Feng clearly saw her push the last storage tank into the wall, where the seam's end formed a tiny stardust knot, its shape precisely aligning with the last scratch on the inner cover of his pocket watch, forming a straight line in 3-dimensional space. The transmission was complete. The new apprentice's voice jolted Lin Feng back to reality. The lights in the data chamber began to flicker, a harbinger of the impending magnetic storm. He cast one last glance at the storage tanks, suddenly noticing that each tank's degree of corrosion varied, the resulting patterns corresponding exactly with the growth direction of the 3 starship's edge rings, from his mentor's old welding gun to the young apprentice's plasma welder. The trajectory of time resembled an invisible seam, firmly welding the past and the future together. As he departed the data chamber, Lin Feng's pocket watch inexplicably began to radiate heat. The scratches on the inner cover glimmered under the starlight, composing a complete star map alongside the contours of the space city's wreckage, with the brightest star pulsating in sync with the heartbeat of the new apprentice. He recalled the words of the old professor at the observatory and suddenly understood the meaning behind his mentor's phrase, patching the universe. The cracks left by war would ultimately require data imbued with warmth to mend. As his magnetic boots once again met the cabin wall, Lin Feng heard the sound of data flowing through the stardust, reminiscent of the tune his mentor hummed in the maintenance workshop years ago. The new apprentice's plasma welding gun left a pale blue trail behind him, aligning with the seams in the data chamber, under the illumination of the Crab Nebula's purple light, as if restoring the rusted star dome with a gilded edge imbued with warmth. Chapter 54. The Embers of Data Beneath the Rusted Star Dome. The passage away from the data chamber was even more jarring than the way in. The signs of the magnetic storm had transformed into tangible tremors, the seams on the cabin wall emitting a faint hum, like countless taut metal strings resonating. Lin Feng focused on the fluctuating radiation levels on the scanner, suddenly realizing that the periodic fluctuations in those values matched exactly with the keystroke frequencies during his mentor's calibration in the video, peaking every 731 seconds, precisely corresponding to the moment the War of 731 erupted. Structural fracture ahead. The new apprentice's voice crackled with electrical noise, as the backup battery of the plasma welding gun in the toolkit emitted a faint pop. The youth abruptly halted his steps, pointing towards the ruptured edge of the pipeline, exclaiming, "Behold those welding traces. They bear the unmistakable mark of my master's hand." The fish-scale patterned welds on the pipe were arranged with remarkable precision, the intervals mirroring the gear-meshing gaps of Lin Feng's pocket watch. Furthermore, the final arc's luminous imprint bore an exact resemblance to the contours of the leakage point on the 17th storage tank of the data capsule. As Lin Feng reached out to touch the weld seam, a ripple of light suddenly manifested on the surface of his glove. He recalled the instructions in the manual for the memory metal gloves designed by his master. Upon contact with a data carrier imbued with intense emotions, the gloves would recreate the temperature field distribution from that moment. At that instant, the temperature emanating from his palm was a complex amalgamation, featuring both the high peaks of the welding torch's heat and the gentle warmth akin to human skin, with the mean of these two temperatures precisely aligning with the average temperature transmitted from the fusion ship's main control console. As they traversed the rupture zone, the new apprentice's detector suddenly intercepted an audio signal. Amidst the static, the unmistakable sound of metal striking could be discerned, its frequency perfectly synchronized with the rhythm of the old wrench striking the hull of the spring breeze. Lin Feng increased the volume, and suddenly, he heard his master's voice intermingled with the noise. The 36th storage tank holds the star trails painted by the children of the space city. Each child's stroke corresponds to an undiscovered star. Before she could finish, the signal was abruptly cut off, the spectrogram at the interruption forming a flawless acoustic fingerprint that matched the coordinates of the newly formed gravitational nodes of the Crab Nebula. Within the ruins of a collapsed living area, they discovered a temporary shielding device. Upon dismantling the outer shell of the device, Lin Feng noticed that the internal wiring perfectly matched the angular bends of the time-space adhesive symbols, particularly the 3 bends of the grounding line, which corresponded to the original docking coordinates of the 3 starships. When the new apprentice inserted the storage tank into the device, the star map on the tank's surface unexpectedly overlapped with the bullet holes in the wall, the pattern formed by 7 of those holes precisely representing the unpublished symbol from his master's formula. The shielding field stabilized. The youth wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, as droplets of condensation on his helmet's visor slid down along the scratches shaped like bullet holes. Suddenly, he pointed at the device's screen, exclaiming, "These data streams are sorting themselves automatically. Their sequence aligns with the growth direction of the starship's annular patterns." The data blocks on the screen were spiraling in a helical trajectory, with each node's dwell time equating to the melting speed of the welding rod during the new apprentice's repairs, while the final spiral diameter matched the curvature radius of the new gravitational field of the Crab Nebula with remarkable accuracy. The journey back home became extraordinarily smooth. Lin Feng discovered that their chosen route coincided precisely with a new branch of navigational paths deduced during the fusion of the 3 starships, as every piece of debris from the space city along the route was marked with the storage tank's identification number. When the guiding signal of the sequence number penetrated the magnetic storm clouds, Lin Feng noticed that the frequency of the guiding wave was in perfect synchrony with the vibration frequency of the coordinate points inscribed in stardust on the floor of the data cabin, as if the entire rusty, celestial dome was breathing in rhythm with the cadence left by his master. When the storage tank was connected to the core database of the fusion ship, the main control console automatically generated a 3-dimensional model. The complete visage of the space city before its destruction unfurled slowly on the star map, with each area's energy flow distribution mirroring the welding network of the 3 starships. As the new apprentice magnified the model of Zone 17, he noticed that the cracked patterns of the firewall debris aligned perfectly with the flowing strokes of the word love inscribed on the last page of his master's log, while the energy readings at the intersections of the cracks equaled the square of the curvature radius of the longest arc of the youth's palm print. Lin Feng discovered a list in a hidden partition of the database. The arrangement of 731 names was peculiarly distinct, with the frequency distribution of the initials corresponding precisely to the density of the spiral welds on the storage tanks. When he flipped to the last page, he found that his name and that of the new apprentice had been added in Stardust script at the end, the distance between the 2 names equating to the precise distance from the bridge of the sequence number ship to the engine room, while the inclination angle of the handwriting coincided perfectly with the average angle of their welding rods during repairs. The elderly professor at the observation station exclaimed over the communication channel, He stated that the stars in the children's star trails from the space city were sequentially emerging within the new gravitational field of the Crab Nebula. Each star's spectral characteristics identical to the stardust seeping from the old wrench's markings. This served as a growth diary for the universe. The professor's voice was choked with emotion, as his master transformed the scars of war into the coordinates for the birth of new stars. No sooner had he finished speaking than a new star suddenly illuminated outside the fusion ship's window, its flickering frequency perfectly matching the heartbeat of the new apprentice during his first successful welding. As Lin Feng connected the final storage tank to the system, a multitude of star trail paintings suddenly appeared on the screen. The children's brushstrokes formed flight paths on the star map, perfectly overlapping with the planning route generated by the sequence number. In one corner of a particular painting, there were small letters. The teacher said that weld seams are the bandages of the universe. The thickness of the strokes corresponded flawlessly to the caliber ratio of the main cannons of the 3-star ships, and the date inscribed was precisely the day the new apprentice was born. As the magnetic storm subsided, the fusion ship's tail flame split into 3 streams once more. The 3-colored light flows woven into the starry sky's weld seams suddenly formed a 3-dimensional network with the stardust coordinates of the data cabin. Lin Feng gazed out of the porthole, suddenly comprehending what his master had meant by the navigation signal. Those ubiquitous weld seams, stardust, and coordinates throughout the universe were, in fact, a repair system woven with love and craftsmanship, with each parameter narrating that true welding was never about merely filling cracks, but rather about transforming those fractures into new connection points. The new apprentice pressed his palm against the main control console, overlapping it with the image of his master's hand on the screen. The palm prints from 2 different temporal realms fused in the flow of light, forming new patterns that matched the final access password graphic of the Space City's core database perfectly. When the youth entered the password, the entire system erupted into a buzzing sound, reminiscent of the welding torch igniting, as well as the preheating frequency of the sequence numbers jump engine. The harmony of these 2 sounds reverberated beneath the celestial dome, as if giving a heartbeat back to the rusting universe. When Lin Feng opened his pocket watch, the scratches on the inner lid formed a complete symbol onto the starlight. He suddenly realized that the variations in the depth of those scratches meticulously recorded every critical maintenance date from the spring equinox to the sequence number, while the endpoint of the final scratch aligned in a straight line with the coordinates of the newly emerged star. Within the ticking of the watch, it seemed one could hear his master's voice. The next to be welded is the forgotten memory. As the fusion ship entered the new navigation route, all the star maps of the storage tanks suddenly illuminated in synchrony. 36 star maps coalesced in the starry sky to form a colossal compass, with the direction indicated by the last 2 digits of the coordinates being the sum of 731 and the ages of Lin Feng and the new apprentice. Observing the youth's profile as he adjusted the engine parameters, Lin Feng suddenly recalled his master's unfinished words in the video. The temperatures, emotions, and memories hidden within the data were, in fact, the most essential time-space adhesive the universe needed. The weld seams on the wall began to breathe once more. This time, within the rhythm of the light flow, resonated the heartbeat frequency of the new apprentice. Chapter 55, The Undying Light in the Stardust Tape. Lin Feng's magnetic boots crushed a piece of ice crystal, the cooling system of the technological city's ruins still operating at low power, freezing the shattered cabin into a translucent shell of ice. The portable spectrometer projected a faint green scanning line onto his helmet visor, and upon the 17th pass over the observation window, riddled with cracks, the instrument suddenly emitted a buzz. The reflectivity of the coating on the inner side of the window aligned perfectly with the parameters of the memory glass recorded in his master's logs. This special glass could capture the image from the last reflection, with a preservation duration equal to the lifespan of a main sequence star. Energy could sustain for another 47 minutes. The new apprentice's voice came through the earpiece. He was cutting through the isolation door of the data center with a plasma welding torch. The blue flames emitted by the torch crystallizing into tiny ice shards upon the icy surface. Each angle of the ice crystals matching precisely with the rifling twist of the sequence number's main cannon. The youth suddenly halted his actions, pointing at the marks on the doorframe, declaring, "Those are my master's markings." The distance between the 3 parallel grooves is equivalent to the pitch of the gears in Lin Fenghuai's watch, and the shape of the stardust accumulation at the end of the grooves perfectly matches the spectral signature of the 12th groove in the old wrench. Lin Feng extended his hand to touch the crack in the observation window, feeling a sudden drop in temperature to 173. The activation temperature for the liquid nitrogen fire suppression system in Tech City. A figure marked in red ink by the teacher's wife on the edge of a draft paper from the year 731. He suddenly recalled that snowy night a decade ago when the teacher's wife pressed her frozen hands against the radiator in a maintenance workshop, saying, "Low temperatures can preserve the most precious moments, just like freezing the star trails in glass." At the time, he thought it was a jest, until this moment when the spectrometer revealed that the molecular arrangement of the glass beneath the ice was vibrating at a frequency of 0.03 Hertz, a characteristic typical before the activation of memory glass. He had found the starter. The new apprentice dragged a rusted metal box from the ruins. The box's lid was secured by an old-fashioned mechanical combination lock, the numbers on the dial polished to a shine, with only the digits 7, 3, and 1 remaining as clear as new. The boy attempted to turn the dial, and, as the combination pointed to 731, the lid suddenly popped open. Inside, the circuit board bore a tiny symbol formed by the fracture marks of a blown fuse, precisely resembling the adhesive symbol that appeared on the hull surface during the fusion of the 3 starships. When the starter was connected to the interface of the observation window, ripples of light suddenly emerged across the ice surface. Lin Feng noted that the speed of the light ripple's diffusion matched the melting rate of the welding rod from the teacher's wife's welding gun, with each ripple's wavelength corresponding to the coordinates of a street in Tech City before its destruction. As the new apprentice pressed the activation button, silvery gray stardust seeped through the cracks in the observation window, forming a string of coordinates on the ice surface that perfectly aligned with the 3-dimensional parameters of the temporal sequence bridge's control console. At the instant the image appeared, Lin Feng's breath condensed into a mist within his mask. The Tech City depicted in the image floated within the pale, purple halo of the Crab Nebula. The glass curtain walls of the circular dome reflecting the fiery trails of 3 starships, the red vernal equinox, the blue awakening, and the golden grain rain, resembling 3 rivets securing Tech City firmly to the starry sky. In the plaza beneath the dome, the teacher's wife stood among a group of children, holding an old-fashioned welding gun, the pale golden light streaming from its nozzle, tracing out a star map in the air, with the brightness of each star point equating to the energy value of the data leaking from the storage tank. "Remember this angle?" Her voice resonated through the ice, slightly hoarse from the welding mask. She bent down to adjust a little girl's grip on the gun, the angle formed by their arms perfectly matching the longest arc of Lin Feng's palm print. Welding the universe is akin to mending cracks in glass. The temperature of the welding rod must be just right to melt memories without shattering them. As she spoke, the watch chain peeking from her sleeve glimmered in the sunlight, the number of links matching the total count of the data storage tanks. The scene abruptly shifted to the central laboratory of Tech City, where the teacher's wife was adjusting parameters on a holographic screen. The model of the Trinity core displayed on the screen overlapped with the 3-dimensional structure of the 3 starships during their fusion with a 100 overlap rate. A steaming coffee cup rested beside her, the water stains on the rim forming a miniature star map, with the brightest star's coordinates precisely matching the longest diameter of the burn scar on the new apprentice's palm. When she reached out to touch the screen, the reflection of her fingertip suddenly overlapped with Lin Feng's shadow cast upon the observation window, creating a perfect symmetry of fingertips across the glass. "The ban of 731 will be lifted." The teacher's wife spoke to her digital self, as if engaging in a conversation that transcended time and space. She called up the blueprints for Tech City's defense system, and the laser pointer she traced over the defense lines perfectly aligned with the newly formed gravitational nodes of the Crab Nebula. When the 3 ships become one, when the old welding gun meets the new, these data will transform into the universe's Band-Aid. As she spoke, the laboratory clock pointed precisely at 5:31 p.m., the angle between the minute and hour hands corresponding to the ratio coefficient of the main gun caliber of the fusion vessel. Suddenly, the laughter of children filled the screen. They held paintbrushes made of stardust, drawing star trails on the floor of Tech City. The triangular formations formed by the children's positions matched the initial formation of the 3 starships. The teacher's wife squatted beside a little girl with pigtails, helping her adjust the angle of her brush. This angle was identical to the turning angle of the welding rod during the new apprentice's welding. Beside the star the girl was drawing, the words temporal sequence were written in a childish hand, the slant of the strokes equating to the bifurcation angle of the tail flames of the fusion ship. When the image first shook violently, Lin Feng realized the frequency of the shaking was in perfect sync with the leakage pulse of the 7th storage tank in the data chamber. The glass dome in the image began to crack, and the teacher's wife directed the children to enter the escape pod. As she closed the hatch for the last time, The position of her palm pressed against the inside of the hatch corresponded to the point in three-dimensional space where Lin Feng's palm rested against the observation window. At the moment the hatch closed, the teacher's welding gun slipped from her pocket. The reflection of the gun creating a light streak on the ground that perfectly coincided with the last scratch inside the cover of the temporal sequence watch. They will find it. The teacher's wife spoke to the empty laboratory, her voice intermingled with the blaring alarms. She shoved a tape of stardust footage into a hidden compartment in the wall, the design of the compartment's lock mirroring the reflection of the new apprentice's palm print. The spacing of the tape's magnetic tracks equated to the difference in birthdays between him and that child, while the exposure time for each frame matched the breathing frequency during his welding. As she spoke, the laboratory lights began to extinguish row by row, the order of extinguishment perfectly aligning with the energy output sequence during the fusion of the three starships. The final segment of the image displayed the main control room of Tech City. The teacher's fingers moved swiftly within the grooves of the console, the shape of the groove perfectly matching the intersection of the new apprentice's welding gun and the old wrench. Each star system's symbol on a navigational chart she pulled up represented different models of welding guns, with the sequence from old acetylene torches to plasma welders aligning precisely with the ages of the routes on the temporal sequence star map. When she pressed the final confirmation key, a metal plaque suddenly popped out of the console, the characters for temporal sequence on it matching the scratch markings on the inside of Lin Feng's watch. The image concluded in a blinding white light, and the ice shell of the observation window shattered. Lin Feng reached out to catch a piece of stardust-laden ice, discovering that the frozen bubbles within formed a miniature star map, the coordinates precisely corresponding to their current location. The new apprentice's detector suddenly indicated that the concentration of stardust was rapidly increasing. The spectral characteristics of this stardust identical to the last ray of sunlight recorded by the memory glass. The last sunlight to shine into the laboratory before the destruction of Tech City in 731. The magnetic tracks of the tape were still readable. The boy connected a portable player to the remnant interface of the observation window, and a hidden image suddenly appeared on the screen. It was the teacher's wife smiling at the camera, and behind her, the tail flames of the three starships wove a tricolored seam in the starry sky. When you see this, it means the temporal sequence has already set sail. She raised her hand to make a welding gesture, the angle of her wrist perfectly aligning with the elevation angle of the main gun of the fusion ship. Remember, within every crack of the universe lies an unextinguished light. Just like the welding rod, glowing red will invariably leave the most solid patterns after cooling. Lin Feng's watch suddenly became hot in his pocket. He opened the cover and discovered that the scratches on the inside aligned in a straight line with the cracks in the observation window under the starlight, the endpoint of the line leading to the newly formed gravitational node of the Crab Nebula. The new apprentice pointed to the screen of the player, saying, "These magnetic track data can be converted into navigational coordinates." The final set of coordinates parameters consisted of the teacher's welding gun's working temperature added to the boy's body temperature, divided by the total length of the three starships, this value aligning precisely with the final activation parameters of the space-time adhesive. As they departed from the ruins of Tech City, Lin Feng heard the sound of stardust flowing amidst the shattering ice shell, reminiscent of the laughter of children in the footage. The newly initiated apprentice's plasma welder leaves a delicate azure trail behind, forming a complete symbol alongside the fractures of the observation window, reminiscent of a luminous seam illuminating the remnants of time amidst the glow of the Crab Nebula. As the transition engine of the temporal sequence is activated, Lin Feng places a shard of ice embedded with stardust into the cockpit's recess, causing the bubble star map within the ice to suddenly illuminate, perfectly overlapping with the star chart on the control panel. The brightest star, located at the end of the coordinates, awaits their repair. Chapter 56, Stardust Archives, the birth and twilight of the technological city. As Lin Feng's magnetic boots tread upon the metallic skeleton of the technological city's debris, the green line of the portable scanner meanders along the pipeline patterns beneath the ice crust. The new apprentice crouches beside a fractured support column in the data center, the residual warmth of the plasma welder causing the surrounding ice crystals to gently melt, revealing a metal box embedded within the inner side of the column. Beneath the oxide layer of the box, the etching of the archives gradually becomes clearer as the ice fissures spread. Energy remaining, 32 minutes. The boy's voice mingles with the hum of the equipment as his fingertips glide over the lock on the box lid, abruptly pausing at the third notch, a mark identical to that of his mentor's, akin to the symbol of the initiator. The accumulation of stardust between the three parallel notches perfectly mirrors the trajectory of the luminous flow emitted by his mentor's welder as seen in the memory glass. Removing his helmet, a chill instantly crystallizes into frost upon his eyelashes. He recalls a phrase from his mentor's journal. The foundation of the technological city is not metal, but the formula is hidden within stardust. As the metal box slowly opens beneath the spectral cutter, the yellowed edges of documents release a cascade of stardust that coalesces into a tiny spiral, tracing the path of the first light born from the Crab Nebula. Volume 1. The Foundation of Stardust. The topmost document is a folded star map, its parchment edges scorched by the flame of an acetylene welder. Upon unfolding, 3 red dots marked on the star map suddenly exude a silvery gray powder, settling in Lin Feng's palm to form 3 miniature starship models. The red vernal equinox bridge aligns with the Orion constellation. The blue insect awakening engine nozzle faces Sirius. And the golden grain rain side window corresponds perfectly with the lunar far side's craters. These represent the initial coordinates of the 3 ships. The new apprentice scans the reverse of the star map with a detector, revealing a string of pale blue data on his visor. Stellar calendar, year 692, July 3rd. Mentor and 3 starship captains signed the Trinity Protocol at the temporary space station in the Taurus Nebula. The ink contains trace amounts of iridium, matching the material spectrum of the gears within the temporal sequence pocket watch. An appendix to the protocol is a handwritten draft, its letters slightly blurred by stardust. Lin Feng recognizes it as his mentor's handwriting. When the first beam of light penetrates the icy layer of the insect awakening, the stardust of grain rain will solidify into the foundation. Beside the draft is a simple schematic. The 3 starships arranged in a triangular formation, with a blurred nebula circled in red at the intersection of their connecting lines, precisely where the remnants of the technological city now lie within the Crab Nebula. Hidden within the folder's compartment is a yellowed photograph. In the image, his mentor stands before the porthole of the temporary space station, holding a piece of transparent crystal that refracts light into a complex geometric pattern upon the cabin wall. Lin Feng suddenly recalls a scene from the memory glass. The shape of the recess in the control room of the technological city perfectly matches this pattern. The back of the photograph bears a handwritten note. Stellar calendar, year 693, the crystallization temperature of the first memory glass, 173. This number aligns precisely with the temperature of his fingertip when he touched the observation window. The thickest document is the material's science experiment log, the charred edges of its pages corresponding with the high-temperature records from the destruction of the technological city. Page 37's experimental data is circled in red. Optimal spacing for stardust magnetic tracks, 731 micrometers, which exactly equals the widest spacing of the new apprentice's palm print. At the log's end, a transparent film is affixed, within which stardust slowly shifts, the trajectory formed mirroring the rifling twist of the temporal sequence's main canon perfectly. Volume 2. The dome rises. The engineering blueprints from stellar calendar year 695 annotate the design of the circular dome. The reflectivity of the glass curtain wall must equal the radiation wavelength of the Crab Nebula. Lin Feng scans the blueprints with a spectrometer, discovering that the ink is mixed with trace amounts of nebula material, whose spectral characteristics are identical to the stardust that was raised when the observation window's ice shell shattered. The construction log hidden within the blueprints records an intriguing detail. Stellar calendar year 697, March 1st, angle of installation for the first dome glass, 31 degrees. The new apprentice suddenly points to his welder. When I repaired the isolation door, the angle of the welding rod was also 31 degrees. He turns the welder. The light reflected from its tip casting spots upon the ice surface that perfectly overlap with the glass reflection photograph attached to the log. The energy system debugging report contains a thin metal sheet etched with intricate markings. Lin Feng recognizes it as the nameplate of the data cabin storage tank, the depth of the etchings corresponding to different energy values. The curve diagram on page 17 of the report indicates when the energy core of the technological city is activated, the output frequency stabilizes at 003 Hz, which is precisely the molecular vibration frequency prior to the activation of the memory glass. At the bottom of the folder lies a children's enlightenment curriculum, the edges of the paper adorned with childish star maps. Lin Feng suddenly remembers the scene in the footage where children drew star trails on the floor. The timing of the star map drawing class noted on the curriculum perfectly synchronizes with the moment the children's laughter appeared in the memory glass. The back of the curriculum is affixed with a tiny sticker, a welder pattern crafted from stardust. The angle of the gun's nozzle mirroring exactly the angle at which his mentor adjusted a little girl's grip on the welder. Most disquieting is an unfinished defense system proposal. His mentor scribbled in red ink at the page's edge. When the alarm frequency reaches 731 Hz, all memory glass will automatically activate. Lin Feng suddenly recalls the alarm sounds during the destruction of the technological city, the frequency meter displaying precisely 731 Hz. The last page of the proposal has been torn away, the shape of the remaining paper scraps perfectly matching the scratches on the inner side of his pocket watch. Volume 3. The first signs of cracks. The Starship maintenance record from stellar calendar year 720 repeatedly marks the engine failure report of the vernal equinox. As Minter noted at the end of the report, the energy output deviation of the three ships has reached 0.3, requiring recalibration of the fusion parameters. Lin Feng flips to the records of the memory glass footage. The energy deviations during the fusion of the three starships were precisely corrected to 0.0. The correction value matching the new apprentice's body temperature. The Stardust Resource Survey report reveals that by stellar calendar year 725, the stardust concentration surrounding the technological city had decreased by 31. The accompanying spectral analysis graph shows the decay curve of the stardust, perfectly symmetrical to the stardust concentration curve recorded by the temporal sequences detector, as if two timelines of stardust were engaged in a dialogue spanning decades. The thickest document is a prohibition draft, signed on July 3, year 730 AD. The draft stipulates, prohibit any form of starship fusion experiments until the parameters of the temporal adhesive stabilize at 731. Lin Feng suddenly recalls his mentor's words in the footage. The prohibition of 731 will be lifted. The condition for lifting the prohibition is precisely the moment when the three starships successfully fuse into the temporal sequence. Hidden within the folder's dark compartment is a micro videotape. Lin Feng connects it to a portable player, and in the footage his mentor stands in the central laboratory, holding a piece of memory glass. When the light of the technological city begins to extinguish, these documents will transform into the coordinates of stardust. On the holographic screen behind her, models of the three starships are moving slowly, ultimately forming a configuration that perfectly aligns with the pattern formed by the scratches on the inner side of Lin Feng's pocket watch. The final segment of the videotape is severely disrupted, only allowing a glimpse of his mentor placing the documents into the metal box. As she closed the lid of the box, her palm pressed against the position of the combination lock, forming a corresponding point in three-dimensional space, with Lin Feng's palm resting on the file box at that moment. Remember, the voice of the Master's wife carried an electric static, and the total sum of the document's page numbers was 731, akin to the universe's code, awaiting the right person to decipher it. Volume 4. The Embers Yet to Fade. The bottom layer of the metallic box was lined with black velvet, upon which lay a metallic nameplate. The inscription Technology City on the nameplate bore an exact resemblance to the sequence number that had emerged in the last scene of the memory glass. Lin Feng flipped the nameplate over, revealing engravings on the back that formed a series of coordinates, precisely matching the stardust aggregation point just captured by the new apprentice's detector. The final directive of the year 731 contained a mere 3 lines. 1. Store all stardust videotapes in the memory glass. 2. The 3 ships shall await fusion at their initial coordinates. 3. The one who finds the document shall become the first captain of the sequence number. The date of the directive's signing was obscured by stardust, yet the visible numbers coincidentally matched Lin Feng's birthday, and he suddenly realized that the Master's wife had long foreseen this day. The final document was a blank star map, with a slender metal wire hidden within the binding seam. Lin Feng recognized it as the welding rod from the Master's wife's welding gun, with a length equal to the combined lengths of the 3 starships divided by 731, a value that corresponded perfectly with the final activation parameters of the space-time adhesive. When he placed the metal wire at the center of the star map, stardust suddenly seeped from the pages, drawing a clear flight path in the blank space, the endpoint of which was the brightest star depicted in the memory glass imagery. The new apprentice's detector emitted a rapid beeping. The screen displayed that the surrounding stardust was flowing along the trajectory of the star map within the document, the luminous trail connecting the metallic box with the sequence number starship. Lin Feng closed the folder, noticing that the stardust on the inner cover had formed a tiny, smiling face, reminiscent of the children's smiles in the imagery. There were 7 minutes of energy remaining. The youth inserted the final videotape into the player, and the screen suddenly revealed a hidden footage. The Master's wife stood in the control room of Technology City, the dome glass behind her reflecting the tail flames of the 3 starships. When you read these documents, she raised her hand to signal the welding gesture, her wrist angle perfectly mirroring Lin Feng's grip on the folder, indicating that the light of Technology City had transformed into the engine flames of the sequence number. As he departed the data center, Lin Feng placed the metallic box into the groove of the cockpit. Suddenly, all the stardust from the folder flew out, assembling into a complete star map within the cabin. the center of which had been replaced by a bright star to denote the location of Technology City, with the words sequence number inscribed beside it in stardust. The new apprentice pointed outside the porthole, within the halo of the Crab Nebula. The tail flames of the 3 starships were weaving a new dome in the starry sky, while the stardust that had flown out from the document was slowly coalescing into new coordinates, following the trajectory recorded in the memory glass. Lin Feng's pocket watch vibrated gently. He opened the case, discovering that the scratches on the inside aligned perfectly with the flight path on the control panel S star map. The endpoint of the line extended towards the brightest star, flickering like the undying light of Technology City, awaiting them to inscribe the next chapter of the star map with new welding marks. Chapter 57. The continuation of the star map. The first trace of the sequence numbers voyage. When Lin Feng embedded the metallic box into the groove of the cockpit of the sequence number, the stardust inside the lid suddenly flowed along the wall's texture, forming a series of pulsating coordinates on the control panel. The new apprentice was securing the last energy conduction plate with a plasma welding gun. As the blue flame brushed over the coordinates, the numbers abruptly shifted from red to green, signaling the starship's navigation system had confirmed the flight path. On July 3rd, 731, at 1731, the youth reported the time displayed on the detector, his fingertips gliding over the star map on the control panel. The flight path parameters perfectly synchronized with the stardust trajectory in the document. He referred to the line emerging from the blank star map, which now overlapped with the gravitational nodes of the Crab Nebula, the spacing of which precisely matched the recorded intervals of stardust magnetic paths in the Master S. Wife S. Materials Science Experiment Log. Lin Feng's pocket watch grew warm in his palm, the scratches on the inside forming a perfect angle with the flight path on the control panel S star map. Suddenly, he recalled the words from the final directive. The captain's first log should be written at the moment the stardust coalesces. When he retrieved the pen left by the Master S. Wife from the metallic box, the instant the nib touched the paper, the surrounding stardust converged, forming a transparent protective film on the paper surface, the thickness of which matched the coating parameters of the memory glass precisely. Chapter 1. The Echo of the Engine. The tremors of the engine's startup frequency resonated perfectly with the output frequency of Technology City's energy core. Lin Feng focused intently on the energy readings on the control panel, an instantaneous power of 731 megawatts, precisely equal to the sum of the rated power of the 3 starships divided by 31, a coefficient that the Master S. Wife had circled in red in the Starship Fusion Parameters table. When 3 become 1, the divisor is the temperature of light. The new apprentice suddenly pointed outside the porthole. Within the pale purple halo of the Crab Nebula, the residual energy trails from the fusion of the 3 starships were reorganizing, the resulting light band perfectly aligning with the dome contours depicted in the engineering blueprint within the metallic box. Like a transparent canopy, the boy's welding gun cast tiny points of light upon the cabin wall, mirroring the crystalline refractive patterns in the photograph of the Master S. Wife. On the first page of the voyage log, Lin Feng transcribed a sentence from the Trinity Protocol. The direction of the starship is not a coordinate, but an unfinished welding mark. As he penned the final word, the silver-gray ink seeping from the pen suddenly rippled, forming a tiny star map on the paper. Beside the brightest star, marked with a date in stardust, July 3rd, 731, the day Technology City was annihilated, and also the day the sequence number set sail. In the late-night cockpit, the portable player suddenly activated by itself. The screen displayed a segment of undated footage. The Master S. Wife sat in the laboratory of the temporary space station, turning a piece of memory glass in her hands. The light reflected from the glass, casting shadows of the 3 starships on the wall. As the sequence number traversed the Taurus Nebula, she spoke to the shadow, reminding, "Remember to calibrate the main cannon's elevation angle, 31 degrees. Lin Feng looked up at the main cannon control panel, discovering that the current angle was indeed set at 31 degrees, identical to the installation angle of the glass recorded in the construction log. Chapter 2. The Response of Stardust. As the jump concluded, the starship came to a halt above the coordinates where the Trinity Protocol was signed. Lin Feng opened the hatch, and the stardust floating outside suddenly surged in, forming a familiar symbol on the floor, precisely that of the space-time adhesive used during the fusion of the 3 starships, matching the traces of the blown fuses on the starter S circuit board perfectly. The new apprentice's detector indicated that the stardust concentration here was 731 times that of the remnants of Technology City. The Master S. Wife's experimental log had noted that the stardust in the Taurus Nebula contained the highest iridium content, making it suitable for mending the cracks in the memory glass. The youth suddenly pulled a fragment from his pocket, a piece he had caught when the observation window shattered. now enveloped in stardust, with a faint golden light seeping from the cracks, identical to the luminous flow emitted by the Master wife's welding gun in the memory glass. Within the wreckage of the temporary space station, they discovered a laboratory covered in ice crystals. In the recess of the operating table lay half a transparent crystal, the angle of its fracture complementing the longest diameter of the burn scar on the new apprentice's palm. Lin Feng fitted the two crystals together, and a complete geometric pattern was suddenly projected onto the cabin wall. The trajectory of the stardust along the edges of the pattern formed a complete spiral with the rifling twist of the sequence number's main cannon, reminiscent of the trajectory of the first light birthed from the Crab Nebula. Before departing, Lin Feng discovered a rusty nameplate on the metal rack in the laboratory, inscribed with the words Year 692. He employed a spectrometer for scanning and discovered that the engravings on the back of the nameplate and the inscription archive on the metal box were crafted by the same engraving tool. The new apprentice burst into laughter. Look, the depth of the engraving is 0.31 millimeters, which is precisely the diameter of my welding torch. Chapter 3. The terminus of coordinates as the shadow of the temporal sequence number was cast upon the surface of the brightest star. The star chart on the main control panel spontaneously updated itself. Beside the newly added flight path, stardust formed small lettering. The initial stroke of the repair must equal the melting point of memory. Lin Feng called up the parameters of his mentor's welding torch. The crystallization temperature of 173 combined with a body temperature of 37 precisely equaled the absolute temperature conversion of the star surface. This formula was inscribed in the margin of the Energy System Debugging Report. An abandoned observation station floated in the planetary orbit. The log within indicated that the last recorded time was July 3rd, 731 AD, at 1731, perfectly synchronized with the moment of the demise of the tech city. The final page of the log bore a simple diagram. The tail flames of 3 starships forming a projection on the star surface, which coincided exactly with the star trails drawn by the children on the course schedule of Lin Feng's mentor. The new apprentice used a plasma welding torch to cut into the main control panel of the observation station, revealing that the arrangement of fuses on the internal circuit board mirrored the groove layout of the temporal sequence numbers cockpit. As he replaced the last fuse, the observation station suddenly illuminated its emergency lights. The flickering frequency of the lights synchronized perfectly with the leakage pulse from the 7th storage tank in the data cabin, reminiscent of the final signal left by the mentor in the laboratory before the destruction of the tech city. Beneath the dome of the observation station, they uncovered a massive memory glass. Reflected in the glass were the 3 starships yet to merge, the red vernal equinox penetrating the ice layer of the blue awakening, while the golden grain rain showered stardust at their intersection, entirely consistent with the diagram in Lin Feng's mentor's handwritten draft. Lin Feng reached out to touch the glass, and the temperature at his fingertips plummeted to 173. The glass suddenly rippled, and his mentor's voice emanated from within. The repair has commenced. Final chapter. The unextinguished light as the new apprentice's welding torch emitted its first beam of blue flame. Stardust unexpectedly coalesced into a grand star map upon the surface of the star. Lin Feng recognized it as a replica of the Tech City Square. On the star trails drawn by the children, each star point corresponded to the energy values of the temporal sequence number storage tanks. The youth adjusted the angle of the welding rod to 31 degrees, and the moment the weld mark landed at the center of the star map, the surrounding stardust suddenly illuminated, forming a luminous band that connected the observation station, starships, and the star, just as his mentor had said, using stardust as a cosmic bandage. Lin Feng opened his pocket watch. The scratches on the inner side aligned with the weld marks, forming a straight line under the starlight. He suddenly understood that from the memory glass of the tech city to the documents within the metal box, from the merging of the 3 starships to the flight path of the temporal sequence number, all parameters and coordinates conveyed a singular truth. The unextinguished light is never a mere vestige of the past, but rather a new trajectory awaiting repair. Upon their return, the documents within the metal box began to automatically turn pages. Stardust erupted from the pages, forming a new star map within the cockpit, prominently featuring the inscription Star Calendar 732 in soft golden light. The new apprentice pointed to a small coordinate at the edge of the star map. Look, there's a new marker, resembling the shape of a welding torch. As Lin Feng's pen descended upon the final page of the navigation log, stardust suddenly gathered, imprinting the writing onto the cabin wall. He gazed out of the porthole, where within the halo of the Crab Nebula, the trail left by the temporal sequence number slowly solidified, combining with the silhouette of the Tech City's dome and the trajectories of the 3 starships to form a complete symbol. as if sealing the cracks of the universe with a glowing weld. At the end of that weld, more stardust was gathering, awaiting them to inscribe the coordinates of the next chapter. Chapter 58. The new trajectory of stardust welding on the first dawn of star calendar 732. Faint golden stardust drifted outside the porthole of the temporal sequence number. The trajectory of this stardust was peculiar, neither resembling the chaotic dispersal of the Tex City's wreckage nor the spiral patterns of the Crab Nebula, but rather aligning with a newly marked flight path on the main control panel's star chart, forming a dense band of light, with the spacing precisely matching the oscillation amplitude of the welding rod used by the new apprentice during the repair of the observation station. Lin Feng turned to the next page of the navigation log. As the tip of his pen barely touched the paper, the metal box suddenly vibrated slightly. The lid popped open automatically, revealing a layer of black velvet beneath, from which stardust slowly seeped, forming an unfamiliar symbol on the cabin wall, resembling two crossed welding torches. With the angles of their tips at 31 degrees and 731 degrees, perfectly aligned with the angles noted in the Starship Fusion parameter table for the primary and secondary welding torches. The detector responded. The new apprentice pointed at the pulsating spectral curve on the screen, noting that this wavelength of stardust was referred to in his mentor's experimental log as active magnetic dust, capable of remembering the energy pulse during welding. The boy suddenly recalled something and rummaged through his toolbox for a fragment of memory glass, the very piece repaired within the Taurus Nebula. At this moment, the cracks in the fragment vibrated with a frequency of 0.3 Hz, synchronizing with the molecular frequency upon activation of the memory glass. Chapter 4. Dual torch coordinates. After jumping along the trajectory indicated by the stardust, they arrived at a nebula that had never been marked on the star chart. Here, the stardust displayed a rare dual color. One half was the red of the vernal equinox, and the other half was the gold of the grain rain, with the boundary between the two colors perfectly coinciding with the connection lines of the three ships depicted in the appendix of the Trinity Agreement. At the center of the nebula floated a partially damaged space station, its surface marked with peculiar engravings. The depth of the longitudinal engravings was 0.31 millimeters, and the spacing of the transverse engravings was 731 millimeters, forming a pattern that mirrored the etched inscription archive on the metal box. Lin Feng gently touched the engravings with the plasma welding torch, causing the cabin to emit a humming sound and a metal plate to pop out from within, featuring a password lock structured with dual dials, the wear on the digits of which was identical to that of the vintage lock on starter. 731 and 31. The new apprentice exclaimed almost instinctively. As the two dials pointed to these respective numbers, the door beneath the metal plate slowly creaked open, revealing a workshop filled with welding equipment. The arrangement of tools in the workshop was strikingly familiar, overlapping almost exactly with the scene of the Tech City maintenance workshop depicted in the memory glass. Even the positioning of the heating radiator in the corner was precise, and the temperature on the radiator's surface registered as 68. The midpoint between 173 and 37, a number inscribed in the margin of the draft paper from 731 AD, denoting the optimal preservation temperature for memory glass. On the workbench lay an open welding process manual, the crucial passage circled in red ink red. During dual torch cooperative welding, the energy output of the primary torch should be 731 times that of the secondary torch, just as the light of the vernal equinox and the dust of the grain rain, differing in intensity yet indispensable. Beside the manual, the energy indicators of the two plasma welding torches rested at 731 and 100 megawatts, perfectly aligning with the 731-fold ratio. Before departing the space station, Lin Feng discovered that the stardust along the inner wall formed a series of coordinates. The final set of parameters was particularly unique. It was the current speed of the temporal sequence number added to the flickering frequency of the observation station's emergency lights, multiplied by the stardust concentration of the Taurus Nebula, yielding a result that precisely matched the entry password for the unmarked area in the final directive. Chapter 5. The memory of the weld in the planetary orbit of the new coordinates. They discovered something even more extraordinary, a solid-state weld formed from condensed stardust. This weld was wide, with a cross-section forming a perfect isosceles triangle, the apex angle measuring 31 degrees, and the base length stretching 731 millimeters. Identical in shape to the first weld mark made by the new apprentice on the surface of the star, merely scaled up by a factor of 10 million. As he scanned the weld with the spectrometer, the detector unexpectedly began to play a segment of audio. It is the voice of the mentor, accompanied by the subtle sounds of the welding mask. When the twin gun welds converge amidst the cosmic dust, the active magnetic particles will remember this angle, transforming it into a new coordinate. Just like children sketching star trails on the floor, Each stroke is a letter sent to the universe. Within the audio backdrop, the faint echoes of children's laughter can be discerned, perfectly synchronized with the joyous sounds of children drawing star trails in the images of the technological city. The new apprentice attempts to reinforce the weld next to the seam with the twin welding guns. As the angle between the two guns aligns with the symbol on the metal box, a sudden flash of white light emanates from the solid-state weld. Within this light, an image emerges. The minter stands in the maintenance workshop of the technological city, wielding two welding guns, demonstrating the technique of cross-welding. The movement of her wrist mirrors precisely the grip of Lin Feng on his pen at that moment. In the final frame of the image, the minter places the welding guns on the workbench, and the reflection of the gun's body creates a light trace on the ground, forming a complete pattern with the solid-state weld before him. Thus, it dawns upon Lin Feng. The memory of the active magnetic particles is not a passive recording, but an active resonance, responding to new actions that overlap with past trajectories. Just like at this moment, as the new apprentice's weld merges with the solid-state seam, the surrounding cosmic dust begins to flow rapidly, marking the next coordinate on the star map, denoted by the symbol of two crossed welding guns. After the final chapter, the flowing weld. During the return journey, the documents within the metal box begin to transform. The once yellowed pages now recompose new words and patterns from the cosmic dust. In the blank spaces of the material's science experimental log, the parameters for welding with active magnetic dust are automatically completed, while the corners of the engineering blueprint are augmented with a red-inked annotation highlighting the cooperative trajectory of the twin guns. Most remarkably, the initial coordinate star map of the three ships reveals three dots slowly moving, ultimately forming a triangle that aligns perfectly with the contours of the newly discovered bicolored nebula. Lin Feng's pocket watch begins to radiate warmth once again. He opens the cover to find that the scratches on the inside no longer follow a fixed pattern, but vary slightly with the flow of cosmic dust, creating a new trajectory that complements the current flight path of the time sequence number. Suddenly, the new apprentice points out the porthole. Those bicolored cosmic dust particles are weaving an enormous net across the starry sky, with the net's mesh forming tiny welding gun patterns. Each gun's tip aimed at different galaxies, just as the minter had said. Within every fissure of the universe lies a light awaiting repair. On a new page of the navigational log, the cosmic dust automatically arranges itself into words. The next chapter's welding gun is held in the hands of one who remembers the warmth. Lin Feng, gripping his pen, glances at the youth beside him, who is adjusting his welding gun. As the pen tip descends, the silver-gray ink that seeps out merges with the surrounding cosmic dust, forming a delicate golden weld on the paper. The starting point of this weld is the coordinate of the technological city, while the endpoint lies in a completely blank region of the star map, where the cosmic dust eagerly awaits, poised to become new inscriptions. Outside the porthole, the luminous bands of bicolored cosmic dust continue to extend. They traverse the spiral of the Crab Nebula, surpass the crystalline clusters of the Taurus Nebula, and circle around the brightest star, eventually merging with the flight path of the time sequence number, forming a flowing weld in the starry sky. This weld has no terminus, much like the undying light that forever awaits new connections, eternally continuing the unfinished coordinates. Chapter 59, The New Weld of Light and Dust. During the cosmic dust monsoon season of the year 732, the star map on the control console of the time sequence number is suddenly obscured by a multitude of luminous points. These points are not stellar coordinates, but rather countless intricate weld patterns, each with slightly varying angles and lengths, yet maintaining a core angle of 31 degrees. Akin to innumerable twin gun symbols blooming in the night sky. Lin Feng brings his pocket watch close to the star map, and the flowing scratches on the interior suddenly connect with the luminous points. At the line's terminus, the bicolored cosmic dust gathers at an accelerated pace, forming a luminous band approximately 731 millimeters wide, within which the shadows of three star ships can be discerned. The red light trail of the spring equinox interweaves with the blue light trail of the awakening, ultimately enveloped by the golden cosmic dust of the Guyu, creating a dynamic replication of the diagram attached to the Trinity Agreement. The new apprentice's detector continues to emit beeping sounds, and the screen displays a series of unfamiliar energy parameters. Cooperative welding threshold, 73,131 megawatts. The youth rummages through the minter's documents and finally uncovers a note tucked within the welding process manual. Inscribed in red ink, when the total energy of the twin guns reaches this value, the active magnetic dust will weave into a cosmic dust welding fabric capable of mending the universe's fissures. The cosmic dust concentration at the note's edge perfectly aligns with the spectral analysis results of the solid-state weld. Chapter 6. Cosmic Dust Welding Fabric. Following the guidance of a luminous band, they leap into an area riddled with spatial fractures. These fractures are peculiar, their edges shimmering with a faint green glow unique to memory glass, varying in width from 0.31 millimeters to 731 millimeters. Their combined shapes mirror the ice shell patterns formed when the dome of the technological city shattered, creating a three-dimensional reflection. They detect a peak of active magnetic dust. The new apprentice points to the waveform displayed on the screen, which perfectly matches the pulse recorded before activating the welding fabric in the manual. Just as he finishes speaking, the surrounding bicolored cosmic dust accelerates into a whirl, the red and golden particles intertwining like two welding rods, forming a translucent membrane at the fracture. The membrane's thickness is precisely 731 times that of the memory glass coating, aligning perfectly with the optimal repair thickness noted by the mentor. Lin Feng attempts to touch the membrane with the twin welding guns. The tips of the guns instantly soar to a temperature of 731. As the guns move at a 31-degree angle, the membrane suddenly shimmers with golden light, and the faint green glow at the edges of the fissure begins to fade, revealing the flowing cosmic dust beneath, which reorganizes at the optimal solidification speed recorded in the material's science experimental log, synchronizing perfectly with the weld marks observed during the new apprentice's reinforcement. Deep within the largest fracture, they discover a massive piece of memory glass. The images recorded within are extraordinary, not the past of the technological city, but countless fragments of the future, scenes of the time sequence, number welding amidst cosmic dust. Images of the new apprentice teaching children to wield welding guns, and even a strange star map, where the flight paths are composed of numerous 31-degree weld marks. In the final image, the mentor's voice carries a hint of laughter. The fracture is not an end, but a new trajectory for light to traverse. Chapter 7. The Convergence of Three Marks. During the return journey, the documents within the metal box undergo an even more wondrous transformation. Beside the malfunction report of the spring equinox in the starship maintenance record, new words emerge. When the light of the three starships reunites within the welding fabric, the memory of the old welding gun will transform into the temperature of the new welding gun. The ink of the inscription shows that the red cosmic dust and golden cosmic dust are merging in a ratio of 7,311, consistent with the energy ratio of the twin guns working in harmony. The new apprentice suddenly notices that the burn scar on his palm begins to glow. At the longest diameter of the scar, the cosmic dust vibrates at a frequency of 0.03 Hz, synchronized with the molecular frequency of the memory glass. When he places his palm against the groove on the control console, the cosmic dust within the groove suddenly surges forth, spelling out a complete symbol on the cabin wall, composed of three weld marks, each corresponding to the colors of the three starships, with the convergence point at an angle of 31 degrees, perfectly overlapping with the triangular star trails drawn by children in the technological city square. This is the three-mark symbol. Lin Feng flips to the supplementary page of the final directive, a page that has mysteriously appeared. The mentor states that this is the final form of the temporal adhesive, requiring the memory of the old welding gun, the temperature of the new welding gun, and the memory of the cosmic dust to activate. He looks towards the new apprentice, whose welding gun is currently placed in a cross with his old wrench, forming an angle that is precisely 31 degrees, aligning perfectly with the core angle of the symbol. When both tools simultaneously touch the cabin wall symbol, the time sequence number suddenly vibrates violently. Outside the porthole, a tapestry of bicolored stardust intertwines with the luminous trails of three starships, creating an immense fabric of cosmic dust against the backdrop of the night sky. Each node upon this celestial tapestry corresponds to the coordinates they have meticulously repaired. At this moment, Lin Feng's pocket watch fully opens, the scratches on its inner surface aligning with the welding marks on the fabric, forming an infinitely extending line. At the end of this line, more stardust converges, giving rise to new symbols, the endless chapter, heirs of light. On the first day of the year 733 in the star calendar, the voyage log of the vessel chronicle has filled 5 volumes. The latest page bears no coordinates, no parameters, only faint golden welding marks, at the end of which stardust is forming small letters. The next welding gun is burning hot in the palm of some child. A new apprentice stands before the porthole, holding a newly solidified memory glass. Reflected within it is an image of the children of the technological city overlapping with the emergency lights of the observation station. At the edges of the image, the tail flames of the 3 starships inscribe the characters Chronicle in the starry sky. the slant of the strokes perfectly mirroring the angle of the welding rod he employed during repairs. Lin Feng places a metallic box into a hidden recess of the cockpit. The instant the lid closes, all the stardust from the documents suddenly bursts forth, merging with the fabric outside the porthole. He knows that this stardust will not vanish. It will transform into new coordinates, new welding marks, new memories, continuing to mend the fractures of the universe under the welding gun of some child. Beyond the porthole, the fabric of stardust continues to stretch. It traverses known nebulae, sailing toward the unknown cosmos, its welding marks ever increasing, yet consistently maintaining a core angle of 31 degrees. Just as the teacher had said, the unextinguished light is never a remnant of the past, but rather a temperature awaiting inheritance. And the trail of chronicle perpetually follows these lights, inscribing a tale without an ending across the starry expanse. Chapter 60, God of the North Wind. The futuristic vessel depicted in the design blueprint. As Lin Feng's magnetic boots traverse the icy floor of the technological city's data center, the portable scanner's green line suddenly veers sharply downward. The screen flashes an anomalous metallic reaction signal, distinct from the alloy spectrum of the surrounding compartments. This signal's wavelength exhibits a notable design redundancy, akin to an additional 3 layers of protective structure superimposed upon the parameters of standard starship armor. Energy remaining, 27 minutes. The new apprentice's plasma welding gun is aimed at a metal plate embedded in the ice, the blue flame licking over the etched surface, revealing the words of a data archive. The depth of this engraving measures 731 millimeters, precisely double that of the archive, aligning perfectly with the ultra-secret engraving standards noted in the teacher's starship design specifications. When the metal plate is completely stripped away, a half-buried alloy box is revealed beneath the ice. The box's combination lock is a 3-dimensional structure. Among the 6-sided numeric dials, only the numbers 956 remain unworn. When combined, they form the code 956A, which glimmers coldly under the scanner's green light. Lin Feng has seen a blurred record of this code in the remnants of the main control room's database, marked as the dormant North Wind Project. Volume 1, the blueprint beneath the ice. The top layer of the alloy box is covered with a yellowed overview design diagram. The burn marks at the edges of the paper correlate with the high-temperature records from the destruction of the technological city. Yet the lines in the core area remain distinct, a side view of a double-bridge starship, with the hull length marked as 731 meters and a main gun caliber of 31 meters. The ratio of these two values, precisely matching that of the Chronicle's main gun to hull length, is the God of the North Wind. The new apprentice points to the SEAL script code in the upper right corner of the diagram. The teacher mentioned it in the code naming log, saying it should embody the gravitational winds of the Crab Nebula, carrying the kinetic energy to tear through space. The boy suddenly realizes that the central axis marked on the diagram aligns perfectly with the central axis of the remnants of the technological city, as if the design of this warship was anchored to this nebula from the very beginning. Hidden within the layers of the design blueprint is a weapon system parameter sheet, with glaring red ink annotations at the edges. The main gun's rotational angle must synchronize with the magnetic field lines of the Crab Nebula, with an initial angle of 31 degrees and a maximum elevation of 731 degrees. Utilizing a spectrometer to scan the annotations, Lin Feng discovers that the iridium concentration in the ink matches the spectral material of the gears in the Chronicle pocket watch, indicating a unique marking method of the teacher. The most alarming document is the defense system concept, which illustrates a peculiar triple ice armor structure. The outer layer is a composite of memory glass and stardust. The middle layer comprises liquid nitrogen circulation pipes, and the inner layer is active magnetic dust armor. The thickness ratio of these 3 materials is noted as 731, identical to the diameter ratio of the liquid nitrogen extinguishing system in the technological city. While the parameters of the active magnetic dust armor correspond precisely with the performance descriptions of the stardust fabric they discovered in the bicolored nebula. At the bottom of the folder lies a semi-transparent membrane, upon which the stardust forms a 3-dimensional model of the main gun. When Lin Feng holds the membrane up to the starlight outside the porthole, the projection of the model suddenly aligns with the outline of the Chronicle's main gun, save for an additional spiral pattern on the barrel, the angle of which precisely matches the rotation angle of the welding rod during the new apprentice's repairs. Volume 2, the unfinished parameters. The pages of the energy core design draft have become brittle, yet the critical data is circled repeatedly in red ink. Dual reactor output power, 7,310 megawatts, with 31 needing to be converted into magnetic field constraining energy. This figure sends a jolt through Lin Feng. The current maximum power of Chronicle is a mere 731 megawatts, precisely 1/10 of that of the God of the North Wind. And the 31 energy conversion ratio is identical to the energy loss rate during the fusion of the 3 starships. Adjacent to the draft, the magnetic field constraining experiment records is affixed with a piece of metal foil. The stardust upon this foil vibrates at a frequency of 0.003 Hz, synchronized with the molecular frequency during the activation of memory glass. The failed case recorded on page 56 is marked repeatedly in the year 729 of the star calendar. The constraining magnetic field collapsed due to insufficient active magnetic dust concentration of 731, a concentration value that perfectly matches the active magnetic dust concentration detected in the Taurus Nebula. The design of the bridge layout diagram is particularly unique. The shape of the main bridge control recess complements the longest arc of Lin Feng's palm print, while the distance between the consoles of the secondary bridge equals the length of the new apprentice's welding gun. At the midpoint of the line connecting the 2 bridges, a tiny star map is drawn, with the brightest star's coordinates matching exactly with that of the target star they have repaired, as if this warship was destined to sail towards that very point from its inception. The thickest document is the jump engine debugging manual, alongside which the teacher has written a note in red ink. Calibration of jump coordinates must use the memory glass of the technological city as a reference point, with an error not exceeding 0.31 light years. Tucked into the last page of the manual is a slender metal wire, measuring precisely 731 centimeters, identical to the welding rod left behind by the teacher in the cockpit recess of the Chronicle, yet its surface is inscribed with finer patterns, the spacing of which matches the magnetic track spacing of the Stardust tape. Volume 3. The Reasons for the Freeze. The project evaluation report from the year 730 of the star calendar bears the teacher's handwriting infused with rare hesitation. The energy of the God of the North Wind's main gun is sufficient to tear apart the space-time adhesive, if it were to fall into the wrong hands. A hasty symbol is sketched in the blank area of the report, akin to a warship colliding with the gravitational node of the Crab Nebula. The coordinates of this node completely align with the coordinates formed by the scratches on the inner surface of the Chronicle pocket watch. The material shortage inventory reveals an even more pressing predicament. The crystallization rate of memory glass has only reached 31, and the collection of active magnetic dust is insufficient compared to the design requirement of 731. Next to the inventory is a stardust concentration monitoring chart, in which the curve surrounding the technological city perfectly connects with the curve of the Stardust Resource Census report they uncovered, indicating that after the year 730 of the star calendar, the rate of decline in stardust concentration accelerated abruptly, marking the onset of the technological city's decline. The most crucial evidence is concealed within a private journal. In the 4th month of the year 731 of the stellar calendar, the master wrote, "Store the core parameters of 956A in the memory glass. The password is the angle formed during the fusion of the 3 ships. The day when the time sequence can endure 7,310 megawatts of energy will be the day of the North Wind's awakening." At the conclusion of the log, a simple schematic was drawn. The trajectory of the time sequence intersected with that of the God of the North Wind at the Crab Nebula, the angle of intersection being precisely 31 degrees. In the hidden compartment of the alloy box lay an intact piece of memory glass. As a new apprentice applied the dual welding guns to the glass at a 31-degree angle, it suddenly illuminated, casting the image of Master Yuan, standing before the design, wielding a specially crafted welding gun, the angle of its tip oscillating between 31 degrees and 731 degrees. Remember, she spoke to the lens. The God of the North Wind is not a weapon. It is the universe's auxiliary welding gun. When the seams of the time sequence are too narrow, it will carry the memories of stardust to mend the deepest fissures. Epilogue echoes beyond the blueprints. As the alloy box was placed aboard the time sequence, all the stardust from the design suddenly began to flow. They coalesced on the cockpit walls into a complete 3-dimensional image of the God of the North Wind. The surface of the vessel slowly revealing all the coordinates they had welded, from the observation windows of the tech city to the welding scars on the stellar surface, from the space station within the bicolored nebula to the fissures of stardust welding cloth. Each coordinate resembled a rivet, firmly binding the warship, which lingered on the blueprints, to the actual trajectory. Energy resonance was detected. The new apprentice pointed at the screen, noticing that the output frequency of the time sequence S reactor began to synchronize with the design frequency of 956A. The youth suddenly comprehended the words in the master's log. Perhaps the time sequence was not a substitute for the God of the North Wind, but rather its preheating device, with those welded coordinates laying the energy pathways for this colossal ship. Lin Feng embedded the piece of memory glass into the groove of the main control panel. In the reflection of the glass, the image of the master intertwined with the silhouette of the new apprentice calibrating the welding gun. The angle formed by their arms precisely 31 degrees. In the final image, the master raised her hand to demonstrate the welding gesture and outside the porthole. The gravitational winds of the Crab Nebula swirled golden stardust, tracing a vast arc across the cosmos, the shape of which perfectly aligned with the maximum elevation trajectory of the god of the North Wind's main cannon. As they departed from the ruins of the tech city, the alloy box suddenly vibrated gently. Stardust seeped from the interior of the cover, forming a parallel light band alongside the trajectory of the time sequence, the width of which was 731 meters, precisely matching the width of the god of the North Wind's hull. Lin Feng realized that this warship, which remained on the blueprints, had never truly been set aside. It was merely waiting for the seams of the time sequence to weave a sufficiently robust pathway, waiting for the concentration of active magnetic dust to reach that wondrous 731, waiting for a youth like the new apprentice to raise the welding gun and transform the lines on the blueprints into the true north wind in the starry sky. At that moment, the new apprentice's detector emitted a new message. The first armor plate of the god of the North Wind could be forged from the stardust welding cloth of the time sequence. The boy looked up towards the porthole, witnessing the bicolored stardust accelerating along the light band, where the silhouette of a colossal ship could be faintly discerned amidst the glow of the Crab Nebula, its main cannon elevated at an angle of 31 degrees, aimed at some rift in the depths of the cosmos, just as the master had said, bearing unextinguished light, awaiting the moment of welding. Chapter 61. From Blueprints to Stardust Welds. During the monsoon season of the Crab Nebula in the year 733 of the stellar calendar, the star map of the main control panel of the time sequence was suddenly enveloped by an anomalous energy band. This energy band possessed a unique wavelength, encompassing both the conventional frequency of the time sequence and superimposed with a series of unfamiliar pulses, the intervals of which were 731 seconds, precisely matching the charging cycle of the main cannon as annotated on the design blueprint of the 956A battleship. Lin Feng brought the memory glass close to the star map, and the image of the master within the glass began to flicker. In the image, she circled a coordinate on the design of the god of the North Wind with a red pen. The stardust melting point must be set at the energy convergence point during the fusion of the three ships, with a temperature threshold of 7,310 Kelvin. This coordinate perfectly overlapped with the source of the energy band displayed by the detector at that moment, while the temperature value corresponded exactly to 10 times the current maximum output power of the time sequence. The new apprentice's welding gun suddenly became hot. The boy noticed that the temperature of the gun body fluctuated at a frequency of 0.03 Hertz, synchronized with the molecular vibration frequency of the memory glass. As he aimed the welding gun at the energy band outside the porthole, the blue flame emitted from the tip suddenly transformed into two colors. One half was the light blue of the time sequence, and the other half was the silvery hue marked on the design of the god of the North Wind, with the flame core's temperatures corresponding to 731 megawatts and 7,310 megawatts of energy output, respectively. Chapter 8. The Stardust Melting Furnace. Following the guidance of the energy band, they arrived at a small asteroid belt enveloped in stardust. The concentration of stardust here was 10 times that of the bicolored nebula, with a proportion of active magnetic dust precisely at 731, the optimal melting ratio as specified in the magnetic field confinement experiment record. The surface of the asteroid was peculiar, adorned with spiral grooves, the angle of which was 31 degrees, perfectly aligning with the rifling design of the god of the North Wind's main cannon. This was a natural melting furnace. Lin Feng pointed to a translucent asteroid, and the spectrometer indicated that its core was a mixed crystal of memory glass and stardust. The master had noted in the materials science experimental log that this crystal would soften at 7310 Kelvin, making it ideal for casting armor plates. No sooner had he spoken than the new apprentice's welding gun activated autonomously, the blue flame accurately targeting the core of the crystal, causing the molten stardust to flow through the spiral grooves, the temperature of the resulting metallic liquid stabilizing at the threshold marked by the master. As the liquid stardust cooled, it automatically solidified into an armor plate. The patterns on the plate were distinctive. Vertically, it bore the welding scars from the time sequence's repairs, while horizontally, it featured the hull lines from the design of the god of the North Wind. The interwoven patterns formed a three-dimensional correspondence with the metallic framework of the tech city's ruins. Lin Feng scanned it with the spectrometer, and discovered that the density parameters of the armor plate perfectly matched the triple ice armor outlined in the defense system concept, with the distribution of active magnetic dust precisely replicating the protective structure of the stardust welding cloth. At the center of the asteroid belt, they uncovered a massive metal framework. The dimensions of the framework perfectly conformed to the hull outline of the god of the north wind, and the recesses on the beams and columns seamlessly complemented the edges of the armor plate held by the new apprentice. Within the etchings on the inner side of the framework, stardust flowed slowly, forming small inscriptions. The first piece of armor must be embedded into the main cannon base, at an angle of 31 degrees, an angle that matched the initial elevation angle of the main cannon on the design blueprint to the last detail. Chapter 9. Dual Ship Coordination. As the first armor plate was embedded into the framework, the main control panel of the time sequence suddenly generated a new parameter table. The table indicated that the energy system of the god of the north wind could form a series connection with the time sequence, the former responsible for providing 7,310 megawatts of base power, while the latter, through active magnetic dust conduction, stabilized the energy at a magnetic field constraint ratio of 31. This collaborative mode was entirely consistent with the description of energy ratios between the main and secondary ships in the Starship Fusion parameter table. The new apprentice attempted to initiate the collaborative program, and the reactor of the time sequence immediately emitted a low hum. Outside the porthole, two beams of energy shot forth from the hulls of both ships, converging in the starry sky at an angle of 31 degrees. At the apex of the angle, the stardust was suddenly ionized, forming a golden passageway, the width of which was 731 meters, precisely matching the whole width of the god of the north wind. The direction of the passageway's extension perfectly aligned with the initial cruising route marked on the design blueprint. Midway through the passageway, they discovered a semi-completed dock. On the equipment within the dock, the master's markings were clearly visible. The spacing of 3 parallel grooves equaled the cabin intervals on the design of the god of the north wind, while the stardust accumulation at the ends of the grooves mirrored the gear teeth spacing of the time sequence's pocket watch. On the main control panel of the dock, the construction progress chart lay cloaked in stardust, revealing the date, March 1st, year 731 of the stellar calendar, precisely 4 months before the cataclysm that befell the city of technology. The progress bar displayed a completion rate of 31, mirroring the current state of the armor for the north wind. As Lin Feng departed from the dock, his pocket watch unexpectedly sprang open. The scratches on the inner cover aligned perfectly with the trajectory of a north wind, culminating in a gathering of stardust that formed a colossal silhouette of a main cannon. The angle of the barrel was precisely 731 degrees, aimed directly at a segment of the starry expanse marred by deep black fissures, whose widths coincidentally matched the irreparable length of 731 meters of the temporal sequence number. Final chapter. The north wind sets sail. On the first day of year 734 of the stellar calendar, the north wind's main cannon executed its inaugural test firing. As a silvery energy beam surged toward the black fissures, it divided automatically into 31 branches, each angle meticulously corresponding to the fissures' orientations. This beam-splitting technology originated from the method employed by the new apprentice while performing solid-state welding, now magnified a millionfold, transforming into a cosmic-grade welding tool. Lin Feng stood at the junction of the twin bridges. The recess of the main bridge's control panel melded seamlessly with his palm print, while the secondary bridge's controls were under the new apprentice's command. When their tools intersected, forming a 31-degree angle, it activated the final form of the temporal adhesive. Stardust welding fabric suddenly surged forth from the two vessels, weaving an immense protective net at the fissures. The mesh's pattern mirrored the dual gun symbol composed of the outlines of the temporal sequence number and the north wind's bridge. Within the memory glass, the image of the matriarch finally crystallized. She stood beside the completed north wind, a soft lavender halo of the Crab Nebula illuminating the backdrop. As the temperature of the small welding torch awakened the memories of the larger one, the universe's fissures would transform into new star tracks. As she spoke, her image overlapped with the reality outside the viewport. The new apprentice was instructing a group of children on how to calibrate mini welding torches, and the star maps drawn by the children perfectly aligned with the ballistic trajectory of the north wind's main cannon. On their return journey, the paths of the temporal sequence number and the north wind intertwined in the starry sky, forming a double helix. Each node of the helix corresponded to a completed welding of the fissures, with the stardust at these nodes resonating at a frequency of 731 Hz, harmonizing with the energy frequencies of both the temporal sequence number and the north wind. Like two welding guns of differing dimensions, they continued to inscribe the tale of light and dust upon the canvas of the cosmos. Meanwhile, The fissures yet to be repaired awaited the lift of new welding guns, eager to transform the lines of the design into the true north wind. Chapter 62. The new welding marks at the end of the star map. In the deep winter of year 734 of the stellar calendar, the gravitational winds of the Crab Nebula swept past the hull of the north wind, carrying unprecedented energy. The armor plating of this colossal vessel trembled gently in the wind, producing a humming frequency that harmonized perfectly with the engine's sound of the temporal sequence number. The wavelength of this harmony measured 731 nanometers, precisely matching the cosmic navigation resonance frequency noted by the matriarch in the sonar navigation log. Lin Feng stood before the observation platform of the twin bridges, the memory glass in his hand projecting a dynamic star map. In the map, the areas where fissures had been repaired glimmered with a pale golden light, while the unpatched areas were marked with intricate coordinates, each accompanied by a minute welding torch symbol. The 31-degree angle denoted the temporal sequence number, while the 731-degree angle represented the exclusive symbol of the north wind. The intermingling of these symbols formed a trajectory that mirrored the flow of stardust amidst the remnants of the city of technology. Suddenly, the new apprentice's detector captured an anomalous signal. On the screen, a dark matter band, spanning 731 light-years, stretched across the end of the star map, its energy fluctuations aligning perfectly with the beam-splitting frequency recorded during the north wind's cannon test. The youth flipped to the last page of the jump engine calibration manual, and the notes written in red by the matriarch illuminated. Welding of the dark matter band requires coordination between the twin ships. The temporal sequence number weaves the net, while the north wind merges at an angle of 31,731 degrees, a precise superposition of the angles of the two welding guns. Chapter 10. The Dark Matter Web. As they jumped to the edge of the dark matter band, the armor plating of the north wind suddenly shimmered with silver light. Stardust welding fabric surged forth from the vessel's surface, weaving into a vast net before the dark matter band, the mesh shaped into countless 31-degree triangles, each apex corresponding to the coordinates previously repaired by the temporal sequence number. Lin Feng noted that the tension parameters of the net precisely matched the triple-layer ice armor protection field described in the defense system concept, albeit amplified tenfold. It is our turn now. The new apprentice maneuvered the temporal sequence number into the center of the net, and the flames emitted from the welding gun split into 31 streams, accurately targeting the nodes of the mesh. Each flame that struck the dark matter generated ripples of golden light, expanding at a velocity of 731 kilometers per second, perfectly matching the design speed of the north wind. As the last flame struck, a fissure abruptly appeared in the dark matter band, its width just accommodating the hull of the north wind. The shimmering light along the edges synchronizing with the reflective frequency of the memory glass from the city of technology. Upon passing through the fissure, they entered a completely dark starry realm. Here, the stardust exhibited a rare inert state, with detectors indicating a memory welding energy threshold reaching as high as 73,100 megawatts, 10 times the maximum power of the north wind. Lin Feng suddenly recalled the words of the matriarch's image. The deepest fissures of the universe require the brightest light for welding. He channeled all the energy from the temporal sequence number and the north wind into the stardust welding fabric, and the net instantaneously illuminated, achieving a light intensity that precisely reached the critical threshold. Chapter 11. The Legacy of Light. At the center of the star realm floated a transparent space station. Within its cultivation chamber lay dozens of mini welding guns, crafted from a composite of memory glass and active magnetic dust, each with a nozzle angled at 31 degrees. Lin Feng recognized these as teaching tools from the children's introductory course in the City of Technology. Yet at this moment, each gun vibrated gently, its frequency perfectly synchronized with the engine of the temporal sequence number. The new apprentice grasped the smallest welding gun, and its body projected an image. The matriarch squatting in the plaza of the City of Technology, teaching a little girl with horned braids how to hold the gun. The angle formed by their arms precisely mirrored Lin Feng's current grip. Remember, the matriarch's voice resonated with mirth. The temperature of the welding gun does not stem from energy, but from memory. Every fissure you have repaired will transform into the temperature for the next welding. As the image faded, the star map drawn by the little girl suddenly soared forth, overlapping with the design of the north wind to form a complete symbol. When all the mini welding guns were activated, the dome of the space station abruptly opened. Outside, the dark matter band began to reorganize under the influence of the stardust welding fabric within the newly formed star system, each star's brightness corresponding to the energy output of the welding guns. At this moment, Lin Feng's pocket watch completely froze. The scratches on its inner surface ceased their movement, instead forming eternal star map coordinates, the endpoint of which was precisely the location of this space station, inscribed beside it in stardust. Air of light. Forever abundant with welding guns. Eternal chapter, the endless weld. On the first day of year 735 of the stellar calendar, the twin fleet of the temporal sequence number and the North Wind commenced their return journey. Outside the viewport, the starry realm, newly mended from the dark matter band, emitted its first ray of light, within which floated countless shadows of welding guns. Some were the matriarch's old acetylene torches, others Lin Feng's vintage wrenches, and still others were the new apprentice's plasma welding guns, along with the mini welding guns held by the children. All the gun nozzles pointed at a 31-degree angle, forming a beam of light that traversed time and space. Lin Feng's voyage log added its final page. There were no parameters, no coordinates, only a welding scar that penetrated the paper, beginning at the coordinates of the city of technology and ending in an expanse of emptiness, where stardust continually gathered, as if waiting to be filled with new inscriptions. The new apprentice pointed at the blank space and smiled. "What shall we draw here?" Lin Feng did not respond. Instead, he placed the memory glass atop the log, within which the matriarch and the children's figures intertwined, their welding guns simultaneously descending to inscribe an endless seam upon the starry canvas. In the halo of the Crab Nebula, two trails continue to extend. The delicate azure of the temporal sequence intertwines with the argent of the North Wind deity, forming the most resilient patterns within the cosmos. At every juncture of these patterns, new stardust gathers, fresh welding torches are raised, and new light begins to shimmer, reminiscent of the teacher's words. Within every fissure of the universe lies a dormant luminosity, eternally awaiting the moment it can be fused into a more radiant star map. Chapter 63, Gene Vault, the life code encased in stardust. As Lin Feng traversed the remnants of the biological laboratory in the technological city, the green line of his portable scanner suddenly became erratic. The screen displayed an anomalous low-temperature signal, 27315, which corresponds to absolute zero on the thermodynamic scale, a full 100 degrees lower than the activation temperature of the technological city's liquid nitrogen fire suppression system. The source of the signal emanated from deep within the wall, its energy characteristics entirely distinct from the molecular vibration frequencies of memory glass, yet imbued with similar mnemonic attributes. As if a certain substance were frozen at the critical juncture of time, the thermal motion of its atoms nearly at a standstill. Energy remaining, 41 minutes. A new apprentice's plasma welding torch was aimed at a protruding metal wall, the blue flame coalescing into fine ice crystals on the 173-unit hull. The trajectory of the falling ice crystals was remarkable, perfectly aligning with the distribution diagram of the refrigeration pipes for gene preservation from the teacher's low-temperature biology log. The youth abruptly halted, pointing at the incised markings on the wall, exclaiming, "It's a trinary symbol." The three incisions formed a triangle, with a vertex angle of 31 degrees and a base length of 731 centimeters, creating a three-dimensional mirror image of the core symbol of the space-time adhesive. When the metal wall was completely severed, a blast of frigid air surged forth from the revealed chamber. The stardust suspended within the cold suddenly ignited, coalescing into a series of genetic chain patterns upon the icy surface. A double helix with a spiral angle of 31 degrees, base pair spacing of 0.731 nanometers. Entirely consistent with the life molecule stability threshold indicated in the Starship fusion parameter table. Lin Feng recognized this as the teacher's method of marking, encoding life information with the physical parameters of stardust, akin to how she recorded Starship coordinates using welding angle notations. Volume 1. The gene repository beneath the ice shell. In the center of the chamber stood dozens of cylindrical pods, each inscribed with a number ranging from 001 to 731. Scanning with a spectrometer, Lin Feng focused on pod 31, discovering that the iridium concentration in its metallic shell matched precisely with the gears of the temporal sequence pocket watch, while the pod's diameter of 731 centimeters corresponded exactly to the magnification ratio of the gene petri dishes on the technological city's children's enlightenment curriculum. It was a human gene bank. The new apprentice pointed at the transparent observation window on the side of the pod, where a pale blue liquid was in a state of oscillation at 003 Hertz, synchronized with the molecular frequency of the memory glass. The youth suddenly recalled the images within the memory glass, the children in the technological city square, totaling precisely 731, corresponding perfectly with the total number of pods, and each child's positioning aligned with the arrangement of the pods. On the control panel of the pod, the password lock possessed a double helix structure, with the left chain marked 27315 and the right chain marked 37. The former denoted absolute zero, while the latter indicated human body temperature. The difference between these two values matched exactly with the life activity threshold noted in the teacher's gene preservation protocol. As the new apprentice pressed the confirmation buttons on both sides, a metal plaque suddenly ejected for the control panel, inscribed with Star Calendar Year 730, July 3rd. Completion of the first batch of gene samples preservation. The depth of the numerical etchings on the date corresponded precisely with the 730 one of the starter password lock. The lowest pod was distinct from the others, its shell marked 000, bearing a familiar symbol. Two crossed welding torches, their tips pointing at 31 degrees and 731 degrees, respectively. Lin Feng opened the pod, revealing a genetic sample alongside a handwritten document in the teacher's script. This is a seed, containing the genetic sequences of the crew from 3 starships. When the temporal sequence finds a new homeland, they will sprout like stardust. The edges of the document bore a double helix pattern formed of stardust, aligning perfectly with the energy conduction patterns illustrated in the North Wind deity's design. Volume 2, The Unfreezing Code. The gene unfreezing manual was concealed within a hidden compartment of the control panel. The edges of its pages encased in a layer of ice crystals, the angles of which measured 31 degrees, precisely matching the angle of the welding rods during the new apprentice's repair work. A striking red annotation on page 37 of the manual read, "The unfreezing temperature must gradually rise from 37 to 731, with a heating rate of 0.31 minutes. A rate that corresponded perfectly with the parameters of the temporal sequence as cockpit temperature regulation system." Suddenly, the new apprentice's detector emitted a buzzing sound, indicating that the stardust concentration in the corner of the chamber was on the rise. The spectrum of this stardust was peculiar, containing the unique purine base characteristics of human DNA, with the active components proportion being 731, aligning entirely with the optimal ratio of active magnetic dust noted in the magnetic field constraint experiment records. The teacher had mentioned in her notes on life material science that the activation of genetic samples required biological stardust as a medium, capable of simulating the environment of human bodily fluids. As the first cultivation pod began to thaw, the pale blue liquid gradually transformed into transparency. The genetic fragments, enveloped by the stardust, commenced recombination, with each segment of the formed DNA chain corresponding to the coordinates of a street in the technological city, mirroring how the teacher encoded memories in glass using star map coordinates. Here, she encoded life information using the city map. Lin Feng noticed that within the genetic sequence of Pod 31, a familiar segment suddenly emerged. It matched precisely with the genetic markers of the burn scars on the new apprentice's palm. Deep within the control console of the chamber lay a piece of memory glass. As Lin Feng brought it close to the cultivation pod, an image suddenly materialized within the glass. The teacher, clad in a white lab coat, was collecting genetic samples from the children, each of whom wore a metal tag inscribed with a number that corresponded 1-to-1 with the pod numbers. Remember, the teacher's voice echoed through the ice. The low temperature does not imprison life. It merely locks away the time awaiting sprout, just as stardust must wait for spring to transform into seeds. In the background of the image, the laboratory clock pointed to 1731, symmetrically corresponding to the moment of the technological city's destruction. Volume 3, The Stardust Cradle. The Gene and Starship Symbiosis Protocol was the thickest document, containing derivations of formulas that revealed a wondrous relationship between the stability of human genes and the energy output of starships. When the power of the temporal sequence reached 731 megawatts, the efficiency of gene activation would increase by 31. The illustrations within the protocol were particularly striking. The tail flames of the 3 starships formed a double helix in the starry sky, with each node of the helix corresponding to a genetic segment's position, perfectly aligning with the arrangement of the pods. In a corner of the chamber, the new apprentice discovered a partially buried cultivation dish. The stardust at the bottom was slowly coalescing into a tiny embryo, the heartbeat frequency of which was 731 beats per minute, in perfect synchrony with the charging cycle of the North Wind deity's main cannon. As the youth brought the residual warmth of the welding torch closer to the cultivation dish, the embryo suddenly began to divide, the speed of its division matching the energy increment rate of the temporal sequence's jump engine, while each new cell bore a miniature imprint of the Trinor symbol. This was the stardust embryo. Lin Feng pointed at the annotations within the document, noting that the teacher had fused human genes with active magnetic dust, creating a new form of life capable of surviving in starship environments. Their genetic chains concealed the operational passwords of the starships. He suddenly recalled the design of the North Wind deity. The shape of the control console's recess mirrored the trajectory of the embryo's cellular division, as if this colossal vessel were destined from its inception to be operated by these stardust beings. Before departing, Lin Feng opened the accessory storage box of Pod 000. Within the stardust lay 731 miniature metal tags, each numbered to correspond with the pods. The reverse inscribed with genetic sequences that complemented the parameters of the recesses in the temporal sequences control console. The new apprentice grasped a metallic plate engraved with the number 31, and suddenly, the surface illuminated, projecting a coordinate that corresponded precisely to the brightest star they had previously repaired. The parameters of the coordinates were the temperature of the metallic plate combined with the boy's body heat, and the calculated result matched the activation parameters of the space-time adhesive perfectly. In the final chapter, the weld of life. As the last cultivation pod completed its thawing process, the ice shell of the chamber shattered abruptly. 731 genetic samples slowly ascended amidst the stardust, forming a colossal double helix light band. The apex of this light band connected with the trajectory of the spacecraft, while the base plunged deep into the remnants of the technological city. Akin to what the matriarch had said, the roots of life must always be embedded in the soil of memory. Lin Feng placed the metallic plate into the cockpit's recess, and the spacecraft emitted a gentle hum. On the main control console's star map, all the repaired coordinates lit up simultaneously, each point corresponding to a genetic sample, creating a star map that perfectly overlapped with the human genetic blueprint. The new apprentice pointed to the brightest star. Look, its luminosity equals the total energy of all genetic samples. During their return journey, the embryos in the petri dish had matured into miniature starship models, with the patterns on the hull interweaving human genes and starship parameters into a flawless design. At that moment, Lin Feng's pocket watch opened, and the scratches on its inner side formed a complete spiral with the embryo's genetic chain. At the spiral's end, stardust began to gather, forming a new symbol, resembling a seed sprouting, with an angle of 31 degrees at its tip, perfectly aligning with the trajectory drawn by children in the square of the technological city. The new apprentice's detector indicated that these genetic samples were slowly spreading within the spacecraft's chamber, merging with the active magnetic dust to create a new life medium. The boy suddenly comprehended the matriarch's intent. The destruction of the technological city was not an end, but rather the beginning of life continuing in another form. Just as stardust inevitably transforms into new welds under the welding torch, so too would the genes, under the protection of the starship, become new coordinates on the star map. As the spacecraft transitioned out of the Crab Nebula, Lin Feng turned back to gaze at the ruins of the technological city. There, the genetic ice vaults were dissolving in the stardust, countless minute particles of light rising from the ice layers, flowing in the wake of the starship's trajectory. Each particle carried a genetic code, an unfinished life story, waiting, as the matriarch had said, in the fractures of the universe, to be welded into a more resplendent life star map. Chapter 64. The New Coordinates of the Genetic Blueprint. On the vernal equinox of the year 735, a soft golden light suffused the interior of the spacecraft. These particles of light originated from the samples in the genetic ice vault, currently flowing along the walls of the chamber at a frequency of 003 Hz, their trajectory aligning perfectly with the double helix structure of human genetics. The new apprentice's detector revealed that the proportion of active genes within the light particles had already reached 31, precisely matching the critical threshold for implantation noted in the Gene and Starship Symbiosis Agreement. Lin Feng injected the genetic sample from pod number 000 into the cultivation chamber. The moment the sample contacted the stardust welding fabric, it erupted in a flash of silvery light. Within the light emerged a dynamic coordinate set. The planetary parameters of the brightest star, where the oxygen concentration in the atmosphere was 731 and the surface temperature was 37. The product of these two values coincidentally equaled the livability index recorded in the matriarch's new homeland assessment report. The burn scar on the boy's palm began to heat up once more. He noticed that the genetic markers at the scar resonated with the light particles within the chamber, generating energy waves that marked a new symbol on the main control console's star map, an overlay formed from the double helix and a triple mark, with the apex angle of 31 degrees, perfectly coinciding with the triangular star tracks drawn by children in the technological city square. This symbol represented the missing life activation code on the last page of the Gene Preservation Protocol. Chapter 12. Planetary Implantation. Following the guidance of the light particles, the spacecraft transitioned to a blue-green planet. Here, the soil's stardust concentration matched that of the genetic ice vault environment, and the characteristics of the purine bases found therein perfectly aligned with the biological stardust spectrum detected by the new apprentice at a 100 match. Lin Feng recalled the matriarch's words in her image. Soil that can nurture genes always carries the scent of stardust. They discovered a vast ice lake at the planet's north pole, with an intriguing pattern of cracks on its surface. The spacing of the vertical cracks was 731 meters, and the angle of the horizontal cracks was 31 degrees. The combined shape mirrored the three-dimensional arrangement of the genetic ice vault chamber. The new apprentice gently touched the ice surface with a welding torch, and the cracks suddenly oozed a pale blue liquid. The genetic fragments within were identical to those from pod number 31, yet at that moment, the ends of the fragments were extending tiny roots, burrowing into the soil beneath the ice. Embryos of stardust within the cultivation chamber began to grow rapidly. When the heartbeat frequency of the embryos reached 731 beats per minute, the planet's magnetic field abruptly shifted, forming a massive energy barrier, the wavelength of which synchronized with the charging frequency of the god of the North Wind main cannon. Lin Feng understood that this was the life protection shield designed by the matriarch. Only when the genes fully adapted to the planetary environment would the shield activate, just as a seed must break through its shell when it germinates. Chapter 13, Memory Revelation. Within the planet's caverns lay a natural memory glass rock wall. The images on the rock wall shifted as the genetic samples drew near. When sample number 001 approached, it displayed scenes from the library of the technological city. When sample number 31 approached, it revealed memories of the new apprentice learning to wield a welding torch as a child. Most astonishingly, in the backdrop of all images, there was a brilliant star, its position perfectly aligned with the sun of the current planet. Lin Feng pressed sample number 000 against the rock wall, and the entire surface suddenly illuminated. In the image, the matriarch stood in the genetic laboratory of the technological city, holding a petri dish in which embryos grew at a visible rate. When the genes take root in the new homeland, she said to the embryos, they will transform the memories of the technological city into a new star map. Every child's laughter is a scale of the coordinates. At the end of the image, the starship model formed from the embryos suddenly soared out, overlapping with the silhouettes of the spacecraft and the god of the North Wind, creating a complete life symbol. The new apprentice discovered a gene memory log hidden in the dark recesses of the rock wall. Beside each genetic sample number, a story was recorded. Sample number 73 belonged to a starship engineer who had once designed the engine of the vernal equinox, while sample number 131 came from a gardener in the technological city, whose stardust flowers could predict magnetic field changes. Among the ink of these stories, stardust was merging at a ratio of 7,311, consistent with the energy ratio of the dual cannons. The chapter of New Birth, the continuation of a life star map. On the first day of the year 736 in the star calendar, the first stardust seedling broke through the surface of the planet. The patterns formed by stardust on the leaves of the seedling resembled the map of the technological city streets, with the spiral angle of the roots matching the double helix symbol of the genetic ice vault exactly. Lin Feng understood that this was the so-called gene revelation, as life began to replicate the memory of its homeland in its own form. The spacecraft and the god of the North Wind began a dual formation cruise around the planet's orbit. The projections of ships on the surface formed a colossal weld, and on either side of the weld, countless genetic samples began to awaken in the stardust, creating a light band that perfectly overlapped with the planet's equator. The new apprentice pointed at the bright spots within the light band. Each bright spot represents a new life, and their heartbeat frequencies are entirely in sync with the frequencies of the cracks we repaired. Lin Feng's pocket watch ultimately paused on March 1st, 736. The scratches on the inner lid ceased to change, forming a complete life star map. The coordinates of the technological city, the location of the genetic ice vault, and the planetary parameters of the new homeland were interconnected by a weld marked at 31 degrees. At the end of the weld, stardust was shaping the outline of an infant, with a tiny burn scar in the palm of its hand. When the final genetic sample completed its implantation, the night sky of the planet suddenly ignited. Countless trails of stardust ascend from the surface, weaving a vast net across the celestial expanse, with each mesh shaped like one of the 731 genetic symbols, each corresponding to a star. The new apprentice recognizes this as the future star chart drawn by children. However, at this moment, the pathways depicted are being filled with living beings. Much like the mistress stated, the finest welds are those that allow life to naturally take the form of light. Chapter 65, The New Scale of the Life Star Chart. In the stardust season of the year 737, the surface of the azure green planet is adorned with burgeoning stardust seedlings. The flowering period of these plants is peculiar. The angle at which the petals unfurl consistently remains at 31 degrees, and the concentration of stardust at the flower's heart peaks daily at 5:31 p.m. coinciding with the moment of the technological city's demise, which is also when the genetic samples undergo their final metabolism in the ice vault. Lin Feng stands at the center of the star chart formed by the seedlings, the memory glass in his hand projecting images of 3 generations. At the top are the children of the technological city, in the middle are himself and the new apprentice, and at the bottom are the newborns upon the planet. The outlines of the 3 levels perfectly overlap. Yet each infant bears a burn scar on their palm identical to that of the youth, the pattern of the scar measuring 731 millimeters in width, perfectly aligning with the genetic marker of capsule number 31. The new apprentice's detector captures a more wondrous signal. Deep within the planet's core, the energy flow formed by the genetic samples and stardust cycles at a frequency of 731 Hz, with the trajectory of the flow on the surface forming a pattern that precisely matches the flight paths of the time sequence number and the god of the north wind. The youth suddenly comprehends that this is the life energy net designed by the mistress, creating an eternal closed loop between the life of the new home and the energy of the starship, much like leaf veins are always connected to roots. Chapter 14, Stardust Pedagogy. The first school on the planet is established in the most densely populated area of stardust seedlings. The walls of the classroom are constructed from a mixture of memory glass and stardust, and when the children touch the walls, the glass automatically reveals scenes from the technological city. An engineer corresponding to gene number 73 is debugging an engine, while a gardener corresponding to gene No. 131 is pruning the stardust flowers. The background star chart of each scene contrasts with the current night sky of the planet, allowing the children to understand that their genes harbor memories that transcend the starry sea. The new apprentice becomes the welding teacher for the children. The first symbol he teaches them to draw is the life activation code, an amalgamation of the double helix and triple traces. The symbols drawn on the ground with stardust exhibit an angular deviation never exceeding 31 degrees, a precision that aligns perfectly with the genetic memory awakening standards outlined in the mistress's children's enlightenment curriculum. When a youngest child completes the symbol, golden stardust suddenly rains down from the sky, and the genetic fragments within the rain are identical to those of sample number 000. However, at this moment, the label technological city on the fragments gradually gives way to new home. Lin Feng discovers a hidden cultivation pod beneath the foundation of the school. Inside, a stardust embryo has matured into a youthful form, its chest displaying a genetic marker that pulses in synchronization with the energy indicator of the time sequence number control panel. When the embryo's palm aligns with Lin Feng's, the cultivation pod suddenly ejects a life continuation agreement. At the signing section, alongside the mistress's handwriting, the signatures of Lin Feng and the new apprentice automatically materialize, with the strokes of all 3 names forming angles of 31 degrees. Chapter 15, The Twin Star Chart. In the planet's synchronized orbit, the projections of the time sequence number and the god of the north wind create a twin star chart in the night sky. The left star chart replicates the coordinates of the technological city, while the right side depicts the future trajectory of the new home. The intersection of the 2 points is marked by the brightest star, with a luminosity equivalent to the cumulative energy of the 731 genetic samples. Lin Feng understands that this is the mistress's ultimate design, allowing past memories to serve as future coordinates, much like a weld must connect 2 segments of metal. They discover a massive genetic stele at the south pole of the planet. The surface of the stele is inscribed with the numbers of all genetic samples, and the connecting lines between the numbers perfectly coincide with the trajectories of all the cracks repaired by the time sequence number. The new apprentice uses a welding gun to engrave a new number at the base of the stele, 732, marking the genetic marker of the first naturally born infant on the planet. The depth of the engraved number is 31 millimeters, entirely consistent with the standards of the technological city's archives. Upon completion of the engraving, the stele suddenly emits a hum, sending all numbered genetic information into the cosmos, creating a signal wave that synchronizes with the radiation frequency of the Crab Nebula. The final segment of the memory glass image materializes at this moment. The mistress stands beneath the dome of the technological city, with the tails of 3 starships behind her. When you see the star chart composed of stardust in the new home, she smiles at the camera. You will know that the technological city has never vanished. It has merely transformed into a brighter light, residing within your genes, in the laughter of children, and in every weld that mends the cracks of a universe. In the background of the image, the dome of the technological city slowly opens, revealing a night sky that perfectly overlaps with that of the new home. The eternal chapter, the infinite scale of light. By the year 740, the population of a new home has risen to 731. mirroring the number of children from the technological city. Each year, during the Stardust season, people gather before the genetic steel to draw the double helix symbol on the ground with welding guns, the apex angle remaining at 31 degrees, resonating across time and space with the original pattern in the square of the technological city. When the 731st symbol is completed, the twin star chart in the sky suddenly merges, forming a luminous ribbon traversing the cosmos, at the end of which more stardust gathers, creating new coordinates. At this moment, Lin Feng's pocket watch halts its ticking. The life star chart on the inner lid is now completely filled beside the final coordinate. The stardust spells out in small letters. The end of the weld is a new beginning. The new apprentice's welding gun rests beside the pocket watch. The blue flame still flickering, resonating at a frequency of 731 Hz, in sync with the planet's energy net. The youth understands that this welding gun will ultimately be passed on to the next child, just as the mistress's memories were imparted to them, and the star chart within their genes will be gifted to new life. As the time sequence number and the god of the north wind make their final orbit around the planet, the stardust outside the viewport forms the outline of the mistress. Her finger points toward the depths of the universe, where new cracks, new star charts, and new light await mending. Lin Feng and the new apprentice simultaneously press the leap button, and the starship's trajectory draws a new weld across the night sky. The angle of the weld at 31 degrees, resonating with all the cracks that have been repaired, just as the mistress proclaimed. The journey of light knows no end. Only countless new beginnings connected by welds. Chapter 66. Lin Feng's Independent Research Journal. During the Crab Nebula monsoon period of the year 737, a peculiar device has appeared in the cockpit of the time sequence number. This prototype machine, assembled from stardust welding cloth, fragments of memory glass, and discarded parts of the god of the north wind, features a core component that Lin Feng has polished into a lens shape. When stardust passes through the lens, it projects a dynamic structural diagram of the starship onto the cabin walls, showcasing both the original parameters of the three starships and superimposed numerous red modification annotations, the handwriting of which bears evident exploratory traces, starkly contrasting with the mistress's meticulous notation style. The energy circulation efficiency has improved by 17. Lin Feng records the new data in the flight log, the pressure of the pen against the paper heavier than usual. This set of data originates from his independently designed Stardust Gene dual-engine system. It combines the energy conduction efficiency of active magnetic dust with the stability algorithm of human genes, resulting in an output power of 731 megawatts, augmented by an additional dynamic gain of 31. This breakthrough compels him to whisper to his pocket watch in the dead of night, "Mistress, this weld is a new shape." Suddenly, the new apprentice's detector emits a warning signal. On the screen, an area of the Crab Nebula is displaying abnormal energy fluctuations, the frequency of which synchronizes perfectly with the core frequency of the prototype machine. The youth turned to page 31 of Lin Feng's research notes and discovered a peculiar starship sketch. The hull was a fusion of three starships. Yet the elevation angle of the main cannon was adjusted to 731 degrees, exceeding the design value of the north wind god by a mere 0.0001 degrees. This minute deviation was a precise welding angle calculated by Lin Feng based on the latest data regarding planetary magnetic fields. Volume 1. The inspiration for breaking the deadlock. Lin Feng's autonomous research commenced from a fragment of shattered memory glass. This glass was an accessory to sample number 000, discovered within the genetic ice vault. The images within were intermittent. His mentor stood in the research room of the technological city, holding half of a starship design blueprint. As the energy from the three ships reached a critical threshold, her voice, tinged with electrical noise, suggested the possibility of attempting to strip the inert components of the space-time adhesive, enabling the stardust welding fabric to possess self-repair capabilities. At the conclusion of the footage, a blurred formula appeared at the edge of the design blueprint, which Lin Feng magnified with a spectrometer, discovering that the variables in the formula completely matched the energy parameters of the planetary core. This was the breakthrough point. He entered the formula into the main control console of the temporal sequence, only for the system to suddenly present contradictory data, according to his mentor's original design. The self-repair of the stardust welding fabric required a constant power of 7,310 megawatts. Yet the reactor of the temporal sequence could only withstand a maximum instantaneous output of 731 megawatts. Lin Feng stared at the data for 3 days until a new apprentice inadvertently brought a genetic sample close to the console. The energy field of the sample interfered with the stardust welding fabric, causing the power value on the screen to suddenly fluctuate. creating a minuscule energy bridge between 731 and 7310, with the strength parameter of the bridge precisely equating to the stability coefficient of human genes, 31. He began to experiment with dynamic power regulation. The principle was straightforward: to allow the reactor of the temporal sequence to output energy in pulses, each pulse peaking at 7,310 megawatts, but controlled to last no more than 0.31 seconds, utilizing the stability of the genetic sample to buffer the power shock. This concept stemmed from the cell division patterns of stardust embryos, where each division momentarily spiked energy demands tenfold, but lasted only a brief instant, relying on the resilience of the genetic chain to mitigate the impact. When the first prototype activated, a stable energy ring suddenly formed within the cabin, with a radius of 731 centimeters, perfectly matching the caliber of the North Wind God's main cannon. Volume 2, the dual-core engine. The critical bottleneck in development appeared in the energy transmission segment. Traditional Starship energy conduits could not withstand the pulsating power shocks. After 3 tests, the metallic walls of the conduits exhibited cracks at a 31-degree angle, precisely aligning with the fracture threshold of the space-time adhesive. While Lin Feng stared at the cracks in a daze, the new apprentice presented a leaf from a stardust seedling. The leaf's veins exhibited a double helix structure, with the main vein conducting moisture and the side veins buffering pressure, their diameter ratio being 73:11. We need a dual pipeline system. He suddenly comprehended that the main pipeline would be responsible for transmitting peak energy of 7,310 megawatts, while the auxiliary pipeline would transform the impact energy into a stable magnetic field constraint through the circulation of genetic solutions. This design coincided with the energy life transformation formula within the Gene and Starship Symbiosis Agreement. Though Lin Feng replaced the variables in the formula with the concentration parameters of active magnetic dust. When the dual pipeline first operated, the genetic solution within the auxiliary pipeline emitted a faint blue light, the wavelength of which synchronized with the molecular vibration frequency of the memory glass, forming a natural energy barrier. The most unexpected discovery emerged from the engine's cooling system. Lin Feng initially adhered to the liquid nitrogen circulation plan from the technological city, but during testing, he found that the cooling efficiency of the genetic solution at 37 degrees was 10 times that of liquid nitrogen, and it could form a protective film on the inner walls of the conduits with a thickness of 0.731 millimeters, precisely equating to the inner armor parameters of the triple ice armor. He excitedly noted in his research journal, "Life itself is the best protective design." Next to this inscription, Stardust automatically formed a small welding gun symbol, angled at 31 degrees. Volume 3. Autonomous Consciousness. Endowing the Starship with autonomous judgment was Lin Feng's boldest endeavor. He extracted memory factors from sample number 000 and fused them with the molecular structure of the Stardust welding fabric, creating a biological chip capable of recording navigational data. The chip's storage capacity perfectly matched the number of genetic samples. 731 gene fragments corresponded to 731 navigational logs. Each log would automatically activate when the Starship encountered similar environments, akin to human-conditioned reflexes. The first test occurred within the dark matter belt, when the Starship encountered a sudden energy storm. The biological chip retrieved the North Wind God's protective parameters within 0.31 seconds and automatically adjusted the main cannon's angle to 731 degrees, forming an energy barrier. This reaction speed was 10 times faster than manual operation. Lin Feng discovered that the decision-making logic of the chip even contained the habitual actions of the new apprentice during welding. When energy fluctuations exceeded the 731 threshold, it would automatically reserve a buffer space of 31. This detail was something he had never programmed. It was learning. The new apprentice pointed to the chip diagram on the screen, where connections between gene fragments and Starship parameters were increasing at a rate of 31 per day. Lin Feng recalled his mentor's words from the footage. The best Starship design is to make it a part of the crew. He suddenly understood that the essence of autonomous research was not to create a flawless machine, but to forge a life seam between humans and starships. Just as the fusion of genes and stardust retained their unique characteristics while generating new energy. Epilogue: The Inheritance Ship. On the first day of the 738th year of the star calendar, Lin Feng's autonomous research reached its ultimate achievement. When the design blueprint of the Inheritance Ship fully developed within the stardust, everyone beheld its uniqueness. The front half of the hull mirrored the profile of the temporal sequence, while the rear half continued the main cannon structure of the North Wind God. Yet at the juncture, there existed a special seam formed by genetic double helices and 3 scar symbols, with an angle of 31,731 degrees, representing the precise amalgamation of 2 generations of designers' wisdom. The inaugural trial voyage of the Inheritance ship selected a gravitational node within the Crab Nebula, when the starship's energy output reached 7,310 megawatts. The biological chip automatically activated the memories of all genetic samples, and the stardust welding fabric surged from the surface of the hull, weaving a colossal light band in the starry sky, which encompassed both the star maps of the technological city and the coordinates of the new homeland. The intersection of the 2 points was precisely where Lin Feng initially discovered the energy fluctuations of the prototype. Lin Feng placed his pocket watch on the main control console of the Inheritance ship, the scratches on the inner cover perfectly aligned with the starship's flight path. He knew that the journey of autonomous research had only just commenced. His mentor's design was the foundation, his exploration was the extension, and in the future, the new apprentices and children would continue to inscribe new markings on this seam. Just as stardust must transform into a brighter light beneath the welding gun, the development of starships knows no end, only countless new beginnings illuminated by Inheritance. As the Inheritance ship returned home, the image of his mentor unexpectedly materialized amidst the glow of the Crab Nebula outside the porthole. She smiled at the new vessel, her finger tracing a path that precisely matched the seam on Lin Feng's design blueprint. When the image faded, the stardust on the cabin wall formed the characters. True autonomous research is to imbue every innovation with the warmth of memory. Lin Feng, grasping the welding gun of the new apprentice, added a small symbol at the last page of the design blueprint, beside the 31-degree welding mark. A gene double helix began to sprout. This, indeed, marked the new form of the seam. Chapter 67. The first practical welding seam of the new ship. In the deep winter of the 738th year of the star calendar, unprecedented energy turbulence emerged at the edge of the Crab Nebula. Interspersed within the turbulence were fragments of dark matter, their trajectories displaying a spiral angle of 31 degrees, which perfectly aligned with the most dangerous entries in the unknown threat characteristic library recorded by the Inheritance ship's biological chip. Lin Feng stood before the main control console of the dual bridge, gazing at the blinking warning signals on the star map. Suddenly, he recalled the words of his mentor captured in a holographic image during the development phase. The finest design can only be deemed complete after enduring the trials of the cosmos. The biochip aboard the Inheritance completed a threat analysis within 0.003 seconds. On the screen, 3 countermeasures were automatically presented. The first option employed the main cannon suppression mode of the God of the North Wind. The second utilized the stardust welding defense of the Chronicle, and the third was a new strategy autonomously generated by the chip, allocating the dual-engine power in a ratio of 7,311. The primary conduit would output energy to form a barrier, while the secondary conduit would simultaneously release a genetic solution infused with memory factors, allowing the dark matter fragments to temporarily retain their safe trajectory. Next to the core parameters of this option, small letters inscribed the word fusion, adaptive traits of Gene 31. The young apprentice placed his palm upon the control panel of the secondary bridge, and the panel's temperature instantaneously rose to 37 degrees. The critical activation temperature for the genetic solution. He felt a profound resonance between the scar on his palm and the energy flow of the vessel. This resonance transmitted through the biochip to every compartment. The stardust welding fabric suddenly shimmered with a soft golden hue, and the double helix symbols on its surface began to rotate, the angle gradually increasing from 31 degrees to 731 degrees, precisely covering the trajectory of the dark matter fragments. Chapter 16. Calibration amidst turbulence. As the Inheritance navigated into the energy turbulence, Lin Feng discerned a subtle deviation. The impact point predicted by the biochip diverged from the actual trajectory by 0.031 millimeters. This discrepancy stemmed from a suddenly intensified magnetic field within the turbulence, and the chip's original data did not encompass parameters for such an extreme environment. Manual correction. He shouted into the microphone, simultaneously pressing the cooperative adjustment key for the primary and secondary conduits. The young apprentice's actions outpaced the chip by 0.1 seconds. He increased the flow of the genetic solution in the secondary conduit by 31, causing the concentration of the memory factors to instantly exceed the threshold, resulting in a deflection of the dark matter fragment's trajectory just before contact with the stardust welding fabric. This corrective action was recorded in real time by the biochip, and immediately beside the parameters of the third option on the screen, a red annotation appeared. Under extreme magnetic field conditions, the concentration of the genetic solution must be raised to the critical value of 731. The handwriting of this annotation bore an uncanny resemblance to Lin Feng's own corrections in his research notes. Floating within the turbulence was a colossal memory glass meteorite. The etchings on its surface recorded a fleeting image. Before the destruction of the technological city, his mentor stood before the design blueprint of the god of the north wind. Addressing the young Lin Feng, "Do not fear correcting the design, just as one must adjust the angle of the welding rod during repairs. The changes of the cosmos serve as the finest overseer." In the concluding moments of the image, his mentor circled a question mark beside the parameters of the main cannon on the blueprint, precisely at the location where Lin Feng had initially increased the elevation angle by 0.001 degrees. Lin Feng commanded the stardust welding fabric of the inheritance to gently touch the meteorite, and the fabric immediately revealed the internal structure of the meteorite. At its core lay an unactivated genetic ice cellar fragment containing 731 unidentified gene samples. As the biochip analyzed the samples, it unexpectedly updated the threat characteristic database, completely eliminating the previous 0.031 millimeter error. A new rule emerged within the chip's decision-making logic. When unknown gene samples are present, automatically reserve a parameter redundancy of 31. Chapter 17, Classroom Amid Stardust. Upon exiting the energy turbulence, the inheritance conducted repairs on the far side of a small asteroid. The young apprentice discovered that the outer wall of the main cannon's cooling pipe had formed a thin layer of ice. The pattern of cracks resembling the 31-degree angle he had drawn crookedly when first learning to wield a welding gun. Suddenly, he recalled Lin Feng's words. Every mark on a machine communicates its needs. He retrieved a plasma welding gun, adjusting the nozzle to match the angle of the cracks. As the blue flame made contact with the ice, the biochip projected an image. It was of a young apprentice himself repairing a solid weld. Yet at that moment, the welds in the image perfectly aligned with the cracks on the pipe. This was the chip's teaching mode. Lin Feng approached, pointing at the parameters displayed on the screen. It records each of our operational habits and transforms them into the finest teaching materials when needed. He encouraged the young apprentice to attempt modifying the design parameters of the cooling system. The boy reshaped the circulation path of the genetic solution into the form of the leaf veins of a stardust seedling, enhancing cooling efficiency by 17, mirroring the exact improvement Lin Feng had achieved during his initial breakthrough in energy cycling efficiency. When the parameters were confirmed, the vessel emitted a soft chime, and a new genetic marker appeared in the biochip's database, 732. Within the cavern of the asteroid, they discovered a naturally formed stardust crystal. The refracted light from the crystal painted a complete star map on the rock wall, depicting not only the coordinates of the technological city and the location of their new homeland, but also the recently traversed area of energy turbulence by the inheritance. Most astonishingly, new coordinates were continuously generated along the edges of the star map, each angle precisely 31,731 degrees, this being the angle of the inheritance's welds, a convergence point of the past and future.